This story tells the story of a young man who is not only good at studying, but also an extraordinarily beautiful person. And that's why all the girls are just crazy about him. Every other girl knew a high school student named Wang, and she wanted to become friends with him. But each time the young man refused. The young man's heart belonged to only one girl, the queen of the garden among the school flowers, and the students of the whole school dreamed of meeting her. It may seem that he is a real lucky man. But in reality, he had to work hard to make his girlfriend happy. In search of a job, he knocked on the doors of many establishments, asking and belittling to take him as an employee even for the lowest paid position. Yes, the young man has an excellent grade, but he has an ordinary family. And the guy does everything he can and can't do to earn at least some money. But in today's world, it doesn't matter how hard you try to earn the money you spend on a date. In today's world, a man is ready to give his life for someone he appreciates and who will appreciate him in return. And a woman only adorns herself for whomever she likes. The young man is complex, so he can use it not only in his studies, but also in games. And he's also very naturally capable, the only thing he can't do is love. He played video games all night long, improving his score over and over again. Just like this evening. Today, after passing the test, the young man found out that he is the player with the shortest time. I also received a reminder that entering the post-apocalypse is life-threatening. This message did not alarm the young man very much, but on the contrary, it awakened a certain excitement in him, and he immediately wanted to know what kind of world it was. The reminder said that the entrance was life-threatening. If he dies in this world, he won't be able to return to reality, which made him think. Although there was a threat to his life, it was the game that aroused his interest. And also, the amount of his winnings depended on the time he would stay inside. Our confidence was shattered, and he decided that this time he would not be able to answer. So, having weighed all the pros and cons, I started the game. A new light window is displayed on the computer screen, informing that the young man has made the right choice. And now can bind the move system to continue. Next, the young man was presented with a set of rules that he had to memorize initially. For example, how to move things from the real world to the virtual world. The young man's eyes burned with more and more excitement as he carefully studied the rules and other details of the game. He had 4 hours left before the start, which meant that he had to hurry up to buy everything he needed. But the trouble is that his pocket is empty. The problem arose because he was on a date with his girlfriend last week. And so he would have to ask Li Ping for money. Computer games literally take over this world, so literally everyone around them does not stick to their devices for days and nights, playing and competing with each other. The two young men played quietly, arguing a little from time to time. But they were distracted by the sound of the door opening, forcing them to distract themselves. Wang Bing walked through the door, and the two young men smiled, as they were glad to see their friend. Immediately they began to be interested. For some reason he did not come for so long. It became a little uncomfortable for the young man, as his friends were worried about him. And he didn't come to see them, to borrow some money. The friends understand everything without words, so even without listening to the end, they began to ask the young man to at least eat well, and not spend all the money on the girl. The young man may be very smart, good at studying and playing video games, but his IQ undoubtedly drops in front of the sight of his beautiful girlfriend. That is the reason in spending a huge amount of money. Wang Bing was undoubtedly pleased with the generous help from her friends, but she was also worried about how they themselves would survive without funds. Not wanting to listen to any objections, the young people literally write their friend out the door. Since it's already quite late, this is an example of all the best friends who will follow you through thick and thin and check the copper pipes. And at the right moment, they will give a crack. But seriously, they didn't really understand everything and literally demanded that the young man go, so as not to make the girl wait, and finally eat. The young man set a new goal, and that the moment when he finally became rich would definitely return all the debts to his friends. The training camp was completed in a fairly short period of time. And together with her tongue, the young man went to the right place. He had a sapper shovel to help him in his treasure hunt. The shovel was a versatile weapon, as it could not only drip but also kill enemies. Before he went into the virtual world, there were things that bothered him in the real world, such as silence on the part of his girlfriend. From time to time I dialed it. I had already memorized the phone number. The young man heard only debts and an answering machine, which made me tense. And now, when he once again cut off the girl's phone with calls, she still deigned to pick up the phone, wondering what had happened. Deciding not to go into details, he only explained that he would be gone for a while, but hoped that he would return soon and they would meet. Lavushka, on the other hand, also had news, and judging by the tone, it was not very pleasant. But the young man only assured her that it was not necessary to say when he would return. The girl presses the end button and puts the phone down, turning to her interlocutor, who seems to be much nicer than the guy she was chatting with. The handsome-looking young man asks who called the girl and immediately puts his pen on the girl's thigh, remembering him. Deciding that the lie is for good, the girl, turning to her companion, says that it does not matter. And they can pick up where they left off. Wang Bing wasn't bothered on the floor, as his girlfriend had never hung up so unexpectedly before. However, now he has a completely different mission. And so he turned all his attention back to the virtual world in which he was going. The young man begins to turn his head from side to side, realizing that this is a real journey through time and space. Around him, he sees a dilapidated building, as if there would have been no one here long ago. And now he found himself alone and defenseless in it. Logically, if the young man finds himself in a post-apocalypse, then the Walking Dead must also be in this place. And the assumption will turn out to be correct, since literally behind the neighboring bars, a whole army of the Walking Dead was waiting for the young man. Excellent logic went in, reasoning that the young man had 7 days, and if he wanted to find anything, then he needed to explore this world. To say that you need to find out more and to do it, in fact, are two completely different things in terms of time and complexity. Well, he's got a lot more enthusiasm and decides he's going to be the guy in the game who explores this post-apocalyptic world. The first piece of advice he learned was to keep a shovel handy in case of a critical situation in which he had to defend himself. Also, the second light there was that you should choose the road with fewer Walking Dead. For safer movement. You should also keep in mind that when the Walking Dead are concentrating on something, they should not be distracted, otherwise they will draw attention to you. For example, in one of the areas, the Walking Dead were more active, sympathetic than in the humble alleys. It was necessary to take into account the fact that it was absolutely necessary to avoid completely unnecessary battles. The Walking Dead were very sensitive to any sound, even the biggest one. So it could be used as a distraction. If you follow all these rules, there was a post-apocalyptic world and nothing critical would happen. And so the young man will avoid the zombies and look for treasure to return in a few days. It would seem that everything is quite simple, but the feeling of persecution did not leave him, it would seem, from the very beginning of the game. There were different assumptions, even that it was some kind of intelligent kind of Walking Dead man that was haunting him. And here's the idea that it might not be the Walking Dead. And another person was like a scarecrow to him. Given that people in this world can be much scarier than even the Walking Dead, the right decision was to hide as soon as possible. Indigenous people or just people who have come here like him, no matter who, but nevertheless they may want to see him. If a young man dies here, he will not be able to return to the real world. This is not the best outcome of events. Human or zombie, it didn't matter, the young man definitely had an advantage in this area. Therefore, if he found shelter, he was ready to attack. He was alarmed by the fact that his pursuer was in no hurry to get up after him, as if she were expecting something. A noise rang out overhead, and as the young man raised himself, he expected to see his pursuer, but in his place he saw a small fish flying at him. The face is hidden by a shadow, but everything else is visible. The handsome young man, abandoning the first assumption, decides that he is a fishman. A shiver runs through my body. It would seem that the game will end, and all the young man could do was spare me. The attacker turns out to be a nice girl. They say that if a young man wants to live, he must leave everything he has with him. The game began to look much more serious, as the girl was clearly not friendly and quite serious, continuing to threaten. The atmosphere around him was full of guns, everything was still pointed at the young man, and the girl continued to demand that all the supplies be given to her. The assumptions were different. Wang Ben tried to analyze the situation as soon as possible, however, it was just a girl. The count had come to an end, and the girl was waiting for some action on the part of the young man, otherwise she would proceed to action. A sapper shovel meets the girl's ball. Instead of attacking, it dodges back with deft movements. A light wind blows through the room, tearing off the girl's developing. And it would have looked beautiful if it hadn't been for all the seriousness on her face. Wang Bing is certainly a gentleman and doesn't attack first, but the girl dared to hit him first. And she even tried to rob him. The virtual world is much stronger than the real one, and the abilities in it are universal. So the girl began to scan her with her eyes. She was able to calculate both his strength and the points that needed to be struck in order to deprive the young man of these very powers. And the Peshiva boy means that the girl is very strong and perhaps she is a much more serious opponent than he previously assumed. A strong blow falls on the man's body when he comes into contact with the wall, and before I have time to catch my breath, I immediately receive another blow. The girl is still serious, declaring that if the young man moves even a step, she will immediately cut his throat. Something had to be solved at lightning speed, and the young man tried to offer a compromise. Since there is enough food in his bag for 2 people and they can work together. When she heard about canned meat and jerky meat, she shifted a little. Apparently, she hadn't eaten in a long time. Her eyes sparkled at the mere mention of it, and she drooled. Perhaps she was just crazy. It was a great chance for the young man, and he reached into his back pocket for another weapon. Thin hands began to crumple the shoulders of the young man even more. The girl kept demanding food, and apparently the feeling of hunger was quite strong. The entrance was for self-defense, and there was an electric shock, the discharge of which the girl received immediately. The girl, although she was very hungry, should not have attacked the young man with threats and turned around in an attempt to rob him. And this is not for the better for her. But the young man was not the most callous and ruthlessly understood that the girl was in the same conditions as himself, and he even felt a little sorry for her. After waiting for a while, he pulled out his backpack, some food and water put in front of the girl, which made her eyes run a lot. And in return, he does not ask for big rewards, only to say something, lay down a dagger to a girl. The water and food turned out to be quite healthy, nutritious, and also not expired, which surprised the girl very much. She was immensely grateful to this unknown young man, and the question arose more neatly, who he was and how to find him again. In the post-apocalyptic environment, the young man wandered in search of shelter, since people here are quite frightening than the dead. The fate of his playing path was clearly not sparing. and since it was only when he had settled down on one misfortune that he ran into another. The reason remains unchanged, but instead of a fragile girl, two healthy men appeared in front of him. Apparently, the commotion that unfolded with his girlfriend earlier attracted the attention of the rest of the players, which was very bad. The man began to brandish his weapon in an attempt to attack the young man and take away all his possessions. There were 3 attackers. They were approaching from all sides, which was problematic. For defense, the young man was in a disadvantageous position. "Man, I'm completely crazy. Crush or something about wanting to eat Wang Bing. The dinner looks too tasty." The young man, who had not yet lost his will to live, got up and threw the entrance to his weapon. You see a stun gun and a blade. Blood splatters swept before his eyes, and the young man was already able to injure several opponents, albeit not critically. Even a small wound was quite frightening to them, as the smell of blood attracted the walking dead. The men stood in a heap and tried to stop the bleeding and prevent the attack, and the young man, taking advantage of the moment, began to run away. Feeling like a bait for everything, the young man breathed as soon as he was freed from the tiger and found himself in a new lair. No less to survive the post-apocalypse was a very exciting action. Although it is not known where this experience may come in handy in the future. Although it is possible that he will not be able to survive, since after a long walk through the territory, the young man found himself in a dead end. In addition to the impasse that appeared before the young man, the men who had previously attacked him returned to him. One of them was already making plans for the young man's arm, which he was going to tear off, and the other said that they would not hurt him at all. The man calls himself a gang of tigers' heads, which puzzled us, since he didn't expect to see a gang of bandits. And the intention to attack is getting closer and closer to you, and then the rescued early girl reappears. Well, the girl's plan was not to help the young man, the analysis was to observe how he, a green newcomer, coped with the difficulties that stood on his difficult path. And then he looked at the piece of food in his hand. It decided that gratitude would already help the young man to avoid death. The tiger's bows, without turning around, kept looking at the young man, saying, "What intrigues will they arrange for him at this time?" The girl quietly creeps up from behind. With a dull slap, one of the gang members falls to the ground, and pieces of brick are scattered around his head, with which he was hit. The girl, not stopping at one of the gang members, begins to strike at the others, gracefully maneuvering in the air between blows. A fragile, petite girl may seem masculine compared to her huge scores, but her fighting abilities are simply amazing. Yes, the men were quite strong and it was very difficult to defeat them, but the girl, clearly trained, coped with it perfectly. None of the professional fighters could defeat this gang, and it was simply unthinkable that a small, fragile girl would be able to injure them. In order to fully use her powers, the girl needs her dagger. So, turning to the young man, she asks him to give him to her immediately. It doesn't matter if they're friends or enemies, but it's better to die of each other than to be eaten by these crazy people. The man does not have time to strike back, as the girl's dagger pierces his neck with its sharp tip, letting the first drop of blood through. No matter how strong the Tiger Head Gang's abilities are against a sharp knife blade, they are still useless. The young man was already frightened by all this. Yes, cannibals, these people are terrible and deserve to die, but before his eyes, for the first time in his life, someone dies in this way. As the boss stepped forward, the other and painfully shocked, the rest of the group began to run away, fearing to be caught in the blade's edge. The young man's logic works perfectly. And they decide that you need to offend after the members of the group, otherwise they may get into trouble afterwards if they run away. But the girl protests, as now is not the best time and it is better to leave. The smell of blood really lures the dead, and those seniors approached the place where people were in a flock. Looking after the girl, a young man, reasoned something. After all, she turned out to be a good person, and perhaps she could be trusted. Even if he doesn't oppose her, she can be a good helper for the rest of his life. In the dark alleys, the walking dead were more and more in search of their next victim. In order to avoid death, the young people managed to find a secluded place just in time. Let's hide. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, longed for an hour, and now he was finally safe. He turns to thank the girl, but she again warily points her dagger at the proudly young man. I order, stand still. The world is arranged in such a way that people who are quite unpredictable never know what they can do. You never know from which side betrayal creeps in, so the girl's fears are quite justified. The young man, again using his brother-in-law, decides that it is most profitable to do everything calmly and come to a compromise, if possible, of course. Accompanied by a gaze, the girl watches as the young man puts his stun gun aside, remaining unarmed. The girl was apparently still angry that he had used it on her and gracefully his leg and far away. The young man once again accepts an attempt to find a compromise, explaining that if they get along, the girl will get even more delicious food. And then he shows the girls the contents of his backpack with various goodies with nicknames and drinking water. And the bottom line is that if the girl helps him survive for 7 days, then he will share all his supplies with her. And then she literally drools and sheds tears, because so many things and at once for her alone, like some kind of dream. And the young man only mentally thanks himself for taking the most, so if he gives half of it, the girl will leave him enough with his head. The girl's eyes are watering even more, so apparently she met a local rich man, also wonders who he is. Oh, all the food here looks like an unprecedented luxury, even though it's just plain instant noodles and snacks. Of course, the young man could not say everything at once. But the girl only had to believe him, and sooner or later she would definitely find out. The goal is to stay here for only 7 days, and if he and the girl see each other again, then he promises. Which will give her even more food. Before the young man gave the girl food, she planned to kill him, but he left her precious food and water, which no man would do. The young man did not force him to tell the truth, but nevertheless she offered him to make peace. Local rules were that he could not enter a girl's private room without her permission. In addition, he will have his own private room in which he can do whatever he wants, within reason. Having accepted all the conditions, the young man nods his head, says that it is time to get acquainted, and immediately introduces himself, asks what the girl's name is. The girl under the beautiful name took it, snorted, turning away, but the young man is not even offended. Since he understands everything, apprehension and some indignation. For these gloomy places, the room in which the young man managed to settle turned out to be quite spacious and rich. However, it wasn't that important. The windows are boarded up, but even so, it could be assumed that all the rich lived here. The thought of what could have happened to him with such a precious thing occurred to the young man instantly, and he began to look at the chests of drawers and cupboards, but they were empty. All I could find was a bunch of cobwebs and some rags. And a lot of time has passed, apparently the others have already managed to turn the house upside down. But in one of the drawers he still managed to find jewelry boxes, and the young man really hoped that they were all real and worth hundreds of thousands. If you put all these jewels that Wang Bing found in a pile and sell them in one of the pawn shops in the real world, 3ATO, he will be able to become incredibly rich. There are no beautiful plans for life, they have already begun to flash pictures in his imagination. He will return to reality. He will get rich and marry the goddess and they will live in luxury. But in this situation, the best solution was to calm down, gather all the emotions in one pile and stick to the original plan. It was also worth wondering if all these things belonged to Xiao herself, since she didn't want to be mean. Leaving the young man's room, he was about to call the girl in order to find out the necessary information from her, but immediately stopped, frozen in place. Every word the young man uttered more and more quietly, the way the sight of the and those standing with their backs to him reduced all thoughts to the background. At one point, realizing that he was staring indecently at the girl, he began to cover his face with his hands, and they say that he did not do it on purpose. Out of shame and embarrassment, he wound up his room, leaving the girl alone, otherwise she kept talking about what the young man wanted. Through the closed door she began to imagine aloud what the young man wanted. He could not utter a word, the whole picture was frozen before her eyes. To gather all the young man's thoughts together, he had already said what he wanted to say earlier, hoping that the jewelry did not belong to the girl after all, and he would be able to take it. The girl enters the room, waving her hand, and explains that these things are useless. If he wants to, he can take them there. The young man looks at her with a sparkle in his eyes and asks her if the girl really means that he is just giving it to the FM. Slowly opening a box of chips, the girl explains that there used to be an elite area here, and each of the houses here is full of jewelry. But they are completely useless. And I don't know why they are needed, young men, but here I am lying down. He starts shouting that if there are still plenty of them here, then he should get them all. Xiao might have refused. But if you take into account the fact that the young man was literally gifted her with food, then she will help him when he finishes eating. The robbers of ancient tombs, young people went in search and were able to get quite a lot of various jewelry. The young man even considers arguing that they are all worth several $1,000,000. To earn that much money in the real world, he would have to work for an incredibly long time. He turns to the girl, asking if she has justified, she doesn't need all these things. And also, as if by accident, the girl remembers that there is also a very large safe in this house, which the young man may want to see. And then he jumps like the most satisfied animal, which has just been offered an expensive delicacy, asking to be escorted to the safe as soon as possible. The mudslide stood there for an incredibly long time. The girl, no matter how hard she tried, could not open it earlier. Therefore, all hope fell on the shoulders of the young man. Usually, such high prices and safes were connected to an alarm system that automatically alerted the police to several cases of incorrect code entry. But now, at a time when the electricity has failed, young people have enough time and opportunity to open a safe. It's kind of like a game that tests your patience when you sit for hours and methodically press buttons. After a long amount of time and countless times, the phrase I heard in a mechanical voice about the wrong code of the safe finally gave in and opened. It was impossible to describe the contents with you at once, because at the slaughter the young man saw bundles of money, expensive boxes, even more valuable contents, and bars of gold. What caught his eye the most was a beautiful necklace that shone like stars in the night sky even in the dim light. And it must have cost a fortune. The gold bars were also quite precious. It's just a pity that the money lying in neat bags doesn't circulate in the young man's real world. Even if they were useful for lighting a fire or rubbing his ass, he decided to unpack everything else in his backpack and take it with him. For hours, the young man sat looking at every pebble of jewelry he found, as if he really specialized in it. The girl, in contrast to multicolored gemstones and banknotes, prefers colored candies, which are successfully eaten by the one who lowered the package. The young man explains that at least the girl considers them useless. However, he has a way to make them worthwhile, after exchanging them for the delicious food that the girl loves so much. And again, the beady eyes of the girl are light with stars, so if she helps to find even more of these trinkets, she can get even more food. Perhaps you should think about whether the young man will see her again next time and whether the system will be able to hear what he is thinking. In his head, he hears a voice, as if someone unknown is asking his secret desires, and he does not lose the opportunity to begin to speak. His 7 days have expired and he must leave this place. However, I would like to know where he will be next time and when he will return to this world. To which the system explains that the next time the young man returns to the post-apocalyptic world, he will be within 100 meters of the place where he first appeared. I turn to the girl. He explains that as long as she continues to help her, our collection of gold and jewelry, he will continue to bring her all possible treats. Sweet Xiao at this moment could be compared to a satisfied son who received his long-awaited treat. The only thing missing was a ponytail that would make her wag with joy. One of our things that bothered the young man was the thought that I was exchanging snacks and gold stones. He was cheating. The girl explains that the city has almost run out of food, and the only food you can eat now is it, so it looks like dried rats. What kind of food? What did the young man bring? This is a real luxury. This one wonders why the girl does not sow the land, not build a strong circulating network. But as it turned out, the government had already managed to create several human colonies over the years. So this scheme is not the most reliable. The colonies are surrounded by high walls, heavily guarded, and zombies cannot get inside, which protects the water. All the lucky ones who manage to survive try to get to the places where people gather, but, unfortunately, very few get there, much less return from there. The government is working to solve the problem of the virus by developing the colony in essence and achieving self-sufficiency. Of course, you can build everything when you have absolute superiority of power, otherwise it is impossible to cooperate. Shifting the topic from politics and other matters, the girl is interested in what the young man will do, exchanging food for useless jewelry. And then what? Going further, he continues to convince the girl that he is a merchant from a faraway distant city and hopes that she will not ask unnecessary questions. Or he'll really need to figure out how to explain it. The girl still remains her own questions, saying that if the young man wants, she can take him to the right place during the day, but in no case should you go out at night. On the side of the street, a loud scream is heard. The girl jumps up, informs that someone must have fallen into the trap she set there. The nocturnal visitors turned out to be people from the Tiger's Head group. It was a terrible lot, and they all wanted revenge. Looking over the girl's shoulder and at the young man's street, he asks, "Is it this gang that attacked them today?" and also says that apparently letting one of them go and they only gave themselves more trouble. The first most sensible thoughts were to flee from their hiding place and as soon as possible, otherwise the prospect of staying alive is slim. The main member of the gang asks the subordinates correctly, or if the place is not found, if this girl is here, then he will not allow her to escape punishment. He needs the girl alive, so he wants to deal with her on his own, while the young people watched the storm approaching them. In some mysterious way, the gang found out that the girl was here. So the danger now threatens not only her, but also the young man. Turning to the band, she informs them that they can't stay here anymore and need to go to another safe place. The road is again from the same dark alleys and streets of the girl. It would be good to say that the cunning hair has 3 holes. But the place they found themselves in is something more. Nevertheless, it could not be called completely safe on the ground floor. Words on sardines in a jar, swarming with zombies about to attack. It is impossible to sleep in such an environment, as all these terrible sounds made by the creatures frighten the young man very much. The stairs to the second floor have collapsed until they make too much noise. Zombies wouldn't be able to get up, but it was still scary. You understand that he needs to distract himself from bad thoughts and ideas. Playing on the phone seemed very exciting to him, so he took the device out of his pocket. The girl watches the video device, shocked, since her phone does not work in this environment, and also wonders if the young man has any music. The girl turned out to be a real music lover, and as soon as she heard the offer to listen to music, she clapped her hands and took one earpiece. It's true that music has the power to change people. It's like a girl gets headphones in her ears. She became completely different, all the more gentle and calm. The young man also shared this love of music, and when he was a little younger, he listened to the radio in anticipation of his favorite songs. And now he could share that love with someone. Then his favorite music sounded, the young man happily sang along, and sparks of happiness shone in his eyes. And sometimes they were just overwhelmed with emotions, just like the girl now. The girl remembered her childhood and listening to her favorite song. She smiled, and so did her family, filling their hearts with warmth. These are the very happy warm moments that cannot be replaced by any event in life, not by any wealth. But all of them pass sooner or later. The girl has never been able to come to terms with the fact that all these moments and close people who were close to her are long gone. Leave her alone, and I couldn't accept that they wouldn't come back. Like a long-lost friend who once came unexpectedly to your life and also at one of the moments unexpectedly left, taking everything warm and beautiful. It's the same with music. All the songs she loved, every note and every nice sound, they're all gone. But they all also shine in her heart. Tears run down her rosy cheeks. She turns to the young man sitting next to her, and his gaze is so warm and understanding, as if through his thoughts he could understand her pain. Returning one of the headphones, the girl says that it is not worth wasting the charger, saving it, and the young man does not care about why the girl cried. The music really brought the girl back all the days when she was with her parents, when she was little, a carefree girl and don't worry about the future. The young man began to understand that, most likely, all these years of being in this world, the girl must have suffered tremendously, going through all the events alone. I try to defuse the atmosphere. The young man again pushes one earpiece into the girl's ear, and the other tells himself that he wants to listen to this song with her. Another idea shines in his head, and he says that next time he will bring the girl her favorite music, as well as a mobile phone with several charged batteries so that she can listen there. This very insignificant kind gesture was really a big icon of the girl, and her heart began to beat faster. And my heart was not so heavy. The young man, looking into the girl's pretty face, began to notice that she was very sweet, and that his heart was beating frequently, and that I was not going to calm down. But still, now is not the time or place to indulge in a splash of feeling, emotion, and you need to control yourself. In addition, in the real world, he had a lover. Flipping through his playlist, the young man turns on just like before, does not lean back. The walls say that everything already wants to listen to the song with the girl. They spend the whole night in a quiet, calm atmosphere. In the morning they still manage to fall asleep in each other's warmth. The girl's head rests on the young man's strong shoulder as he sleeps peacefully beside her. And the dead continue to walk around, these two of each other's safety. The young man looks at the thick map, listening to a girl who explains that Tiger's Head is one of the 4 largest banks in the city. They run the west side of the city, and the 3 men who attacked him yesterday are the most powerful around. And at that moment, they ran only because there were a lot of zombies around me. The gang leader's name was Tiger, and he had about 60 men, and they had about a dozen guns. So they're pretty strong. The base was located in the tallest building in the western part, a colorful garden that is equipped with a large supermarket. They took over this building and now own all the appurtenances there, so the possibility of revenge was reduced to 0. Since each man from the gang had a dozen pistols, which is quite a lot against 2 practically unarmed people. In addition to the Balanda and the Tiger, 3 other equally dangerous gangs have gained a foothold in the city, among them the most powerful gang of Wild Sands, located to the east of the city. Its leader has more than 100 men and 20 cannons, which is also quite dangerous. Next in strength was the giant bear bandana of the north, the leader of which is the brother of Xiong. This gang is dominated by a variety of explosives, grenades, and the most powerful gang of flying eagles in the south of the city, with less than 60 men in the hands of a leader and everything withstood or so cannons. But they are stronger than all the gangs combined. Therefore, even if they are weak in numbers, 3 other gangs do not dare to provoke them, and in the end, 4 gangs are responsible for their part of the city. In addition to the 4 main bows, there are also a few leftovers, which were collected with pipes for a minimum number of people and weapons. Even if they don't have their own base, they can live like the rest of them, and move from one point to another southeastern city, and now there are less than 1,000. After listening to all the information that the girl laid out for the young man, he concludes that in a city in which there are less than 1,000 people left, you can call it post-apocalyptic. The next question was the location of the city vault, which the young man had been so intent on getting into lately. The girl didn't pay much attention to it, as the bank was robbed right after the apocalypse and all valuables were seized, and now it's just useless. However, the gold could have been hidden in the building where the Wild Sands gang used to be located. There was the largest bank in the city, and the money must have been kept there under heavy supervision. And if you consider that the gang of Wild Sands is a magnet impossible, it will indeed be very difficult for the young men to draw out all the gold that is there, if any. Wang Bing wasn't stupid enough to break eggs at me, so for the next few days, they stayed in the same place for the next few days, never going anywhere. Over the past few days, it was when I was able to see people passing by below, and they seemed to be members of the Tiger's Head. But since the building was surrounded by zombies and those people still didn't dare to approach it, much less think that anyone dared to live with the Walking Dead. It was also time for the young man to return to the real world in order to stock up on new supplies, as well as sell the treasures he found. Finally, open your backpack. The young man shows the girl food, drinks that he bought for her, shows how he will survive if he gives her all his supplies. Assuring that everything will be fine, he only asks the girl to accept these so-called gifts and hide in a safe place, waiting for him to come back. The young man's absence was supposed to last only 7 days. And so the girl shouldn't have worried, but only taken care of herself and waited for him to come back for her. 7 days is a long enough time for any actions and feelings. And during this time, the girl managed to become attached to the young man. Throwing herself on his neck, she began to embrace him tightly, and his heart began to beat faster, which the young man could feel with his own body. After spending many days and a week alone with the girl, it was difficult to let go of someone. KTT became quite close, even because of such a short period. But no matter how much the girl wants the young man to stay, he had to leave, but he kept assuring her that he would definitely come back. Looking into her eyes, he continued to hold her back, and also said that he would bring more delicious food when he returned. All he asked for was for the girl to take care of herself until he returned, so that they can share together what he will bring from the world of reality. In response, the girl only silently nodded her head, since it was quite difficult to say anything now. Emotions overwhelmed her to the brim. We gathered all our strength. The young man checked his things at the end, decided that it was time to move. Though he didn't really want to leave either. He wasn't supposed to say where he was going back, but the last few days together had made him realize that the Shao were reliable and seemed to be an important person to him. Which is to say, he was the one who got her into trouble by getting involved with the Tiger Head gang. And so now he must take responsibility for the girl's safety. Behind the closed door, a girl sat with her back against the wall, an unknown feeling of emptiness settled inside. The young man kept looking at his phone, counting down the seconds until he returns. When he returns to the real world, then reselling jewelry and gold to return. When the clock showed 12, it was at that moment that the girl literally flew into his room, intending to say something last. Instead of the young man, she was met by the deafening silence and semi-darkness of the room, which forced the feeling of longing and sadness to return to the girl again. In the starlight and in the glow of the city, as the evening came into its own, young people sat on one of the benches in the park, and the evening was gaining momentum. The date would have been romantic enough if the cute girl hadn't come across some pervert in her companion. Deciding that sex on a bench is very exciting. The stars and planets where the girls were still favorable, as Van Ben appeared literally in the next bush. He shakes himself off, he turns around and sees this very young couple who are shocked, looks at him and apologizes for interrupting them. A breath of fresh air spreads through your lungs, an extraordinary sweetness after being in a post-apocalyptic world. It's like paradise. It's a really great feeling, especially when you consider that his backpack is now filled to the brim with gold and other gems. Initially, the young man wanted to call his girlfriend and tell her that he had already returned and that they were now extraordinarily rich. I dial a familiar phone number, he hears beeps. And when he is answered, he says that he misses him very much and wants to see him as soon as possible. The girl said that, of course, she was glad to see the young man, but she was now very busy with family affairs, so their meeting should be postponed. Hearing that the girl's family is choosing a new home, he offered his company and the role of advisor, wondering in which neighborhood the house they were looking at was located. The girl's acting skills earned her respect, as instead of her family, her companion was another man who cuddly hugged her waist. Turning to her companion, the girl hisses softly, telling him to leave, as she doesn't want Wang Bing to know about it. But the girl's companion does not back down and, leaning over to her ear, says that as soon as she opens her cards to the young man, he will help her with the down payment for the apartment. Then, at the end of the phone, the girl tells the address of the real estate office, where she will be waiting for the young man. This guy jumps victoriously for joy. Next on the list was to sell all the jewelry, the gold he had found to buy his beautiful girl villa and surprise her. Local pawn shops are famous for their extraordinary demand. All kinds of visitors come to it, offering even more versatile things. And now, when there is a sore throat all dirty, beaten and with a characteristic smell in front of the girl, I wonder where the manager is not even surprised. Only by covering her sensitive nose from the smell, she says that if he has any questions, he can talk to her and call the manager, who is not necessary for this. Despite the fact that the girl was not very pleased to deal with another poor student who came for financial assistance, she was still interested in what she needed. But if the young man had nothing worthwhile or important, then it was not worth interfering with the work and leaving as soon as possible. Let's start small. The young man forms one small pebble. The girl asks if she can look at it, estimating the cost. Without looking too much, the girl takes a pebble in her hand, asking if the young man knows something. He can call the police for counterfeit goods. Our stickers began to move, and other people began to move, and the girl kept shouting that the fearless young man was going to deceive her. If he did not leave the place immediately, she would call the guards. Turkey continues to persuade the woman that she should look more closely and not call him a liar, but even better call someone who understands the matter better. The young man decided to go in search of a more worthwhile specialist than the girl himself, but he was stopped by one of the men. The man who approached turned out to be a manager and a first-class jeweler. Therefore, she suggested not to stir up a scandal and to make sure of the authenticity of the stone for yourself. Decide that there is nothing to lose. The young man forms a small red pebble for the man. I hope that at least he will be able to appreciate the value of it, having received a ready-made shining pebble. And the man is astonished, while the blonde girl continues to shout that this is a deception, nothing more. The manager yells at the girl to cover her mouth. Yes, she made tea for this gentleman, for he had brought them something very valuable. Here the gestures are even more silky than the man asks before. What is the young man's name, and offers to go to the VIP room to continue the conversation there. I continue to look at the young man, at the precious stone. The specialist asks again if he really wants to sell this stone. Everything was decided at the very moment when the young man first saw them. Therefore, he only asks to tell him the price. I hope that it will be high enough. The price for this jewel should be quite worthwhile to satisfy the young man, that he might in good conscience sell him the stone. No matter how sloppy the guy looked on the outside, he had the audacity inside to walk around with such a gem in complete peace. All the manager had to do was stay calm and talk less, lest the young man go elsewhere. Young man, choose exactly the same tactics, keep silent and wait. But he worries why the man still hasn't named the price of the gemstone. But even if a person is in a panic, he should behave calmly, as this is a kind of psychological game. The endurance game went on. The man announced the initial price of 8 million, which was more than enough for such a jewel. On the outside, the young man looked calm and even-tempered, while the inner ones were all the cells of the body and jumped in joy from the announced prices. The manager has seen a lot of clients in his practice, and such calmness is not like a scarecrow. He decided that the price was too low and needed to be increased. He, averting any objection on the part of the gentleman, exclaimed that they would add another 500,000 to the announced price. He explained this price by the fact that in addition to selling stones, they have to pay not only for the design, and for processing, and personnel costs and various taxes. Emotions were raging inside the young man. He was about to say yes, as the man offered him another $500,000, damn 8.5 million. Putting down his can of Coke, he says that they have agreed. And if it weren't for the family's financial difficulties, he certainly wouldn't have sold the stone. The joy of a successful transaction, the manager casually asks what kind of family Mr. Wang comes from. Since his surname must belong to a noble family, it was not necessary for the man to know this. Besides, the family was not so famous, rich, so he decided to change the subject. As if by accident, he says that he has 9 more gems in his backpack by chance, and perhaps the man wants to buy them. He jumps for joy and literally hearts in his eyes. Because, of course, he needs them and he will gladly spend all his millions on them. Such valuable and profitable customers are always and everywhere appreciated, so the sweet, waving her hand goodbye, the manager says that she will be glad to see the young man again. Turning to his employee, the manager begins to scold her, as she almost broke a big deal with her character. Sitting in the car, the young man looked at the balance from his account, realized that now he had everything in chocolate in one fell swoop and so much money. The scheme was terribly simple. To sell everything found in parts in different places. The adabs did not suspect him of something was wrong. The taxi driver asks where to take the young man. This one gives the address of the real estate company, which found out earlier. Still dirty but incredibly wealthy, the young man walked into his real estate company, but he still felt uncomfortable. It was the first time he had been in such an upscale place, and he had never thought that he would be able to get there before. But now everything has changed. Now he is another rich man. He will buy a villa not only for his beloved, but also for his family. The young man's dreams are torn out of his thoughts, the voice of his girlfriend, and turning around, he freezes in shock to see his beloved with another. A nice realtor asks how the couple is doing with this house, and the young man says that he has waited for everyday life, so he needs to deal with something. Come closer, the young man asks who this young man is next to his girlfriend and what is going on. The girl lowers her gaze, her eyes run around the room. Her companion says that he will figure it out completely on his own. Bursting into mocking laughter, the young man asked the girl that she had been looking somewhere all the time and did not really want to tie her life to this beggar. Holding the young man by the chest, the girl asks him to calm down a little and not to talk about Wang Bing like that. Workers and visitors scurrying around began to gather around, because now something interesting was about to begin. Mistaking Wang for a migrant worker, people began to speculate about how he had been allowed inside in the first place. Didn't the guards miss it? Distracted from the standing hum around, the girl still utters those fateful words, which makes the young man even more shocked. For a young lady, a person with money and able to provide for her is more important. And if Wang loves her, he must back down. But the trouble is that he can also take care of the girl and her future. He went to another world for this. But the world is more cruel and the girl chooses the one who offers her more. Besides, she did not yet know about the young man's wealth. The girl's intentions were clear and unshakable. Initially, she wanted to resolve everything peacefully, but now it is clear that this will not work. The young man was more stern, saying that if Wang didn't shut up, he would break his fingers. Wang Bing was not one of the timid dozen who began to attack back, which made the girl even more nervous. They asked the young man to stop. The young man laughs again, realizing that the young man is more arrogant than he initially thought. Instead of hurling threats and empty words, Wang Bing lightly punches the young man in the chest. From the sharp pain and force of the blow, the man flies into the wall behind him. A shiver runs through my body, and plaster falls from the wall. Wang Bing keeps shouting, ready to strike again. The girl, on the other hand, screams in fright, because according to her plan, everything should be different. Turning around, the young man shouts at the girl, asking her to be quiet, as he no longer cares. He was hurt too badly. The sobering slap came just in time, otherwise there would be one more corpse in this world. The young man really needed to wake up and accept the fact that everything was over between them, the girl. And the fight he started is completely useless. She shouted that Mr. Lee was a more important person. And she doesn't want to stay with a man like Wang anymore. Running up to the young man, the girl fell to her knees in front of him, examining him for serious injuries. Life is truly merciless. And no matter how many years of relationships you have, the one who offers the most money wins. Just in time, a policeman was in the room. The realtor immediately reported that this stinky had to be arrested. In fact, in the current situation, it would be better if the young man voluntarily left the place and did not cause trouble. But so do need to serve guests. Although he doesn't look like a guest. Since the apartments here are expensive, and you can find them by the cover. The realtor believed that the external Hades speaks for a person, and if the boy does not drink for a year, he will not be able to collect such an amount. Looking uncomprehending, the young man asks again if this is the highest amount, since his budget is many times larger. A manager appears in the lobby. He is uncomfortable with the idea that the workers cannot cope with one young man. Wang Bing is still standing still, even though the workers look down on him. But his goal here is as clear as day, he wants to buy a house. The manager apologizes for his employees. And he says that this very minute he will solve all the problems of the young men. But if he's cheating and he doesn't have the money, he may have to call the police to deal with him. He had nothing to fear, and in fact he wanted to buy a house here. However, everything here is very low grade. That's why he's really not interested. The realtor girl was tired, screaming anger because the guy looked like a psycho and demanded to return the police, and the manager was just shocked by the impudence. Those present began to laugh at him, since the guy, apparently, was pretending and he simply could not afford to buy a house here. Ignore the people in the neighborhood, and the young men turned to their ex-girlfriend, saying that they hope she will not regret her decision. The young man was about to leave, but he is less deterred. I wonder at what price he is looking for a house, since there are ordinary houses. What they offer is not suitable for him. The young man knows his worth. And so the house is at least 20 million. The price should be right for him, but it is unlikely that he has any. And again the manager shouts to the horse that this guy is bragging too much. He will be satisfied with a house worth at least 20 million. The manager says that they certainly have something that will suit him. But if the young man is lying, he can easily take off his mask. The man explains that there is a newly built villa next to the Emerald Lake. But before buying it, shouldn't the young man show what he wants to buy for? Of course, there are no problems to show the remedy. However, the one who proves it will have unlimited power. If so, let the three who slandered him crawl on their knees. And while the young man can prove his worth, there is no problem in this, and the manager orders his employee and the police to fulfill the client's request. Everyone begins to talk to each other under the watchful eye of the young men. And he argues that, most likely, the manager just wants to bring the guy out into the open. They need to play along a little. The young man who was recently knocked out to you started shouting what kind of circus was going on here and why this person hadn't been taken out yet. He starts swinging his fists left and right, even hits his girlfriend and is already rushing towards the manager. His goal today was to show the young man who he was, so that the bath would finally get the gist of what was happening. But instead of injuring his opponent, the young man himself is wounded in the face with a golden scroll. In such a high-class place, you should not be too smart, because you do not know from which moment a gold bar of gold or something more precious will always arrive. The manager of the establishment is shocked. Could it be that his eyes were not lying to him, and the young man had just struck the young man with a bar of gold? Managers have never seen such a large bar of gold. Probably, it is not real, visitors began to assume. While the young man was trying to get the bar back in his backpack, the girl fell on her knees in front of the young man, examining his wound. The girl is still young, and she will have enough time to learn to appreciate someone who really loves her. As for Wang Bing, she is unworthy. The young man turned on his heels, walked away, leaving the girl in the company of his almost unconscious companion. The restless realtor keeps shouting that this young man dared to hit their client again and should be grabbed immediately. The manager only cares about the gold bar he just saw, and he cares even more about whether he is real or not, and besides, the young man finishes them off completely. Pick up your phone, he shows the balance of his bank account. They say it's just one of his accounts with the least amount of money. Just an incredible 70 million, so in his hands is also a gold bar. This young man is truly an incredible person. The realtor does not calm down, and now you assume that the young men are just playing a prank on them with some kind of photo, passing it off as reality. The manager falls at the feet of the young men, saying that from now on he is their most respected guest, and they will be glad if he spends his money with them. They say that their deal is certainly valid and he is ready to provide him with the best expensive villa. And it shocks the officer and the police officers even more. And then she turns to him, immediately forcing him to kneel down and apologize for his behavior in front of such an important client. In practice, this is probably the first time for all three young people that they have been asked to kneel and not just apologize. And also crawl around the hall 3 times. Countries and people have begun to nod approvingly, that this guy is really very rich, which means that the gold bar is real. Standing next to the young man, the manager is obediently ready to serve him, asking if he is really satisfied. Does it take anything else to make him even happier? While those present watched the crawling of the manager and 2 policemen, the young man was informed that as soon as he was in the mood, they would definitely go and see the villa. To summarize everything that happened earlier, the young man bought a luxury villa worth 30 million yuan, and not in a fit of anger. Only because he needed a safe and secluded place. Standing under a cool shower, the young man discusses the need to prepare well for the next return. Since he's waiting for jewels and a beautiful girl. In the university park, friends and Wang speculated that after everything had happened, he hadn't even spoken to them. Still, they're glad he's broken up with Chin. And I was also worried that my friend did not answer either calls or messages. Even though they've been cutting off his phone since morning. Looking at the phone again, one of the friends notices that he is receiving a message again that his account has been replenished with more than 1 million yuan. These scammers have already annoyed him. The author, a young man, received exactly the same message, and perhaps it's because of the site they were on last night that brightens up the gray everyday life. The best solution was to check in the banking app whether they really had such a great fortune. Entering a special bank approximation, both freeze in shock. Such a person was really looking for both of them were 1,000,001, but they did not understand how this could happen. Since none of them had won the lottery recently, they figured we'd call our friend to find out what was going on. First of all, however, his friends began to resent the fact that the young man did not even warn them of his disappearance and did not even dedicate to him the event that was happening in his life. The movements began to grumble that it was better for him to hide, since Mr. Or had a lot of connections, and it was better to contact them and wait somewhere safe. The young man didn't care, he was more interested in the question of whether his friends had received the money he had sent them, and they froze in shock, since they did not expect such a generous gift from him. But the young man says that it is still not enough, but he still hopes that his friends will accept this modest gift from him as a payment for the money he used to take. His friends were still in shock, as the young man kept suggesting that 1 million was not enough, and it was not known what he was doing to say such a thing now. The friends stand there, not understanding what kind of lottery their friend won, and ask to honestly say how much he has earned, for which he replies that it is about 100 million. The young man said that the guys always helped him and lent him a helping hand. And that's nothing compared to this and the future, they still have a lot to do. The topic of conversation went in a completely different direction. The young men were also interested in the fact that he broke up with his girlfriend and beat her new boyfriend. Indeed, it is better to hide if he is so rich, but there is no need to worry about it, since the young man first drove them at home. And later, he will definitely treat his friends to drinks. Life, or it can turn 180 degree, the most unexpected moment. Before, a young man worked part-time, was not busy with his studies to be with his girlfriend. But now it's completely different and he was finally able to come home. For such a long period of time to finally see my family. Because Wang Bing had moved so suddenly, his parents were worried about him and thought that something had happened to him, so he had to visit them. A lie for good was told by the young man, so his parents believed that he had won a lottery ticket and therefore brought some of the money home. He didn't want to hide such things from his parents, but if he told him that he was in a post-apocalyptic world, and what happened there, they'd think he was schizophrenic. The place where he was born and raised, as well as his parents, are certainly important to him, but he didn't come here only. Therefore, there was another important person for him to meet. On the threshold of one of the houses, he is met by a tall middle-aged man, who is also interested in the young man, since it is not even the holidays, and he has already arrived. The young man made a small request. He decided to discuss it over a bottle of high-end young if the master of the house didn't mind, of course. Such politeness, of course, was alarming, and if the young man had something important, then why not say it right away, so as not to waste time. This man likes to go straight to the business of youth. He loved hunting. He had a gun and an air rifle at home. But things have changed a bit, the government has tightened the requirements for weapons in recent years. So Uncle Zhao rarely went hunting in the mountains. Therefore, he began to lead a more relaxed, moderate lifestyle. Not immediately, he received Wang Bing as his guest. You wonder can also do for him as a help. The young man's request was quite modest, as it was due to the circumstances. He needed to defend himself. He asked a knowledgeable person for an air pistol. It is logical that uncles do not come to uncles with such requests every day. And the first thought that the young man had gotten into something illegal flashed through his head and made him worry. But he didn't have to think about it, because he was a decent boy. And soon he will graduate from universities with his classmates. They have found a remote place for an internship. He just needs protection. The young man has heard that there are many small animals there. And they've just decided to go hunt them, and of course they're not going to do anything illegal. Of course, my uncle agreed to put down his weapons, but only on one condition, that as long as the young man did not use them in killing people, he would be calm. Leaving the young man sitting in the living room, the man went to find the necessary thing and instead of a pistol brought him a gun and ammunition. This is the first time the young man has held such a thing, a real rifle in his hands. It is powerful enough to kill an entire boar. Also, in addition to the patron and the uncle, our uncle offers her to take an anesthetic, intoxicants. As it is also a good way to hunt animals, but even with this seemingly innocuous remedy, you have to be terribly careful, so if you inhale too much, you can say goodbye to life. It was really interesting and useful. So the young man gladly accepted it. I think that in a post-apocalyptic world it can come in handy. Uncle once again remarks that they must not be seen, otherwise the weapons will be confiscated. And there will be a fine, or worse, a prison sentence, which, of course, the young man does not want. Events went on as usual. After the young man took an air pistol and left some money for his parents, he returned to the city to his new home. This time, he not only cooked enough food and bought a mobile phone, plus 10 fully charged batteries for Xiao to last for the next time he's gone. He was also fully armed. In addition to the weapons he had already bought 7 new heads and a machete. He also took the detonators that were used to blow up the mountains. One day in the modern world was equivalent to 7 days. It was post-apocalypse, and he doesn't know what happened to Xiao in those 7 days. It doesn't matter, but she hopes she hasn't been captured by the Tiger Head gang. The time for teleportation had arrived, and he stood ready for battle, waiting to find himself again in a virtual world full of dangers and the walking dead. The system sent a warning that a living person had been found 10 meters away from the specified place and whether the young man was sure that he wanted to go to this particular place. Hoping it's Xiao. And he said he definitely wanted to be there and had to teleport there, yes. Seconds later, he finds himself in the same room he disappeared from last time. I'm glad that I'm finally back, so the place is the same. A new plan was in his mind. He had to find his girlfriend and then find more jewels with her to bring into the real world. The girl sat in her room with the last pack of goodies. She was the only one left with her, and if she had known that this would happen, she would have saved a little more diligently. The girl was about to burst into tears, but suddenly Wang Bing jumped out from behind the bedroom door. They say that he has finally returned, as promised. And he brought even more goodies. If earlier the girl wanted to cry from sadness and the fact that the yummy food was over, now she cries with joy that the young man still returned and did not leave her alone. The guy is really embarrassed by such a reaction, so he did not expect that the girl would be so happy to see him and cry. Or maybe she didn't want him to come back and was crying because of that. All doubts fade into the background and a girl with eyes full of tears throws herself on the boy's neck. And talking about my fears and worries that I experienced all these days in anticipation. The young man, hugging the girl, in response to the miracle, pat her back in the back of her head, saying that she is stupid. After all, he promised that he would come back, and of course he came back, as he always keeps his word. He asks her not to cry and to say that he has brought a lot of delicious and healthy things with him. And so they need to eat and talk about everything that happened in his absence. When your girlfriend notices the wounds on her body and immediately changes in her face, he asks what happened to her and where she hurt herself. During the young man's absence, the tiger head boss has apparently announced a reward for both of them, and now all the people in this world are hunting them. The girl was worried about her friend, so she periodically went outside to find out at least some information about him. I almost got into an ambush a couple of times. The young man stood digesting all the information. The girl didn't know how he left, but she risked her life for him. It really meant a lot to him. Turning to the girl, he pulls her closer to him, hugging her even harder. Yes, I went through quite a lot of events during these 7 days and must have been very afraid for his life. Holding the girl in his arms, the young man knew that he would make these people pay for hurting the girl, grind them to dust, and the whole gang. Xiao looked at the young man with her cheeks still blushing. For whom I was worried all these days, by which he told me what I had brought and many interesting things. He began to lay out his things, and the girls took a fancy to the Numat, which she immediately began to look at. And the young man talked about its power, firing range and other functions. The young man told me how. And guns silently. And the girl can take it for self-defense. And I was even happier with something, because I had wanted something like this for a long time. He also had a lot of goodies on the table, enough for a month for the two of them. The girl immediately pounced on all these goodies. Because if it's a dream, she doesn't want to wake up. And if she wakes up, she has to eat as much as she can, until then. Everything was very tasty and the girl flew away one by one. But she also wondered why the young man himself only sat and watched and ate nothing. Resting his chin on his fist, he smiled sweetly. He liked the girl when she ate. And he wasn't hungry. Therefore, I just watched the picture in a touching way. Well, it was just as wrong that he had to eat at least something, since the girl could not so ruthlessly destroy all their supplies alone. The young man agreed with the girl. And, changing the subject, he pulled a new phone out of his pocket. They say that he brought it just for her. The young man also had 10 more charged batteries in his bag, which will last for a long time, so the girl can safely use her new device. It was all very touching. Because no one has done anything like this for a girl for a long time. And even just to bring a delicious meal was already an act of many meanings for her as well. The girl was crying, the young man couldn't understand why, but all the parks were post-apocalyptic, her parents had died, and no one treated her as well as they did. And now she has this guy in her life. Wang Bing still calmed her down, telling Xiao to cry better. They would listen to the music he brought. After she's had enough to eat. After a while, there was less and less food. There was also a clash between tigers and bears, but only a few people were injured. The few remaining people are also leaving the area, looking for a government colony to find refuge in. So now is the best time to go outside. The guys were practicing shooting. The young man mixed in that the Xiao had a sharp eye and she was good with weapons. You note that the power and range of the air gun are a little small. The girl reports that it will be quite difficult to shoot down a person at 50 m. But in fact, there is nothing wrong with that. Fired at close range, the gun will still be difficult to see. And there is no sound from the shot at all. But will the two of them be able to destroy the Tiger Head gang and the Wild Sands gang? This is an issue that needs to be discussed initially. Is the young man really 100% sure that they can win? Although there will be no battle between them, they may be able to force each other's gang leader to be killed. By the way, the wind gold is quite heavy in weight and no one needs it. It is probably still stored in the bank vault. So he also needs to enter the bank building and preferably together with the Wild Sands gang, to destroy them once and for all. His goal is to wreak havoc among the 4 gangs. And in this way, it will be easier for him to find a safe place to store gold, but there is a question of how exactly he will do this. Especially for this occasion, the young man brought with him a detonator from the real world, which he is going to use against groups. If he uses the detonator to blow up the warehouse of the Tiger Head gang, then their people will definitely blame it on the Bear gang and start a war. The idea was really magnificent, the boy himself was great, and it's called killing by someone else's hands. It makes the girl delighted. The only problem is that there must be a lot of guards in such a place in the warehouse. So it will be difficult for young people to look inside. It is worth thinking about. Well, as it turns out, there is no electricity in the evening and they go to bed at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. And also the girl knows this place very well, as there are many passages and exits, they will not guard every entrance. So they can easily take advantage of one of them. In fact, it's very good. If everything is really as the girl said, and then they are very lucky, the mission will be easier than we thought minutes earlier. This gang dared to persecute the young men, then they would have to know their wrath. They should return to their hideout to rest and prepare, as they move out tonight, which is good news for the girl. Under the cover of night, they quietly made their way into the bank's vault through one of the passages, where there could definitely be no guards. Once inside, the young man looks around and notices a man sleeping on a chair right in front of him. His role in this place is unknown, but you should be careful. I really should have been quieter and walked past this young man to the 5th floor as soon as possible. Why exactly on the 5th floor? Everything is very simple. There are very few guards on the 1st floor, and this proves that their value is hidden on the upper floors. To follow the analogy, the 4th floor should be where elite key gang members stay. And their leader lives on the 5th floor, where the supplies are stored. So, their goal is to get to the 5th floor, find the place where they store supplies, and blow it up. The girl listens intently, nods in understanding. I take off my shoes, they make their way up the stairs on their toes, passing the sleeping man who was guarding the territory. The journey was short, but difficult. They had to sneak through the shades so as not to accidentally catch the eye of one of the guards or gang members. And stay alive. In the event that they were detected, the young man would draw his weapon using an anesthetic, thereby knocking out the so-called witnesses. On the same 5th floor, one of the gang members reasoned that there was less and less stock, which was quite bad for the work of the tea. The assumption that they would be able to hold out for no more than a month crossed his mind more and more often. And at that very moment, you and your girlfriend were watching the man. The man kept worrying about whether they could capture the bear gang, and if they couldn't, they had to, or sooner or later they would starve to death. The problem was that they had explosives and grenades. So it won't be easy to take them and they need to take food and evacuate from there, otherwise certain death. The second man said that it was better to be silent like that, it was very dangerous to talk about it, if he heard them, they would be in big trouble. Wang Bing peeked out from behind the wall, reasoning that there must be a tiger's room behind the boarded-up door. The men went the other way, and the young men, looking out from behind the wall, walked forward to the very door that was boarded up with beams. The sound of snoring like a bear came from the tiger's room, and the young men laughed softly. And they didn't pay attention to the next room, which was locked. Most likely this is the very warehouse they were looking for. She had heard them say that sooner or later the tiger's head gang and the bear gang would clash in battle. Should they provoke them? But now it is difficult to explain. He will leave again in 7 days. And the tiger's head gang still has a month's supply of time. And he can't wait. The easiest way to actually get them to fight is to make it impossible for them to retreat. The girl nods in agreement again. However, the tiger probably holds the key to the warehouse. And they don't know that if they don't come out, if they make a mistake, it won't be a warehouse, then everything will be in vain. The girl pulls herself together and is told that there is no need to worry. To which the young man turns when he pulls a hairpin out of his hair. They say that he will figure it out right away. The girl's ability is incredible, she could open any door with this wire. So this castle wasn't an obstacle for her. Xiao was really awesome. On the very first floor, where the man was still humbly dozing, the walking dead began to enter in search of something to eat. From the noise and movement, he woke up and immediately screamed in fear, as there was a whole army of zombies in front of him. There was also a commotion on the second floor, and the workers and gang members began to run away, as they thought that the bear gang had already attacked them. Xiao and Wang Bing entered the vault. There was no light, so they had to use a flashlight to inspect the room. As expected, it turned out to be a warehouse. The next step was to plant the dynamite and get out of here as soon as possible before they were spotted. Pay attention to the girl. The young man does not understand. He is doing something in his arms with a bag of rice. She says she'll be sorry when it all explodes. But you shouldn't take it with you, as the bears are heavy, it will be more difficult for them to retreat. And the young man will not allow the girl to starve. Screams were heard from the side of the corridor that a group of zombies had broken into the building, and the young people immediately began to hurry. The girl guesses that the walking dead managed to get in the same way that they climbed earlier. It was logical to assume that the creatures had been disturbed, so they had come here. And the young people need to finish here quickly, get out as far away as possible before they get caught. Subordinates began to burst into the room and reported that zombies were in the territory. You need to clean up or at least protect your territory. And he, coming out of his room, beats up his subordinate, Nog, because she asked him not to disturb him earlier, when he sleeps somewhere, makes him angry. The man goes on to say that, of course, he remembers what the boss told him. However, they have a big problem. It's zombies that have broken into the territory. He flies fast, as he does not understand how they were able to infiltrate the territory, as they are well guarding it. At the same moment, the boss remembers his vault and discovers a pogrom and a pile of bottles of broken wine, and again starts screaming wildly. His eyes calm down a little, and his eyes fall on the explosives, which should have exploded in seconds. He did not have time to react in time and flee from the scene. The gang members fall under the blast wave of dynamite, cast back. The first conclusion that the Tiger Head boss made was that it was the bear gang that had definitely planted the explosives. to destroy all their stockpiles. Rumors about this we settled down quite quickly, and already all the members of the Tiger Gang. And they believed that it was the Bear Gang that got into their warehouse and planted an explosive device. Everything turned out well for the young people, the plan worked perfectly. Now they were making their way through the air wire to the outside. Looking at the beautiful view in front of him, the young man thought that later they would unleash a war between the wild sands and the flying eagles. In the meantime, they successfully make their way to the exit in order to remain undetected and return to their hideout. The only thing left to do was to get down and out without bumping into any members of the Tiger Head gang of the Walking Dead. And the dead were heavy, they were breaking down all the doors and windows trying to come in and find their prey, so it was time to draw their weapons. The situation became tense with every second, there were more and more dead. Therefore, the young people had to defend themselves, but no matter how hard they tried, no matter how much they knocked off the creatures' heads, the dead seemed to multiply, and it became more difficult to increase in numbers. One of the members of the Tiger Gang jumped around the corner and started shouting at Xiao, suspecting her of having caused the explosion. They are a bear gang. The girl began to look around, assessing her situation. Ahead of her is the Walking Dead, voicing the sides of the other gang members preparing to attack her. And everyone wants only one thing, to bring the end of her life, when the dead and the girl copes, sending several with a clear kick to the floor. But it is not possible to dodge one, and the girl is already preparing to be wounded, to be infected, but the young man rises in time, defending the front. The head of the Walking Dead man is clear, quickly, without any noise, flies off in the direction of the caving, falls like a rag doll to the floor. Against zombies, it is best to use melee weapons, as they are a more reliable defense unlike firearms. So the girl pulls out her dagger, preparing to defend herself. And in her eyes there is a spark of gratitude for the fact that the young man arrived in time to save her from death. In his life, the young man has killed people and zombies many times in games, but in real life, he faces such a situation for the first time, so he is a little confused. Still, they need to come back alive. So now they will become comrades in arms, fighting shoulder to shoulder and protecting each other. Together, they rushed straight at the zombies in order to defeat each and every one and get out of this place alive. They find themselves in the house a few hours later, tired, exhausted and a little battered after a heated duel with the Walking Dead. Still, they were lucky that there weren't that many zombies, otherwise they would have died right there and their whole mission would have been useless. The mission took quite a long time, took even more energy. So now I had to replenish my supplies immediately with food and a good night's sleep. The young man pulled out a packet of chips. It is said that in honor of the successful completion of the plan, the girls can eat to their heart's content. If angels exist, then you are a real incarnation, since he brought a lot of delicious sweets and other snacks for the girl. As in the past, the girl began to swoop down on the food like a hamster stuffing everything into its cheeks. And why did they become even more plump? We have known each other for a long time, but we still managed to get to know each other very well. However, the young man is still shocked by this girl's appetite. Looking up from her goodies, the girl notices a can of beer in the young man's hands. I wonder if she can also take one sip. Well, for such a little girl Xiao, the young man brought a lot of juice and carbonated drinks, but he won't give her beer. The girl, of course, resents being called small, but in fact she is big and she has everything except her age. The young man did not succumb to requests and persuasion, only said that the girls should eat their own goodies and not taste all sorts of nasty things. Do you know how young children are forbidden to do something and immediately awaken a frenzied interest in it? That's how the girl was going to the can of beer when the young man left. While the young men were fighting the zombie army and the game system sent Vin some kind of clue. So now he wanted to study it in detail. Pulling out his phone and the light shells of the system, which said in a mechanical voice that the hint should be studied as accurately as possible. Of course, the young man considered it necessary to heed this advice, since in the future it could save his life and the whole situation as a whole. The system uploads the data to Wang Bing's personal attribute panel, while he humbly waits for his clue. This panel is necessary for the young man to be aware of various numerical indicators that affect him directly. And he knows, but thinks the system is wrong because he trains every day at school. So it's not clear why all the other attributes are below the norm, except for dexterity. However, this is not such a critical situation to worry about, as the values of the norm here are normal for a post-apocalyptic world. Due to the advent of the post-apocalypse, those who have survived to this point are much more physically healthy than in the real world. And although the young man was worried about his stats, she was worried that she just needed to use the gold to upgrade the system so that he could increase them. And the second update of the system activates in the secondary system with prizes such as some weapons, attribute upgrades and various skills to be useful in the future. The young man has become a Tomsk resemblance to the computer version of the game and it runs on a board. So he was interested in the question of how much exactly one upgrade costs. 20 was more difficult, since 1000 kg of gold was needed for renewal, which was equal to 400,000 million, which seemed quite a lot to the young man. The system offers everything, says in its mechanical voice that the player should not despair, because the deal is worth every cent spent. If he chooses the skill book lottery system, it will be able to learn the appropriate tax and increase his chances of survival. It is also worth considering that skills are increased, killing zombies will make the young man even stronger, and most importantly, he will be able to use them in the real world. And this was quite interesting, as such skills and attributes can become very useful in the real world. So upgrading your system is definitely worth it. It is worth thinking about the real world. Doesn't the young man want to become stronger, to invest money? It's also worth considering whether there will be any side effects as it gets stronger. For example, baldness, or something like that. Remove the system, what will be understood? So the young man smiles contentedly, saying that if necessary, he will call the system again. Based on all this, gold mining has now become his main goal, and the next outing will need to get as much of it as possible. As he leaves the room, he doesn't notice the girl, who is already snoozing nicely on the couch, emptying a can of the remaining beer. To say that the young man was surprised would be an understatement, as he really didn't think the girl was blaming and knock out half a can of low-alcohol. But as he gets closer, he realizes that the girl didn't stop at half of the jar he had left, but pulled out almost everything in his backpack. He carefully lifts the girl off the couch. He carried her into the room, although he did not expect her to be so heavy, as she looked so thin. Involuntarily, I began to look at her, running my eyes down her body, which caused a nervous drop of sweat to roll down her cheekbones. In fact, the girl had a beautiful body, a cute face with chubby cheeks and beautiful breasts. Slim waist and lovely hips. Her face is like an angel kissed, every eyelash is kissed, every ruddy spot, her nose. It was all beautiful, especially her plump lips were alluring. The body was just as beautiful. In addition, she treats the young man very well compared to his ex, and he thinks, you don't know what. Shaking his head and banishing the vile thoughts, he pinched his cheeks, for he did not want to be some kind of pervert. It is very dangerous to be here. Therefore, you need to go to the shower to cool down, otherwise it may not end well. Should the door to the girl's room slammed shut, somehow nothing happened. She got out of bed, upset that the young man had left just like that. She began to growl into the pillow, as if it were for a young man. She's just a little sister and he doesn't see her in any other more serious way. And now she begins to drive away those who came in voice, if they wrapped themselves in a blanket like a protective cocoon. Because she said it, the voice, and she's also very angry. Another day begins and the young people set out on the next mission in full combat readiness. Epic outfits, a business gate, eyeglasses, and powerful weapons were all theirs. So the success of the mission is assured. Calmly and busily, they were approaching their destination, when suddenly the girl stopped the young man, saying that he had to wait. The girl's sense of smell is truly unimaginable, as she sensed that somewhere a few kilometers away from their location, someone was eating appetizing meat. The young man chuckles, as the girl thinks about food even during the mission, but notices that it really smells very delicious. Wagging her tail, the girl moved forward at the smell of meat. But the trouble is that it could have been a trap and you had to be more careful. The girl didn't listen, she ran forward. At the same time, at the smell of meat, the gang members ran away, preparing their weapons. There was no goal to attack the young people, and the target was also food. They wanted to take this meat, which will warm their souls today. Xiao and Wang Bing's gang were watching from the rooftop. Caution was still a priority for them, so they decided to take their time. The view from above wasn't good enough, but the young men could still see the tiger's head and the gang members present. The green-haired man's name was Chan, and he was the leader of a small subgroup in the Tiger Head gang. However, he knew that they were short of food and came to the shark gang. Information that this man is a former member of a wild shark gang. And she could play into our hands very well in the mission. Behind them, screams are heard, and they are told to stand still. Drop all available weapons, otherwise each of them will get a bullet in the back of the head. The order came from the young men. So it could be assumed that they were members of other gangs. In the woman's voice, Chan recognizes an acquaintance. It turns out to be the policewoman Miao Tam, wondering why they are here. The man begins to explain what they have learned about the betting company. It had been a long time since she had eaten fresh meat. So I thought I should bring the guys here. Young people watched from the roof. The girl filmed that the girl's name was Miao Yun, and she was an officer before the arrival of the post-apocalypse. After the apocalypse, she began to use this house as a base. And her team has an old cop who is her senior. In addition to these two, there were several other children, women, and all of them had no fighting ability. It was logical to leave from there, but there were also wounded among them. A girl protects everyone if she cares. So we can conclude that she is indeed a very loyal person. Bombad wanted to help in part, most of all he wants to defeat a gang of wild sharks. So helping these people is a nice bonus. The girl continues to inquire from her hideout. After all, they have so many people in the shark gang. And why don't they go hunting to find their prey? Not everyone is so lucky, as the girls are her ally. The men have gone out and returned empty-handed several times, so you will have to disturb other people a little. And a man does not ask for only half to provide for himself and his comrades and not to die of hunger. From the darkness of the room, another man watched with the girl outside and claimed that the best option for them would be to agree. But the girl knew these people well enough to know what they were capable of. If they give up the slack and give in once, then they will come again. But next time, there will be some boundaries. The man began to shout that he had shot the wild boar, and the sharks should not even try, they should not take it away, so nothing will work. The man was not going to give up so quickly. He kept saying that he knew that the policewoman had a gun because of the gun. And there are a lot of them here, so a bullet won't suffice. At the same moment, a bullet flies through the boarded-up beam from the dark room, shot through the shoulder of one of the gang members. The girl comes out of her hiding place with a weapon in her hands. They say that if a man wants to attack so much, then let them attack. She rearranges everyone to the last one. They do not tolerate delay. They began to advance. Since the girl acted disrespectfully, attacked one of them. The shooter has also now fled the scene. So it was necessary to knock on the door as soon as possible to catch him and avenge his wounded comrade. She realized that they were really running low on ammo and could lose if they continued firing at this pace. The others must be coming up the corridor by now, and the girls should stay here. In the meantime, the man went downstairs to kill them. From the roof of a nearby building, young people are still watching, deciding that they need to go down and help right away. Wang Bing gave the command to prepare for action. The girl drew her rifle and aimed at their shooter. Sure enough, with a direct hit, it pierces his head at speed, causing him to let go of his weapon and fall to the ground. The leader of the gang turns around, looking in shock, as he could not imagine that there were snipers here. How was this even possible? The girl who had been hiding in her hiding place came out. It was a great chance to attack, so she aimed her gun at the man. A bullet hits a counting gang member and also shaved in the shoulder, forcing him to collapse exhausted. Then he shouts for the men not to stand there and quickly grab the girl and shoot her so that she stops killing them. And another member of the group has already aimed her gun at a police girl, but a bullet flies into his arm, from which the gun flies to the side. I aimed at the shoulder, or better yet, at the head. But she missed a little, so the bullet hit her in the arm, but it's also better than nothing. Realizing that there is another sniper somewhere here, the man commands his gang to hide in order to stay alive. The policewoman was still watching from her hideout. I was shaking my weapon at the ready. Did anyone really decide to help at such a moment? He doesn't understand in shock what a completely brainless person dared to go against them, against wild sharks. The girl took advantage of the fact that the men ran away and began to go down the stairs to help her eldest. There was a battle. In one of the cash spans she saw him, wondering how things were going. To which he gave the go-ahead that the two managed to get in and he killed them. Down the stairs there were indeed two bodies that were already dead, bleeding profusely. And the man kept wondering why the girl had come downstairs. It has been reported that the opponents do indeed have more firepower than they do. But it seems that someone has already decided to help them. The arrows of the wild sharks suddenly spotted and must have taken them all out, and Chan noticed this, so he paid the compensation. The gang members are standing there, catching their breath, trying to figure out what to do next. They have lost several people from their team. Didn't he say that there were few of them there and that they would be able to break through? The boss comes out from behind the wall, saying that it was his information that was unreliable. And it's his fault that this happened. He comes out from behind the wall for good to talk to the Meow officer. The girl is shocked, wondering if Lin really wanted to talk that very suddenly. But so be it, she'll listen to what he wants. The only request is for the girl to persuade her friend to let them go, to forget about what just happened, and they promise that she will not bother them again. In fact, young people do not even know who this shooter who shot half of the shark gang is, and what to do is also do not understand. However, the leader of the gang does not necessarily know that this person is not on their team. He needs to hold his stance to the end. She yells to the unknown shooter that the wild sharks have sworn in so far or their actions. So sit down and leave the necessary miserable life alone. Xiao turns to Wang Bing, wondering what they are going to do now, but all he has to do is wait and shoots when the young man gives the command. And then the young man shouts back that of course they will let them go. This time they are so good so far or in their actions. Wild sharks come out of their hiding place for cover, says this man seems to genuinely want to help the young people. As the gang members emerge from their hiding place with the idea that more people will come to kill, Wang gives the order to shoot. But only one of the gang members is hit by a bullet. And others, who don't understand, look because they have decided that they have already been spared and allowed to leave. The female officer also doesn't understand why the unknown sniper starts attacking anyway. Is this how he provokes them? One of the gang members covers the boss, saying that it's all because of him. But he does not want to admit his guilt at all. The boss himself believes that if anyone should be blamed, it's the guy in the shadows, who did not keep his word and continues to shoot them in turn. The girl clucks under her breath because the boys have run too far and she can't shoot. Nevertheless, it worked perfectly. Although the rifle is not as good for her as previously assumed, Wang already turns around, telling the girl to wait for him here. But wasn't he going to talk to these people alone? And Officer Meow can be very cruel. She is in no hurry to leave the shelter, but the young man does not dare to hurt himself. Moreover, they will put the girl at risk. Former officers are watching the territory of their hideout, trying to see the shooter who will help so much. Holding a packet of chips in his hands, the young man comes out, raising his hands as a sign that he is ready to stand and there is no point in attacking him. There really was nothing wrong with his intentions. And all he wanted to do was talk calmly and discuss the situations that had happened earlier. Well, where I was interested in who he was and what he was going to talk about with them, or if I went to talk about food, they would naturally refuse. All the young man wanted was to work in a team. In addition, there was too much food for him and he could even share it with the guys as a gift for the first meeting. When I heard that someone wanted to share food with them, the officers perked up, because they really needed food, but they didn't want to admit it. So the young man suggested another option, maybe create from the gangs and give them both a stable existence, also doesn't want to waste time and talk right now. The word that the young man can get rid of all 4 gangs is too dubious, and the officer should be very careful because it is dangerous to take his word for it. You'll have to see what the young man was up to, but it was interesting. So he was allowed to go in, but not to do anything stupid, otherwise he wouldn't be left alive. I continue to assure you that there is nothing to worry about. And the young man walked forward. He only wanted to cooperate and help these people. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the so-called shelter, a pistol was pointed out of the smoke, forcing him to stop. The officer ordered the girl to stand still and put everything he had with him on the floor for checking. While the girl continued to hold him at gunpoint, the man began to check the young man's backpack for piercing and explosive weapons. The zipper of the backpack opened and a beautiful picture stood in front of the man. The backpack was stuffed to the brim with food, which made his eyes sparkle with happiness. The young man could really give it all to the young people. But the only thing he asked for was cooperation and normal relations. We could talk quietly when we went up to the second floor. And the officers accepted all the conditions for cooperation and were ready to work. But safety was paramount, so the officer still had the young man at gunpoint. But it was necessary to be careful not to accidentally pull the trigger, otherwise there would be no cooperation. Looking back at the young man, the male officer was interested in the outlet shooter who had so selflessly helped them get rid of the gang members. He was greeted by those present in the shelter, and he saw many women and children who were hiding there. And the children looked pale and looked at the young man with a kind of fright. And it was clear that they saw strangers very rarely. Like the children, the rest of the audience was wary of the guest, as in their world it was not surprising. Because you never know from which side the danger will fall on you. Odessa, in such an environment, it was very uncomfortable, you didn't know how to behave, and what to say was just a nice smile and shake your head. The officer explained that everyone had not survived the trouble before she took them in. Therefore, everyone is very careful, but the young man understands everything. Looking at the weapon to the girl who has already hidden it, the guy suggests that the girl still trusts him and you don't have to worry about your carcass. She asks what your purpose is for the young man's visit and why he began to help them, risking his life and ammunition. The young man wanted to cooperate, he wanted to deal with knowledgeable people, to have loyal allies in order to repel a gang of wild sharks. But it sounded like the ravings of a madman, and since there are so many fighters in this gang and all unarmed, to go after them in such a group is suicide. The male officer also shakes his head, musing that the guy doesn't seem to know how dangerous, cruel these people are about to fight. A little boy jumped up from the table to address the young man, as he had astonished him with his words about defeating a gang of wild sharks. He kept looking, the young man in front of you, his eyes sparkling, as if he had seen his favorite superhero, whose name the young man never was. Wang Bing stood there chuckling as he didn't understand what this boy was talking about. And even more so, I couldn't guess what this moment was thinking about here. And I can't read it crazy, but it's worth thinking about now. Fighting a gang of tiger heads and a bear gang, all that remains is to light a fire between sharks and flying eagles. And if they really kill each other who and thus the city they will remain a great organization. However, the girl is still not interested in this proposal. First of all, she worries about the life and safety of her Eternals. Despite the fact that this is a great opportunity, but in this case, the girl will have to take not only children with her, and this is a big risk. In addition, her seniors have not come out of the wounded leg now, so this complicates the situation even more. The girl is not really interested in fights with gangs now, she just gathers enough food and will lead the victims out of the city. But it is worth thinking again, before the young man understands that the girl is also worried. However, if she helps, he will bring them even more food. A mischievous boy runs up, showing the girl a backpack full of food. They say that the young man is definitely not lying, not fulfilling his promises. All food is indeed a luxury in this world, but he has 100 times more of this food at his disposal than they see at the moment. Girls, officers, the question of who this young man is, where he gets weapons and food, and what games they are plotting, still does not give us. As if mirroring the girl's thoughts, he says that he understands her interest in him. Yes, but you don't have to worry about it, just answer if she wants to cooperate with him. If she does agree to work to get food, she doesn't have to go out to look for it, and she doesn't have to worry about getting hurt. Turning to a senior colleague, she asks what he thinks. He makes such a decision alone, quite disrespectful to the rest of the team. In fact, if the girl thinks that everything is fine, then the elder and, of course, supports her point of view and will be on her side. The girl is tormented by doubts, she runs her azure eyes on the floor, trying to gather her thoughts in a pile and give an answer. Indeed, when you are offered a helping hand, it is better to fight than to hide and live in endless fear all the time. The girl's wards do not want to be a burden for her. If she is worried, no one should do it, they will help her no matter what it takes. Yet take such a risk. This is reckless, as it can cost the guys their lives, and the girl will not forgive herself for this. The youngest boy says that he is not a coward and that he will help the good young man himself if the mistress does not calm down and accept help, telling the girls to calm down. The boy himself is not going to calm down, since his parents were killed by wild sharks and the time has come to take revenge. The young man sits down on his knees in front of the boy who is about to shed tears on his childish chubby cheeks. Wang Bing subdues him. He makes every decision he makes with good intentions and only a desire to protect them. It is worth the boy to think that if the girl was really not afraid for him, she would have already left him and gone somewhere else. The boy should have apologized quickly, because he really was wrong, and he shouldn't have said such things in such a tone. The boy, does not spare him with all his might. They give him a therapeutic slap on the back of the head so that he thinks next time. So does he really think she doesn't really care about their safety? And she can't wait to bring the sharks to justice. The reality is that the situation does not allow this, they do not match their firepower. Wang Bing said that he would be able to fight a gang of wild sharks. Well, he has neither an army nor a huge amount of weapons against them. He started a fight between bears and a gang of tigers, and it was only natural that sharks and flying eagles would be next. The girl is the only one who can help him, as her eldest is injured and cannot walk. And the rest are just kids who can't do anything, but that's not a problem. If the girl agrees, then she should hurry up, she should not stand still, but go get ready, so the young man is ready to get down to business. I turn to my wards, she says that they should also all gather, since they will move to a safer and quieter place. Wang Bing smiles, because the moment has come when he has found reliable teammates with the help of his logic. Wild sharks have left their weapons behind, among them a pistol that is quite powerful. However, too loud and young people can be caught with it. The young man offers a different weapon, and when they are combined, children and elders eat sweets that they have only seen in books before. Officers, I am surprised that there are only 2 of them and how they are going to fight sharks in such a composition. But in reality, there are 3 of them, as the girl just joined the cheating team. Giving a little compared to an army of sharks is not really worth worrying about. Since Sioan is a bad marksman. Behind, the elder remarks that the beer that the young man gave is very refreshing, so it is expensive here. He is very generous, the young man gave it away. Of course, there were quite a few of them, but due to the carelessness of the boss himself, there were 2 or even 3 times fewer of them. As it turned out, beer here is the same price as bullets. It is not for nothing that 1 can is exchanged for 3 packs of cartridges. The elder Lycan checks, says that it is really very tasty, refreshing. Cigarettes would be even better. It will be difficult, but he still promises that next time he will bring more, even more. To satisfy the desires of those present, I turned to the girl, the officer, and he said that she also had a jar for her. So she can calm down a little bit and relax. Her eyes glow with stars, as it is a very precious drink that she has not drunk for a long time, and she is very grateful to the young man for this. The girl decided to take a little emotional break and distract herself with something relaxing. It's like a little girl asking for a jar for her, too. Such an adult is having fun with drinks. Vanna calls a backpack of goodies in front of the children to get a glow embarrassed or stuff their bellies. They stared mesmerized at what you were doing, wondering if he could really eat it all. Sister Yun allowed them to eat some treats. But she set conditions that they could choose whether they could do one thing. Explosions were heard in the street. And it seems that the bear and the tiger gang have already begun their life and death battle. So the time has come. The young man grinned, for he had told the officer that he had not lied. And the war between bears and tigers has already begun and is in full swing. Yes, the girl trusted the young man. However, this is personal time, and she also had one question that she was going to give him. The young man has enough food to last the 3 of us. Why doesn't he escape? Why did he need to destroy all these gangs? That's because the 4th gang have done a lot of bad things over the years and the young man is sick of these atrocities. Now that he has the power, he'll take them away. Officer Miao holds fast to justice. The young man must not let her know that this is for the gold bars. And then he gives the little boy a gun for self-defense. Which makes him clap his eyes in shock, wondering if he's giving him a little boy a gun. Justify this by the fact that at least there are few kids. However, as a real man in this world with this gun, he has to protect his sister and sisters. Looking at his sister in June, he wonders if he can really take this gun to protect them. There, already relaxed, she says that if her husband wants so much, he can take a weapon for self-defense if he is very careful. It is also worth recalling what Brother Wang told him about security and self-defense. To which the boy just nods his head. Tomorrow the bath will personally take over his training in shooting and self-defense, so the boy will be fine. There are still doubts in the officer's mind. And the young man so easily lent a helping hand. And now he teaches you to defend yourself. He's kind of suspicious. To begin with, you need to have a good rest, and only then become suspicious. The girl announces that they will be nominated tomorrow morning. The next day, after a hearty breakfast, the 3 of them drove to the wild shark base. Armed and on full alert, Officer Moa knew the area very well. And so they quickly found the headquarters of the wild sharks. However, the base was heavily guarded, so they hid. They found shelter in a building close to the headquarters, from where they watched everything that happened. Take a look at the situation. They notice that you are only about a few gang members. There are pistols, the rest are nuts with sticks and knives. Those who have firearms should be identified first. This will forgive them the task. 2 guards are standing inspecting the area. When one of them retreats out of necessity, the second is immediately hit in the forehead by a bullet. Bring everyone else into it, sound the alarm, shout for everyone to hide and protect their heads from mortal wounds. With the rivers, turmoil and bullets arrive, all in a few kills, while the rest are literally a few trying to refuel. The girls rejoice with joy. It's like aiming not very accurately, but at one point, the young man grabs both of them by the heads, forcing them to duck lower. You couldn't be seen by the members of the shark gang. Their mission was over. Now it was necessary to bring problems to the flying eagles. At the Sharks' headquarters, the events were just as disturbing. When their boss stepped outside, she noticed dozens of corpses covered with sheets. Open a few of them, she realized that they were her people. And, of course, she decided that it was the eagles that attacked them and she would definitely take revenge on them. Everyone else also supports it, as the Bandai Bear and the Tiger Gang are now fighting, the only one who could attack them. So they will surely destroy them. And while all the subordinates were jubilant that they would definitely kill them, take revenge, and the eagles would no longer be there, the boss was more sensible and noticed that this was somewhat suspicious. Mono-flying eagles wouldn't dare to start a war with them, there must be someone else trying to provoke them. At this point, it's time to find out what happened between the bears and the tigers to get a better understanding of what's going on. The wagon train ordered her subordinates to find out if any outsiders had appeared in the city in the past few days. You need to call all the people who work in their gang, and in such a situation you need to strengthen your strength so that you are not left with nothing. Yes, she really doesn't know who's behind it, but if the gang of tigers and bears also gets hurt, then she can take over the gang of eagles. Unsuspectingly, Bondarlogs was playing mahjong at her base at the time. The boss of the gang was just beaming with happiness as another beautiful day was coming to an end. He spent time with his friends. A quiet evening in the company of gang members and interrupted by one of the wards informs that a fire has started at one of the posts. All around, a breaking silence and rivers of blood, bodies lie on all sides, filling the space around them with the blood liquid. Wang Bing steps closer, collecting weapons from the hands of one of the dead men. Now she will have pistols for self-defense. Who would have thought that a gang of flying eagle gangs of wild sharks seems so worthless to them? Well, it's all because young people cheated a little or they are used to doing such things. So death is nothing to them now. Chow reported to the young man that she had carried out the order, set fire to the eagles as he had ordered. Their mission was complete, and it was time to go back to get in order and prepare for the next item in the plan. By cunning, in just one night, all four gangs were forced to act against each other. The war between tigers and bears has escalated, now these gangs will fight to the very end. And there is only one way out for each of them, victory or defeat. And, of course, there will soon be a war between flying eagles and wild sharks, for whom the outcome of the battle will be the same. And it's all part of the young man's plan. He will have fun watching their actions, realizing how smart, amazing, talented he is. In their free time, the guys managed self-defense and shooting. Here it was necessary to concentrate, be calm and aim. The targets were empty beer cans, which the young man had successfully missed for the past few hours. Is this even normal with 10 shots in not a single hit? In this way, he only used up all the bullets. He turns at the girl's voice and sees an officer in front of him. I wonder what she's doing and worry about him waking her up with his training. Maud Planet, like a girl, just went out for a breath of fresh air, and also said that she would gladly teach the young man how to shoot a pistol. Spreading sweet molasses, the young man will certainly be glad if the girl helps him. Since the clothes on her are very revealing, he naturally does not mind. But he has nothing to thank the girl for, on the contrary, it is she who should say thank you. Because he helped her find her old self. And here it is incomprehensible, since the young man of the girl knows absolutely nothing. He doesn't understand what it means, it's the old one, he doesn't understand either. Snatching the weapon from the young man's hands, the girl aims directly at the target, hits the first time. That's the real her. The girl turned out to be quite an accurate shooter that does not escape the young man's gaze, and he literally applauds standing up. This is not strange, since the girl used to be a police officer, she still has some skills acquired at work. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, in addition to the master, there were other companions with her, and they protected ordinary people. But as time passed, food became scarcer, and her companions quarreled and died one by one in front of her eyes. She began to question her beliefs, her principles, the world had turned into chaos and she had no one to defend. Then she found the children she guarded, and yet she lost all will to fight for justice. It's amazing that the girl was able to protect and subtract your cruelty, for bows and lack of food, it's really commendable. Yes, the leaders of these gangs used to be petty hooligans, pawns in the game. And she had already painted some of them. The young man thought that they were some important bigwigs and had definitely not been arrested. However, in an instant, they gained great power and gathered their own factions. The only thing left was the ex-policewoman to calmly look at their brutality and feel useless. But all this is completely different. The girl is very strong and brave, she deserves praise, she does not need to despair. It's a good thing that she hasn't become bad after the post-apocalypse husband, so she guards her territory and protects defenseless children. That she is no less than Wang Bing. And he wholeheartedly admires all the work done by the girl. In any case, the only thing that matters is what is happening now. The officer said that she was teaching the young man how to shoot, why not start it? In fact, it is very easy if he wants it, but here he will definitely succeed, you just need to tune in to a good result. And then everything is simple, as soon as you understand the essence, you will follow the feelings, you can become a skilled shooter. You need to aim exactly where you are going to hit and focus on your goal without being distracted by anything else. Then just hold the gaze of the muzzle and the target is at the same level, not higher, not lower. The main thing is to feel your goal. The young man realizes that he feels more than just a goal. And the girl pushes him, they say that then there is no need to wait in vain, to pull the trigger. The bullet hits the target, the young man jumps for joy. This is how he finally succeeded, after hours of training. It's a very cool feeling when you hit the target, just worked hard, and then your skills definitely improve. After the young man destroys these gangs, they will definitely show the officer a beautiful world so that she can regain her former life. I can't believe her ears. She asks again if this offer to go with the young man in his life is accurate. A new promise flies out of the fat young man. As soon as they finish all the business that is in this world, they will definitely get out of here. But it's too early to talk about it. It's better to leave this important conversation for later, and for now continue to train. Burning jealousy is not a pleasant feeling, but it is the feeling that all of her is experiencing right now. Watching a young man and a former policewoman. You, too, really wanted to spend time with the young man, accused him from behind and practice shooting. The war between the gang of bears was fierce. The sounds of explosions and gunfire did not stop in the city. Wang and Xiao were in charge of infiltrating the territory where the two factions were fighting and gathering information. The Tiger Gang did not give up until the end and finally defeated the Bear Gang. However, they suffered heavy losses, managing to survive only more than 10 people. On top of that, the loud noise has attracted the zombies, and now their building is surrounded by thousands of walking dead. When information about the panda's life leaked to wider circles, the gang of wild sharks moved forward in full force. The flying eagles sent a spy to the wild sharks to tell them that they were going to kill them. How dare they invade their playground? So they're going to kick their asses. They're going to show them the strength of their unity. The wild shark building has few guards left, and it's the perfect opportunity to sneak in, as there is almost no one to defend the area. One of the gang members is shot in the head. For the second, he already presents a pistol right to the back, forbids him to move. If he does not want to die, then he should cooperate with the young man and his companions. The young men's assumption turned out to be correct, and there were only 2 guards on this floor, one of whom they safely neutralized. Guards to let everyone else know that the food is on the top floor. I'm the only one guarded by machine gunners. So they're unlikely to be able to take anything. Nida and I, what did I need gold for? This one who immediately used it said that he was on the first floor in a warehouse. The man is interested. The young man shouts through us. He doesn't have to do it. It's none of his business. This one almost crying says that he won't ask unnecessary questions anymore. Passing through the territory, they did not come to the right place. The man shows that there are storage facilities at the end of the corridor and they have not entered for 100 years. He continued to persuade that his grandmother was not there, so his life was in the hands of these young people. And she won't dare deceive them. The top police officer suggests that the member of the bathhouse go there first in order to prove that the young people are really not in danger. The young man trusts the officer. She is very thorough in all the cases she undertakes, and the young man feels safe around her. As soon as the man goes forward, he gets angry. So even the wreaths around his neck swell and tell him to go forward one and prove the truth of his words. Everything is in the crosshairs, but that doesn't stop him from smiling comfortably. I think that the young people are just idiots who believed his stories. At the end of the corridor was a staircase to the upper floor, and they would not be able to see until they came closer. So it has an advantage. As soon as he can get to the stairs, he will definitely run away and notify the guys upstairs that strangers have made their way into the area. He's going to have to use all his strength to convince this guy to lock up the girls. He hadn't touched a woman in a long time. And now, fortunately, even two. He approaches the father of the corridor in this way, and looking out for the torture chambers, he calls the young man to him, saying that everything is clean, he can approach. Wang Bing waits, informs the girls that he will go first, and everything is the same. And kept his hand on the pistol moving forward. While the young man is translating, the man jumps out from behind the wall, saying that they are left behind. These losers will soon be killed by his brothers. He breaks into a run, as he realizes that they are screwed up and just can't let him escape. The situation needs to be corrected urgently. The man keeps laughing like a madman of contentment that he was able to outwit these three. He sees how, as if forbidden, the young man will then have fun with these two beauties, enjoying the moment. Suddenly, out of nowhere, something very frightening appears in front of him. He stops and looks straight ahead, but he cannot understand what is happening. The young men stop, removing the safety from the gun and also look ahead, trying to understand what is happening. Around the bend, where the gang was, they couldn't see anything, only screams for help, and seconds later they became quieter and quieter. Blood also appeared around the corner. One of the walking dead snuck onto the floor and infected the man. Well, now their problem has become much more serious. Everything would have been fine, but it was not clear how the zombies ended up here and why so many of them understood that it was better to get out of here now. They were right at the door to the shelter and needed to do something quickly. Yes, they needed the gold that was in the vault, but they also wanted to live. So, in the name of all that is holy, for the sake of safety, they had to get out of here as soon as possible, and they would still have time to take the gold. The policewoman turns around and informs her that, of course, she doesn't know what the reason is. And why gold bars are very important for young men, but they won't go away. The girl goes on to say that if these gold bars help them destroy all 4 of these bandits, they should not retreat. And they will move forward. Xiao supports, saying that now is a great time, although it is hard, but when will they have such a great opportunity again? And both girls are right, it's hard to want to, but it's a great chance. Plus, they can't be sure it won't be harder next time. In addition, he needs to keep statuses. How can he step back when there are such beautiful people around him? Brave girls who agree to go along with them. The three of them adjust their weapons again and aim directly at the heads of the walking dead. No matter how difficult it is, they will not retreat further. Zombies wanted to be devoid of any sanity, but also resolutely act forward and go forward and only forward. They succeeded. In fact, it turned out to be out of breath and a little beaten, but they could not defeat this pack of zombies and stay alive. When they open the door of the vault in front of them, they freeze as there are literally mountains of gold in front of them, but only the girls look excited. It's as if they see such a city of gold in front of them every day, and they are also worried about how they will be able to endure it all. There are about 40 tons of gold, and the young man is interested in how much it will cost if you convert everything into money. The young man Ishao flinches when the former policewoman informs him that before the post-apocalypse comes, all this gold has been returned to the state. They don't have the right to remove it. But then, as if sobered up, the girl scratches the top of her head, saying that it is her out of habit. And young people shouldn't worry so much. The young man realizes that the system needs all this gold here, and immediately begins to summon her, congratulating her as well, since the player has found a large number of gold bars. The system asks if the young man wants to update the system, but he only asks for information. How much gold is in this vault? A second later, a mechanical voice reports that there are only 46,000 kilograms of valuable material in the warehouse, and asks again if it is willing to invest in the system. The devil's calmly and stony-faced young men say that all this is gold and that all this is here, they carry with them. Taken aback, the former policewoman asks why, if they had such a hard time getting here, literally sacrificing their lives. The cunning girl joins in, saying that maybe they can't take everything away, but they can still take at least some of it. The young man immediately reassures the girls, saying that they just misunderstood him. This gold will not be taken by them, but someone else will help him. Knight says that there is a secret organization behind him, says that he cannot tell all the details now, but the girls must fully believe him. At the very least, because it was frightening that he would be able to take it all with him, his job was to find those ingots, to send the location further. The girl firmly believed in the young man's words. And they say that 7 days ago, when he disappeared, he was returning to the organization, because it sounds like the truth. The young man was glad that he was still lying, saying that the girl was right, of course, and everything was just like that. The female officer was more curious. And so I wondered what the young man's organization was doing, that he brought so much precious food. But he's not supposed to talk about it. In this it was only necessary to trust him, since his organization is very serious, and he must remain silent. The young man honestly swore that he would never use any of the girls, and would not harm them. The officer had been observing the young man all these days, so she was sure that he had a good reason not to say the information that interested her. So now he's going to send the location, and the girls have to wait outside and keep an eye on the front door. There won't be any problems. The girls saw each other, asked him not to stay too long, since after all this is the headquarters of wild sharks. The door closed behind the departing ladies, and for a few minutes the young man summoned the system to make updates. The boot started with the change, another system update was successfully completed, the auto-boot supernatural system space is also complete. And now the young men have a new ability, he only needs to think about the things he wants to move. Thus, if everything is done correctly, the necessary items or even a person will automatically be placed in the system space. It was really great. And this skill was quite useful, which could not but please the guy. Like a little boy, he began to jump on the spot, shouting that he wanted to place all the gold in the vault in the system space. The system gives confirmation that gold bars have begun to rise into something similar to a Rubik's Cube and gray there. The system reports that all the gold has been saved and the required amount has been subtracted, the update fraction has been subtracted, which was very cool, with a mobile space in the form of a small cube. It will now be much easier for him to collect precious things in order to exchange them later. Turning to the system, the young man is interested. If there are any more updates that can be useful in his subsequent missions. To move to the next level, he needed more gold, after which the lottery system would open. There, he will be able to spend his gold to win various prizes in the lottery, even though it is very expensive. But the young man thought it necessary. It's really necessary, as his fighting abilities are at a low level, and he always relies on girls. But as a man, he should not let the girls and protect him, he should become stronger to protect them. The renewal of the system was completed, the young man asked to open the lottery system, so he really did not want to spend all his money there. The lottery system itself was similar to an ordinary slot machine in some club, which surprised the young man very much. The price for one ticket was even higher than the notification itself, which was 50 kilograms of gold. That's right, it's full of interesting prizes. This made the young man very angry, as he had just spent a large amount of gold on renewal. And so he also needs to deposit an incredible amount for each draw. A new system with its familiar mechanical voice. I kept convincing me that it was the best value for money and he would not forget to tell me to invest money and make you stronger. In fact, you can spend money to become strong. In addition, now he has a lot of gold, which is not afraid to spend. In addition, he has experience. And like all the games he played since childhood, he was always lucky in European Kings. Taking hold of the lever, he began to pull it towards him, deciding that it was still worth trying his luck, so little hope that he would not be offended. If he gets super skills, he can fight flying eagles and wild sharks himself. Even when he returns, he cannot be afraid of it. The drummer with the inscriptions really stopped at super skills. The young man already thought that he might even be psychic. The new pine reels began to scroll further on the mark of increasing attributes, from which the young man became indignant. His eyes were watering with anger, as he had spent 50 kilograms of gold, an increase in agility. And he wanted a super skill. And the system scoffs, asks if the player wants to continue betting, and of course he wants to do it at least 10 more times. Gambling addiction captures you from the very beginning and does not let you go until the very end, and you will try, even failed. He kept getting some small prizes and spending more and more gold, but he never gave up hope of getting a super skill. No matter how many failed attempts he tried, and no matter how many rockets or grenade launchers he received, he continued to bet. He even won food, such as a pack of sharp sticks, although he could exchange precious gold for food in his real world. The moment when, after countless attempts, he came across a skill book, he began to literally shake the slot machine. He demands to show the attribute panel. Yes, he said that the number of his skills was increased, but they only increased by a few points. He also had a level 1 marksmanship refinement skill, which was unknown to him, so he asked for more explanation. In order to move on to the next levels in this continent, all he had to do was kill the right number of zombies. The young man spent a lot of gold, but it didn't get any good. And what if the chances of getting super skills next time are greater? Well, it was so simple and he could not accept his fate. Life taught him not to give up, so he demanded the system to make 10 more bets. But to no avail. It's certainly a little better than thank you. Except that he has 2 packs of sharp sticks and a bottle of mineral water for $2 billion. There are 2 more useful things, a box of ammo for the rifle, which is just the right amount of ammo to increase his shooting skills, and the second super skill is the flaming hand. He finally has a super skill to defend himself, and now he can defend himself in the real and virtual world. His system has only 2,000 kilograms of gold left, and this gold is not needed yet, unless the system needs it. The young man remembered that if he returns to the real world for just one day, then in the post-apocalypse a whole week passes. For the sake of Xiao and the officer's safety, he must deal with the wild shark gang, as the safety of the girls is paramount to him. The officer was sitting drinking Coca-Cola. Apparently it was the best drink in her entire life, as she was just beaming with joy and freshness after tasting. Sat down beside her, laughing a little, as her expression was exactly the same when she first tasted Coke. But based on experience, it would be much better and more refreshing if the drink was on ice. To think that before the post-apocalypse, they could drink Coke with ice anytime, but now it's a luxury for them. There was no need to worry. Wang Bing was wonderful. As long as they are with him, there will be no shortage of food and drink. The officer notices that when the girl talks about the boy, she looks incredibly happy. Does she feel something for him? Her cheeks are redder, then she begins to deny it, so of course she doesn't feel anything like that. A crossword puzzle moment. A young man who had previously been talking to the girls came into the room. I asked if they were all right. It has already ended with all its system updates and lottery betting. And so they can get out of here to rest. The officer notices that the headquarters of the wild sharks is now literally empty, a great opportunity to fight back. Our new way was better, now they don't have to worry about it, but help the panda flying eagles. The girl frowns. I wonder if she heard him correctly and accurately. Our lady wants to help them. The kind of a gang of flying eagles is the weakest. They have done a lot of bad things. Shaking their heads, they say that the girls heard everything correctly. In any case, they need to believe him. Now the best way to fight wild sharks is to support the eagles. From the headquarters, a gang of flying eagles at full throttle, the commander gave orders not to stop. He thought it was time to show these kids who was in charge while his men kept shooting at the people below. A red jeep drove up to the gang, from the window of which a man was peeping out. I asked my boss if it was normal that their people were all alone there. Well, the man clearly didn't care much about it, as it did for him. These people are just cannon fodder and something more. The network is snotty talk of loyalty, and just to brainwash them he sent them to the front to attract the main firepower. He sent these guys to die first, so that the Eagle boss could put his heavy troops at the main gate because they are in the minority. He has at least 4 times as many people as he has. Once the intermediate struggle of the flying eagles is over, the end will come. One of the gang members noticed that they began to cling to the roof with a highway along which someone was sorting out, and immediately sounded the alarm. Taking out the rations, he reported that there were a large number of people from the gang of wild sharks on the east side, and they were advancing here. Boss Orlevu heard this, became even angrier and shouted at her subordinates that they should move and defeat these sharks. An even greater hail of bullets rained down on the members of the shark gang, piercing each of them through them. Some members of the gang began to climb up the stairs to attack, as standing and catching a bullet in the forehead was not the best option. Only one of the gang members was able to climb upstairs and decided that it was about to meet with a member of the Bondar Logs for reprisals, when a bullet flew into the back of his head. The wild sharks began to turn around, deciding that these must be the same shooters who attacked them last time. One of the boss's confidants gave the order to go and search the nearest building, so most likely they are hiding there. This time, they should not miss them. Some people are going against them, which is unacceptable. The boss of the wild sharks was very annoyed by this, and even the subordinates' words about letting them go were even more annoying. With a wild shout, he growled into the walkie-talkie that whoever found these shooters would receive a sack of flour and a bottle of wine as a reward. The gang has been offended for 100 years in the opposite direction from the Wild Eagle's base, believing that the same snipers are hiding in the building opposite. The girl who was sitting on the roof was cursing quietly to herself, because these poor fellows had finished it. The leaders found out that she was there. She remembers Van's words that her task is to distract a gang of sharks. And after each shot, move to a new place, so they don't know how many of them there are. The girl is doing just that, the young man said. Since her whereabouts have been exposed, she needs to change her attack position as soon as possible. The head of the Bandarlogs commands and defends the northern, southern, western side and will never allow the enemy to enter the territory. One of the gang members runs up, saying that there is good news and the wild shark attack is blocked, but they don't know if anyone is helping them or not. The man is friends and cries out with joy, and as it must be a servant sent to them by God for unusual merits. The Flying Eagles don't know that it is he, along with an officer, helping them in the fight against the wild shark panda. Even if these two snipers don't defeat the gang, they will be able to hold them off for a while. In the meantime, the young man will wait for the right moment to act. In the meantime, he will only watch from the roof. The boss of the wild sharks started to get nervous. It's someone shooting, the Jihul can't find the location. They are unpredictable, they have already lost more than 20 people. And at the same time, the Flying Eagles have already begun to act. Do they need to keep attacking, or is it better to set positions? With an even louder tempo, the boss shouts that of course it is not worth continuing to kill, and those who dare to escape are shot on the spot. Suddenly, something began to happen. Boss Orlov did not understand at all. Why did these people gather around his base? Turning to one of his assistants, he asks, how many more firearms are left in them, to which the answer is that there is nothing left. He begins to realize that if the sharks rush in, they won't be able to escape. The only thing left to do is fight hand to hand. A shark drove up to the crowd, which had stopped attacking. This is the red test in which the shark boss has already aimed her cannon. And the young man watches everything from the roof, to see that the boss has finally appeared in sight, and it seems that the girls have managed to knock them out of their stride. The head of the wild shark stands impassively, in mockery, healthy with the head of the eagles, in full combat readiness to let the grenade launcher enter. Picking up a megaphone, he says that he will give the head of the eagles a chance, but only if he comes to his post and joins them. They promise to stop the offensive if he does, and besides, he must listen to what the head of the wild sharks tells him. And then continue your role. Eagles are not going to give up so easily. He will not be an errand animal, no matter in life. My pleasure. If you are confident in your abilities. From this, the head of the wild sharks, which lasts even longer, since he gave only one chance, and the head of the wild eagles voluntarily refused. Slowly using his weapon, he orders his subordinates that whoever brings the idiot's head will receive 10 bags of flour. They immediately began to drag ladders that they would climb up, and the opponents were already preparing cartridges. Bring the sharks into the boss. He decided to hit his grenade launcher, but after a few shots, he successfully missed. Hail kept flying towards the eagle's base, but only hit the walls, never reaching the target that the shark boss was aiming at. Although the bullets did not hit the target, the pressure was still very strong, which frightened the eagles very much. As soon as the rest of the shark decided to attack, while the boss was engaged in distracting maneuvers, an explosion was heard somewhere on the roof, which slowed them down. The bomb landed right into the thick of the wild sharks and another explosion rang out, scattering everyone present. Looking out of the window, the eagles realized that this man, sent by God, is really helping them in the fight against sharks. With the help of an unknown person, she helped them to finally get up and open fire to fight back the sharks. The eagles began to attack in response, killing some of the sharks, and those who remained alive also began to retreat. To avoid death, the long-haired man began to pick up his boss, asking if he was okay and if he was alive at all, such a serious storage on his body. Without saying a word, the boss looks around, not understanding. How could he not have known that Orlov had so much firepower? Wang Bing stood on the roof, stroking his cannon, which he had just fired several times, and concluded that the emission was light enough. And now, after such an explosive conversation, girls and boys are not threatened. He can be quite calm that he is not in danger. The eagles rejoice with joy, as they are heavy. Mayan have lost many people on the ground, less have been able to survive and even seem to have won. The boss of the eagles gives the command to bring his miraculous contraption and as quickly as possible, so that he can use it. He stuffs his grenade launcher into the storage system. The young man squeaks with joy, as this place of memory is simply wonderful, very easy to use. From the large speakers, the voice of the eagle commander began to float, who spoke directly to their unknown assistant. The man did not know who this man was, but nevertheless, on behalf of the Bandarlogs, thanked him for saving his life, and stating that he can contact them at any time if he needs help. Sparkling with gratitude, he goes on to say that if he needs help, if they can help, they will definitely do it. In fact, such loud promises, really loud at the expense of speakers, were not so necessary. After that battle of Habib, you lost a lot of troops. But the shark gang suffered the most, with more than 30 people left. The leader of the shark gang was seriously injured and the flying eagles had to recover so that the gang probably wouldn't dare to do anything else. There was no need to worry that they would again engage in battle against each other. So Wang bin Mocha returns to the real world with peace of mind. As they sat in their hideout, they drank the clouds of drinks, and one of the men said he didn't expect the three to cause such serious damage to the two gangs. It's really a pity that the former officer can't walk normally, otherwise he would also like to shoot a grenade launcher. The little warrior boy also began to shout that he too wanted to kill some sharks with his own hands, which only made the girl next to him roll his eyes. Wang Bing calms down, saying that in order for the children to stop swearing, they will have a lot of chances, they will have to protect them in the future. They again began to argue and talk. The boy kept plotting against the shark, Orlov, and other scoundrels. The girl rolled her eyes and snorted. The young man only concluded that most likely there would be no more fights from a gang of sharks or flying eagles. But they'd better find a new base just in case. Xiao turns to the guy, wondering if he really wants to move. Is it safer in a new place than here? They should go to the suburbs. Yes, there are a lot more zombies there, but there are fewer living people. So you don't have to worry about being attacked. He returns to his world, so the boys can stay there for a few days, and when he comes with food for them, they won't be able to find a better place. The young man reveals that he is returning to his main organization for 7 days or so for supplies, but this time he will return with a bunch of things. He was also interested in what exactly the girls wanted to eat, and he would definitely bring it. The wishes were not cloudy, we were as banal as a hen's egg, tomatoes or apples, and the young man said that he would definitely bring them all. The ex-officers were a little embarrassed to ask something new. He says that he will definitely meet their needs, and I should be ashamed to ask for it, as they risked their lives. And so, when all the wishes have been finished, the young men raise their glass, saying that now the time has come to celebrate their great victory. The next morning, they finally made it to the suburbs, which were full of zombies. Well, that's why the young man wants to move here. At least because from now on, he needs to kill as many probes as possible to improve his skills. Also for safety's sake, he gave the pistols to Bao and Nan, who took them from the wild shark so they could defend themselves. Yes, it's a bit ridiculous to give kids guns, but it's better if you're post-apocalyptic. In a world they'll have self-defense. The young man also presented his friends with a box with bullets, which should have been enough for all those present. Tomorrow morning, the first thing he wants to do is clean up the zombie area, practice shooting, and the young men can go with him. Of course, the children expressed a desire to participate in this. It was time to show the elders how well they shot. The former officer looked skeptically at the box in front of him, wondering if there are too many bullets in it. Xiao says that he will definitely fall down with the young man to shoot. The former officer declares that the girl is already a good shooter. Maybe they should do something else. Even though the young man won't be away for long, they still need to cook food. Why not go to the nearby mountains tomorrow and collect some wild herbs? The young man said it was a good idea. He had only eaten instant noodles all these days, so he's already nauseous. He'll be glad if they can bring some wild vegetables. So the girl decided that tomorrow she would go to the mountains with the officer, but although I wanted to spend a little time with the young man before he left. A little later, they went to practice shooting. The young man took the children with him and taught them how to use weapons. The sounds of the explosion in the zombies that he needed so much escaped, and he happily fired all the bullets at them. The children began to panic a little as they saw that they were surrounded by zombies on all sides. And quite a lot have already gathered. I said, ours stood like a calm rock. They say that there is no need to worry. Now all the zombies will gather here and the girl will see what all this is for. He began to fire the entire clip of his gun, addressing the children. Wang froze. He needed to practice shooting faster. The boy also picked up a gun, his eyes sparkling with sparks. He was already running to the edge of the roof to kill as many zombies as possible. It was easy to move around in the countryside, so the young man practiced with these two children all day before he realized it. Night fell. For the past few days, they have been repeating their daily routine of killing zombies using about 3,000 rounds of ammunition until they have discharged almost the entire territory. These kids were learning every day, and thus, now they are able to protect their people. Most importantly, his skills have also improved. Time and time again, the system reminded him that his shooting skill had increased and his shooting speed had increased by several points, as well as his accuracy in range. Young man, as promised, he went to the real world for a while, and when he returned, he brought a lot of different food, vegetables and roast pork, a roast chicken. But most of the credit went to the girls who spent a lot of time in the kitchen and all for the sake of what Wang had done for them. I wondered how I didn't expect them to do all this for him. He doesn't know why, because he hasn't done anything so remarkable. Until now, as a former officer, she found out that the young man was leaving. She wanted to cook a delicious meal for him and thereby see him off on the road. They went hunting together and fought vegetables and walked from door to door in search of condiments. Which is surprising because the girl has never done anything like this for others. The girl frowns, saying that if a man doesn't want to eat it, then she doesn't need it, but he can just leave. The young man thanks the officer for preparing such a wonderful dinner. However, this is similar to when she cooked dinner for those on death row. Also, the young man should thank Xiao well, since the head of the boar was left from the last time, but the pheasant was shot, and it was she. Of course, the young man thanks her, pulls her to him with his hand and tells her that they don't need to be nice to each other. After all, they are so very close. The girl blushes at things. She thought she was a very close person to ours, but you said that they were only friends in arms, which made her very angry. The boy jumps out from the table, asks if he can eat already. Since they are very hungry and I just can't wait. The young man inserts all the journalist's weapons into the guys, and they are worried about what he will do. Don't do it, only one pistol is enough for him to defend himself. The young man says that the girl leaves the capital, but the Shao is worried and wonders if she needs to go with them to help. But you really shouldn't worry, the girls can stay in the post-apocalypse and protect the others. He guarantees that he will return in a week. The girl believes that he has come back again alive and unharmed, as he promised, only to say that he will wait for him impatiently. The door slams shut, just like the last time. The young man just left, did not say anything at the end, which surprised the former officer. Youthful on the street, call the system names, deciding that there is no need for an extra appeal, and you need to start moving from the virtual world to the real one. Once in the real world, the first place he went was a cafe to relax and have a drink with his old friends. The sound of the glasses touching reverberated through the area. The young man was having a good time drinking with her friends. In addition to the exhibition, there was a lot of food, as the young man was very hungry, eating only instant noodles. He missed normal food for 7 days. His friends were surprised, for they did not understand the cause of the story of the Great Famine. And a huge amount of food ordered. The young man admitted that initially, he wanted to invite his friends, some posh expensive restaurant. He really missed meat, so at first he brought them to this eatery. In a post-apocalyptic world, you have to be on your guard all the time because of zombies and other people, but food is in short supply. Whereas in the real world, you can enjoy not only clear skies, but there is everything you want and when you want it. No matter what happens in the post-apocalypse, living in the real world is a great happiness, and the young man begins to appreciate it. Looking at the boy, his friends put out to whisper to his father, but they did not know that he had suddenly become rich, but he was also mentally moved. The position that it's all because of a broken heart, because the guys still remember that he suddenly broke up with his girlfriend. In addition, his ex's new boyfriend was looking for a young man. So words to be careful, but the guy didn't want to talk about it. Translating the subject, he was interested in what his friends were going to do after university, and immediately began to listen to their plans for life. Wang Bing wondered if his friends were interested in the jewelry of these marvels. Why did he suddenly ask about it? He began to talk about how he had some jewelry at a low price. If they're interested, how about they team up and open a jewelry store? In fact, the idea is very good. They can shell out the money that he gave them to the shareholders to look for. But the young man wanted to make the down payment himself, even if they won the lottery. Will this money be enough to invest in the business? This young man will leave his empty glass on the table, saying that he is going to shell out 20 million at the beginning of the business, as well as 2,000 kilograms of gold. And the eyes of the guys expand to the size of Saturn, and they immediately begin to calculate how much this amount of gold will equal in money. Calculations showed that 1 kilogram of gold is worth about 400,000 yuan, respectively 2,000 kilograms about 800 million, which makes his friends even more shocked. Did Wang really decide to put so much money into the jewelry business, because it's a very large amount of money? In fact, right now the guys shouldn't worry about it, he tells everything later, but now it's better to eat. Gold and jewelry were available, the young men were also led by the boys, and the boys began to exclaim, when he managed to acquire a personal villa. It is unlikely that he had been the child of some rich man all this time, and he had not gone to his villa to inspect all the riches. The guys began to cry for happiness. So much gold and the most beautiful dreams had never been dreamed of, and even if it was a dream, they did not want to wake up. They even jokingly began to kick and pinch to understand that everything is happening in reality. This is not a dream. And then they began to be cowardly. Wang Bing will be given to tell the whole truth about where he got these riches, and after all, he did not do anything illegal. They seem to say that even if he had the courage, he still wouldn't do anything illegal. In any case, it is worth going right away, where he instructed his friends to choose the locations of the future in the store, get a business license and trust him. Trust, just as he trusts these two, they also obey, because they are already in anticipation of what the future holds. The young man still hadn't had time to tell them about the actions, which also surprised them. And as it turned out, he gives each of them 10 packages of action, since they are both his partners. But they're all good friends, it's a shame to eat up the business, it's him who pays the money. So 10% is too much, that's what the guys decided. In addition, they are not good enough as partners, 10% is 10%, and there is no need to doubt yourself, because the young man believes in their abilities. Turning to Sin, he explains that the young man is an extrovert, so he will be in charge of managing the store and staff. And Han, on the other hand, is an introvert, so he will be responsible for the internal management of the company and at the same time studies the design of jewelry. When their company is solidified, they will open another investment company, because Sin likes speculation on the stock exchange, and when the time comes, he will be in charge of it. Family, they will be able to build a powerful business, an empire. The guys don't even know how to repay a friend for this, because it's just incredible. Interrupting the hug, the young man's phone vibrated, and the messages on the phone showed that the ordered goods had already arrived. A large wagon was parked at the entrance to the house, and the mail delivery men were already unloading their purchases for something. The young man had ordered a lot of wheat and rice flour. There were also a lot of vegetables and fruits, because the young man was not going to go anywhere. Does he want to hide from this place, Lee? Well, of course, he's not going to hide. all these things he bought will be useful to him for something else. One way or another, I do it. Our guys decided that while he was solving his own business, they would go and take care of the company's affairs. They were supposed to meet in one of the cafes, but the guys asked the young man not to hurry, as they had not finished yet and would come later than promised. But it was all right, the young man was very patient, and only calmly walked around the outskirts of his hometown. He spent more time in a post-apocalyptic world lately than here, so it's weird to go back to the real world really. Perhaps he has been in that world for so long that he has become so sensitive and depressed to the real world. He's grown up a little bit, having experienced life and death in that world. When he looks at these college students his age, he feels this beautiful time of youth. Or maybe it's because he's become so rich, his perception of everything is completely different than before. Indeed, if he hadn't found himself in a post-apocalyptic world, he would probably have hurriedly run out to meet the future now, after graduating from university. Really the best student in the opinion of others, but what if it is so in the face of all these people's hard work? All this is completely insignificant, but someone from above gave him a chance for another future, and he has this chance. His goal is that he is going to become a very influential person in both worlds, in the post-apocalypse and in his real world. Also walking through the park, he sees a crowd that approaches him directly and stops just a few meters away. The young man assumes that the thugs are most likely sent by that idiot Mr. Lee to teach him a lesson for the recent skirmish. Boldly and without any reservations, he admits that he is exactly what they are looking for. They are already preparing for anything that may happen in the nearest establishment. Thugs, I confess that this guy is very brave. He didn't even wet his pants or make an attempt to escape anywhere. One of the men, who appears to be the main one, asks if the young man has heard of his brother Don from the Black Tiger gang. In fact, in a post-apocalyptic world, there are people much worse than these guys. So it sounds like complete nonsense. Now that the young man has gone straight to the point, the man assumes that he is ready for his ass to be kicked. He begins to explain that their boss ordered the young man's leg to be brought. But if they can still take not only the leg, but also the life, the young man will gladly look at it. A young man won't reach into his pocket for a word. And don't worry, it's not the right place, and he suggests a change of scenery. The man grins, wondering what the young man can show him. And what is he capable of, and the other behind his back is surprised. Why is this guy so confident? Sometime later, the gang and Wang found themselves in neutral territory, where outsiders would not be able to interfere with their massacre. The courage of the young man is very much and respects him for it. However, this does not absolve him of responsibility. The young men, on the other hand, sneer, saying that there is no point in testing him, since he is what he is and can easily resist them. So it's not worth wasting time and waiting. With a kind of contempt in his eyes, he waits for the men to start advancing. Indeed, this deserves respect. The young man is quite intelligent and very brave. If it were not for the order of the master, then the men would want to become friends with him. But an order is an order, so without a moment's hesitation, everyone at once drew their weapons and began to advance on the young man. He didn't even flinch. He remembered that his flaming hand had already reached level 2 and he would just be able to practice on these men. With a smooth wave of his hand, he summons golden flames, directing them at his opponents. The shock wave hits one of them, an invisible wave, and throwing back, the blow was so strong that I began to drip blood. A strong wind arose, he could not even stand on his feet, flew several meters into the air. Everyone present was shocked. Could it be that this spawn had mastered some kind of combat skill? It was necessary to immediately take up its weapons and attack. The best option was to surround the young man so that he could not escape, and the men also tried to inflict at least some blows on him in order to immobilize him. One of the men could hit the young man with a blow of his sword, tearing his jacket, and thereby leaving a deep cut. It would seem that the young man of a hopeless situation was attacked from all sides at once. They even managed to wound him and it was very difficult to fight back. He still managed to pull himself together and strike back, pushing one of the men away from him. "Draw your sword," the man growls, about to stab the young man, as he has been disrespectful enough to them and must be punished. The sword traveled through the air and the young man was able to stop it just a few centimeters from his head. This was surprising, as few experienced craftsmen can stop a sword like this with their bare hands. And here is a young man. The young man laughs, because this man dared to call themselves black tigers. In front of him it seems that they are just little cats. With a deft movement of his foot, he was able to strike the man, which makes him scream in pain and become completely disoriented. Did he really think that he could use his ball against a young man who has unusual abilities? Wang struck one after the other, deftly and precisely, a few steps back, and the man successfully fell, coughing up blood. And the young man is screaming like a madman, "Everything shows the bandits to get me, I attacked. If you are not afraid to feel it on yourself, not in his righteous." They looked at each other. They began to decide who would be the first to go for revenge on the young man. The arguments did not move for long, as the sound of undergoing cars was heard behind him. Help arrived, which meant that now the young man would be defeated. In fact, the young men were very lucky. Although there were many men, they were equal only to a kindergarten, a nursery group, who did not even have guns with them. One of the men who had just arrived, came up to Don, wondering if this young man had just beaten him like that. And the man is angry that they are late, because the young man who knows martial arts, although powerful, now there are more of them. And they have an advantage. As he pondered, the young man realized that with this level of flaming hand, he would be able to deal with some people. However, it will be difficult. Don commands the men to attack no matter whether the young man is dead or crippled, he will take care of it if anything goes wrong. Wang Bing was standing on a string straight, there must have been some kind of plan in his head, and even the crowd of angry men that was approaching him did not frighten the young man, when there were only a few meters between the guy and the bandits. He raised his hand firmly, presenting the firearm to their eyes. Immediately, the stopped ones began to look at the guy in front of them, without realizing it. How he got a gun in his hands. They still didn't understand who the guy was, why he had a gun, or why Don hadn't said anything about it. But the man, I really couldn't have known that he had this toy, and the young man said in a calm tone, if you're not afraid of death, you can come up. Let the bandits now show how brave they are and stop standing in piles, shuddering like an aspen leaf. Don says there's no need to worry because the young man only has one gun, which doesn't pose much of a threat to them. It is necessary to take into account the fact that they outnumber and there is no need to be afraid. At the same time, the man himself only wants to leave as soon as possible. The sound of the first shot is heard, and it is far from warning. And the bullet is sure to pierce Don's leg, which causes him to fall to the ground. The young man lowers his weapon, fixing his gaze on the men, wondering who wants to get the bullet next. Don tries to get up and his brothers help him with this. And he's shaking, but he's still not backing down. He starts shouting that today they are a gang of black tigers and would like to make friends with the young man and offers to leave everything that happened in the past. The young man is perplexed, as a second earlier, the group, wanted to literally disembowel his body into pieces and present it to their master. Now they offer him friendship, shouting that they are surrendering and that the young man does not need to shoot them. The men who were holding Don's arms, preventing him from falling, also ran up, from which the man fell, bleeding to death. The young man wondered what the Black Tiger gang gave them status. And what if there are many of them, they don't learn anything. The men continued to admit that they were wrong, crying that they wanted to go home as soon as possible and start their lives from scratch. Wang keeps laughing, because this kindergarten is a real slob. They're also going to teach him something. Agreeing with literally every word of the young man, the men still ask for mercy and permission to go home and never return. Making the most terrible and threatening face of the young man, he shouts that they should get out of here as soon as possible if they want to stay alive. Having received permission, they immediately began to leave. Everyone sat down in cars and stepped on the gas. To tell the truth, the young man was also scared to death, and it was a good thing that the men were afraid, otherwise he was in great trouble. The phone rang in his pocket, distracting him from what had just happened. And when he picks up the phone, he hears his friend's voice and asks what happened. Rumors that the young man had been taken hostage had already spread throughout the city, and the friend was very worried about whether the young man was still alive. He begins to convince me that everything is fine. He is alive and has also successfully dealt with these bandits. In fact, dealing with the Yakuza is very dangerous. And the young man wouldn't say that everything was alright, because there was no taxi next to him and he needed someone to pick him up. Once in a safe place, Wang listened to his friend's rant about how this master scoundrel really thought he could get away with kidnapping. It was a good idea for the young man to hide for a while, and a friend had to help him find some information. In this way, he will be able to use this excuse to return to the post-apocalyptic world. Translate the topic, he is interested in how the friends coped with the previously set tasks today and whether everything went smoothly. As it turned out, they have already registered, but the business license will be ready only in half a month, so they should hurry up. But there was no need to worry too much about the right premises, you could just go to the agent without any hassle. And when they are ready, they must inform the young man, and when he returns, they will open their common store. And the youngest, of course, is very happy to hear this, but at the moment he is very angry with this master. Sooner or later, the young man will take care of him. So you just need to concentrate on the things at hand and not worry about anything else. Getting up from his seat, he says that he still has some things to do. So he has to go, but he promises to take care of himself. The young man is about to come out, but the last moment unfolds, reminding that you should not contact the master yet, even if he deserves revenge. The younger ones say that of course he will listen. But he thinks to himself that how can they ignore someone who is bullying a friend. He calls Faye as soon as Wang leaves the establishment in a serious tone, wondering if he found what he was supposed to. As it turned out, he went in search of the very master who was now carelessly spending time in one of the clubs. The man was having a good time, his plan was to take girls of easy virtue and show them all his charm. While he was focused on relieving his natural need, someone touched his shoulder, distracting him, which made the man growl. Before he knew it, they pulled a sack over him and threw him to the floor, beating him. From the outside, they looked like two madmen, of course. They knew what status the man occupied, they wanted to beat him as he deserved. Their plan was to scare the man, who had already started crying, wondering how much money they wanted. But they certainly don't need the money, because they've already taken care of it, and suddenly all they want is revenge. They caught a glimpse of one of the toilets, which smelled horrible, and they decided it would be a good way to get revenge. While the man in the sack is trying to understand what is going on around him, one of the young men is already preparing to wet his head in the toilet. Unable to get up, the man can only lie with his head in the toilet bowl while the young people are about to leave. Wang Bing is at his villa at this time, having gathered everything he needs. He prepares to move his supplies of food and water and other belongings to his vault. All the things collected should be enough for a month, and you need to take a portable refrigerator so that they can drink cold water and soda. He mused that everyone would be very happy with the amount of supplies he had, and he called the system that had helped him move all the things into the free space. The system asks if the young man is sure of the transfer process, and then he was worried that all the food could go bad. But the system has a super freshness feature built in, so the young man can store food for as long as he wants. The system turned out to be very versatile, and he no longer had to worry about preserving food. Counting the scratched lines on the wall, the boy realizes that today is the 7th day, and Brother Wang should be back by now. The male officer notes that the young man is now in a safe place, and even if he does not return, they should still wish him happiness. He really helped a lot of them, and in this world you won't find such a decent and benevolent person as Wang Bing. And the girl officer also notes that they can take care of themselves in this world, and the young man is not obliged to do it for them. Xiao notices the pessimistic attitude of his friends, and he explains that the last time the young man left, she thought much the same as they did. At the time, she thought the young man had lied, and she still had a little hope. And every night she would come to the room from which he had left to look at everything. Just when she was in despair, he had returned, so she had to wait a little longer, and she was sure that the young man would come back as he had promised. The children also began to support the girl, saying that they believed that the young man would return because he did not look like someone who would lie. One of the girls was sad. After all, if his brother did not return, they would die of anguish. He promised to practice shooting with them. The creaking of the door and all those present fixed their gaze on its side, on the threshold of which the young man stood, greeting all present. They immediately began to run in his direction to hug him, as they had missed him so much during these 7 days. The young man somehow stays on his feet, as the girl practically jumps on him, holding him in her arms. The boy was so moved and glad to see his brother that he almost cried, because he decided that he would not return. But Wang Bing keeps every promise he makes, and if he says he'll come back, he's sure to do just that. The young man called the others into his arms, and also showed them what he had brought with him. With an enthusiastic look, children and adults looked at a whole box of fresh and delicious-smelling fruits. Unable to restrain themselves, they immediately took a piece of fruit for themselves and began to eat it, as they had not tasted anything like it for a long time. Girl officer looks at this adorable picture when, and the young man is not around, everyone is worried about him, but when he is here, everyone is happy. In a short time he has become the heart of the team. As the young man was leaving, he noticed that the girl liked the cola very much. But this time, he brought it cold. The girls were just delighted. And as it is, chilled cola is much tastier than ordinary cola. A young man must have very large connections of different sable to bring it. And quickly and without delay, they began to empty the contents of their bottles. As if from the corners of their lips, droplets flowed down their chin. With each sip, they seemed to be transported to the so-called paradise. It was a wonderful feeling of freshness and pleasure. The young man was glad that the girls liked it, and he intended to continue to bring them more such things. A man appeared behind the young man, wondering if the guy had brought what he had asked for. Of course, he didn't forget about the man and brought him a whole box of cigarettes. Which made my uncle cry. He took out one cigarette and sniffed it. So many years had passed, but it still smelled delicious. He feels like he's going to die with no regrets, even if he just breathes in. The little boy immediately began to reach for the cigarette, but the man began to drive him away, as it was not for children. The young man also brought spices for pilaf. It was necessary to put a saucepan and cook a delicious meal. And the girls were even more happy to hear this, as it is with spices and will get even more spicy and tasty. The young man began to show his masterful culinary skills, putting the pot on the fire and began to pour oil and spices. And although the girl asked not to put a lot of spices at once, in case it turned out to be tasteless, the young man said that it simply could not be tasty. Xiao has already come up with chopped meat and vegetables to add to future dishes as well. Standing up, the young man points with his fingers to the pot so that the girl can put all the contents of her pouches there. The smell was simply divine. As it turned out, the young man's culinary abilities were really very great. Although he said that today's food is quite modest compared to others, and now from now on, they will live in abundance every day. When the food was ready, everyone began to run up. The youngest boy wanted to take the largest piece of meat for himself. Putting the food on small plates, everyone immediately began to eat the contents, praising the taste and abilities of the young man. The elders took care of the younger ones so that they would not choke and in no case burn themselves. The eldest man, "You miss a delicious meal," did not wait long and was already cooking, stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth. It looked really appetizing compared to the food they could afford before. You notice that tears come to the eyes of the girls. Ours asks what is wrong. Didn't they like the dish he had prepared? Moving his gaze slightly to the left, he notices that the older man is also crying crocodile tears and still doesn't understand what is happening. He goes on to ask why they're crying. Maybe it's too spicy, or if the food the young man has prepared is so terrible. The girl began to say that the food, on the contrary, was very tasty. It was just that they had not eaten anything like this for a long time, so they got emotional. Before the advent of the post-apocalypse, such food was familiar to them, which they could afford to eat at least every day. The youngest boy was so moved by the wonderful taste of the food that he even remembered his parents, whom he missed so much. While he was still with his family, every meal was filled with happiness and family warmth. The girl also missed her parents, remembering that now they would never return. But she still remembered those happy moments when they could eat and play with the fluffy snow together. The older man also succumbed to the memories, saying that he missed his child very much. As it turned out, after the post-apocalypse, he was unable to create protection for his family. And so now he has no one left. All the relatives of those present sooner or later turned into zombies, and if it weren't for Sister Yun, they wouldn't be sitting here together today. The familiar taste of food came back at a time when they were happy. It's like when Xiao listened to music and cried. Everyone here has been through a lot to this day, and it has been very difficult for all of them. The young man understood that she could not change anything. The apocalypse had already come, and the past was irreversible, but they had to move on and live. He firmly believes that with the help of their painstaking work, they will be able to create their own home in the post-apocalypse. Xiao stares at the young man, not realizing that there is a plan in his crazy head, or that he has simply gone mad. As far as the young man knows, there is a sea in the east. And they have to go there. Even if they don't have a home, they can find an island and settle down. Once they find a suitable place with soil and enough water, he will bring seeds and they will plant vegetables. They can even keep wild boars in captivity so they don't have to worry about food shortages anymore. It's a long way to go, but they're sure to get there. It may sound like an unrealistic idea, but it's still a good one. The road to the east is very long, and the road is full of survivors and robbers, but they can do it. Also, do not forget that the younger ones have also mastered shooting and can help defend themselves. They will do as the brother says. But he can say something else, saying that it is not yet time to get ready, you need to wait a little and prepare. At least to begin with, you need to eat to their heart's content so that they have a lot of strength in order to go on the road. And now they should drink to honor the people who have left with a wonderful future and new beginnings. Wang Bing became more and more like their leader. It seemed that they had met the right person on their way. By the way, the young man also brought new clothes with him, in addition to food and drink, so they should try them on. No one understood where the young man had found all these clothes, and no one understood how it was possible to fight normally in all this. As the girls examined them, they realized that they were all too revealing, and there was still the question of where the young man had gotten them from. Xiao was more optimistic. I think that these clothes are normal, they have a good figure, and it will suit them perfectly. Taking things from the girl's hands, the officer realizes that these particular things are really very good, so she will try them on. The officer was changing her clothes. The girl climbed onto the bed and began to sort through other things that were there. As she sorted through the contents of the suitcases, her eyes caught her eye, but since she had never seen anything like it before, she became interested. While the girls were sorting out my things, I was looking for something to put on. The young man decided to relax by taking a warm bath. I'm about to get into the warm water. He noticed a note on the edge of the bathtub and began to read it. Xiao left him a message. It was very kind of the girl to prepare for the young man in the bathroom. You need to splash in the water in the wild, this is one time to spit. But a bath during the post-apocalypse is a completely different matter. By the way, he has villa, a lot of money that he will not be able to spend in his whole life. And he hadn't had a good day's worth of it yet. So why would he come here again and again? Yet he has a heart. He would like to at least create a safe and secure living space and a safe environment for all these people. He was worried that the system would fail. The note appeared here, as they say here, that there is nothing to worry about, the system is stable and there are no problems. The young man was surprised, because the system here was eavesdropping on all his thoughts. It was interesting enough what it had managed to overhear in the meantime. But the system says that it has only come to dispel his doubts if he wants to protect his partner in this world, or else he needs to find more gold to upgrade. Everything was very clear, but his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. The girl wondered if the temperature of the water was normal and if something was wrong, she could add a little hot. Through the closed door, the young man replies that the water is excellent and thanks the girl for preparing a warm bath for him. The door opens slightly and a peeks out from behind it, saying that if everything is okay, then she wants to take a bath too. The young man also blows himself up, splashing out some of the water, because taking a bath together is very unexpected and not good. The girl entered the bathroom, wrapped in a silk shirt with nothing else underneath. The young man understood that if the girl was like this, he would not be able to control himself. So I decided to leave as soon as possible. Without hesitation, the girl throws herself off into the silk and climbs into the warm bathroom, saying that she wants to receive her with the young man. The young man closes his eyes, trying to explain to the girl that she is too naive. Both are adults and can only take a bath together if they are in a loving relationship. The girl sits down quite unceremoniously, touching her shoulders to the young man's chest, asking if he wants her to become his girlfriend. And the young man seems to be even hotter in the bathroom than it was before. He looks at the girl, not understanding if she wants to say that she likes him. The girl turns away. She would have regretted what she had said earlier. However, she does not know how it happened, when it began, but she thinks about the young man all the time. Excitement and imps literally download in a man and he does not understand what is happening, but something tells him that he needs to act. But common sense still prevails and beats off all the devils, he thinks. I wonder if the girl sees him only as a brother. He can't just use it. And the girl freezes, saying that it seems that there is something else in the bathroom, which does not sit, and the young man realizes that the girl's hand is hooked. He coughs, as if to hint at where his palms are now, the young lady scratching the back of her head, trying not to burn with shame and excitement. The girl, as if by accident, laughed. They said that then she would not touch it, apologized, moving away a little. The young man becomes a little more serious. Yes, he knows, maybe the girl likes it because they care about her, but is she sure that it is love? The girl looks at the young man with her doe eyes, wondering if the young man wants to say that he does not care about the girl. The young man liked the girl, but that didn't mean he could own her. He hopes she can figure out if her feelings for him are love or just gratitude. In fact, it was very difficult, and the girl did not understand what it was eaten with and how these feelings appeared. That's why the young man said they couldn't go that far right away, she didn't understand anyway. The young man climbs out of the bathroom, wrapping himself in a towel, says that when the girl understands this and realizes that she loves a man for a reason, when that moment comes, it won't be too late to start over. So the young man will give her some time. The girl is still convinced that she has figured out exactly what she wants and what she feels, but the feeling of shame does not allow her to say another word. Once in his bedroom, the young man is glad that nothing irreparable happened that they could later regret. As he collapsed on the bed, he realized that after a hot bath, whatever it was, his body did feel more rested. In fact, if you think about it a little more seriously, he doesn't understand why he himself doubts everything. Xiao is very attentive and gentle. And she's cute, she's got a great body. And any man would have begged her to be his girlfriend. Compared to Zhao, Xiao is 100-fold better, maybe because of the betrayal he has experienced, and he doubts everything. They dare to reciprocate. Or maybe it's because he really likes a girl. And that's why he feels so embarrassed, he really doesn't understand. In addition, if you really think about it, the stronger their bond becomes, the more difficult it will be to break it. Apparently without losing any hope, the girl enters the young man's room again. And instead of silk, she's just not wearing a beautiful costume and those cat ears anymore. And the young man almost falls out of bed, because he does not understand what games the girl decided to play today. The girl dressed in a completely innocent look, wondering if the young man liked such clothes, since he himself brought from hers. The young man begins to remember if he really took this suit with him, and the girl says that she found it in the suitcase he brought. The young man is trying to remember at what point in his dodgy life he managed to stuff this super stunning outfit into his suitcase. And then the memories appear. It took him a very long time to choose the right clothes for everyone. It was at that moment that the site recommended him to buy a sailor's jacket. When he saw these clothes, he thought they would fit the girl perfectly. Some devil tugged on his arm to order it. The girl comes closer, grabbing the young man's neck with her slender hands, saying that she has already figured it all out. Since she met the young man, she no longer has to starve, the food is always delicious. And most importantly, he is very gentle with her and she feels safe. Looking into the girl's eyes, the young man tries to understand whether she is accurately aware of the words she is saying now and whether she will regret it later. But the girl does not back down, clearly confident in everything she says now. He only asks her not to reject her and to accept her love. Without waiting for an answer, she touches the young man's lips with her pink lips. From which he freezes in shock, not understanding how he should react. A few seconds later, he's returning the kiss. And soon he throws the girl on his wide bed, hanging over her, and he comes very close, holds her wrists with his hands and asks one last question. Is the girl sure of what she is doing now? As a responsible young man, he must be 100% sure that the girl will not regret what will happen between them. After a good night's sleep, the next morning they set off towards the sea. However, there was not a single car on the way, so we had to walk. This reminded the young man of the need to find more gold to upgrade, so that he could bring a car and energy resources to this world. A few zombies had spawned from time to time throughout the day, but now that they had enough weapons and ammo, they were easy to deal with. But in order not to attract more zombies with noise, they used only piercing and cutting weapons. The young man also noticed the fact that since his skills had improved, he had become much more agile than before. This has not escaped the attention of others. For example, how did a female officer ask if the young man was secretly training while he was away? Slipping between the young people, the girl clings to the young man with her hand, saying that his body is in excellent condition. He's also brave and smart. No wonder they feel safe. Looking at this picture, the girl did not understand how these two managed to get so close in one night. Because there was no sign of it. Before they knew it, night had fallen, they had reached an abandoned area and decided to rest there. In addition, this place seemed to be rich before. So it's good, and for the young man, he can look for some valuables here to update the system. Despite the fact that he saw a lot here, he chose to live in the dormitory because it was the highest with the best view from the roof. In the thickets of tall grass and other weeds, someone is quietly creeping up to the very dormitory in which the guys are staying. Unknown people whispered that the smell coming from where was pleasant enough, whether it was some kind of meat or other food. They followed the people all the way to here. They had very large bags, and there must have been a lot of food. One of them offered to attack, but the other said that it was dangerous because they had weapons, and they definitely did not want to die. The first man retorts, saying that there are only 2 men among them, one of whom is crippled, the rest are women and children, and there are more of them, so you have to think about food. There was some truth in that, so they had to report it to their elder as soon as possible and attack. Just as unbeknownst to them, as they followed the young men, they began to sneak back into their lair. To report the information we learned, and the young man slept soundly in his bed, unaware that they were being watched. The day had exhausted him enough and he needed to replenish his energy. Getting out of bed, the girl put on her underwear. And turning around, she looked at the young man, deciding that he really could use a few hours of sound sleep. An older man lay on the terrace, enjoying the peace and quiet of the starry night. He still did not dare to smoke the cigarettes that the young man had brought him. A girl came out on the terrace and the man was surprised, since they had agreed that she would go to the post at 3 a.m. and now she could still rest. The girl couldn't sleep, so she came. In addition, my uncle needs to rest more, since his leg has not yet fully recovered. He was still in a little pain, so he accepted the offer to go and rest, while the girl kept order. However, if something happens, she will have to let them know right away so they can help. The man went inside, and the girl, looking into the distance, noticed that the clouds were gathering and the first drops of rain began to fall to the ground. Peering into the distance, she surveyed the surroundings of the territory, which was very beautiful, but her eyes noticed a suspicious movement in the grass. The men who not so long ago followed the young people came back under a lot of weapons. In full combat readiness, they were going to attack. Their arsenal included both firearms and piercing weapons. And everyone was ready to cover for each other just to win more food. They were going to act clearly and quickly and without delay to destroy these people, whoever they were. The girl took out her weapon, aiming the sight with which she could see the people. As the young man had expected, they were all here. She also noticed that there was traffic coming from both sides. These people had already managed to surround them and were clearly not in a friendly mood. The young man and the officers had already arrived to help, wondering how things were going. And the girl managed to read about 20 people of this unknown gang, but because of the rain, you can't really see anything. And so she doesn't know if they have weapons or not. In reality there could be even more. Turning to the officers, the young man began to give orders. Go to each window and open fire if necessary, also watch the stairs and no one should be able to get to them perfectly. The older man began to say that it was all because of him. Since he has not been able to replace them, he ensures that no one breaks into their house. The younger ones have also already armed themselves, declaring that they will also help defend the territory, show these bad guys how cool they are. The older man gave the children the order to protect their sister as well as pack their belongings to be ready for any turn of events. Inspecting the place where the unknown gang was standing, the young man realizes that since they are concentrating, apparently they want to attack them suddenly. Let them kill 1 or 2 people first, to scare these bandits and show that they are not to be trifled with. One of the men in the gang gives the order not to stop. Not to waste a minute, they must not fail against these outsiders. But the same bullet flies through the forehead of one of them, from which the man dies instantly, and the others stand in shock. I understand that they have been discovered, they are breaking the raid, trying to escape. Save your lives, to hell with it, with food, the main thing is to survive. The young man's shot scared everyone away, but Xiao has no intention of stopping. Saying that I should kill a couple more so that they certainly don't come back here. The young man chuckles at such persistence, but he had no choice but to shoot. But if zombies come to the sound of gunshots, they will never get out of here. The girl, the officer, confirms that the young man is right. If they don't bother them anymore, then okay, don't mess with that cat, they won't be here tomorrow morning. But the restless girl keeps screaming that if these people dare to come back again, she will kill every single one. Although, as it turned out, the girl's plans include protecting only her newly made boyfriend. And he was already frightened, deciding that it was worth never angering the girl, otherwise he would die himself. Under the light of a single candle, they gathered in their lair at the man's house, who not so long ago attacked the dormitory. They couldn't understand how the young men noticed in such darkness. One of the men assumed that the young men had some kind of high-tech weapon at hand, such as a night vision goggle. Well, if that's true, then they won't be able to attack them at night. Any move and they will be immediately noticed and dead. In fact, there was a way out. In the west of the village, there were about 300 zombies trapped, and if they were released and surrounded, the dorms would no longer escape. His subordinates began to hesitate, but the man told them not to drift. Alert everyone to release zombies, summoning them in the right direction. Wang Bing stood on the terrace, watching the area. The rain had already stopped, which made things a little easier. As he turned, he said to the girl, it was going to be daylight soon, and those boys were not likely to come here again. So she should have gone get some rest. But the girl didn't want to go anywhere, she wanted to stay here with the young man to spend as much time together as possible. But I shouldn't have been so worried. After all, he won't run away, and the girl needs to gain strength for tomorrow to go on the road. The young man was distracted by the sound of grass rustling again. He knew that the boys had returned after all, and they really did not want to retreat. The girl also began to look, saw the approaching figures and in the darkness saw only a couple of zombies, notifying the young man about it. The young man shouted that if they had come to die, let them blame them. Hoping that his cry would reach the people. A couple of zombies turned out to be approaching, which the girl successfully shot, killing. The young men exhaled, as there was no more danger in sight. The young man praised the girl for her excellent shooting. Well, something was still wrong. Something was definitely wrong, danger still hung over their dormitory. The young man turned to the girl, trying to convince him that she could go and rest, and he could handle it himself. But it's not tired at all and will stay here. The young people's house heard the sound of a crowd of zombies approaching, and they realized that everything was not yet finished. Zombies were approaching from all directions, and there were more and more of them, which meant that it was time to sound the alarm. Looking around, the young man realized that there must be a lot of them on each side, but the recent shot had attracted them. Well, they also shot until midnight, but that time the zombies did not appear. Why did they come now? And in such a huge amount. The girl assumed that this was definitely the prank of the balls. They clearly wanted the young people to die here. But the young man sees it as a great opportunity to practice shooting. And he is very grateful to this gang for the fact that they have such low intelligence. No need to worry about time, they have enough supplies and can stay here for a few more days and leave later. The girl nods her head in agreement. If everything is exactly as the young man says, then she has nothing to worry about. When everyone was already on their feet, the young man began to explain what had happened here, to tell them that many zombies had gathered around the dormitory. The senior officer also notes that if they don't get rid of these zombies, they'll never get out of here, so it's worth taking action right now. But the girl, the officer, said that there was no need to worry, because they would not be able to come up here, and they could go on sleeping, and those bandits would obviously not come here again. So now she's ready to take over, and everyone else should go and rest so that tomorrow they can start their mission with full energy. From a nearby building, the same men watched what was happening, realizing that it was only necessary to lure them into a trap, and it turned out to be a piece of cake. They believed that sooner or later the young people would run out of supplies. They'll start killing zombies, they'll use up all the bullets, and that's when they'll attack. The next morning, the young man had just woken up, and was about to go and shoot a little zombies with the children. The small ones were already in full combat readiness, but the young man said that there was no need to hurry. At least because he is hungry and it is worth replenishing his energy first. In fact, the young man realizes that there must be people nearby and watching them. So he's ready to put on a whole show for them. Turning to the children, he asks how about cooking juicy beef with onions, and they think it's a great idea. But the girls are more pessimistic. Yes, they know that the young man brought a lot of food, but they are surrounded and still have wild vegetables left, so it is not worth wasting good food. But they really don't have to worry about groceries, and it's not just about food, it's about something else. At the same time, in the next building, the men were eating vegetable soup, dreaming that very soon they would have meat in their hands. Vegetable soup 3 times a day. Of course, for a long time they were tired of each of them dreaming of at least pieces of meat and they wanted to do everything to get it. The man smelled dried hot peppers with ginger, as well as the smell of beef and what was coming from the direction of the dormitory. Cooking, which the young man learned while working part-time in college, is now beneficial. So everyone will be fed. He called everyone to try this dish. In fact, it was no worse than a dish in a 5-star restaurant. Children began to run away at the smell of delicious food, as well as adults, demanding to be given cutlery as soon as possible. The food was actually very excellent. No one even suspected that the young man was so good at cooking and able to feed them. The eldest man also noticed these remarkable abilities, and I noticed that it was not surprising that Xiao fell in love with the young man. And the officer's girlfriend, of course, guessed that the young man had prepared such a fragrant dish precisely so that the bandits could smell it. Everyone understood the young man's plans perfectly. It was really so. He sensed that the bandits were somewhere nearby and just wanted to make them angry. The young man was literally glowing with happiness, because his plan had succeeded. He felt it somewhere in the depths of his soul. The bandits are so angry that these people live in abundance, and they only drink this horrible vegetable soup, that they start throwing it, breaking dishes. But I had to calm down, because there was no hurry. But they really couldn't be calm in such a situation, because it's just outrageous. All the while, they had to eat human flesh to stay alive. Some unknown passers-by can't live better than them. Life is such that everyone has their own fate. Before the post-apocalypse, they had a village in which more than 300 people lived. At first, they cultivated the land and lived in self-sufficiency. They were rich, they lived in warmth and satiety, they didn't expect other people to want to take it away from them. After the zombies' attack, the infection began to spread rapidly, and the number of people in the village dwindled. They endured a lot to survive. Their elder knew that they had been starving for a very long time, so now that the meat was right in front of them, they were losing their temper. They wanted to give all the young men something to eat and drink, but they waited for an opportunity, and then they would take all their supplies and provisions. It would seem that the plan went on gradually, but out of nowhere, they began to shoot at them, which made them seriously frightened. Most likely, the young people were about to leave. It was necessary to wait until they had used up all the bullets, and then he would definitely be victorious for the gang. The zombies kept attacking and the kids were successfully shooting at them, clearing the area to be able to escape. On a relaxed wave, with a cup of coffee, a young man stood next to the children, saying that their shooting skills had improved a lot. For the children, it was a kind of competition. Who will kill the most zombies, and they successfully coped with the food almost equally. The officers wondered if the children would waste all their cartridges with such games, as they still have a long way to go. But there was still a lot in reserve. As a result of the zombie shooting, a little boy won, receiving his rightful prize, a chicken leg. And the boy would have liked to eat this chicken leg himself, but instead offered the girl to divide it between two. She was surprised, as it was his prize. Logically, he should eat it alone, and I didn't expect him to offer to divide it. Of course, the boy wanted to share the prize with the girl, since they are family. And they have something good. They must be shared. The senior officer, patting the boy on the head, remarked that he was very generous and that it was very noble of him to share food with the girl. In order to avoid any conflicts, the young man dumps out all the contents of his briefcase, presenting them. This is like gifts to the guys for their efforts. The younger children considered the young man to be really very cool and powerful. For with such reserves, he was literally God in this world. But some worried that by spending food so recklessly, they might run out of stock soon. The young man kept assuring the girls that there was no need to worry. Since there was definitely enough food, of course, he didn't tell them that he had a storage facility that literally had a lot of food in it. On the first day, the girls saw how the young man took out a whole backpack of food. And the next day, his bag was full to the brim again, not understanding where he got all this food from. The officer girl was really interested in how the young man did it, but if it was a secret, she wouldn't dwell on it. Distracted from questioning, the young man goes to teach children how to shoot with a rifle. As this is also a very useful skill, the children wondered what the young man would do. Maybe kill all the zombies in the area. She just asked him not to make any noise, and watched his performance. The young man's skills were truly incredible, and he successfully killed all the zombies in the area, jumping from one end of the terrace to the other. The bandits also noticed that the sounds of gunfire have not stopped since the morning. Not understanding where they got so many bullets. Their fire power is not so strong. But the mayor said not to worry, but just to wait, so they attracted more and more zombies. And sooner or later, they must run out of ammo. Falling down on the couch, almost exhausted, the young man declares that he wants to rest. Since zombies are killed, this is a very tiring business. Xiao wondered if the young man needed help. Since he gets too tired on his own, and the two of them would be able to do better. But the young man is strong, independent, proudly said that the girl herself should not worry about it and get her hands dirty. There, already shooting zombies was useful for him and for his shooting skills to make his shots more accurate. Indeed, in order to increase the skill, the young man must personally kill zombies. Even if it costs him a hell of a tiredness. In the morning of the next day, everyone was going about their business, eating, drinking, resting, and the young man continued to kill zombies in the area. The sounds of gunfire attracted more and more waves of zombies. It was just for him, he continued to gain experience and improve his skills. In the last days of training, he improved his shooting skills. And now he shoots much better even than an officer. Also, as a bonus, thanks to the skill, he shoots very well, as if not from an ordinary pistol, but from a sniper rifle. He was under siege for 7 days and couldn't find anything of value, but he had a chance to improve his skills. So that's a great achievement. At the end of the shooting, the young man brought the guys a whole box with food and drinks. Seeing her, everyone thought that the young man had some kind of magic bag. That is why, when the officer said that it was necessary to save money, the young man insisted that there was no need to worry. Since all this food is more than enough. And so the young man told each of them to take care of himself for the next 7 days, and he guaranteed that he would bring many more useful things in a week when he returned. A young man can really be calm because people trust him and also believe that he will lead them to victory. Continuing, the young man explained that, as they had already guessed, food and drink. He can bring for gold and precious jewelry. Nowadays, gold and jewelry are nothing compared to subsistence farming, but young men have a way to make them more expensive. And he'll tell them about it when the time comes. Xiao insisted that the young man should not worry, as she and everyone present could keep his secret a secret. It doesn't matter what the method was. The young man helped them a lot, and they keep it all a secret. So he really shouldn't worry. But they really shouldn't be so serious and throw oaths, because it was very embarrassing for the young man, to say the least. The young man is going to go downstairs because there are still zombies left. And they should keep an eye on the door so they don't break in. A man drove through the streets of the city, hurrying home, and stopped to buy a watermelon. But he was frightened by the rustling of leaves that had literally fallen down. Wang Spruce, getting up and tearing himself away from the bush, wonders if the system can carry him to a certain place, so at least less dramatic. A young man turns on his phone, going to see what has happened in recent days. But his screen shattered again. So that made it a little bit more difficult. Checking the list of missed calls, the young man's face was contorted. Since he noticed a missed call from his ex. And what they needed from him, he didn't suspect. However, it doesn't matter. No need to think about this, first ask a friend how things are going with the store. The friends are worried because their friend has disappeared very unexpectedly. They couldn't get through to him, he explained that he was away on business and couldn't answer. The young man was so worried that the police would come for his friends, since he still remembered the head of the Japanese mafia, whom he had defeated the other day. But there was no need to worry. Even if they asked for help, no one would help them, and the guys are almost done with the store's business. This made the young man very happy. But today it was too late enough to deal with work matters. So they had to meet the next day and talk. As soon as he sat down on the bed, his cell phone rang through the room again. The name of the ex flashed on the phone screen, and the young man decided to find out what she wanted. Rumors about the brawl between the young man and the members of the Black Tiger gang spread quite widely. So the girl also knew about it and wondered if it was true. But to tell the truth, the young man didn't think that the girl had anything to do with it. Since they're in the wrong relationship at all. Yes, the girl understood that she had offended the young man, but asked him to forgive her. Because she really wants to warn him and is worried. He made a very big mistake when he got into a fight with the gang members and must be very careful from now on. The master was talking to the girl, and although he was very surprised that the young man had a gun, neither he nor the Black Tiger gang were going to let the young man go just like that. The girl reported that it seemed that the man had hired a hitman to kill the young man. Therefore, he should be more careful and not leave the house unnecessarily. The young man did not understand why the girl was suddenly so kind. On the other hand, his shooting skills have reached level 4, but he can't use weapons here. Although the master hired a hitman, it's not so terrible, but the young man can't use a weapon here. But a fiery hand will suffice. Calling the system, the young man was about to play the lottery. You need to increase the level of the flame hand and the lottery will be the fastest way. At the moment, the young man had 75 kilograms of gold in the system space, and this would be enough for one game. And the young man believed that he would first play one game, and then bring another 1,000 kilograms of gold from the basement and play 10 more times, and then replenish the reserves from the virtual world. The system says that there is no need to despair, he only needs 25 kilograms of gold for the next update, after which the system activates the trading house. This meant that he would then be able to directly exchange gold and jewelry for something worthwhile. That was good, now he had to get started, no matter what he came across, he would still update the system soon. Finally, luck smiled on the young man and on the first try he knocked out the book of skills. Which made him jump like a little child. His new superpower was fast feet, but he didn't know what he was leaning on. It's an inner strength. Internal strength depends on the intelligence attribute and each point is equal to 10 power points. Studying this information, the young man saw that in addition to intelligence, other attributes had also risen to an acceptable level. Having decided that there was no need to delay for a second, he was going to use this new skill as soon as possible. The timer is ticking, the young man is really curious about how long it will take him with new skills to run 5 kilometers to the city. He stood at the start and conditionally began to run to the count of 3. And with this new skill, his body was indeed lighter and his running speed was faster. The run was a success. He began to count the results and it turned out that he had run the set distance in 9 minutes. And this meant that he spends less than 2 minutes per kilometer. Truly incredibly, with this skill, he could even become a champion in the Olympic Games. Screams could be heard from the side. Black tigers attacked the defenseless old man as he allegedly entered their territory. The old man was completely innocent, he didn't owe them any money. And he did not cross the path of this gang, but they still did not let the unfortunate man go. Noticing them, the young man realized that this was the gang that wanted to kill him last time. It means that they were still doing similar things. The older man approaches his subordinate, telling him not to just scare the old man. Since they still have a lot of acquaintances that they can tear themselves away on. The bald man says that they will help the old man with the rent payment. But he was terribly frightened. He tries to say that he shouldn't do it and wants to leave as soon as possible. People passing by wondered how this man could refuse the help of such powerful people, and someone just ran by. Not wanting to be the next target. The young man stood still, watching, reasoning that the Black Tigers definitely had a reputation here. Apparently, they have been committing atrocities in this place for a long time. The man shifts his gaze from the old man to his daughter, who is being held by the hands of his subordinates. Noticing that she looks a lot like his close sister. Apparently, she has already outgrown her school uniform. And that's too much, and you have to let your brother see how she grew up. She yells at them not to do it. After all, she is still a minor. And a man is just an animal to allow himself such a thing. The girl was also frightened and began to scream. As long as the bandit's hand approached her invisible body. Then the young man could not stand it anymore and began to shout that he could do something like this in broad daylight. Where is the order here and how did this happen in the first place? The bandit hadn't heard those screams yet, and he kept reaching for the girl's chest. He said something about how they would hurt her, and the girls shouldn't be afraid. As soon as the bandit is about to grab the young girl's lush breasts, an unknown person grabs him like wrists, forcing him to stop. An elderly man says that a man who offends an old man and does indecent things to a girl is not a real man at all. And he, taken aback, shouts if the old man knows who he is. And if he doesn't remove his hand from his wrist, he can easily rip his head off. The elderly man is not one of the timid dozen. He just chuckles, saying that if he's so confident in his abilities, why wouldn't he give it a try? And he looks at the old man, he doesn't understand why his body doesn't move and he can't strike. While the old man is wondering what the man is waiting for if he wanted to attack. Other members of the gang also wonder why their elder does not attack, because they need to show him who the old man has contacted. Wang Bing, who was watching from the sidelines, realized that although others couldn't see, he was still able to see something. It's not that he doesn't want to do something, but he just can't because his powers are blocked. The older man keeps wondering why he doesn't attack and where are his loud words that he will rip his head off. And the bald man, grinning, calls his subordinates to help deal with this old man. They, forgetting the man and the girl they were about to attack, rushed into battle in defense of their brother, for no one dares to attack them. One of the men gives the old man a savory blow to the face, but he doesn't even twitch. They say that the blow is certainly good, but the skill is not great enough. And the man who struck the blow suspects that the old man has some kind of magic, as the blow to his face felt like a blow to cotton wool. But he only laughs, because what kind of magic can we talk about? It's the 21st century. And where the magic can come from? The man says that today's young people have completely forgotten the activities of their ancestors. And he begins a broader story about himself, introducing himself and explaining that the skill that is called Kung Fu possesses. And he immediately takes a stance, responds to the blow and successfully demolishes opponents one by one. Wang is surprised at how strong and skilled this old man is. The old man is definitely a man with great ability and talent. Pulling out their knives, the men promised to show how cruel they could be. And now their plans included only revenge. They were going to attack and kill this old man for daring to challenge them. Their tongues are clearly longer than their abilities. They keep saying that the old man is a nonentity and whether he really wants to continue digging a hole for himself with such attacks. The eldest man actually lived for a long time. And he was tired of it, but there was not yet a worthy opponent who could kill him. So he successfully dodges all attacks. Just as successfully as he dodges, he strikes back at the bandits with his kung fu skills. The older man, looking at the bandits, concluded that they were strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. They were so weak and powerless, and before taking a knife in your hands, it would be better to take care of yourself. He says that he will help them now, remember this for many years to come, so that they will not make such mistakes in the future. With the same perfect blow, he sends the bald man straight to the ground, and he collides with his brother and falls into his arms. Concealing their intentions, they wanted the old man dead. They threw everything they could at him, just to make him fall. Turning around, the man laughs, because after all the blows that he inflicted, this bandit can still move. Wang comes to the master's aid, demolishing a member of the tiger gang with his fiery hand. The skill of the young man amazes the elderly master, since he is so young and knows the technique of the highest class. With a deft blow, the young man carries the bandits directly to the asphalt, inflicting even more injuries on him, and the master looks at him with approval. From the crowd that had gathered around the scene of the scuffle, shouts of joy began to be heard, as well as support in the direction of the young men who defeated the bandit. Wang Bing, turning to the senior master, asks if he is exactly all right, but Wang Bing is more interested in how the young men have such good abilities. The old man, who was initially attacked, thanks the master and also the young man for saving them. They are very grateful to him. They are interested in how they can pay. The young man warns that although today they fought off these bandits, they may not just leave it like that. Therefore, he asks the young people not to trade in this place anymore. And the gang members are already running away as fast as they can, because suddenly this master is here and almost kills them. Everyone ran away, leaving the bald man alone to be torn to pieces by the master and the young man. Wang Bing, coming a little closer, asks the man if he wants to run away after what he has done here. Because they're not done yet. And here he hides behind asking to spare him and not to beat him. Which only makes the young man laugh, as he did not expect such a fright. He humiliated the gang. They're going to come for him, and he's going to scare them even more than he's going to do. Shaking himself off slightly, the man asks which group Wang Bing is from. Does he really want to report what the young man has done? Wang Bing clarifies that he does not belong to any group. But he should remember his name, as they will meet more than once if the man continues his actions. He then turns to the senior master, remembering that he doesn't even know his name, but since the skinhead is not yet old enough to hear the name, they will talk about it in private. Turning to the bald man, the young man says that you were cleaning up here. Yes, as soon as possible. She fulfills this order, because she does not want to run into trouble. At the moment when he is leaving, he remembers that the name of the young man is familiar to him. It was with him that Don fought last time and remembers what happened then. Not only did he kill everyone, but he also shot Don in the leg with a pistol and is now in the hospital. He really didn't expect to meet the one they fought last time here. Running away now is actually the best strategy. But the young man distracts him again, and the young man turns around in fear, wondering what he wants. Are there any other problems? The young man just growls about the man being ordered to get out of here, so why is he still hanging around here instead of running away? The man left, and people began to run up to the young man. Remember that the Black Tiger gang will not let him go just like that, and he must leave immediately. The young man thanks them for this, as few people in this world worry about him and says that he will definitely go to a safe place. At that moment, the senior foreman approached the young man, asking if the guy would like to go with him for a cup of tea at his house. Wang agreed, as it was really a good opportunity to get to know each other better and maybe share some knowledge. And in the old man's house they found themselves, sitting down rather quickly at a cozy table. They began to drink tea. The eldest master noticed that it seemed to him that the young man was at the second level of the practice of the flaming hand technique. Wondering how old he is, the young man was amazed by the accuracy of the master in guessing his level of skill, and he also said that he was 21 years old. And he's a first-year student. And now the master was amazed, because at such a young age to master such a technique is simply unimaginable, and he was truly delighted. But if anyone is to be admired, it is the young man himself, for this is the greatest master who is fluent in the Chinese martial arts. The master asks the young man for one request, and he already agrees to everything, since he will help in every way he can. An unexpected request is made by the master, who offers to compare his art of fighting and the fiery hand of the young man. But the problem was that the flaming hand was too chaotic in its action, and the young man didn't want to hurt the master in any way. Well, there was no need to worry about Taijikin. It was not for nothing that they called it the best art. It would not be able to injure a master. Do not overdo it in attacks, but just show each other your skills. Maybe it will help both of them learn something new. The young man felt a special aura around the master. He also wanted to measure his strength, and if he went to the extreme, he would have to use all his might. They move away from each other by 1.5 m. The master gives the right to the young man to be the first to show his skills. But the young man was actually a little afraid. But if the senior master starts the fight, then the young man will not have any chance later, so only after him there is no need to worry that he can injure the master. The young man decides not to stand on ceremony and finally begins, summons a fiery hand, and prepares to strike the first blow. Initially, he decides to use only 30% of his main strength to warm up, and then acts according to the situation. The master moved clearly and quickly, and the young man did not have time to follow his movements, so he missed several times. The next blow is delivered by the senior master directly to the chest of the young man and hits the target. He does not have time to dodge. It's truly incredible, his skills are brutally accomplished. One slight blow made the young man lean back a few meters. He's a true master, though, and seems to use only a fraction of what he can do, otherwise he'd be lying on the ground without breath long ago. As the master of the use of softness used to say, to conquer the solid, this is the power of Taijiyuan. The eldest master chuckles, as if the young man thought that an old man like him had only the last remnants of strength left. And the young man bows respectfully, saying that he is indeed too conceited, and henceforth he will no longer neglect his elder. The young man decides to use all his strength from now on, and the older one only nods in the affirmative, since it is not worth being nice. The young man shouts to be heard from a few meters away, that in this case he will need as much useful advice as possible in fighting. Having finished the duel, they sit down again for a cup of fragrant tea. And the senior master thanks the young man for the excellent fight, and even though Wang Bing has a lot of bruises and abrasions, perhaps even with broken bones, it is still happy for new knowledge and guidance. The master notes that although the young man is young, he was still able to reach this level with the help of inner strength. This suggests that he is very capable. However, this is not enough. The young man lacks experience, and if he wants to use his move to 100%, then he needs more practice in real combat. After the fight they had, the young man actually had one request, but he doesn't know if it would be right for him to voice it. Young man would be very grateful. And if the senior master agreed to teach him Taijiquan, and would he be able to accept him into the ranks of his students? The man was amused, and since the young man had not yet fully learned him, the fiery hand wanted to learn such an art, and was he not afraid? Dodging again, the young man assures him that even if he starts learning new skills, the flaming hands will never give up training. He knew that the flame hand technique was very strong, though. However, in a battle with a strong opponent, even this technique will not be able to win. Tai Chi Chuan is different in that it can be used for attacking and retreating, and it can also be used to fight against great force. The young man thinks that this technique will indeed be able to make up for the shortcomings of the flaming hands. In this way, you can no longer be afraid of harming other people. The senior master agrees with his opinion. Our flaming hand is truly an excellent martial art. But it's also a Buddhist art that has the spirit of compassion in it. Possessing such power, someone begins to be self-willed. However, the young man understands its essence. And this speaks of his good nature. The young man was very pleased with these words, and his silence and vanity, he began to thank the master for this. He literally fell to his knees in front of the old man and asked him to get up, thinking that he had never expected to meet such an amazing student during his walk. Senior master finally introduces himself, saying his name is Li Xinguo. And his fighting technique is passed down from generation to generation in their family, which is usually not disclosed. The young man understands that this is a good sign. So, if he does not divulge it for public display, then by saying this, the master already trusts the young man. For the umpteenth time today, bowing to the master, the young man promises that he will be a good student and will try hard not to let him down. But how much he can learn depends on his ability. But if he starts doing mean things after training, the master will make him regret it. Although he only made a slight threat, the master's aura was very powerful. The teacher is very severe, and the young man must try not to disappoint him. The young man swears that he will act conscientiously. The master smiles again, saying that there is no need to be so nervous around him. Better yet, bring a cup of tea. The young man also began to run beside the master with a cup of tea, and the latter only asked him to calm down. After all, he only became an apprentice, and did not find a gold bar on the way. Walking around the mall, the young man and his friends decided that it was time to get him a luxury car. With the purchase of the machine, the work efficiency will also increase. In addition, they are shareholders of the company, they need to live up to their position. Friends were interested in the question, what kind of car did the young man choose, or maybe he needs help. But he had already made up his mind and all that remained was to buy it. The young man, moving his cerebral convolutions, decided that the best option for them was a minibus. His friends were shocked, because he was going to buy luxury cars for both of them, and some kind of minibus for himself. The young man may have gone mad, but he had his own personal reasons for owning such a car. It was the most suitable machine to use in the virtual world, so that they would definitely fit there. They went to one of the shops that had a good reputation. There were cars of different brands. One of the young men immediately took a liking to the SUV. But only the price was frightening, and the other looked at everything at once, as he had not had the courage to come here before. Wang Bing was attracted by a scuffle nearby. A girl administrator shouted at one of the subordinates the rank of doing the job. The young man did not obey the order that the girl gave him. But he decided not to disturb her while she rested. The guy was still on probation, and he had to be respectful of his superiors. And it doesn't have enough experience to serve a rich client. The young man was outraged by this strange stereotype, because why is it that if a rich client comes, he should immediately be served by someone very experienced, and not a new employee? Wang Bing, coming a little closer, decides that this is a blatant injustice and wants to clarify the situation a little, while his friends take pictures of him literally at every car. He decides that they still need a consultant who can help with the choice. The girl immediately starts screaming, as the car is very expensive. And the guys hanging around them are clearly not able to buy any of them. She believed that their appearance was unremarkable and that they hardly had the money to pay for the purchase, they would only cause damage. She keeps looking at the guys who are taking pictures of their car. And then he shifts his gaze, but the young men wonder what kind of sweatshirt he is wearing and what brand it is. His pants also looked completely ordinary, as if he had bought them in some stall. And the shoes all go well with the clothes, but also have the usual style. Obviously, he is an ordinary student who has clearly come to the wrong place. Since bicycles are not sold here, the young man is outraged, because does he really look like a person who has no idea what is being sold here? And he is definitely able to buy a car here. The girl nodded, saying that the young man really knew better whether he could buy it or not, but it was better not to touch the cars, as he would not be able to compensate for the losses. She asks the intern to consult the so-called clients and not to blame her for the fact that if he does not meet the quota, he will leave the job. Approaching the young man, he apologizes for his boss. Since she is always like this, her words are close to her heart, but you should not take them. The young man changes the subject, wondering that the girl said that if his results did not meet the norm, he would be fired. Is it really that bad? To tell the truth, his results were deplorable, but there was no need to worry. If he advised the young man well, his friends would help. The trainee began to drive the young men around the cabin, showing cars of different models that could be liked. The young man really liked one of the cars, but the price was also high, and they believed that it was not worth buying such an expensive one. But Wang Bing thought otherwise. In fact, as long as they are honest, trustworthy, they can calmly conduct their affairs. And they don't need such a luxurious car for that. This was true, so the young man offered to look at other cars, telling the trainee that it was too cheap and necessary, more expensive. Hugging his friends reminds them once again that they don't have to worry about money. They treated him well and he will never forget it. They had helped him for so many years, and now it was his turn to repay his kindness. So you can't refuse them. At this point in his life, this money is just a trifle for him. After that, it will help them earn more and become billionaires. The guys kept talking about what a good friend Wang Bing was. And that if they could, they would certainly marry him. An intern standing behind him found the picture very moving. He was jealous of such a friendship, but they could really buy an expensive car from him. As soon as the guys are done cuddling, the intern shows them one of the sports cars, the price of which reaches almost $1 million. The young man really liked the car, but the price was still too cheap. And he wonders if there are any cars worth more than $1 million. And walking a little deeper into the hall, he presents the most expensive car that they have from the series of sports cars. Her friends liked her very much, literally drooling down her cheeks. The young man says that if so, then they should try her. The intern guy immediately opens the door, saying that of course they can do a test drive before they buy the car. The high-end car is really at a high level and each of them should experience all this luxury for themselves. Sin wanted to try it too, since he had never driven a car other than his dad's, especially one so high-end. Meanwhile, Wang Bing inquires about the cost of the car, and when he is told more than $2 million, he finally feels satisfied. But the guys, on the contrary, were outraged, because it was too expensive. If they knew the price, they would not even get into the car. At this point, a girl runs up to me, the manager. I wonder what this young man is doing here. They can hardly buy any car here. So it's best to clean up as they won't be able to pay for compensation if they suffer damage. No one understands why the girl is so angry. After all, they just sat inside the cabin for a while and didn't even break anything. Wang asks his friends not to get distracted, but to keep looking at the cars, while he deals with this sycophant. The girl starts yelling at the intern, wondering how he let these people into such a luxury car. After all, it is immediately clear from their appearance that they cannot afford it. And he even allowed them to sit in a cabin of a sports car worth several million. At that moment he definitely did not think with his head. And the guys began to say that it was very disrespectful on the part of the girl, since she did not know what she was talking about. She says they're just regular students. Without a stable income, it is better for them to leave. Otherwise, she will call the guards. Such an attitude towards customers is simply unthinkable. Customers are money for them. And with such an attitude, they will never have their own sales. Wang suggests not to get angry, but to calm down, but this girl changes her attitude towards people depending on her social status, and this is unacceptable. The guards were right there and the girl began to set them on these young men, as they were supposedly fraudsters. The intern tries with the last of his strength to persuade the girl not to do so. Because these people are their customers. But she keeps snorting, saying he'd better get out. The guards began to say that young people were not welcome here and they should go in a good way, otherwise they would be forced to use force. Wang Bing stood quietly, the situation was familiar to him. While friends were shouting that they couldn't budge, the young man decided to take on the pressure from the guards, as if to challenge them, wondering what they would do next. The guards, not hiding their ill-intentioned intentions, said that if the guys did not want to leave on their own, they would help them. The young man walks forward, gathering all the knowledge that the master gave him not so long ago, using his blow on one of the guards. And then he hits the second one, from which both of them fly back a few meters, not realizing what has just happened. The young man's friends are also shocked, since they have not seen each other for only a couple of days, and the young man managed to get up so strong. But even if someone later accuses them of attacking, one of the guys managed to film everything. So they have proof. The girl manager screams again, as the young man not only walks around their cabin, but also punches the guards. The girl shouts that they will have to pay for the losses right now. Otherwise, she will be forced to call the police. In addition, they were the first to start this brawl, and they came here to buy cars. And even if they call the police, they have nothing to fear. The girl laughs, because did the young men really read the detective stories so stupidly? Do they really think she's going to fall for their tricks as their trainee? But the guards, immediately picking up the gold bar, began to inspect it, declaring that it seemed to be quite real and it did not seem that these young men were lying. At this point, the girl decided to moderate her ardor, since these children really do come from rich families, but the simple clothes they wear are confusing. Turning to his friends, Wang Bing asks them to memorize that it doesn't matter what kind of customer comes to their future store, they will treat everyone equally. I turned to the manager, he said that today he would teach the girls one lesson. If she does not change her attitude towards customers, then in the future the reputation of the store will deteriorate greatly. Again, she sprays venom and says that these are all just empty threats, and their store does not welcome customers like them. But when the intern decided to confront the manager, she started yelling at him that if he continued to defend these crooks, she would fire him. But she should not puzzle herself with such a difficult task, since the young man already wants to quit himself. Because it is very unpleasant to work in such a place. Taking off his badge, the young man leaves, leaving the manager herself, while she continues to shout that he will not be hired here again. The young man thought that he would always be able to do his job well, taking care of customers and giving professional advice. But if the only way to improve his job is to look like a girl, then he'd rather change careers. Wang Bing asks the young man to wait, since he still needs to buy a car, and he seems to be the best consultant here. He apologizes because he doesn't work here anymore, and the young man continues, saying that every store has rats. But the most important thing is that he doesn't want to become such a bad person. Wang Bing wants to buy 3 cars from this series, and each should have a first-class set and also be in a different color. The managers are again trying to steer the situation in their favor, as the young man is clearly showing off. The cars cost more than 2 million, and he is talking about 3. Throwing the phone in the young man's direction, he asks him to write down the bank account number so that he can transfer the money immediately. The girl should wait for the moment when she informs the company about the disrespectful attitude to customers, and then they will fire her. Continuing to scream, she declares that if she finds out that they have deceived her, she will immediately call the police and deal with the boys. After a while, one of the guards looked at the laptop monitor. He claims that the store has just received $7 million. Shoving the man aside, the girl looks at the monitor screen in disbelief. She really has plus 7 million on her account and she can't believe it. The young man had indeed transferred the entire amount and this amount would be enough for her to pay the loan. And she wasn't so polite to these customers. I turned to the young consultant Wang Bing and asked him to help them fill out all the necessary paperwork. As he leaves, he hears the girl shouting at him that he has now become a VIP customer of their store, which does not really bother the young man. The girl begins to apologize, hoping for the boy's generosity, and from then on she says that she will treat every customer well. Indifferently, the young man looks at the girl, who practically falls to his knees in front of him. It seems to him that she realized her mistake too late. When she saw the money, she immediately changed. It was not at all sincere. And don't think that if they ask for forgiveness now, they will definitely accept it. If the bosses find out that the girl behaved so badly with the VIP client and he filed a complaint, then she will lose her official position. The girl becomes more and more submissive and says that the young man should spare her and she will do anything, agreeing to anything. The young man was very interested in this proposal. If the girl agreed to everything, let him give the director's deductions from the sale of these machines to the intern who advised them. The young man cries again, because he will really get all the deductions, and the young man promises that he will follow this to the end, and does not even think of playing with him. If the girl cheats on him, the consequences will be very bad. And she hoped so much that she really understood every single word. 3 sports cars rush along the highway of the city, driven by young men, rejoicing at the purchase of such a purchase. They communicate with each other by voice, sharing their impressions. And they also talk about how cool the young man in the car dealership was now, putting this girl manager in her place. Both friends noticed that after the breakup, Wang Bing seemed to be a different person. It was as if he had been reborn. The young man explained that all this had been experienced by experience. And if he started arguing with these guys, he would be no different from them. In fact, he just didn't want anyone to see his fiery hand, so he quietly changed the subject. They saw 2 more sports cars ahead. I decided that they needed to overtake, but they had a meeting with a jeweler, so hurry up. The boys noticed that the 2 cars in front wanted to match them, but they definitely wouldn't let that happen. They decide to make a bet on who will overtake whom. But the young man is worried about this, since it is worth waiting. When was the last time they even drove a car? This can be very dangerous. Since all of them haven't practiced driving cars for a long time, let's not play with death. Now they should not be compared with those majors. Wang Bing was right, and the sudden wealth caused the young men to act impulsively. But first of all, you should think about your safety. The majors, sitting in their cars, are interested. Why don't those 3 pursue them the way they had hoped? These cars did not have license plates yet, so the guys decided that maybe it was the store employees who were taking the cars to the showroom. But that can't be the case, as employees can't run the machines until they're sold. So maybe someone bought these cars just now. Maybe that's true. They're just not used to new cars, so they don't accelerate. But the majors really wanted to play catch-up. They were amazed that they were able to buy 3 of these luxury cars at once, and they were definitely no ordinary people. So they wanted to get to know each other. The park didn't notice that the sports cars were slowing down, and it seems that these people want to get closer to them. Opening the window, the major asks Wang if he would like to stop at the nearest gas station and get to know them. Wang Bing was really interested in this, and by making a sign, he made it clear that he accepted the offer. At the gas station, sports cars stood beautifully in a row, and passers-by looked at them enthusiastically, taking pictures to be sure to put them in history. Getting out of the cars, Wang Bing and his friends asked why the majors wanted to talk to them. Nothing remarkable, really. They just wanted to be friends, introducing themselves by the names Xinghua and Wang Chang. The guys looked very friendly, so Wang Bing did not miss the opportunity to make useful acquaintances. The majors were interested in the fact that they all had the same cars. Aren't they planning to create some kind of car group? In addition, all the rich people here prefer Ferrari or Porsche, while they chose a Mercedes-Benz. This is not because they preferred this particular brand of car, but because they wanted to make sure of their aspirations and prove themselves. Of course, it is interesting to satisfy your aspirations, but not everyone can afford to buy such expensive cars at a time. The fair-haired young man says that he has never driven such a car before. He wonders what it feels like, but that Wang Bing just throws him the car keys, offering to try it. The young man said that it was a good car or not, but he would not know for himself until he tried it on himself. He stands in shock because the young man is really offering him a ride in the car. Would it be convenient since he doesn't want to cause all the trouble? Yubin doesn't see any reason to worry, as they must know how to enter a sports car well, so it's okay. People usually say that you shouldn't give your favorite car and woman to others. And they didn't expect them to be so generous. Wang Chang says that his car is worth about $5 million, and if he accidentally damages his car, he can take it back to make amends. At this time, Bing can take a ride in Xinghua's car, and Xinghua will go in a friend's car. They go to get behind the wheel, agreeing that they will meet on the spot here to exchange cars back. Today they met unique people, so they need to have lunch together. In the course of their conversation, they learned that the 2 were unusually rich, and the children of famous families who have great wealth and great power. But these 2 were not as problematic and promiscuous as they are usually shown in movies and TV shows. Also, they were not arrogant, but on the contrary, very simple. Everyone rejoiced, enjoyed the local lunch. After learning that they were still students and that they were going to open a jewelry store, they expressed their admiration. Such successes really delighted and made me interested in the business. So in the end, the young men exchanged phone numbers and numbers. Now, if they need help or have any interesting suggestions, they can contact the guys, who will be looking forward to cooperating. This time, the young man prepared not only a large amount of food, but also a minibus, which all the guys would fit into. He does not know how they spent those 7 days. Plus, there were a lot of zombies, but he hopes it's okay. In the meantime, the system transfers everything to the system space. Whether by accident or accident, the system took him straight to the bathroom, which was filled with water. But the landing point is set according to where he subconsciously wants to land. It does not depend on the desire of the system. He's not some kind of dirty man, and now, because of the tricks of the system, he's all soaked, and he needs to change his clothes immediately. Coming out of the bathroom, cursing the system at the same time, the young man bumps into the officer's girlfriend, who is just at that moment changing clothes. And the young man looks, blushing, and does not understand how the girl ended up in his room in such a form. But the girl is already angry, because first of all, this is not his room. Secondly, this is the girl's room, and thirdly, he should get out as soon as possible. The guys, hearing the officer's shouts, were worried, but it turned out to be just a young man, who managed to get a good slap in the face. Forgetting that the girl had recently screamed in fear, everyone else began to run towards the young man, glad that he had finally returned. The young man is glad to see everyone present. But he is distracted by a strange smell and begins to wonder. What have they been doing here all this time? The youngest boy invites the young man to go and see it with his own eyes. Because I'm sure he'll be scared. Going out on the balcony, the young man sees literally a whole mountain of corpses from the zombies, not understanding how this could happen. It seemed that the children were only perfecting their shooting skills thanks to these zombies they had killed. And those guys were very frightened and didn't dare to attack. They did nothing but attract zombies in the vicinity here. Surely they brought all these zombies here with the hope that soon they would run out of ammunition and only then would they attack. The female officer is clearly more skeptical, stating that the whole bunch of zombies stinks terribly. If they hadn't had to wait for the young man, they would have left long ago. The young man tries to apologize, but the girl is sure that everything is fine. She doesn't know how it ended up in her bathroom, but she's sure it wasn't on purpose. Xiao asks the young man when they will be able to leave this place and move on. Because it's really unbearable to be here. Tonight they will have to prepare all the things they have and will leave tomorrow at dawn so as not to go at night. The bandits were watching the young people all this time, saying that they've been there for 7 days and are still holding on without leaving the place. They've attracted these zombies to the neighborhood and risked their people's lives, and now they don't know what to do next. It's as if they have an ammunition depot, they don't run out of cartridges. Indeed, they have a lot more supplies than they originally thought, and there are no zombies left in the area. Yes, they know everyone is getting worried, but there's no need to panic. It is worth continuing to attract zombies. And even if they still have ammo, they may end up suffocating from this strong stench. Everyone began to exclaim that the elder was saying everything was right. Let these people suffocate, but they will not allow them to escape. The next morning was very lively, the bandits were still watching the young people, and something caught their attention. The headman, rising from his seat, comes closer, not understanding what has so excited his subordinate. And then he sees that these people have a car and they are going to leave in it. He doesn't understand where they get the luxury of gasoline, and of course they have to follow them to catch and take everything they have. But it's unlikely that they will be able to stop them. Even if they chase them, they still won't be able to catch up. Because it's unrealistic. But they can go to the place where they lived, search everything. Who knows, maybe there's some supplies left behind that they've inadvertently forgotten. A female officer was behind the wheel, which made her very nervous, since she hadn't driven a car for a long time and offered the young man to change. But he assured that there was no need to adhere to the rules. At the same time, the eldest uncle in the back seat did not look quite well. But the thing is, he hasn't been in a car for a long time, so he can't get used to it. But the youngest did not stop asking questions. There were a few things he couldn't understand and wanted to clarify it. Not only did those people want to attack them, but they also brought in zombies to use up all the bullets they had. But why did he leave the rice? If the boy could, he would put a bullet in each of them in the forehead so that they would not become arrogant. But the boys should calm down. If they hadn't brought the zombies, how else would they have been able to improve their shooting skills? In addition, those bags of rice are lowered for them. Does this mean that the young man wants to repay them for bringing so many zombies? And the uncle assumed that the young man simply felt sorry for them, since he was very kind-hearted. But they're really just bags of rice. Entering the dormitory where the young people were, the bandits notice right at the threshold 2 huge bags of rice, which would make them happy. They are really surprised that they left such valuable products here. Maybe they just forgot to pick them up, but that's unlikely. If this rice was important to them, it is unlikely that they would have forgotten to pick it up. The men began to speculate that it was possible that they had put poison in these bags of rice and left it for them. But it's also unlikely. They have a lot of guns. If they wanted to kill them, they would have done it a long time ago. But even if the rice is poisonous, they are still ready to eat it. Don't wait any longer, but rather light the fire to cook this lovely rice. It's been a long time since they've eaten anything like this. The boy didn't want to think about anything like that, because as soon as he remembered these bandits, he immediately began to get angry. He really had to calm down and let the young man tell him one very funny thing in this life. He did put something in those bags of rice, which made the young man think, but instead of poison, it turned out to be just a laxative. After all, who said that only these bandits could be so bad? It's because they wanted to make these zombies bite them. The girl, an officer, wondered what the young people were laughing at so much that the minibus staggered, but they were burying silence. The highway was clogged with abandoned cars and buses. So, overall, their journey was long but safe. According to my uncle, they had to pass through a town to reach the gathering place. Due to the fact that they did not know the situation in that city, the young man had to worry a little, and in the evening they made a halt, pitching a tent to rest. The girls guarded them so that no unforeseen situations happened, inspecting the territory in the area, and resting during the day. As for the rest of us, I was overwhelmed with joy and anticipation imagining what the gathering place they were going to be like. After a long drive, they finally arrived at the place, stopping along the way. They came a little to the cliff in the form of a ruined high-rise publication. On the way, they arrived at the borders of a small town in which people seemed to live, and decided to make another halt. While the youngest was going to bed, Wang decided to walk towards the highway to take in the situation. And the officer suggests that perhaps he is considering whether to meddle in the city. But the young man was really worried about this question. They don't know if they need to enter the city. In addition, they do not know whether it is dangerous there or not. There are a lot of them. And what if, upon entering the city, they unexpectedly run into trouble? What will be done then? The young man must think carefully about it. Then it will be better not to enter the city. Perhaps there is some other way around, but it seems that the young man wants to enter that city for gold. Their food didn't come out of nowhere, it's all thanks to the gold and jewelry the young man gathered. So he really needs it. In fact, the officer also wants to help him, because it has to do with the well-being of all these people. They should talk to Brother Wang. They will also go with him to the city and help them collect as much gold as possible. After all, what will they do if a young man is in danger and they find out too late? In addition, they are not beginners and they have weapons. You need to tell the young man that he won't have any problems with their protection and don't let him worry about it. No matter what Wang Bing decides, they have always followed him and will continue to follow him. Whatever decision he makes. So if an officer wants to persuade him, then you have to go and do it, don't think too much. The young man continued to ponder over it. Although he wants to upgrade the system as soon as possible, he still doesn't know if there is gold in this city or not. In addition, if he suddenly accidentally meets those local gangs, it will be problematic. Although it is very important to update the system, Xiao and the others are much more important to him. And he can't risk them. Arriving at the gathering place, he tries to exchange food for gold, which will alleviate some of the problems. He is distracted from his thoughts by the girls who come up to him just in time, because he wanted to talk to them about something. The young man thought for a long time and decided that they would take a roundabout way. The safety of everyone was above all for him. The girls were surprised, as was this really what he had decided to think about all night? The young man is really very nice. The young man didn't know what was wrong. Because the girls looked kind of weird. Aren't they happy to take the safe path? The girls explained that they have consulted and all suggested that the young man go to the city, and they also want to help him in his search for gold. The young man was surprised, as the entrance to the city was too dangerous and he did not want them to be in danger. They know, but they've already made plans. They're going to find safe places first, and they're going to leave their uncle and small children there. After that, he and Miao would go to the city together. The three of them will go to find out the Tamash situation. In fact, it will be very good and calmer. But my uncle's leg is still wounded. And the children are still small, he can't leave them unattended. What if something happens? But thanks to recent events, the children have excelled at shooting, so they will be able to protect themselves and everyone who stays with them. The young man wanted to object, but refusals were not accepted from the very beginning. He has helped and trained them, and they are ready to fight with him. They have become one family and will go through all adversity everywhere, so his business is their business too. Xiao supports the officer as she says everything right. No matter what happens, they will always be there for the young man and will never abandon him. After a short conversation, they return to their little camp, which everyone else is very happy about. The young man was in a good mood today, and he told everyone to rest. He offered to play on something. It turned out that among the many talents of the young man, he also had the ability to play the guitar, which he actually wanted to demonstrate. None of them really expected the young man to have such diverse abilities, but playing the guitar is very cute. The young man began to pluck the strings on the guitar, putting his fingers on the right frets, creating a beautiful melody, while everyone around him listened peacefully. The melody was soothing, and the young man's voice gave a sense of calm. Everyone present even forgot what situation they were in. Campfire songs have always been and will always be the most pleasant and soothing thing that will give you a sense of safety and comfort. In the morning, after a good rest, everyone packs their things to go further. They have already divided the responsibilities. The uncle will stay with the younger children, looking after them. The children wish them a speedy return. They say that they will miss them very much, and will also try to behave well. Taking a pack of cigarettes out of his backpack, the young man gives it to his uncle, telling him to hide it and slowly enjoy it. In fact, uncle still has more than half of the time he gave, but he'll gladly accept it. After saying goodbye, the uncle and the children went in a minibus to look for a safe place, while the guys, armed, went to inspect the territory. Pausing slightly, the young man asks if everything is alright. The girl asks to give the master a little less cigarettes, since his health is no longer as good as before. The young man assures that he understands everything. In peacetime he would have persuaded him to smoke a little less, but now, every day they live in fear, and so they go alone. The young man realizes that this is not entirely healthy, but he thinks that smoking still helps his uncle relax a little. I'll think about it well. The young man did not restrict the man in this, to which the girl agreed. Xiao, distracting them from the conversation, says that she heard the sounds of a car and they need to hide immediately to avoid getting caught. A gang was driving an SUV through the streets, laughing heartily, clearly pleased with something. These people not only had a car, but also weapons. They seem to be just as much of a neighborhood scumbag as a gang of wild sharks. It seems that the small town they are going to is the very place where they gather. In this case, the girls offer to kill these people, leave one or two to interrogate them with passion. In this way, they find out what the situation in the city is. In fact, they could negotiate with them using food, but in his head he notices that these two girls are very runaway. Well, if they want to rob them or kill them, after all, even one piece of bread will drive a person to madness. But they are not going to reveal all the cards. First you need to agree on their next steps. With her incredibly businesslike and important look, men stop the car because they think there is someone ahead. They stop the cars, pointing their guns at the young men in front of them, who turn around, looking exhausted and not quite healthy. They come out, they are visibly hostile, they say, and if they dare to make any sudden move, they will immediately shoot them in the head. The young man was as follows, he and the officer. Unarmed, he will negotiate with this gang. A Xiao will take on the role of a sniper if there is any aggressive action on their part, but she will immediately shoot them. They pretend to be refugees, saying they came from another city in the hope that they can take refuge here. Then they will ask you to help them settle down here. And they will leave some food in the bag as payment, because, as it turns out, such people often come here in search of shelter. That's because men are very good at defending their territory, all thanks to their protection. So, to get into the city, they need to give them some food. The man turned in exactly the right direction. The young man also says that he will get some food that he has, but something still seems to be going wrong. Since one of the men is too suspicious of the girl, not hiding his interest, the man says that this girl is very cute and he would like to play with her. But he is put off by some unpleasant smell that comes from the girl, which makes him take a few steps back. To the men, it seems that these two fell into a dung pit or something on the way here. Since the smell from them is just incredible. Snatching the bag from the girl's shoulders, he says that he will count her, and the young man asks not to take everything, since they only have a little left. Start emptying out all the contents of the bags, they'll find a lot of bread in there, and it could really take hold for a while. Waving their weapons, they say they're taking it all away, and the young men can enter the city. Still, the young man's plan worked. Despite the fact that they are a little uneasy at heart, they managed to avoid unnecessary trouble. Although, the preparation process was a bit excruciating. Remembering their preparations, the girl shudders, because when Xiao left to look for a suitable place, there were still some things they had to do before moving out. The young man was thinking in the right direction, as he was at the present time. Seeing such a beautiful girl, they will clearly want to take advantage of her. The girl did not yet understand why the young man was saying such strange things at such an important moment, but he continued to explain that since the girl is very beautiful, the young man is worried that the man will lose his head as soon as he sees her. Therefore, he takes a jar out of his backpack, saying that with the contents in it, they will not dare to approach them. As it turns out, it's stinking tofu, it smells like rotten fish. But it's actually delicious. So men won't get close to them. As they walked to the shelter they were looking for, they found themselves in a place that looked much larger than they had originally imagined. A voice came from the loudspeaker, wondering what they had forgotten here. The young men began to explain that they had come from another city and would like to take refuge here. And the massive door opens with a sporty creak, two men with guns come out, demanding that they raise their hands in the air. I raise my hands, the young men assure me that they have no more food, and the weapons aimed at them are a little frightening. But in fact, the weapon is not to take away his food, but to protect the woman who also went outside. She wonders if they have passports, but this thing can't be eaten, so they've long since lost them. The woman laughs because, of course, you can't eat it. Do they really think only about food? They're not pigs. And let me have a piece of paper. She asks me to write down the name of the age, the place where they used to live, so that she has at least some idea of what kind of people they are. The young man explains this by the fact that they have not taken a shower for several days. For the sake of getting here faster, so they smell a little. Although it is a refuge for wanderers like them, from now on they will have to abide by the rules here. And if they really want to stay here, they'll have to please their favorite boss. That was all well and good, of course, but the young man wondered what kind of work they had to do to satisfy this boss. In any case, there is a variety of work here, and you can get paid for this work. Showing one of the bills, the woman explains that it is their master's money. A local currency that can only be obtained by working here. Here they can provide them with a place to live and other necessary things. However, they will be able to exchange all this with the help of food or this money. Looking at this, the young man understands that this gentleman is very smart and knows a lot about management. Now he wants to go inside even more and see what is there. Thanks to the women, he says that they have understood everything and will work a little for the master. She also warns that crimes such as kidnapping, theft and robbery are prohibited in the city. And no matter who, if someone dares to break these laws, they will immediately meet their death. For the umpteenth time today, seeing a weapon in front of him, the young man assures that they are not such people at all, and they can be sure that everything will be fine. Finally, after long conversations, they enter the protected area in the form of a publication and other people in front of them. This city looked very calm, surrounded on all sides by large walls. At the gathering place, exactly as they imagined it to be. In fact, you can sleep peacefully here much better than outside. They need to bring everyone else here as soon as possible to make sure that they are as safe as they are. But if you looked more closely, the superfluous people looked very exhausted, terribly thin. Looking around, they see a vegetable shed with guards standing next to it, who seem to be very self-sufficient. Although there is food here. However, it must be that the inhabitants receive it under the strict supervision and control of the master. Approaching the young people, one of the men asks if they are the newest ones. And he was a specially appointed person in charge of finding jobs for them. As they come closer, they greet each other, saying that they are right about the newcomers and whether there is a suitable job for them. But there is no need to worry. There are more than 300 people in this city, and all of them were previously assigned to their current jobs by a young man. Now they can choose a job. And next to a specific job, there is a daily salary that they will be able to receive. The choice here was really huge, you could choose whatever your heart desired. And here the list of work is updated every day. If they think that nothing fits here, then they may not work yet. But food and shelter can be obtained with the help of money, and if they do not work, they will not receive them. Therefore, it is up to them to decide. There was also one question that worried them: how much is the rent of the cheapest apartment for 1 month? Here, the rental fee is charged every day. And for the cheapest apartment in an unfinished building, you have to pay 5 of the master's money for 12 hours. Which was a lot, since here you can earn only 6 yuan a day on some jobs. The man explains this by the fact that he did not set the price if they want to rent a safer place. Then they should take the job where they pay more money. He also states that he charges a commission of 2 yuan for each job, so they should think about it. But don't think that everything is so calm here. In fact, very strange things happen here at night. But didn't the woman they met on the street say that robbery and theft were forbidden here? Do they really do such things at night? It was about the master's food. But if you look around, except for the master's subordinates, everyone else is terribly thin. When they are tired of high and intense work, and the money they receive is still not enough, then they will turn into insanely hungry people like them. A hungry person is capable of terrible things, and he will share with them the story he saw with his own eyes. Previously, one newcomer came here. Every day he spent the money he earned on food, and there was no money left for housing. So one night he decided to sleep in a dark alley. One night passed in this way. But something terrible happened. His good legs were cut off mercilessly. A man shivers as soon as he remembers this, which can only happen at night, so he advises them to think. But their facial expressions are yamasthetic, so the man shouts that they should think about how to behave, because it's all true. But it didn't really look like it, because how could someone cut off his healthy legs? Didn't he feel anything at that moment? Although the man exaggerated a little, it is still really dangerous at night. We need to go back to what was said earlier. If they want to earn more, they can become bodyguards. The girl decided that she would also choose this job to be close to the young man, so that they could get closer to this gentleman. The man says that, of course, it's not up to him to decide. But it seems unlikely that they will be hired as a bodyguard with such a body. And the girl is not suitable for this job. Keep looking at the girl. The man says she has a great body and face. So why would she work as a bodyguard? If she agrees, she can become a dancer. Who knows, maybe the master himself will like her. Mr. is the master of this small town and everyone listens to what he says. His big hobby is to collect all the beautiful girls. And then he throws a party in swimsuits in his chic villa, and it's very cool there, which really embarrassed the girl. But a man should not offer them such recommendations. They choose to work as bodyguards and say nothing more. But if they have to do that kind of dirty work, they'd better get out of this city. And the man decided that it was better to put up with it. And since people are determined, he will apply for this job, and he needs to come tomorrow at the same time. They go on, and the young man mutters under his breath how he could offer an officer such a job as a dancer. This man clearly doesn't have everything at home. The girl stops the young man slightly. They say that if they are denied their application to be bodyguards, let her get close to this gentleman. After all, that job is the best way to get closer to the gentleman and find out more information. Even if it means going to a party in a swimsuit, the young man gets angry at these words, as he will not allow the girl to go around for it. She really doesn't understand why the young man is so against it, because if there are no options left, this will be inevitable. And through anger and indignation, he already has to agree. Because if there are no options left, there is nothing you can do. Even the young man had never seen the officers in a bathing suit, so why on earth should the gentleman see her like that? And why was the girl angry, since was that the only reason he didn't mind going to that party in a swimsuit? A yellow limousine was driving down the road with a whole gang of security guards. It was the same gentleman who was driving. And that meant it was time to eat. The car, along with the truck and the guards, stopped, and people from all over the area began to run to the gentleman, glad that he had finally arrived. People wanted to get closer, but the guards pointed their weapons directly at them, telling them to keep their distance, treating people as if they were garbage. Slowly opening the hatch of the car, a hand can be seen holding what appears to be a magic scepter with a skull at the end. All the young man thinks about is the 2 stones that are inserted into the skull. They look very beautiful and obviously very expensive. The girl also notices that they are very beautiful. Brilliant, young man, you see that the girl, like the others, is very fond of jewelry, which is very surprising. Everything is logical, because who does not like beautiful things, and since girls like them so much, he will find a way to get them to give them as a gift. The girl accepts this offer to see how skillful the young man is in his actions. Climbing out of the hatch of a low-class car, a man who looks like a dwarf begins to address the people. He demands that everyone listen to him well, hope that they have worked hard and earned a lot of master's money for food. Only those who work hard deserve his respect, and only they can afford to eat to their heart's content. People immediately began to take out bills in their pockets, showing that they had earned a lot of the master's money and would be able to get food. The woman who met them was crazy about her master. And he thought that this gentleman was young and handsome, but he did not expect that he would turn out to be as vulgar as a rat. All these people are very hungry, they don't look crazier than zombies, this gentleman uses dirty tricks. With food, he was able to make all the people work for him before the apocalypse, he was clearly some kind of tycoon. As it turned out, the girl once arrested him, and the young man is surprised that all the people who were arrested by the girl were very authoritative. Even before the post-apocalypse, it had such great power. However, he has always used such dastardly ways, using people to his advantage. And the man kept talking so that everyone would listen to him. They had to stand in line to prepare their money in order to get food. People from young to old began to approach, giving money and asking for various food in return to survive. One of the women asked for 2 bowls of soup, but the man said that this money would not even be enough to buy 1 bowl, which was very surprising. If 1 bowl of soup had cost 2 yuan before, she had a hard time earning those 4. The master's people risked their lives with difficulty, so the man thinks that why not increase the value. This was very frustrating since she and her baby hadn't eaten anything in a long time, and could they give her at least 1 plate. The young man was standing in line, watching all this. The woman barely earned this money, but it was only enough for a tiny amount of food, and she didn't even manage to eat, as she had to leave the queue while one of the guards pointed a gun at her. She kept begging for a little more in the portion, as her child hadn't eaten in days. But the man was an order, he could lay down exactly as much as he was supposed to, and it didn't matter whether people liked it or not. He began to shout that he was repeating it again. If you don't have money, you don't have to stand in line, because they won't get anything anyway. The young man approached the woman with the child, and she was already frightened, as she decided that he wanted to take her food, and began to beg for mercy. He tried to calm him down, because he had no ill intentions, he did not intend to take her food, but only offered her some bread to eat. But the girl was frightened, and, throwing down her plate, began to run away, saying that she would not eat bread, and the young man offered her something else, but she was already running. And the girl, an officer, approaching the young man, tells him not to even try, the woman is already frightened and ran away and will definitely not take food from him. It was a strange situation, they all became like that because of hunger, but still there are people who refuse the food offered. In fact, the whole city looks strange, the people here seem to be intimidated, and if you continue to observe, they may learn a lot. In front of the gentleman, who was seated in his luxurious chair, stood a group of people, a guard reporting that they had decided to join the expansion group. And also one of the men, apparently the secretary, told the gentleman that they could send them there tomorrow. So that's a great idea. The gentleman scoffs, but asks them if they are aware that they are in great danger once in the expansion group. Have they really thought it through? But by joining the expansion group, they will get bread. So it's a well thought out decision and they agree to it. Of course, if they join, they will get bread. And if they voluntarily agree, then there is no problem, you have to come up to get the food. One of the male guards dumps bread out of the box, and they begin to run up in an argument. Who gets how much, but the master is amused by all this. The master tells the secretary to keep an eye on them, and if they want to run away, they should deal with it immediately. After returning, it is worth sending some strippers to him, as he wants to enjoy this spectacle. Looking away from the picture of men fighting for bread, the gentleman looks at the man who has approached him. And I wonder what he has to do that he dares to approach. But the man is silent, and then the secretary is already speaking, since the gentleman asked a question, and he is apparently deaf that he does not answer. The gentleman says not to shout, since this man is a good person and clearly has good intentions. While he only falls to his knees, begging for forgiveness. The man tearfully asks to send a doctor to his sister, he agrees to work like a horse. If only they would help him. The master asks him to get up and explain what is wrong with his sister. If a man tells, he will definitely help. His sister has had a high fever for the past few days. And it doesn't go away every day, she's getting weaker, she needs a doctor and medication. It's really a trifle. And the man needs to send his sister to the master, and by his side she will be safe and abundant. The man looks up at his master. His sister is only 15 years old, she is not yet an adult, and his demands are a little strange. Lowering his scepter on the man's forehead, the Lord says that he is a good brother and wants to protect his family. And you should also know that Mr. Businessman, and a businessman always seeks to get benefits for himself. He doesn't want to send his little sister to him, so the two of them can make a deal that is beneficial to both of them. If he rejoins the expansion group, he will send a doctor to cure his little defenseless sister. And if that's all that remains, then the man has no choice but to agree to join the expansion group. It was good for the gentleman, just fine tomorrow after they left for their destination. He'll send a doctor to his sister. The man should remember that tomorrow he must come and not post any tricks, otherwise his sister will not survive. From the crowd began to be heard talk that it was unthinkable for a man to join an expansion group. After all, he had already been there and decided to go for it again. Last time, he joined this group for the sake of his sister. He really is a very good brother who takes care of her. Joining an expansion group is eternal doom, if it weren't for such difficulties, who would have gone there in the first place? But last time he just got lucky and he's going to go for it again. Someone objects, because why does a man have such gloomy thoughts? After all, he doesn't want this man to die. Once in his house, the man began to take care of his sister again. And she had to be a little patient, tomorrow the doctor would come to examine her, and then it wouldn't be so hard. He blamed himself for everything. He couldn't buy her a proper meal, so she ate the unwashed food, otherwise it wouldn't have happened. The girl asks her brother not to go there, it is too dangerous and she does not want him to risk his life for her. He assures his sister that he won't go anywhere. He just agreed to be his master's bodyguard, but he would still be there. A knock on the door, even the lightest one, makes the door fall. And when Wang Bing goes inside, he apologizes because she didn't know it was so weak, but she would definitely fix it. But the man screams, because what kind of nonsense is this? If they are people, master, then they better get out of here. The young man explains that they heard that he needed medicine. And they just came from another city and they have some medicines. A female officer looks at a little girl in bed, she seems to have a very high fever and needs help. And a man is not a fool. What does it mean that they are from out of town and they have medicines? Do they really want to give them to him just like that? The young men try to get a little closer, but the man continues to wave his stick so that they keep their distance and not approach his sister. Although he doesn't hit the girls, if they take another step, then don't blame him for his ruthlessness. But I don't see why he'd be so good, his little sister has a high fever. Doesn't he want to cure her? Let him go out of the way. The man does not understand why he is so kind. Did they really come to help him? And the young man confirms these words, they only want to help, but also to ask for something. But initially, they want to cure his little sister. As long as he agreed to his master's terms, he had nothing to worry about, they had nothing anyway. But the young people's words really made sense, so the man tearfully begged to save his sister if they could do it. Approaching the bed, the girl began to examine the patient. She was very hot, her temperature had clearly reached 40 degrees. The girl understands that the man did not even help her in any way, he does not know basic things. She thinks she can take care of her sister personally, isn't that ridiculous? Turning to the young man, she asks for antipyretic pills. First, you need to lower the girl's temperature before it gets worse. And then she turns to her elder brother not to stand like a pillar, but to pour some water into a basin and bring it. It was necessary to bring all this and then leave them alone, and the girl herself would have figured it out completely, and after 5 minutes the fever was no longer so high. After a while, the guy returned to the room. Wang Bing immediately asked how the girl was feeling. The officer did a good job, it was really easy, and now the girl was fast asleep. Falling to his knees in front of the young people, the man thanked them for saving his sister. It really meant a lot to him. As it turned out, she was his only close person and they saved her, now his life is in their hands. In fact, they shouldn't have exaggerated too much, they didn't do anything remarkable. But they really helped for a reason. But first, a man should calm down, and not behave like a slob. Get up from your knees, and then they can talk. And although the man has no idea what these two people want from him, he will do everything in his power, as they have helped him a lot. As it seemed to the young people, he has been living here for a long time and they would like to know the current situation in this city. And it would be better if he told me everything. The man thought they wanted to ask him to kill some people, or help him get out of the city, or kidnap someone. But the reality is a little different, and it doesn't matter what they want to know. But the man will tell you every single one that he knows. But first, I had to sit down. The young man also gives him a gift in honor of their first meeting, a bottle of Coca-Cola. The man screamed with joy. But you have to be quieter, because the walls also have ears, you can't let other people hear about it. The young man noticed that although the man was rude, he was very sensitive to his sister. Such good people are few and far between. The man before the apocalypse also served, he was very agile and his body was in good condition. Did he serve in the special forces? That was true, but after getting injured, he had to resign. No wonder that gentleman values him so much, but he got a scar in himself in the right part of the city. When he joined the expansion group, he received this scar after the zombie fight. It's the expansion group that forces them to eliminate all the zombies in the north and get food. It turned out that there are about 2 million zombies in the north. It is not so easy to clean up there, and besides, the master has a lot of food. But he organized this whole group just to find gold bars in the city. This gentleman used to be a real estate businessman. And even then, people lived in his golden man, he always forced his clients to sign an agreement. He also gathered several hundred thugs under his command, which made him a bona fide real estate tycoon even before the apocalypse. On top of all this, he is an ardent fan of gold. Not only does he enjoy assembling it, but most of the furniture is made of gold. The young man wondered for which crime of all the above the officer had previously arrested him. But one evening is not enough to tell about all the crimes he has committed. But don't talk about it, she arrested him because he was intimidating her. The man was fully confident that with money and power like his, he would soon be out of prison. And when that happens, he'll show the officer bliss to death. So she should be prepared for that. The young man was angry, because the man looked like some kind of animal, he was about to go and punch him in the face, but the girl stopped him. Although he was in prison, the power was still under his control before the onset of the post-apocalypse. He escaped with the other prisoners. But the girl did not expect that he would come here and become the local prince, to whom every single one of them is to obey. At this point, the man raised his voice, wondering if the young man wanted to confront this gentleman, because it was very risky. He has so much food, but he also has a whole arsenal. And he even has a tank, it's really very dangerous. But since he was as strong as a young man, why not join his ranks? And this way his sister will be assured of a good life. But does the young man know what people in this city eat, except for himself and his charges, if he dares to do so? The young man begins to remember what was given to people recently on the street. And I think it was a meat soup, and I don't think it was a soup made from rats. In fact, if they were rats, the man would have accepted it. But that's not the case at all, it's much worse. In superfluous lands, food is exchanged with the help of the master's currency. And every person needs to work hard all day for this currency, otherwise there is no money, no food. The prince wanted to become the most powerful in this city. He said that those people who join the expansion group will go for surgery once, and then receive expired bread. And the disabled population had no choice but to fight the zombies. In the beginning, the man also did not understand why it was people who were unable to work to join the group. He didn't realize it until last month. When that month came, he couldn't find food and was forced to join an expansion group. And then everything became clear to him. The purpose of all the people who joined the expansion group was only one thing. They were the bait and attraction of the zombie king. The zombie king is very bloodthirsty. These incapacitated people would gather together to attract the king, and then other people would go in search of gold. And the young people were shocked, because it is not clear what kind of creature it is. And is there really something like a king among zombies? He is many times faster than normal zombies, his speed and destructive power are simply amazing. And before that, the man served in the special forces. Therefore, he has good agility. And self-preservation is stronger than other people. When he realized that it was just a decoy, he became angry and tried to escape as soon as he was glad that he was lucky to escape from the zombie king. Things didn't go according to plan. At the same moment, when it seemed to him that everything was over, this huge creature appeared in front of him. In an instant, the zombie king caught up with the man, and he felt like a small girl with a huge lion playing with. The zombie king is different from the others, except for eating people, he seems to still enjoy studying them. It was in the duel with the zombie king that the man received a scar on his face, which remained an eternal reminder of this moment. After he inflicted the last scratch, the man managed to escape. He doesn't understand why, but the Lord thinks that he has managed to resist the king, and therefore wants to drag him back into the group by all possible means. The fact that the man was able to escape from this terrible creature on his own was truly admirable. The young man immediately began to call the system, but unfortunately it had no information about the zombie correlation. And maybe after the update, he will be able to learn more. And for some reason, the young man immediately decided that the man was a deceiver. But it's a good thing he hasn't seen such creatures, otherwise he would have died by now. But the officer notices that the man never told them what the gentleman was giving as food to the locals. Well, according to the man, young people can be very uncomfortable hearing what he is about to tell them. The people killed by the zombie king were not wasted. And they are all brought back to the city in droves, and then mixing the corpses of humans with the corpses of zombies. And they cook it, make soup out of it, and distribute it to the townspeople. It was truly disgusting to work all day and receive such food in exchange. And the man also thought that if he became the master's subordinate, he would not have to eat human flesh again, but he could not persuade himself. He also can't let his sister eat human and zombie meat, as she deserves better. So he had to catch mice in the city, and also to collect an edible plant outside the city, but in the end, my sister began to have problems because of the food he brought. And the young man said that it was not his fault. Because in such conditions it is very difficult to make any choice, especially the right choice. The officer had to take millet and make a thin porridge, so that his sister could eat when she woke up. The man was very surprised, because it was really except for medicines. Do they also have millet with them? The young man began to tell me that in addition to millet, there was all sorts of food in his bag, which he would gladly share. He began to give the officer food, such as sugar. And the man was just delighted, as he had not seen anything like this for a long time. He then turns to the man, asking what if they provide his sister with clean food. Would he agree to help them confront their master? Today they rescued his little sister. And even if he had to risk his life, he would agree to anything they offered. That was a good thing, because now the young man needed a familiar and reliable person in this strange city. In fact, the man himself has long been fed up with this gentleman. For him the life of a man is insignificant, and it is a pity that he cannot be overthrown. And a man doesn't need to restrain his ardor. They'll deal with these matters first, send his little sister to safety, and give him the right path so they don't find their comrades. He'd hand over his little sister to them, and they'd take care of her, but that meant telling. It's strange that they go with their sister again to collect edible herbs. Otherwise, the two of them would have left the city at night without any suspicion. Because the guards are also aware of what a valuable person the master considers him to be. Still, the guards were curious about what kind of grass was gathering. But it doesn't matter, he'll go to town tomorrow and he'll be lucky if he can come back alive. And if he dies, his sister will go to his master. And the man tried to follow the path indicated to him as quickly as possible in order to hand over his sister to the good people. And he came to the place that seemed right to him. And then I crept up behind him, making Xiao freeze. But the girl immediately falls silent, as she notices her boyfriend's clothes on the girl. And the man immediately says that she shouldn't worry, because he was the one who told her to find her, and also gave her the phone and said that she would understand. The man gave the girl the boy's phone number, in which he described in detail all the information about the man and the girl and asked to shelter them. And the girl, immediately realizing that there is no danger, suggests that the man do exactly as Wang Bing said. They ended up in a specially equipped small camp, where the man's sister was safe and he did not have to worry. The senior officer noticed that the man looked very naive and worried about whether he really needed to be trusted. Wang Bing sent a letter saying that he was very reliable and just worried about his youngest. The man went back so that the guards wouldn't suspect anything. He also had a girl sitting on his back. But this time it wasn't his sister. Instead of a little girl on the man's back, there was Xiao, who was just delighted with Wang's plan, clinging to the young man with her hands and feet, and she did not want to get away from him, while the officer and the man wondered how the local guards had let them in and out so easily. Now that Xiao was also with them, they needed to come up with a plan on how they could deal with this pig master. On the top floor of this multi-story building is the gentleman's apartment, where there is also a warehouse for weapons and ammunition. Therefore, this building is closely guarded and outsiders cannot enter it. And only at the entrance there are more than 20 people. Small detachments constantly patrol the area, keeping an eye out for outsiders nearby. Besides, even if they were able to get inside, the entrances to each floor were also under surveillance. The man was very aware of the situation there due to the fact that he was in the expansion group. That being so, he should take the young man with him tomorrow, and he would join the group, and then he would think of how to get to the master's room. But it may not be easy. To avoid someone getting cold and running away. At gunpoint, they send the people who have entered the city. In fact, it's great, as soon as the opportunity arises, after they leave the city, they can immediately kill everyone. The man wasn't so enthusiastic, he's already been through it, he assumes it's going to be more complicated. In one group there are more than 10 people with weapons, and they only have a hoe and a crowbar. The young man wonders if the man thinks he will or will easily recruit those people who have been forced to join the expansion group. It's going to be easy, after all, they're doing it for the food. If you only give them a little, they will struggle to work. Therefore, the young man, without a doubt, hands the man a backpack, in which there were several loaded pistols. In the outside world, these are all treasures, and the man can't even imagine where the young man got these valuable things from. And the young man decided not to go into details, and explains that they had previously defeated the local biggest gangs in several cities and found all this. In addition, he still has a bunch of other weapons, and if the opportunity arises, you will need to assign it to other members of the group, so more and more people will be armed. If everyone has these things, who knows, maybe they can even destroy the master himself and put an end to this madness. Although they have weapons, they will have to think on their feet, according to the circumstances, you need to be very careful. The young man is more worried about the girls. He hopes that they won't have to go to extremes and that they won't be swallowed alive. The above-mentioned girls just came up and changed their clothes. And the young man almost fainted, because they were wearing the outfits of criminal investigation officers. In the young man's opinion, these clothes were actually very revealing and seductive. It's clearly not for battle. Is it possible that he just made a mistake? He began to shout that this would not work, these clothes were too dangerous. And you need to change your clothes immediately, but the girls didn't understand. Why change clothes? Because the clothes are very comfortable. But the young man stood his ground. They say that these clothes are not good enough. And you have to look, because they can't even fasten it all the way. In addition, the trousers are also too tight, you can see that they are uncomfortable. Who of the master's subordinates would be able to fight if they saw them dressed like that? Well, the girls thought it was a good thing if they couldn't fight, that way they could easily get into the enemy's lair. The next morning, the commanders of the expansion group, as well as the head of all the new fighters, issued orders. From now on, they have been under his strict control. He warned that if anyone went against his orders on the way and smugly left the squad behind, he would kill them on the spot without the slightest mercy. The man began to look around at everyone present again, something was bothering him. He noticed that one of the men was asleep while walking, and immediately cut him in the jaw. Waving his fists, he began to shout that it was just a great shame that he had to go with such poor fighters as them. The man began to explain to the commander that many people here could not even eat normally. Where do they have to be like him? The commander said he respected the man, but that didn't mean he could throw him a shrift by saying things like that. But in fact, the man wasn't even going to challenge him. He just said it as it really is. And the man was very unbalanced, because in every word the man saw a threat and a mockery of himself. Wang Bing realized that they didn't need a scuffle right now, and immediately apologized to the commander, because he was very generous, there was no point in arguing, and he would talk to the man. As they moved on, they began to talk about the fact that it was impossible to come into conflict with them now. They'll deal with them after they're safely out of town. The man also apologizes, as he should not have acted so impulsively. But this commander is really very self-confident. The commander now turns to the young man, asking why he has not seen him before. Most likely, he is a newcomer. This was very surprising to the gentleman, since the newcomer had not yet come to life here, but immediately wanted to join the expansion group. He began to look at the young man and wondered why he needed the bag. Or that he wants to secretly take the spoils of war while on a mission. The commander immediately began to demand that the young man take off his backpack so that he could be watched. And that made him nervous, because it couldn't be allowed. Opening the commander's backpack, he realizes that there is nothing in it and immediately gives the young man a slap on the head. After all, if he finds out that he has secretly appropriated something for himself, he will kill him. Moving on to the missions, the commander says that they will now distribute the equipment to them, and then send them to the city. The man asks if the guy is okay and then changes the subject. He says that in the morning he saw the contents of his bag, and now there is nothing in it. Wang Bing winks, saying it's just his little secret. And the man almost shouts that he would never have thought that the young man had magic. From the window of his apartment, the gentleman watched what was happening. I asked my accountant whether his plan with the commander would be crowned with success. He assures his master that there is no need to worry. Last time, it didn't work out because they didn't know that the area was inhabited by the zombie king. This time it's different. First those scapegoats will lure the king out. The captain and his men will then take the gold out of the vault. The gentleman was very happy about this, so he would be able to fulfill his old dream. He wants a golden statue of him to be erected in this part of the city. If this is done, he will make sure that he and the commander are never lacking. Whatever it is. And the accountant was very happy about it. After that, the gentleman asks if there are any extra goods lately, because he has already played with those that are in his room. Bowing, the man says that he immediately organizes everything according to the highest quality, just as his master loves him. The street, as usual, was gloomy and dim, people walked pale and drooping, but their gray everyday life was diluted by two passing beauties. With a businesslike gait, the girls walked to the place where the man was distributing work. They heard that there was a person who helped with this and were interested in if something was suitable for them. The commander and his entourage drove through the streets of the city in an off-road vehicle, while all members of the expansion group had to walk. After a short time, the young man began to notice that the further they went, the worse it became. In fact, this is normal, because it used to be the busiest area in the northern part of the city. When the disaster came, many people did not have time to escape, turning into zombies. The man also asks the young man when they will start what they have started, but it was not time to wait. Their commander is cunning enough. He placed his subordinates behind them to observe the situation, and if they do anything wrong, they will immediately shoot them without any delay. Behind them, one of the squad members whispered, "He told me to do stupid things and not even think about running away, because it wouldn't work anyway. But don't worry, if they help him, he'll tell me about it to the commander." But the young man assured him that they were not plotting anything of the kind. The man says that there have been many similar people before. Those who, after joining the expansion group, wanted to escape. This time is different. The Lord commanded that if he received great merits, he would reward them well on his return. Great merits. The concept is elastic. Does the man mean that he needs to help his master find gold? That's right, when the man first heard about it, he immediately joined the expansion group. According to the information that the gentleman learned, the central bank in the north has a large amount of gold, but this bank also has good protection. The gold reserves in it are leading, as many have stored it there since the beginning of the apocalypse. An unimaginable amount of gold is currently inside. However, people began to worry more about food than jewelry. Now, freed from the cares of food, the Lord reclined to have all this gold. In order to achieve this goal, he ordered everyone to do so. This information is not bad. The gold of the whole city, for the sake of renewing the system, Wang will do it. The commander's shouts can be heard behind him. Tom doesn't like the fact that his subordinates have slowed down, finding time to chat. Wang apologizes, they will speed up right away as they don't want to cause trouble. When the commander was distracted, the young man returned to the conversation with the man. Still, he was interested in the information and whether it was reliable. The man received this information from a henchman. In exchange, he gave him half of his bread. But what reward will the master give for this? He risks his life, gives his last bread, but what can he get in return? But he doesn't need gold. Now it is useless, but it is much more pleasant to receive meat as a reward. A chicken is better than a gold bar as a reward. The gentleman is very cunning, in the young man's opinion. He forced these people to work for him for a piece of bread. If the information is accurate, the Tanosha can even give her share to a man. He was incredibly happy. While the other wondered if everything would go as well as he expected, the zombie king still looms a menace. You need them. But initially, they now have to find gold. The man has no choice but to agree. The young man saved his sister, he can't refuse. Under the command of the master's subordinates, they slowly approached the city. Everything there was empty and dead. Even though it was daytime, it didn't stop the zombies from attacking. Due to the huge number of people who were coming, they did not miss the opportunity to attack. In order not to reveal their identities, Wang and his companion had to use primitive weapons for self-defense. While others were scared to death, they didn't dare to take up arms to confront the zombies. The master's subordinates did not engage in battle. They watched it as if it were a performance. In addition, it was clear from their mood that they were not going to spend their precious cartridges on them. With difficulty, they still managed to reach the original point. The central bank is located in the northern district. However, there were a lot of zombies roaming around the bank. Therefore, everyone did not dare to approach him. They were just watching from afar. The first to dare to come out to talk was the general, who actually led the team. As he led the people forward, everyone else stood still. Some began to ask questions. Like, why would he go? But the general explained it by saying that they didn't know how to fight and there was no need to worry, just find gold supplies. In order to avoid a mutiny among the members of the expansion group, the young man says that everything is fine and that it is necessary to listen to the commander and find the way first. And the most important thing is not to be afraid. The young man's speech was not the most encouraging, and the men were still shaking with fear. In fact, none of them had any special abilities. The general says that he has prepared several bulletproof vests with steel inlay. so they can wear them to be on the safe side. Perhaps these vests will save their lives when they encounter strong zombies. So don't neglect security. Everyone began to dress in the same way as the young man and his companion, but suddenly the general turned to the man, and saying that he could be left without a bulletproof vest, since he needed to stay with the general. The man says that if the general wants, he can take his vest, but he will go with his companions to help them. The commander was angry. How dare the man disobey him? Whether he was sure that he wanted to disobey the order, he did not regret it. The man stands his ground. He will never regret disobeying, but he will go with his comrades and support them. The commander does not start a quarrel and says that it is so to be. He just wanted to give him a chance, and he's still acting very stupid. So let him go with everyone else and die if he wants to. Wang Bing is enough of this act. Because if the man had listened to him and gone, he would not have been able to be with the group. This guy is very slippery. He definitely has bad intentions, and later the young man will come back and deal with it. While the men dealt with zombies and bank treasures, the girls were led down a long corridor to the master. The girls reasoned that since they had managed to get in, why not find out where the arsenal was? But it was dangerous. The young man told me to find out only where the gold vault was. And besides, the situation is now unclear and everything should not be complicated. Xiao thought it was a waste of her time and talent for mundane things like entertaining some gentleman. At the end of the long corridor, a massive door awaited the girls, at which the manager began to knock and shout, calling to the master. The girls, who clearly knew what to do, had already begun to flutter their lush eyelash extensions, wanting to get the master's approval. And the manager opens the door and can't believe his eyes. Because instead of her handsome master, his accountant sits in the chair, almost naked. As it turned out, the gentleman told him to choose one of the girls for himself, and the rest were sent to him, so he certainly did not miss this great opportunity. This made the girl very angry, for she did not believe that the master had allowed him to choose the girl first. And he was clearly lying, and while she was screaming, the guards carried her out of the chambers. The girls stood in a row as the man judged them, talking about them as a commodity on a shelf in a store. Every girl wanted to be the best. Lifting his chin high and bulging his lush chest forward, everyone was ready to literally fall at the feet of men just to earn money. While Xiao and the officer stood on a straight line, and it was the secretary's intention, as usual, to choose the best candidate for himself, and to send the rest of the goods to his master. Out of all the girls who were ready to lie under the man, for some reason it was Xiao who took a liking to him. And he couldn't understand where such a beauty came from in their area. Calling her, he asks the girl to stay, and practically chases everyone else to the master's chambers to enjoy the evening. The girl's plan didn't go where it was originally supposed to go, because none of them thought they would have to split up. The officer immediately began to ask, like, shouldn't they go to the gentleman's party? Because that's what the contract was. Who really cares about that now? T-girl can go to a party. But Xiao, who took a fancy to the man, would definitely stay with him. The officer immediately tried to get out of the situation, as she knew that Wang Bing wouldn't ask her if she let Xiao into the man's bed. But the man began to shout that it was best for her to be silent, because he wanted to feel love from a young, innocent girl, not from a masculine girl like her. A guard approached her from behind, pushing her in front so that she wouldn't keep her gentleman waiting. But the girl was already squeaking with anger. Xiao, addressing the officer, asks her to calm down, as the girl can improvise. And she needs to take care of herself and not worry. The officer only asks the girl to be extremely careful so that she returns safe and sound. When all the girls and the guards had left, only Xiao and the master's secretary remained, ready to start this beautiful evening right now. But something else haunted me. Chew Gum was going in a completely different direction from which he was sitting, so the man asked what she was up to. The girl was heading towards the table with the fruit on it. While the man was talking about how she was very shy, with a sense of shyness at first love, the girl took the knife in her hands, the first thing that came to hand. And she shouted that if the man was so interested, then they would play a little. Wiping his drool, which was almost on the floor, the man turns a little pale. Seeing a knife in the girl's hands, he begins to back away. The catacombs of an abandoned bank roamed the members of the expansion squad. The young man was disturbed by an unknown smell, which grew stronger and stronger with each step. Well, given the fact that there are scattered severed limbs throughout the territory, which are clearly not the first day, a lot becomes clear. One of the men turns to the young man, saying that the commander said that it was safe here. So why are there zombies roaming around? And the young man only shuts his mouth so that they will not be detected. A few more dark twists and missing nerve cells, and they finally stumble upon the very door where the gold is stored. The first thing that comes to mind, of course, is to break it. At least because after a long journey and an unbearable smell, he wants to end it all as soon as possible. But the commander said we just had to find that door. And you need to act only after they tell the commander about it. But if they do exactly as the master says, he will take all the credit for himself. And they won't be given anything to eat. On the street, I calmly look around the territory of the commander's entourage. One of them wonders why he sent such an important person to his death. The commander explained this by the fact that the man simply does not know what is good and what is bad. He is ungrateful. According to rumors, he will be able to fight off the zombie king, but the man does not believe it. Because I've never seen anyone cooler than the master. He also wondered why not recruit the young man who walked beside him. He did a good job, but the guy is cunning, but the commander doesn't understand what the young man is thinking. Besides, if they hadn't sent some smart guys with them, How would these guys have been able to lure out the zombie king? After a few minutes of hard effort, they were finally able to break down the door and get inside. And some of the members of the group started screaming. To which the young man asked to shut up, as they could with their screams and attract a lot of zombies. As he walks a little forward, he notices another door with a large lock, which definitely has something valuable behind it. Still whispered, one of the men wonders how they will be able to open this door with an incredibly complex lock. Many began to assume that the door was very large and that it was unlikely that they would be able to open it if they try to blow it up. So they'd better come back and help the commander. But the young man decides not to be discouraged. They may not have a way to open that door, but he does. Definitely. He sits down on his knees and begins to diligently search for something inside his backpack, clearly calling his system storage. The man, looking at all this, wonders if they should go back to ask for help. But he notices a grenade launcher in the young man's hands, and there are a lot of questions in my head. Well, at least the one from where the young man managed to get such a colossus, since there was nothing in his backpack before. Other members of the group had the same question. And the young man just grinned, because there is no need to be surprised, his reserves are definitely not limited to this. He empties a few more assault rifles and pistols from his backpack, inviting the group members to take one for themselves. Everyone is starting to wonder how he was able to fit it into his backpack. Yes, it's hard to explain now, but he could only assure the men that his strength was much greater than they see now. The young man declares that from now on he will lead a rebellion against his master. And as he delivers his speech, everyone continues to marvel at what is happening. All the way, the men thought they were the two of them, they were as simple as they seemed, and it turned out that they wanted to replace their king. The trouble is, they don't need it. ONT only trusts the master. Yes, the young man knows that they are scared, but asks the man to tell them everything he has seen, but before they make any decision. They really think that the master's system is designed to make sure that everyone has enough to eat, but that's stupid. In fact, this is not the case at all. And the last time he joined the expansion group, he learned something very important. And so the man once again told the true story of what was happening in what seemed to be a safe town. But it turned out that it wasn't worth telling them everything, and many even felt bad from the information that they worked like horses, and in the end they received the flesh of their own people as food. In addition, zombie parts were added to the list. And that was the last straw, and all of them took up arms, decided that retribution would come, and they would take the risk. And the young man is happy about it. Yes, sometimes the truth is very cruel. But it is the driving force for change. It's all very good. Now they had to trust the young man and follow him. And after he takes the gold, he will provide them all with a good life. Everyone immediately began to exclaim that if the young man did not deceive, they would follow him. They will overthrow their king, and divide all their food among the people. The king forced them to starve and work hard. These people have hated him for a long time, now it is only necessary to provide them with the means and the goal. As a member of the group, it is worth going backwards. And when the young man blows open the door, the captain and his men hear the sound and come running here, then they will kill them. And just as the young man had expected, the loud sound of the explosion attracted the commander and his entourage to those standing on the street. The young man stood in a cloud of smoke and fire, staring at the door in front of him, in the hope that it will open now, but it turned out to be much stronger. A man approached him from behind, also coughing from the thick smoke. He wondered if everything had worked out, but he saw that it was to no avail. Indeed, it is not surprising that before the apocalypse, all the banks of the city moved their gold reserves here. So their thesis is good enough. The young man assumes that those fools did hear the sound of the explosion and are now standing ready, so they should strain their asses too. The man is still staring ahead in front of him on the door. And he says that there is no need to hurry, it seems that it still worked and the door was opened. And so it was, the door really opened. And the men began to approach her with interest. Well, what is the young man waiting for? You should go in and see how much gold there is. Something still alarmed the young man and he decided to wait. And for good reason, because literally at the same second there was a loud scream. And then an unknown person ran out. It turned out to be a zombie that had been hiding there all this time. And as soon as the door opened, he immediately took the opportunity to step out into the light. The young man does not let his guard down, immediately uses his fiery hand to protect himself and the others in the area. But he does not have time to apply his blow on the zombies, as he is immediately grabbed by a huge blue paw, dragging him back. The young man turned visibly pale as he lowered his hand. He turns to the man, wondering if this is exactly what he thinks. The young man thought that the zombie king was just a monster that ran a little faster. That his body is a little bigger, but apparently it's a real monster. Didn't you say that the zombie king only eats humans? That zombie didn't run out to attack, but because he didn't want to die. Looking at this whole picture, the man makes the following conclusion. That apparently they would still have to fight this monster. Turning around, he looks at the place where the young man stood. And from that he has already disappeared. He only shouts to the man not to be stupid and run away. The man is angry. After all they had done, was the young man frightened and changed his mind so quickly? And even if so, why didn't I even wait for him? From the dark room of the vault, the same zombie king abruptly jumped out. Noticing his next prey. Outside, the squad leader gives orders not to let any of them out until the zombie king comes out. Each of them knew perfectly well the original purpose of coming to this bank. And just as everyone knew that they would disobey their master's orders, certain death, all the members of the squad ran out incredibly quickly. I'm glad they're still alive, because they were scared of the monster's appearance. Van Bean turns around, realizing that the zombie king is catching up to them much faster than he expected, and is about to grab one of them. This zombie king is really very nasty, his body is so big, yet he runs so fast. Young man, you realize that these people outside won't let them out so easily. Since the zombie king has already caught up with them, maybe he can win if he tries to fight him. Ju notices that the young man has stopped and is not going to run away, wondering what he is up to. Since the zombie king is about to save them, the young man clearly overestimates himself, as instead of running to safety, he decides to go straight to the zombie king. Wondering why this brainless person is scary, the young man had a goal and no one would stop him from carrying the gold bars. If he were a devil or a deity, he would kill everyone. The young man confidently runs forward at the zombie king with a flaming hand, about to strike. But a large, clawed paw goes right across his chest, striking a blow. The man sees that the young man will definitely not be able to cope on his own. What was he hoping for, though? And runs in his direction to help, but the zombie king grabs him too. From a strong blow from the monster's large and rough paw, he loses consciousness, flying several meters back. The rest of the expansion team finally runs out of the bank. I'm glad they didn't suffer the same fate, this monster bridge really scared them. As long as they did not want to cross the threshold of the entrance, a hail of bullets rained down on them, the commander would not allow anyone to go outside. He was as strict as a rock. If anyone takes one step in their direction, he will immediately shoot them. One of the men speaks, as the commander is too late to explain something. They are being chased by the zombie king, so everyone needs to retreat. But the commander isn't going to back down, damn it, he's in charge here. And since he said to stop, then he must stand, and he also cares where the weapons are in their hands. Did they find these weapons in the bank? But the men, in fear, even forgot about their pistols. But now they can use them. They stop being afraid, start shooting, and the commander and his subordinates begin to hide. His plan goes downhill. Subordinates wonder where these scumbags got their guns from, and besides, they are more powerful than their own weapons. And the commander's ears are steaming with anger, as he doesn't understand anything at all. Where did they get the weapons from, nor how did they dare to use them? One of his subordinates offers to kill them, but they can't. As they have spent ammo on this herd, but how will they fight the zombie king? And the members of the squad keep shooting, and feeling the weapon in your hands is like a breath of fresh air. They are not defenseless. They wanted to thank the young man for that. But then they realize that he is still inside, along with the zombie king. They understand that the zombie king is approaching and they need to run away as quickly as possible. If life is precious, then you need to hurry. As the party members continue to be frightened by the zombie king, the squad leader rejoices. Since the appearance of the monster, on the contrary, was necessary for him, and someone started screaming in fear. But others said not to panic because they had guns, they could still shoot them. They start firing the entire clip directly at the zombie king. To kill this monster, you need to try very hard. And he stood still, it seemed, not even moving, not breathing. It was as if he were sneering with one look in his red, shining eyes. Bullets hit him, but flew away as if his body were made of impenetrable metal. From which the men began to fall to the ground, begging for mercy. As the ammo ran out, the men began to realize that the zombie was still invulnerable, and it would not be possible to defeat it so easily. They began to scream in fear the second the zombie king raised his huge paw to strike. It didn't take much strength and energy for this monster to injure a human. And with a light blow, he was literally able to crush them into a cake. He struck and threw him for kilometers and tore each of them apart in turn. Making it clear that no matter who you are, there will be no mercy. This monster is just merciless, everything it needed. It was the blood and death of these people that didn't bother him anymore. Those who were still alive screamed in fear, realizing that now their end will come, as to escape, and even more so to defeat this colossus. They just won't succeed. Yes, some still tried to scream, call for help, and try to escape, but the zombie king was more agile. One of the commander's subordinates began to launch Molotov cocktails at the zombies in the hope that they would be able to help. But by carelessness or on purpose, one of them hits the squad, bringing instant death. The vest, as well as all the man's clothes, catches fire, and those standing nearby try to understand what the strange smell is, not really in the bulletproof vest, explosives. Right in front of the brothers, the Suschina began to burn alive, and a second later it simply exploded, smashing everything into small pieces. The commander didn't really care, he kept giving orders for his subordinates to keep throwing Molotov cocktails at these scapegoats. They kept throwing bottles at people, and they lit up like matches. Thus, a ring of fire formed around the zombie king, and inside the central bank, a young man lay unconscious. While the system was trying to awaken him, the young man winced and opened his eyes, the system telling him that he was well disconnected. After all, if he dies in this world, then everything will end. The young man, on the other hand, is only indignant, because the system is freaking out. And he almost died, and she couldn't even cheat and help him. But as it turned out, the system does not have this function. So there was really nothing she could do to help the young man. The young man stands up and looks ahead in front of him, trying to focus his gaze, sees Jo lying down and asks about his condition. The system says he's still showing signs of life, He must be just unconscious, but it's better to take care of him. Better yet, take care of yourself first. For if he does not take care of his wound, he will die from excessive loss of blood. The young man looks down, he has a very large wound indeed. Then he smells gunpowder, realizing that you weren't going to let them out alive. Finally it dawns on him that he was just cannon fodder to begin with. Just the raw material that was used. After rummaging in his pocket, the young man finds a lighter, and suddenly the system begins to revolt again. Doesn't the young man want to burn himself out of despair? Everything continues to ramble in a mechanical voice about the need to value your life. But the young man only chirps, saying that he is not such a weakling. The young man remembers the moment when he gave a pack of cigarettes to a senior officer, telling him to hide it in his house. And he remembers how he reported that he still had more than half of it and it was inconvenient for him to take a new package. The young man recalls how after that the girl, an officer, approached him, handing him the very lighter that he is now holding in his hands. He didn't understand it at the time. Why was he given this thing? Since he doesn't smoke, but as it turns out, it was a talisman that was supposed to bring good luck. And then the young man accepted this gift, promising that he would take care of it in the hope that it would really bring him good luck at the right time. He continues to look back at his wounds, which were quite severe, and if he doesn't take care of them right away, he may indeed die. His eyes dart from the wound to the lighter and back again, and since he has no medication with him, there is only one option left. He opens the lighter and a small light appears. On shaky legs, the young man returns back to the vault from which the zombie king had previously emerged. He was surprisingly optimistic, though his wound was very deep, but he had not lost so much strength in vain. It cost him the gold he had found. As he walks to the door against the wall, he notices two sitting zombies muttering something to him about beautiful bags and credit cards. Looking at them, he feels pity, they also suffer greatly. After they became zombies, the king made them his spare food. Entering the vault, he sees racks of gold and calls the system to check. Exactly how many gold bars are there? There was the right amount of gold in the vault, and of course the young man wanted to upgrade the system. Then he will be able to buy the necessary skills in the store and confront the zombie king. A light window appears in front of him, downloading the system update. The young man can only wait humbly, gritting his teeth. The system was successfully upgraded, opening a first-level store, which made the young man wonder as he didn't understand what it meant. He starts yelling at the system, because for 25 kilograms of gold, it only revealed a bunch of question marks in squares. But trade involves mutual benefit for both sides. And how he has the audacity to call the system a fraud. In the future, with each update, he will be able to unlock 4 items in the store. And the higher the level of wines, the more amazing things he will be able to buy. The young man begins to get angry, as a new update is needed to unlock it, and she says that she is not a cheater. A young man immediately needs an object or a function for cheating, but he can't get angry any further. He falls to his knees, grabs at his wounds. Due to too strong and abrupt movements and stress, the wound reopened. The system tries to calm him down, saying that he should not get angry, but watch everything to the end. And a pleasant surprise awaits him, the items that he can buy at the moment. The young man thinks that maybe it is worth buying 10 miraculous beans to begin with. Otherwise, even if he doesn't die at the hands of the zombie king, he will die if the wound gets infected. The zombie king's skin looks very thick, and even if he buys ammo, he still won't be able to defeat him. He could buy a book of random attributes and level up the flaming hand. Then maybe I could fight the king. But now he can't even get close to it. He remembers that there's another way he forgot about. He can buy an item to increase the experience of the skill. Turning to the system, he says that he will buy miracle beans so as not to die and an experience package for beginners. Upon receiving his prizes, the young man immediately puts one of the miraculous beans in his mouth, which restores physical and spiritual strength. He also uses the consumption of 10 experience packs for beginners, which increases his flaming hand skill. The young man shines like a Christmas tree in the square, not noticing that he is being watched by the zombies at the same moment, continuing to confirm something about credit cards. They're getting closer, asking you to buy a nice bag and apply for a credit card. Either they just went crazy or they went crazy. The young man stands with his eyes closed, continuing to glow brighter and brighter. His wounds disappear and his strength is replenished, preparing him for a new battle. On the street, events are also developing quickly and rapidly. The members of the expansion group continue to be bombarded by the zombie king, tearing them to pieces. They try to run away, fight, or even kill the king, but he turns out to be stronger, more agile, and time after time they fail. Still alive was the captain who led the group. He looked around, realizing that the monster had wiped out all of his subordinates. He was too confident, shouting that he was not afraid of the king and would prove to him that today he could die at the hands of an ordinary man like him. If the guns and grenades didn't take him, then they would fight in hand-to-hand combat, but to make the forces a little more equal, he still armed himself with a chainsaw. The zombie king continues to attack, his eyes still glow with red poison. And all that drives his actions is anger and the desire to kill. The captain shouts to the whole street that he will fight to the end and will never give up. He lets the entrance to his chainsaw, trying to inflict at least some injuries on the monster. On several occasions, he even manages to hit parts of the zombie king's body, causing him some injuries. But all these attempts were pathetic, the injuries not so serious, so the zombie king delivers a control blow to the man's jaw, causing him to fall. The man flies back a few meters and the king moves forward to deliver a control blow, killing the man. Suddenly, a strong chain wraps around his wrists. The captain rises on his elbows and looks ahead. He sees Zhao, who not only didn't die, but also came to save him. The man grins. Yes, he survived, but the commander misunderstood him. He left his dog life only to take revenge himself later. The man is angry. They considered them scum. They didn't count as human life. They made them bait for the king. So they also gave them to live it with gunpowder inside. When the zombie king is finished, he will fight the commander until his last breath, until he collapses to his death. The commander rises. It is not surprising that the lord takes a fancy to the man after they finish off the king. He agrees to fight him to the end. In this situation, in order to defeat the zombie king, it is worth acting together. And the man continues to pull on the chain to immobilize the king while the other aims the chainsaw at him. One of the members of the group who was still alive wasn't worried about tending to his wounds or finding a safe place. He was worried about the gold reserves he wanted to take away. The onset of the post-apocalypse, he lives like a ghost. This is a rare chance to start everything from scratch. So he has to succeed. Now when he thinks about it, he never did anything until the end. After graduating from university, he used drawing manga as an excuse to stay at home. He played computer games and wasted his time. And now he has become a 40-year-old man. I thought I could live my whole life like this. However, I did not expect that one day the post-apocalypse would begin. His mother died right in front of him from a zombie bite. The only thing she managed to say was that he would go away and take care of himself. Before she died, the only thing she begged him to do was for him to survive and take care of himself. Because she won't be able to do that anymore. He remembered that moment right now, and looking up at the sky, he promised himself and his late mother that he would survive and start all over again. He tries to get up, but to no avail, and suddenly Wang Bing appears in front of his eyes. In the young man's eyes there was only horror at the picture that opened before him. The man is bleeding, all his clothes are literally soaked in a viscous bloody liquid. But he's still trying to say something, or even get up. Abruptly, for his condition, he grabs the young man by the arm, blurting out his bloody footprints, but they are not interested in a safe place or salvation, but only in gold. He asks if there is any gold for the master. And the young man reports that there are more than 20 kilograms. He did not give bread in vain for this information. The man continues to look up at the sky, realizing that this person has not deceived him, and asks if his mother sees it. The young man looks at the man in front of him, who is already saying goodbye to life. Up until that moment, he had been worried about finding gold for his master, all just because he would give him some scraps. He doesn't even know his name, and in fact, for the sake of survival, they have given up their virtues and their ideals. The young man looks around and realizes that each of the members of the group is already dead. Or torn to pieces. He doesn't know their names, but he'll help them get rid of this master. And the men continue to fight the zombie king. And while one flies to the side, the other strikes and so on in turn. The captain of the group keeps shouting that he is not afraid of the king, he will definitely kill him. Swings his chainsaw over and over again, causing minor damage. Well, all those injuries would have been serious for an ordinary person. But for the zombie king, these are just small scratches that don't stop his anger. As the captain tries to catch his breath by spitting blood, Jo stabs a metal stick right into the zombie's arm, causing him to scream. And the man is glad that he inflicted at least some injuries on the zombie king. But he rises, snatching the stick from his hand and grabbing him with his claws. Like a hurricane behind the zombie king, the young man rushes by, full of combat readiness. His new skills help him a lot. He now jumps high and his flaming hand is much stronger, and he has become a worthy opponent for the zombie king. The zombie king had just nearly killed him, and now the young man had come to avenge not only himself, but the others as well. With the help of the flaming hand, the young man was finally able to inflict serious damage on the zombie king. It became many times larger and literally pinned the monster to the ground. After that, the young man returned to his friend, picking him up, taking him to a safe place to catch his breath and gather his strength. The man was completely exhausted and seemed to be delirious, looking at the young man, not believing that he was alive after all. He was also worried that the zombie king wouldn't attack them. The man understood that he had very little strength left and he would not last long. And the young man must take care of himself and his sister. This is his last will. The young man is angry, because what nonsense is the man talking about? He will give him the magic bean. Won't let him die before he can be reunited with his sister. The man swallows the magic remedy and immediately feels much better. His wounds disappear and his strength returns to his body. He doesn't understand how this happened. After he ate the beans, his breath returned to normal and his legs no longer hurt. He asks the young man what he gave him, but don't think about it. And stay where you are and wait for him to come back and he will go and deal with the monster. But the man protests, saying that he will go with the young man to help him, because the more people, the better. But he is wounded, and if he walks, he will only distract the young man. And he needs to be fully focused on defeating the king. Jumping down on the asphalt again, the young man literally flies to the zombie king. Hearing the man after him yelling at him to take himself. This really surprised the man. He could pull out any kind of weapon. He also jumped inhumanly high, and he seemed to know who he was. There was a lot of speculation, but the man came to the conclusion that Wang Bing was most likely a real magician. The zombie king is clearly much tougher than it initially seemed. He stands up, dusting himself off, breaks down a few structures nearby him, and looks around. In search of your opponent, the young man slowly approaches him from behind because of the monster's blow. Almost all his insides are cut out. So an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and he will take revenge. Turning to the system, the young man asks if any information has appeared to the zombie king. After the renovation in which he shoved so much gold, but the system is still a cheater, and even after the young man has updated the system, his level is still too low to learn any useful information. Asks to see his attribute table. And the fast feet skill reached the maximum level, the agility increased and reached 153, and the energy also increased by 12 points. Increased the skill of the fast leg and it costs 15 points of spiritual force, as well as its current damage is 202 points. But isn't that enough? He has 450 points of internal strength now. This means that he can use the skill of fast feet. He can only use it to its full potential for 30 seconds, and you need to deal with it with the king. But the system says that the young man made a mistake. In fact, he has much fewer points left. The young man is angry again. Couldn't the system have told you about it earlier? Right now, he also doesn't have the skill of defense, so if this zombie hits him a few times, he will die. He has one question. What happens if his inner strength is completely depleted? To which the system replies that he only has 20 seconds to end this fight. The young man is angry again, because 20 seconds is negligible, but the system is very caring, so of course it will help him. The system good-naturedly states that it will count down these 20 seconds, so the player should prepare and try very hard. He realizes that he has no choice but to fight for a negligible amount of time, so he begins to attack the zombie king. Everything is used. Flaming hands are high, jumping. And Wang Bing uses all the previously acquired skills just to defeat the king. The system, in a mechanical voice, continues to remind the young man of how little time he has left. While the zombie king strikes back, the young man continues to jump around the zombie king high and accurately, applying his flaming hand to all parts of his body. The young man looks at the damage he has done to the monster, and realizes that this is great, he will still be able to inflict a wound on it this time. But suddenly, the zombie king seems to be filled with a new flow of energy and knocks the young man aside with his clawed paw. The young man curses under his breath. He let his guard down and was wounded again, making it harder for him to win. The young man's whole body ached terribly again. The monster really had great strength. It was as if all the young man's bones had been broken. As if mockingly, the system says that the player should eat the miracle pill in battle to restore physical strength, since the battle is not over yet. There is no other choice, so the young man eats the magic pill. And he asks the system how many points of inner strength he still has. There is very little time left and he will only be able to use the fast feet skill for about 10 seconds. And although the skin of this monster seems rough and thick, it is much thinner in the area of the head. To win, the young man needs to attack the head. First he needs to find a way to tie the monster firmly. Using a fiery hand, the young man picks up the machines, counting on them to crush the monster. But he easily knocks them aside. And the fact that the zombie is distracted, the young man successfully uses and ties his wrists with strong chains, fixing him in place. As the young man said, the monster loves to kill. However, he forgets about everything and thinks only about fighting, and thanks to this, he has a chance. The young man locks the monster in place and will not be able to break the chain. And the system reports that the skill and fast feet are activated again and the countdown begins. The monster kept trying to break free, to free its wrist to strike. His mind was really clouded only by revenge and death. With the help of fast feet, the young man begins to spin around the monster, wrapping it in chains more and more as the system begins to count down. This triggers, the monster manages to be fixed with chains in one place. And with a deft leap, the young man jumps on his shoulders, preparing to deliver the final blow. He still has the strength to resist, he's staggering, trying to break free. What prevents the young man from striking? The monster keeps breaking free. The young man understands that even an iron chain, no matter how strong, will not withstand him for long. This means that you need to solve everything in one blow. Summoning a flaming palm, he aims directly at the monster's head, its eyes glowing with crimson flames, and the young man is about to strike. The system reports that his time is over, and so is the action of the flaming hand. But the young man only looks at the green spray in front of him, which reverberates around him. Zhao runs in the direction of shouting to the young man. It looks like something has happened to him. He doesn't see the whole picture, so he can't even guess what happened. The young man managed to deliver the final blow in the last seconds and the zombie king was defeated. The young man himself stood beside him, holding his head and screaming in agony. The man runs up to the young man. I ask him if he is okay, but he is still silent, continuing to scream in pain. Looking around, he sees his commander and the dead body of the zombie king. And the commander reports that the young man has just dealt with him. Looking at Zhao, the commander asks who this young man is. And why he's so strong. He's so fast that the captain's eyes couldn't keep up with him. However, unfortunately, some of the zombie king's brain matter had just been sprayed into the young man's eyes, assuming the man thought that the young man was already infected with the virus. The man was very tense. If this is the case, he will immediately send the young man back for treatment. The captain only shouts that there is no need to approach him. The young man rises, his eyes now glow with red flames, like those of the dead king, the wreaths on his neck and face are swollen and blue. The system began to beep angrily, warning that a virus had been detected, touching the player's philosophical system. The system says that the young man has opened a hidden task, but he has never encountered anything like this when I played computer games. So I was confused. The system explains that if the young man accepts the task, then the innate virus will make him physically stronger, but side effects are possible. He didn't even understand what that meant, whether he would become half zombie, half human. Wouldn't that be disgusting? What the hell is this quest with side effects? The task is to kill all the zombie kings in the world, and the more he kills, the more experience and rewards he will receive. After accepting the quest, the player will have zombie skills. A side effect is that with each level advancement, his thirst will also increase. However, if he declines the task, he will no longer have the opportunity to use the zombie skill. The virus begins to take effect and the player has less and less time to make a decision, so it is worth thinking as quickly as possible. All this is very unexpected. If he does not speed up and become stronger, then the next time he encounters such a monster, he will definitely lose. Will he then be able to stand up to them with his current abilities? The degree of complexity of this post-apocalypse is much more complex than he imagined. He won't do it, as then he will be able to protect all his friends. Not to mention searching for gold in unknown places. The system says that there is no need to suffer so much. As soon as he completes the task, he will be provided with blood serum. And then he will be able to decide whether he wants to remain human or not. Since he can become a human later on, why not give it a try? But how do you choose what is right? After thinking for a few more seconds, he finally decides to accept the task and immediately reincarnates. The men, standing a little to the side, are still looking at all this. The commander shouts that the young man seems to have turned into a zombie after all. The young man sank to the ground again, while his friend ran up to him, trying to stir him up. But the guy didn't react. The captain shouted that soon the young man would turn into a zombie. And the others are already showing up here. If he doesn't want to die, then he needs to get out of here. But he's not a scumbag like their master. And if he wants to go, let him go, and the man will not leave his friend. The captain doesn't understand why he is resisting. They need to go and get out of here quickly. If they don't go right away, they will die in the same place. Zhao says that if he wants to, then let him shoot, if he is not like the master, but he will not abandon his comrade. He brought the young man here, he has to pay for saving his life, and he can't leave him like this. If he really turned into a zombie, that's right, he's going to end it all here and now, and the commander is shouting that he's stubborn. The donkey is indeed looking for death on its own head. A young man's voice is heard. He didn't think his friend was so cruel, but he gave too much importance to a sense of duty. So the young man was not mistaken in it. Turning around, he assures the man that everything is fine with him. He looks more or less normal and does not look like a zombie at all. The young man successfully reincarnated as a zombie and gained new skills, and now he does not want to use them so much. The young man's new skills were just great news. No matter what happens, he won't eat zombies. Just think about it is scary. The system reports that when using zombie skills, you cannot use the book of experience. But as the player's level increases, the skills will also increase. Behind the young man, the captain is surprised that everything is still okay and alive here, but he doesn't really worry about it, as he wants nothing more than to get away from here. He starts yelling for the two to finally move and leave. More and more zombies approach them, and soon they would surround the entire area, and if they didn't want to die, they had to run. But the men look around and realize that the zombies are approaching, but they are not attacking. And the young man explains that they are only afraid. The man is surprised by this, since zombies, in his opinion, do not know how to obey. And he doesn't really understand who or what they might be afraid of. In truth, they are afraid of Wang because he just killed their king with his own hands. Now he is the new zombie king for these poor souls, and so they will not go against him, but will do whatever he commands. The man believes that this is the ravings of a madman, asks the young man to wake up. Since this king seems to have hit his head too hard. But the young man is perfectly fine and well intelligent, the man does not seem to believe him, but then he can prove it to him. He activated one of his zombie king skills, and now all the zombies in the area began to approach him, that they scared the man about it. And the man prepares for another battle, promising the young man that they will fight together. But he didn't raise an eyebrow, he stood still. The young man raises his hand and orders all the zombies in the area to fall to their knees in front of him, and they immediately obey. The man is surprised. He brought these zombies to their knees, they are really afraid of him and obey. The man asks if the young man did it for sure, but the young man does not listen. Tell them to go and take off the vests of the dead, pull out the gunpowder and put it on the bodies and corpse of the zombie king. The zombies immediately get up and really obey this order without any protests or attacks, go to carry out. The captain is shocked by this, and he is even angrier because the young man didn't just kill the zombie king. But now he also controls the rest of the zombies. What is the true goal of the young man? But it doesn't matter who Wang Bing is. He knows exactly who he is, all those who serve the Lord, the non-humans. They make people work like horses. But they're also used as food and cannon fodder, and they're scumbags even more disgusting than the zombie king. The captain is outraged by this. The young man should not feel like someone so outstanding and important, at least. because now he's going to kill him. A shot is heard, and the bullet flies straight into the young man's chest, but his body bounces back. He has become really stronger and stronger. Yes, he felt a slight pain, a little unpleasant, but no more. It seemed that this viral shield was really effective. In an instant, his virus hardened his skin where the bullet was supposed to hit, and now he seems invulnerable. If the young man thinks that the captain will stay behind to die at the hands of a monster like him, he is mistaken. It's better to do it yourself. The young man will not allow this quickly. He finds himself next to the man, knocking the gun out of his hand, preventing him from committing suicide. After he was done with these bodies, he would make him feel the pain and despair that the other members of the squad were experiencing. And the man keeps asking, begging not to do it, because he does not want to experience the same fate on himself. Van Bean wants to burn other people's corpses for the reason that they won't be eaten by zombies. That's understandable. Well, for what reason the young man wanted to get rid of the corpse of the zombie king, the man could not understand. In fact, there are even two reasons. First, if others eat his flesh, they can become stronger. And secondly, he can see his memories, feel despair. The king of zombies used to be a man too. Once he was the boxing champion of this city. He won a lot of gold belts. He also had a wonderful happy family. Wife and child, but it was all destroyed when the post-apocalypse came. He tried to protect his family, looking for supplies and things that could save their lives, but one day he just didn't have time to return in time. His wife and child were mauled apart by a zombie and infected with a virus, and at that moment his life collapsed. This made the man think of his children. If it weren't for his sister, perhaps he would have become such a bloodthirsty zombie too. The general, addressing the boys, says that the two of them do not pay attention to anything. He has realized his mistake and asks for forgiveness. He asks me to take him to safety and go back to the city. He will tell the Lord to give them a good reward. But that was not to be, for the captain and the gentleman had sent them here and had no intention of taking them back. Even if they did, it would only be to cook food from their flesh. The general addresses the man. After all, he had just fought with him against the king, and he had truly realized his mistake. Wang Bing, with the power of his mind alone, is already directing the zombies to the side. The general was torn to pieces, as this is the fate he deserves most of all. He tried to yell that it didn't taste good, that it wasn't healthy at all, and that zombies shouldn't eat it. But it was quite useless, for they were only listening to the order of their king. Getting into the general's car, the men are about to return to the city, and then the question arises, what will they do after they return? They had a plan prepared in advance, according to which they would act. They needed to see how things were going with the girls. The girl was allowed into the chambers without any problems. And they only ordered them to take good care of their master, if they did not want trouble. The officer really didn't understand or even imagine what kind of brothel could be going on inside, but she was ready for anything. At first glance, everything looked quite decent. DJ stamina, sun loungers, a large pool and snacks. But it was all disgusting. He lives in luxury, while others lack all these goods. Fat man really uses dishonest methods. While the gentleman with his eyes closed was running around, playing catch-up like a child. One of the girls reported that newcomers had arrived, with whom he could play. And the gentleman's mouth is already watering. Since new girls have come, then he can go and check. Well, and enjoy a high-quality product. At the same moment, the girls began to line up in front of him and talk about their insignificant but seemingly impressive skills that they could demonstrate. This behavior was simply immoral, and it would have been better if the officer's eyes had not seen it. She's seen a lot in her career, but that's too much. But the gentleman was more fastidious than any of the most capricious children. He said that he was choosing the one who had everything real. Each of them must jump as high as they can, and whoever jumps the highest can stay with him for a whole month. The girls did not value themselves at all. They only wanted to be mats for their master. They immediately began to obey this order. One by one, they began to wonder if they had jumped high enough and if their master was satisfied with this action. The officer looks at it all and realizes that this gentleman has not corrected it. And when they overthrow him, he will surely pay for all his actions. Xiao, who managed to escape the sad fate, kept the master's accountant on a leash while he escorted her to the weapons depot. The man was very worried that the girl would start knocking him down and said that there was a back door, so he would definitely guide her. She started to get even angrier. Why didn't he tell me sooner? We need to get her there before she kills him. They began to walk around the large container of food and weapons to the back door so that the girl could carry out her plan. Cutting open one of the containers, she peered inside, realizing that they all contained weapons and ammunition. But the man on the leash behind her says it's not a weapon, they have something much cooler than that. And the girl's eyes sparkle like stars, because that's what she wanted to hear. Of course, a man can show, but it's still a big mystery. She won't be able to watch them just like that. And you need to make sure that after she looks at the weapon, she kisses the man. The seduction attempt failed, as the girl became even angrier. She will only kiss her boyfriend, and a man is crazy to dream of such a thing. A man would still be glad to die at the hands of such a beautiful girl. But if she doesn't agree, she won't know where the back door is. The girl decided to cheat, saying that if he really found and showed the awesome weapon, then she would kiss him. The men drive up to the main entrance to the city, calling for the guards to open the gates. And she wondered why there were only two of them. The young man began to explain that they had met the zombie king in the northern district. and the captain and his men died trying to protect them while they carried the gold. But the guards know the true purpose for which they went there and demanded to tell the truth, since the commander could not protect them. And the young man walks up to the trunk, removing the tarpaulin. And he asks the guards to see for themselves. They brought a lot of gold at the cost of the lives of their brothers. That made the guard happy, even if there were only 2 of them left. But the man was alarmed by this, so you should be more careful. As always, the young man had a plan, so they would act according to it. But if something goes wrong, there's a backup plan. The Lord was entertaining himself at his private party, boasting about his riches, which he was able to gain by ruling his empire. He threw one of his expensive watches directly into the pool, declaring that the one who got him first would stay with him to live in abundance and love. All the while, the officer stood aside and only snorted in anger. Because this fat hamster could tell the girls what to do like this. But her inner anger was interrupted by one of the girls, who imposingly approached with a glass of wine. Her gaze did not bode well, but the officer remained outwardly calm. The girl who came up introduced herself as the master's main mistress, but did not tell the purpose of her visit, so the officer had to inquire about it herself. But there were no orders, because as soon as the girl entered, the blonde immediately realized that she was different from these cheap mats. The first thing the officer assumed was that the girl began to doubt her true motives for coming to this place, but she only stated that she looked much more reliable than the others. Everyone wants to get close to their master only for the sake of short-term benefit. But she needs someone to hold the master in her arms with her, and she's a great candidate for that. They will hold on to their master, they will not have to be afraid in this apocalyptic world. A girl will live in abundance and prosperity if she agrees. Approaching her ear with her red lips, she whispers if the girl agrees to such a deal. But she blushes because the girl is too close and tries to push her away, but still accepts the girl's terms. She wanted to lure the officer to her side and frightened her. But why did she feel so awkward when he approached her? The blonde is glad that she agreed to her proposal. I guarantee that in the future they will become good friends. This woman or the master's mistress means that you can learn a lot of information through her. And we need to find some way for her to find out where the master's gold is kept. At the same time, the guards inspect the gold that the men brought. And the girl keeps repeating that they arrived at the wrong time, since the gentleman is busy now. The young man tries to turn the situation in his favor, justifying themselves by saying that they risked their lives to bring the gold here. And he was sure that the gentleman would be glad to hear this good news. The girl agrees that the master will be very happy. He immediately signals to the guards that they can shoot, and they point their guns at the men. The young man is indignant. Do they really want to take away their achievements? They don't need any rewards from their master, just to stay alive. The girl laughs, because the gentleman has long known everything, and the real identity in men have also been known to them for a long time. As soon as they arrived in the city, the gentleman recognized the young man and the girl who had been with him. He remembered this police beauty for the rest of his life. But his excitement overcame his sense of revenge, and he wanted to know how far they could go and what they would do next. This is exactly the moment when the plan went in the wrong direction. And the young man really didn't think that this shorty had such a good memory and still remembered the officer. Rumor has it that a gang of wild sharks suffered serious losses due to one policeman and several people. And it's not hard to guess who it was. They're really brave if they think to come straight to the master's lair. Are they really looking for death? The young man tried by all means to steer the situation in his direction, asked to be allowed to explain. But it seems to have been too late. One of the guards hit him well on the head with his assault rifle and immediately aimed at the man next to him. And the girl laughs, because according to the master's plan, they are supposed to capture them. And she really is the most capable woman among the master's concubines. The young man was dragged along the long corridors. He did not know how the girls were doing. The officer must not yet know that the gentleman has recognized her, and now things have become more complicated. He looks at the door through which he is being pulled, which is hardly the master's location. There are no guards here and the place is in poor condition. Abandoning it, the guards immediately began to leave as quickly as possible so as not to endanger themselves. 2 figures in black cloaks, like exorcists, came out of the massive door, picking up the young man who was lying on the floor under his shoulders. Behind the door was a large, spacious room with only an iron chair on which they were going to seat the young man, apparently torturing him. Looking around, almost unconsciously, the young man realized that he had been tied up. And he guessed what could happen next, but decided to make sure of his guesses. A minute later, a gentleman in his usual leopard attire entered the same door, announcing that he was about to teach the young man a lesson. Before, when he was in business, he had to deal with some little thieves who, not appreciating the good, tried to confront him. They must have seen him, they must have thought he was some kind of stupid pig, they thought he would not be able to find out the plans of the young people. They, young, are still far from being as great as he is, and they have to stop pretending to be asleep. They have to wake up to feel the wrath of their master. The young man screams, opening his eyes as soon as a blow of a leather whip passes through his chest. Clearly not designed for such torture. It's a good thing he has a viral shield, otherwise there wouldn't be a living place left of him. It's insanely painful. I turned to the gentleman, and the young man said that since he had already understood his intention, why didn't he kill him right away? Does he really want to offer cooperation with them? At the mere word of cooperation, the gentleman burst out laughing. Because what's the point of collaborating with meat on a cutting board? Well, then it's not clear why he tied up the young man and tortures him here, since he even agrees to return all the gold to him. It's been a long time since he's played with such excitement. And now someone dares to challenge him, he needs to play with him well. The master gives the order. The light was turned on, and 2 bright spotlights began to illuminate the place where the young man was sitting, and the place in which the gentleman was standing. Looking ahead, he sees an unconscious officer with her hands tied and suspended from the ground. The young man immediately starts screaming in anger. What is this gentleman going to do with her? But he assures her that he only wants to talk to her for a while. The figures behind them throw off their robes, and one of the master's maidens appears underneath. The young man continues to shout for them not to even dare to touch the officer. Is it possible to consider oneself a man if he offends a woman? The girls had to show their ardent love to the officer, but not to have too much fun so that she would still be alive. The master wants the young man to watch the girls play with his beautiful girl. This fat hamster is really a real pervert, clearly unwell in the head, wants to do something to the officer. Zhao is also presumably taken to prison at this time. The man has long realized that the young man's plan has failed, and all that is left is to hope for the best. Given the master's temperament, he won't let them die so easily, he will definitely mock them first. Now it is necessary to act in accordance with the circumstances. What can we say about a young man when his own life is threatened? The man thinks he killed the king, so they put 4 guards on him. He has no idea what kind of punishment they've come up with. Maybe he needs to resign himself to fate, but he can't help but worry about his sister. The guards continue to move forward. Watching the man, a tank suddenly appears right out of the wall in front of them, on which the master's accountants are tied up. The one, beaten and bound, shouts for them not to stand in a pillar. And they saved him faster, because his death could come any minute. But the guards turned out to be weaker and immediately began to run away. Otherwise, they would join the ranks of the dead and were clearly not going to help their comrade. They're idiots who dared not save someone as important as him. He will see to it that his master sentences them to death. Xiao climbs out of the tank. I wonder why Zhao is alone. And where was her boyfriend since they were leaving together? The man did not invent anything. And he honestly admitted that they had fallen into a trap and her burden had been taken by the master's men. They should hurry up and save him. The young man continued to try to escape and asked him not to do anything to the officer while the girls were preparing something like sleeping pills. The young man had used up all his inner strength when he fought the king. Now, even if he tries, he still won't be able to squeeze out even a drop of inner energy. When he shuts up the young man, the gentleman puts a gag on him, as he disturbs others with his screams, when it is better to take care of himself. Does he know that before the apocalypse, even if the master had a lot of money, he still couldn't get enough of it? But after the post-apocalypse, he can play with them as he pleases. He really loves the current world. This fat man is really a mistake of nature. He plays with people as he pleases. It's very disgusting. The gentleman only declares that the young man, his 18th, is a male toy, and that today he will take good care of him. The young man would like to scream, but the gag in his mouth gets in the way, and this damn fat man has begun to torment him. And when the young man chooses from it, he will surely tear it to pieces. And the girls began to have fun with the officer, injecting her with a stimulant that can cure even the lack of libido. The girl's cheeks immediately turned red, and one of the concubines decided that it was time to start her perverted games. The officer understood that she felt bad. She really did not want this to happen to her. She began to beg to stop. While the concubines tortured the officer, the master continued to mock Wang Bing. He still couldn't bite off the young man's ear, wondering what it was made of. The young man tried to summon the system. He couldn't use his inner strength. But that doesn't mean he can't use zombies' abilities with anger. The master continues to beat him, and although he will not receive any injuries due to the strengthening of his body, this does not mean that the young man has stopped feeling pain. The gentleman had a lot of fun. It turns out that there is a person who can withstand so many lashes without fainting. The Lord was amazed at the young man's stamina, as he was still able to live to this point after so many different tortures. Wounds and bruises appeared from more and more blows. Blue wreaths appeared on his neck and temples from anger. The young man was running out. Even though his anger increased, his stats immediately decreased as soon as he received another blow. At the same time, Xiao fought off the guards at full speed as they fled in fear of her. While she and Xiao were fighting for territory, the master's accountants would still be tied to the chimney of the tank. People passing by began to wonder where the man got this weapon from. It wasn't that he had invaded his master's arsenal. Does he really want to start a rebellion? But, as it seemed to him, everything was very honest. They did not accept them as people. So they have to fight back, tolerate it enough. Well, in order to succeed, you need to act together. Only by uniting will they be able to overthrow the master. One of the guards decided to aim at the tank so that the opponents couldn't serve it, but the accountant was still there. But there was no time to think. It's a good idea if he dies. Doesn't that mean they'll be promoted to a more important position? The second man supports him, saying that this is really the right decision and he needs to shoot. No sooner had they completed their plan than the inhabitants of the town began to attack them. They armed themselves, who saw it first, but they acted very coherently and accurately. The civilians got angry. It was the damn guards who didn't think they were human. So now they're going to pay for everything they've done before. Zhao was happy because his plan had worked, and everyone had rallied together. And now they can definitely turn the master. Many people still had their doubts, as it was very serious to overthrow the master. And they don't have the power to do that. Even if they wanted to help Zhao confront master, they still wouldn't be able to do it now. They just didn't want him to die like that. All he has to do is work hard, and then he will get food. Such a life is better than wandering outside in search of food. The man was frustrated, because did these people know what kind of meat they were eating? In addition, they are being oppressed by others all the time. People like them are always under such pressure. It would be better to die a natural death than this way. Even if there was no master, there would still be other people who would want to enslave them. And all these words were indeed true. The man had no choice but to put up with it. And he will not force them to confront the master with him, and he wishes them all good luck. From the tanks, Saya 50 reappears. I ask if they can walk. Since you need to hurry and save the young man before it's too late. She was very determined. If that gentleman dared to harm her boyfriend in any way, she would certainly rip his head off. In the basement, things were very bad. The officer's girlfriend had wounds from a leather whip all over her back. And my head was completely splitting. The girls in front of her kept sneering, and the medicines they injected took effect. Now it doesn't matter what they do, everything will endure her pleasure. The master's chief concubine kept courting the girl. It was like a little chick who didn't know about it, but she promised to teach her everything. While the girl begged for mercy, the young man still sat in the master's chair. I wondered why he was still alive. He had been beating this guy for half an hour. Even his clothes were reduced to rags. However, there is not a single scratch on the body, not even a drop of blood. The master's hands hurt from hitting him. And normally, a person would have changed a long time ago to be unrecognizable because of the beatings. There is no such person who can withstand this pain. And everything goes round and round again, the level of protection increases, and this pain lowers it several times. And the amount of anger doesn't get to the right level. The young man begins to scream, which is very surprising to the master, since he does not realize the reason for such brutal behavior. The gentleman was punched more than 100 times. He is not a punching bag, and you need to stop, right? All he has to do is wait, and the young man will show him what a live punching bag means when he gets out to get his master into trouble. The young man was angry because the girls were bullying the officer. After all, the girl is the one he admires, and he will definitely avenge her 3 times. The girl's mind was completely clouded by an unknown means. All she heard was that the young man admired her. Anger began to build up, finally allowing the young man to release the zombie power. And his body began to change, his muscles increased. The gentleman was very frightened by this picture. He took a few steps back and shook with fear, but he was still interested in what was happening. The head concubine said that the master should not worry. She hadn't yet met anyone who was able to break free of those straps. Maybe such people don't exist. But then the young man used his anger and, alas, he is no longer human. His muscles grew larger, the remnants of his clothes were completely torn, and he was able to tear off the straps that held his arms and legs in check. The gentleman was seriously frightened, not understanding what kind of person the young man was. And it was necessary to calm him down quickly, before he destroyed something and crippled him. The girls immediately started up, distracting themselves from the officer. Their first and foremost task is to protect the master of what they were about to do. The Lord began to shout as loudly as he could, so that the girls would certainly kill the young man, since he must be punished. But the young man had completely different plans. He was going to kill this chubby rat for mocking him and his friends. But he had to be distracted from the massacre of his master, as 2 girls began to attack him, using their perverted weapons in action. Unfortunately, the young man didn't have enough anger to activate the viral shield, so he only had to dodge. The Lord gave orders to seize the young man at any cost, and in the meantime he would go and bring help. But most likely, he only used an excuse to escape. The girls didn't really care. Currently, no man will be able to handle their lethal weapons, so they continue. The young man was not afraid. He understood that his strength was now several times greater than that of the girls. And they wounded and tortured the officer. They are not people, and he will take revenge on them. He swore that he would kill them, but the girls only laughed, intending to see his abilities. After all, they used to be in the ranks of special agents. The young man skillfully dodged. His reaction was very good, and therefore none of the girls could strike him. But the young man struck blows very accurately and clearly, grabbing one or another girl, not letting them hurt him. While he was fighting with one, the other tried to attack him, but his strength exceeded that of the girls. So it wasn't difficult for him to fight 2 at the same time. After a few minutes of fighting, the girls were almost unconscious, their weapons were scattered to the sides, and the young man stood as if he had not just fought. The girls still had the strength to threaten him. And the young man decided that since they were so fond of torturing people, then he would show them the real torment. Since the girls are so fond of playing and torturing everyone who does not get in, then he will also take the opportunity to play with them to his heart's content. At this point, the girls were worried, as none of them wanted to be a victim of perverted games, and asked to be let go. At first, he was going to deal with one of the girls, while the master's chief concubine watched with a frightened look. And the girl really didn't want to be in her place. But she understood that in the current situation, she would still be the next victim. In the street, meanwhile, an equally fierce battle continued, with civilians shooting at the guards and members of the expansion group who were still alive. At this time, the master's accountant was still tied to the tank and begged to be untied. Or at least aim so as not to hit his precious body. Xiao and Zhao hid behind one of the fences. It was difficult to attack as they were under a hail of bullets. The man told her to go ahead. He would cover her so that she could climb the stairs, but the girl was worried if he could handle them alone. Yes, the man cannot guarantee this, perhaps, but now they urgently need to save the young man. He has no other choice. Wang Bing really understands people. He is indeed a very reliable companion who can be relied on, so the girl trusts him completely. He is very grateful to the young man and will help them to the end. So the girls should hurry up, and he, as he said earlier, will cover for her. The accountant kept shouting at the guards to come and rescue him. And they, looking around, thought that the young people had most likely already fled into the building, since it was very quiet around. While the girl ran to a safe place to help the young man, Zhao came out of hiding, armed to confront the guards. He began to shoot several weapons at once, and the guards began to run away, as they ran out of ammunition, but the man was armed. He began to shout so that he could be heard, saying that he would not back down if they wanted to go through his corpse. In the meantime, the girl was going up the stairs, stealthily looking if anyone was a stranger, and suddenly came across the guards, who immediately began to shoot. Even if it wasn't a whole army, there were really a lot of people for her alone, and then the question arose, how could she get through them alive? She still doesn't know how the young man and the officer are, but she needs to come up with something to save them. The young man stood looking at the girls who were trying to get their breathing back to normal. Wang Bing had tormented them a lot. None of them could believe that he would dare to do such a thing to them. But none of them cared that they had recently been doing the same thing with an officer. And that's what the young man wanted them to feel what it was like. Let's see if they dare to harm other people again after that. He had already come to his senses. But he crossed the line a little bit, he couldn't control himself, but nevertheless, it didn't end so badly, so now he can worry about the girl. He rushed to the officer, began to untie her, she had only to be patient a little longer, and she would be alright, she would be able to lie down and rest. The girl looked at the young man in front of her, everything was a little blurry, but she could be aware of what was happening. The smell of the young men's bodies was very alluring to her, she wanted to be in his arms. While the young man was freeing the officer, one of the concubines managed to recover and again rushed at the young man to attack. But then the gentleman came back into the room, declaring that he would kill this guy with his own hands for everything he had done here. He dared to oppose the master himself. So now he will know his great treasure. Turning around at the noise behind him, the young man sees Mr. Dwarf on a golden machine gun. And I had no idea that he had such a thing. The concubines shouted for the master to act faster and kill the young man, since he was mocking them too. And he must take revenge. The young man was angry because this brute had even killed his own partners, not to mention other people. The concubine girls lay bleeding breathlessly, and the master only laughed. They were not his partners, but only the puppets he played. Against such small arms, the virus shield uses much more anger, the previously accumulated anger rapidly falls. If this continues, he and the officer will die. Right here we need to try what he did not dare to do. He began to activate all his skills at once in order to become stronger and finally defeat this plump hamster who spares no one. The gentleman is surprised that the young man was able to break through at the moment when he was shooting. Is it a human or is it an unusual looking monster? The young man used all his anger to become 100 times stronger. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to pass through the grenade launcher and crash into this gentleman. The gentleman was even more frightened. Yes, he has power and wealth, but he fears this monster as much as he can. So I decided it was better to run away. But the young man grabs him by the scruff of the neck, because this fat pig will not be able to escape from him. And he will finish what he started. The gentleman understood that he was at a disadvantage. And he cried out for the young man to let him go, for he could give him whatever he wanted. But this only made the young man laugh. He did not look like a saint. And it was enough for the master that he made other people work, so now he will pay for everything. He did a lot of bad things and tried to justify himself that he understood everything and the young man should spare him. That he wouldn't dare do such a thing again, but no one believed him. Anger boiled inside the young man and it was impossible to change his mind. After all, he believed that a bloodthirsty pig like him was the worst in the world. He won't leave right away. And he will give him to be stretched by the people outside, by those whom he has tormented for so long. Without food and power, he's just a rotten, fat pig who can do nothing more than rule and intimidate. The man falls to the floor, shaking with fear and tears. He turned out to be not as strong and domineering as it might have seemed earlier. Heading in the opposite direction from the master, the young man approaches the officer, finally paying attention to her. And she has been tortured and needs to get out of here. The young man was worried, but the girl said that fortunately, the man holding her was him, so she was safe. And now there is no need to talk about anything, it is difficult for him to control himself in such a state. And first, you have to get out of here for the air. The girl was still under the influence of highly stimulants, so her body was talking, not her head. Her body still reeked of excitement, and she begged the young man to help her with it, as she could no longer contain herself. If this continues, she'll go completely insane, her whole body as if it's ready to explode. That is why the young man is obliged to help her with this. Gritting his teeth, the young man growled. The girl is under the influence of medicine, he can't take advantage of it, she needs to be patient a little. Moving a little closer to the young man's face, she demands that he simply follow her wishes. But like a girl, it is very difficult for a young man to control himself. In fact, in her heart, the girl really did not want such a turn of events. But she can't take it anymore and can't help herself either. The anger inside the young man rose to the maximum level, he really could no longer control himself, so he succumbed to the girl's pleas. Outside, things were going very badly, Zhao was sitting in a shelter, but it didn't help him. And the guards told him to surrender, because he was surrounded. Yes, he managed to kill some guards. But that didn't save him. Those who survived, whether they pointed their guns at him, would be killed if he came out of hiding. The accountant is still tied to the tank's chimney, telling them not to show off, as the man has no bullets left anyway. And at the same moment, a bullet flies into the accountant's beautiful ass. And the man grins, because who said he ran out of bullets? It was the last one destined for him. The guards realized that the man really didn't have any bullets left and they could advance, which made it very difficult for Zhao. The man had no other choice, he fought for the guys to the last and he left the rest to them. His little sister is already in good hands. Only he will no longer be able to take care of her, he will not be able to fulfill the duties of a brother. And the man fully realized that perhaps now his final end would come. And soon he will be reunited with his parents in heaven. The guards continued to shoot, the man was already dead. Therefore, he should come out without resistance. A minibus with help drove up to the territory of the town. This immediately attracted the attention of the guards and the man had a chance to escape. A little boy peeked out of the window of the minibus, threatening that with his new shooting skills he would destroy them. The boy leaned out of the window harder, the girl protested, because he should stop showing off. And if he got out a little more, she wouldn't be able to hold him. The man hears familiar voices, realizing that they are Wang Bing's friends, which is good news, since help is needed now more than ever. The guards start shooting at the bus, but it turns out to be much stronger than they thought, and the bullets don't penetrate the glass. The senior officer behind the wheel asks everyone to buckle up and accelerates to incredible speed, knocking all the guards to the ground. The accountant, who is still attached, looks at all this, realizing that this bastard really did have comrades. No wonder he was so brazen, but a few minutes earlier. The older officer gets out of the car and runs up to Zhao, wondering why he is alone. And where are the others? The man explains that he stayed behind to protect the area here, and everyone else is already inside the main building. It surprised the man that they were able to get in so quickly. From each side, you need to penetrate deep into the enemy's camp to find gold. Zhao doesn't listen, he turns his attention behind the officer's back and sees his sister, not understanding why she's there too. They came because recently they heard the sounds of explosions, from here you were afraid that they were in danger. So we decided to come and help them. The guards, crippled, but still alive, were running from all over the area, as they couldn't just leave it in their territory. The younger girl started shooting at the guards, taunting her younger brother, because he didn't say he had excellent shooting skills. After all, it was necessary to go forward, they would only guard, wait for everyone else to come out, and then leave here. There is no need to worry since Wang Bing came into life. They never felt the flaws of the bullets. Even children were much more interested in playing with these bullets than with a teddy bear. Zhao knew that teaming up with this young man seemed to be the best decision he had ever made. Zhao walked through the long corridors, occasionally shooting at the guards, she checked all the doors, and now she was the last one to go. And behind which, apparently, there was a young man and an officer. As she got closer, she heard the voice of an officer screaming and immediately moved forward to save her. Bursting into the very room where the prisoners were kept, the girl sees in front of her the bloody bodies of the master's concubines. And a little further away lies the unconscious man himself, and something makes it a little easier for the girl to breathe, for she was afraid to see him here. He was still twitching. Which means he didn't die, he just lay unconscious, but that's half the victory. The girl walked on to another door, she heard the voice of an officer from behind her, and also the voice of a young man, which meant that they were together and they were all right. Opening the door, a bright light illuminates it, as the entire room was made entirely of gold. After all, the girl only thought that the young man would be very happy about this, since he simply needed the gold and he would be able to take it all. The girl enters the room, from which screams and moans can be heard, and sees a picture that breaks her heart. The officer asks her to wait, because everything is not as she thinks and tries to explain, but the girl no longer listens, and tears roll down her cheeks. What other explanation could there be? When they were already in such a position, she had seen everything and hardly misunderstood. The girl was about to run away, but the young man grabbed her by the wrist. And she doesn't understand at all why he stopped her, because everything is already clear. The girl was very upset by this whole situation, since the young man already had her. Why did she need an officer? Because she did not satisfy him. The young man was silent, staring with his fierce gaze, filled with anger, and the girl reported that since he had not chosen her, she would leave him forever. The young man laughed, for how could she leave him? And without waiting for any words from the girl, she began to undress her. And now it is ruled by anger and common sense is clearly not present here. And he just looks at the girl, wondering if she really thought she could run away from him. She looks at him with horror. Was this really the guy she had once fallen in love with? Something about him had clearly changed. A girl, an officer, lying on a luxurious bed, asked the girl to leave the place quickly, since the young man had changed. But he had already picked her up in his arms. And no one will dare to leave him, he wants to have enough of beautiful ladies. Outside, the guards continued to try to resist the young man's command. And one of them kept telling them not to stop and to fire the whole clip at them. The senior officer understood that there were too many of them and they were losing to them, so he needed to come up with a more reliable plan. The opponents are very fierce youths. And the others haven't come down yet, the man suggests. That doesn't bode well. The guards are shouting for them to come out, because haven't they prepared for them to kill them? One of the guards stopped, which angered the others, as he had to wipe the fight. But he only asked me to look back and look back. A crowd of civilians, armed with shovels and pitchforks, began to advance on the three guards. And the man assumed that they were going to watch the game, but it is not worth watching. And to clean up if they want to be in their place. We need to get out of here, and since they're killing the rebels here. And if they take another step, they'll shoot. They did not retreat, waving their bats, saying that let them shoot and then they would look. Do they have enough bullets to kill them all? The guards are outraged, because are they really crazy? Why don't they want to listen to their orders? But their anger was scorched by the untimely delivery of food. Since the time had already come, and they still had not been given food. And they had given the masters money, and now they were demanding food. Looking around, the girl wonders what the crowd is arguing about with the guards. And they hear echoes of conversation, and the officers conclude that the argument is about food. The guards wondered if people saw that they were putting things in order. And you have to wait until they save your master, or they'll come and give them food. And you don't need to make a problem out of it, but the officers don't have time to finish. As a whole bag of rice appears behind their backs, which immediately attracts attention. The boy jumps out from behind the minibus with another bag of rice, telling him not to trust the guards. They were the ones who appropriated their food. They found out that the guards were illegally storing food, so they wanted to kill them, but it didn't work. He began to throw away the food they had with them, saying that it was the same selected rice and jerky that they were supposed to receive, but the guards did not allow it. And people became indignant if they had rice and meat. Then why do they give them moldy soup when they're doing such hard work? Of course, that's because they won't be able to eat such delicious food. What about rice and meat if they share it with civilians? As he finishes, the boy immediately hides behind a minibus, as a hail of bullets rains down on him and the others. One of the guards starts shooting at the little imp. And the other is trying to prove to people that they shouldn't believe his words, because they get the same things as people. But the civilians do not calm down, they raise an even greater revolt. And they say they want to eat something of this fresh rice right away. Advancing together, they will force them to spit out everything they have illegally stored and eaten. So you have to fight. And the boy turns to the officer, saying that the plan worked. They really started fighting for food, and the first stage of the plan was successfully completed. They've been pretty smart indeed, and now it's time to launch an official offensive. To reclaim territory and save innocent people. In the master's golden room, the young man realized that he had just crossed the line a little, but he couldn't control himself. Exhausted by such a rush of excitement, the girls lay exhausted, covered with a golden sheet. While the girls rested, recuperating their strength, the young man sat on the edge of the bed and reproached himself for already having shao, and he had also done it with the officer. Besides, it seems to have been the first time for an officer. And he was too rude to her, which made her blame himself for the connection even more. The consequences of losing control are similar desires. And he's just a real beast, and how to explain it to him when the girls wake up. The system reports that it is not the player's fault that the virus in his body is to blame, which awakened this passion. And besides, the increase in anger was what made him so insane. And that it's all because he couldn't control his desires, but it's not the player's fault, he shouldn't suppress his desires. With each increase in anger, he will become irritable and full of destructive power. But in addition to passion, he can also destroy or eat something. If he restrains his desires, then a very quick madness, to the point that by controlling the virus, he can become the new zombie king. And the young man asks again. Why didn't the system say it sooner? But he didn't ask, now he's in the arms of two beautiful girls. So that's good. Returning to the real world, he will also need to find a new partner, or he will have to eat to his heart's content to reduce the bad consequences of displaying anger. The damn system is getting worse and worse, and you need to quickly tell the young man what else it is hiding from him. But he has to find out all the rest of the information on his own. But for this, of course, it is necessary to update the system, so she is interested in it. How much gold is in this beautiful room? There were more than 42 kilograms of gold in the master's room. This weirdo really loves gold jewelry. If all this wealth were transferred to the real world, its value would be more than $17 billion, which could cause major shocks in the world market. Not to mention whether the world market has seen this amount of gold, it will be the target of persecution if it makes them public. Although he won't be able to raise the system now, he will be able to play the lottery. There is so much gold here that he can play many times. First you need to transfer this gold to the vault. He is the victim of a deceiver like her. Don't even think about deceiving him again. After the young man had taken all the gold, he changed his clothes and took the girls on his shoulders. He went out into the corridor, seeing his comrades. The young man asks why they came in. Have they already dealt with the security on the street? And the little boy wonders what's wrong with the girls. Why are they in such a state? He is carrying them on his shoulders, not that something terrible has happened. The young man laughs. If he had a free hand, he would scratch his head, saying that there was nothing wrong with them, they were just unconscious. The young man had found the gold, and it was better for them to leave this place now, taking advantage of the disorder outside. The man, an officer, says that he is very glad to see the young man safe and sound. And he explains that it's all thanks to his lucky lighter. One of the girls says that the battle must have been very exhausting, as the girls in the back seat look very exhausted and tired. And the boy says that he does. It seems otherwise. If it were so simple, the girls would not have slept so soundly. The young man said that yes, the battle was really stormy, but he thinks how awkward it will be when the girl wakes up. Looking back, the kids see civilians arguing over a bag of rice and a few bags of meat, which really did cause a lot of chaos. There is no point in helping them, because they are ready to sacrifice their lives for food. I only feel sorry for these tanks, none of them know how to operate them. Sitting in the front seat, the young man pondered that maybe he should bring these tanks into the system space, they could become useful. Zhao apologizes to his little sister because he has forced them to wander around the city again. But it doesn't bother her so much, they are the closest people to each other, and their home is exactly where they are together. Don't worry. Now they have met Wang Bing, and they no longer have to live without food as they did before. And the young man interrupts him, saying that from now on he will be in constant danger. And isn't he afraid of it? But if he had been afraid of such a thing, he would never have gone with me with the young man. The young man is satisfied with this answer, and from that moment on he says that he and the brothers in arms will fight side by side. The man is very pleased with this. He again accepts to thank the young man for reading him as such a close person, and now his life is in his hands. And the young man is embarrassed not only by the gratitude, but also by the fact that the man addresses him so respectfully. After all, he looks much older than himself. He is uncomfortable with it. Well, as it turned out, in fact, the man is only 18 years old, which shocked not only the young man, but everyone else, as it looks at least 30. The young man, of course, doesn't believe it. It's just not possible. How he could then join the special forces? He is clearly deceiving him. This is actually how he was drafted into the special forces, but before entering the service, this virus broke out. So, strictly speaking, he is not a special forces soldier. He wanted to show off to them, so she said he was a commando. And he apologizes for deceiving everyone, but he said it to protect his sister. After a lot of time, the gentleman's accountant has finally been removed from the tank, and the poor, frightened man is afraid that he will be beaten again. But they just want to know from him where these people have fled. With the last of his strength, the man says that they must still be there upstairs. He can escort them upstairs. Somewhere upstairs, in one of the rooms, the gentleman has finally come to his senses. His head hurts terribly and his body is shaking. Looking around and realizing that his captives had escaped, but they couldn't get away from him so easily. Running away from his room, he only cares about his treasures, and even the corpses of his concubines do not frighten him as much as the lack of gold in his room. Looking into the room, the gentleman realizes that there is nothing left. This boy really took everything, cleaned his room completely. It made him angry and frustrating because he had been collecting this gold for so long. And gold is useless now, so why did he take everything? And the internal tyranny of the master was interrupted by the civilians who broke into his room. They really found him there, and the secretary did not deceive him. People were dying of hunger, so they rebelled, because the time for eating had already passed. Does the master want them to die of hunger? Are they crazy to come here and ask the Lord about it? And have you forgotten who gave them blood and food? He's the master and they want to rebel against him, alright. Then let every one of them die of hunger. What then were they going to do? What was it? And it occurred to them that they wanted to take his position, and then everyone fell silent. He started shouting at them all, because they were a bunch of dead dogs. We have already gone completely crazy from starvation. It seems that they need to be taught a lesson so that they can understand their mistake. And from now on, the cost of each bowl and meat soup will be increased several times. This made the people even angrier, because in this way their money would not be enough for anything. And then they began to resent the fact that at this rate they would really die. She, too, began to admit her mistake, saying that the master did not need to raise the price. After all, they have already understood everything. But he only chased them away. But the noise did not stop, and the gentleman wondered who else was making noise there. Didn't he understand what he had said earlier? But it was no longer human. A woman who once wasn't given enough food and couldn't feed her child turned into a zombie. And now she repeated only one phrase, that her child was hungry. And the baby zombie began to attack the master. While people couldn't figure out what was wrong with their sister, they reasoned that it was definitely because of the meat soup they didn't eat, because what else could be the reason for such a reincarnation? And the accountant began to explain that the flesh of the zombie was added to the meat soup, it was poisoned. And they didn't expect that this food could infect them. People did not believe in it and asked to repeat what they had added to the soup. Did they make them specifically to get rid of them? Civilians would riot. They would decide that they had to go and find everyone who was involved and kill them. A week has passed since the last events. A company commander was driving through the streets of the city, checking the territory. But something in the vicinity caught their attention. I notice a zombie nearby, and she orders everyone to get ready, as the fight is about to begin. A lot of zombies were coming, and the squad began to attack, but then realized that they were surrounded and should prepare to go into combat position. One of the fighters informs that there are too many zombies to take the guys with them and leave. As long as he's got them covered. Well, if you leave, then only together. It seems that all the zombies in this territory are unusually ferocious. Which is quite strange. The degree of insanity and movement speed is much greater than that of zombies in the vicinity of the gathering point. It would seem that there were not enough forces to resist so many zombies, but things did not go according to plan, as their king appeared. The girl commander was well aware that the king's skin is very thick and it will be very difficult to destroy him from a long distance, so it is worth getting closer. She began to navigate closer and closer, jumping so high that she was able to hit the zombie king's eye with her dagger. And then strike. The girl informs her that it is not the zombie king. Zombie kings, they are so weak. So don't be afraid, and you can advance, they will still be able to defeat him. When the big zombie was defeated, an unknown creature came out of his head, which surprised the girl very much. It was like a virus. As the commander tried to figure out what kind of creature was in front of her, her soldiers reported that these zombies had suddenly become very weak. Before that, they were very active and ferocious. But now they have slowed down a lot and it has become easier to defeat them. Did they really become ferocious in this way at the behest of this foul creature? And the soldiers kept attacking. And then they noticed that in the distance, an unknown creature continued to advance on them, larger and stronger than the zombie. Wang Bing's team was still able to find a calm, quiet place for themselves. Where I was resting, cooking delicious food and splashing in the pool. The children were very happy more than anyone else, probably because they had not swam in the pool for a long time. It was very cool and they could finally feel calm. They laughed and swam, splashed with water, and completely forgot that the terrible danger had ever been written over them. The children played, and the senior officer taught Zhao how to shoot a machine gun, as shooting skills are very important in their mission. The youngest boy turned to Yulasha, as he promised to teach him to swim. So I'd like him to get into the pool with them as soon as possible. He promised that he would come soon. But first, he needs to finish his meal. Otherwise, they will soon be mischievous and howl that they are hungry. He began to cook the food, and then thought about it. Since they had settled in, the officer and Xiao had not left their rooms. The young man continued to blame himself for what he had done to them, as he did to look at them now. Now he doesn't know what to do. Xiao was sitting in her room, and it seemed to her that the young man had lost her mind. Either he is no longer the young man she liked, or this is his real appearance. The girl is distracted by a knock on the door. She thinks it is the girl calling her to eat, but it turns out that there was an officer standing behind the door. She informs them that it's time for them to finally talk. Well, at least they can't hide from each other and from others for the rest of their lives. As soon as the officer began to talk about the situation that had happened between her and the young man, tears immediately came to the girl's eyes. It still hurt her to remember and think about it, but instead of screaming and arguing, she just hugged the officer, asking her not to say anything about it. She began to apologize, then she had no other choice. And she's not the kind of guy who fights off other guys, and there's no way she's going to interfere with her relationship with a boy. And the girl knows that the officer is not to blame for this, and she is wrong. It's just that the girl doesn't know what to do next, she's afraid. In this case, they need to have a good talk about it. The girl should tell everything that worries her, and then it will definitely become easier. In the meantime, the food was already ready, everyone began to run to the delicious aroma. And there was plenty of food, fried cargo, and fried ham and sausages, all the favorite dishes gathered on the table. And it is worth starting to eat as soon as possible, before the senior officer has eaten everything himself, since each of his dishes was his favorite. Everyone starts eating, but the young man just opens a bottle of beer, which Xiao immediately notices. Since I haven't seen this truly wonderful drink for a long time, I drink a little. The man is very happy as it is really very pleasant and he is happy. Now he feels the entry into adulthood. The children also rejoice. They eat delicious food prepared by the young man. And his cooking skills are really impressive. The man begins to assume that the young man is a deity at some point, so that in the evening they will have even more delicious food. In order to celebrate the entry of new members into their team. As the meal continues, the senior officer asks if he wants to leave again tonight, who informs us that he will have to leave them that night. The man asks where the young man is going, and he is informed that he has business to deal with. It will take about 7 days, but as for the details, it's more complicated. But the man understands everything and says that the young man can explain everything when he wants, no need to worry, he will take care of everyone. And the young man is glad that the man understands him so well, he will ask him to take care of everyone, and he, of course, will help. He is approached again by a senior officer, who says that they need to go out for a smoke as the man wants to talk to the young man. Alone. Taking the first puff, the young man immediately coughs, as he has never smoked. So uncle will have to do it himself and is interested. What did he want to talk about? The man reports that he has been in very good demand among women lately and praises him for this. The young man wonders how the man knows this, but nothing can be hidden from his keen eye, so he immediately guesses what he was doing with the officer. The young man immediately continues to reproach himself, saying that it is his fault. He did the same thing to her and feels worse than some animal. But young people love each other, there's nothing wrong with that. If he wants to blame someone for it, it's just his charm. The man says he was the same when he was a little younger. And so everything is fine, but the young man is surprised that he thinks that someone loves someone. It seems that he almost burned out. The man had been talking about Xiao all along, saying that although he was only her mentor, he saw her as his own daughter. And that's why he's not against their relationship. Although she looks very cold and heartless, she is very sensitive and tender at heart, and you also want someone to take care of her. With her family, in fear that her loved ones might hurt her, she always put on the mask of a cruel person, until now she has never fallen in love. The young man was surprised, for the officers were very handsome, and there were certainly crowds of admirers, and none of them had she reciprocated. That may be true, and she has quite a lot of fans, but her icy image scares everyone away forever. Ever since they had met the young man, he and Xiao had been communicating more and more, and then he understood how the girl felt. In all seriousness, he declares that the officer has fallen in love with him. But the young man is, I don't know what to say. Is uncle telling the truth? Could it be that the officer hid it and was only able to reveal her sincere feelings when she was under the influence of that medicine? Well, everyone already knows about him and his relationship with Xiao, which is why he said that he is very popular with women. The young man drooped, too. What is the success of the woman? He is very worried about them and still worries about what he has done to them. The man just called the young man to talk about it, but he understands that he has been very worried about them lately. In fact, he doesn't have to worry about it, at least the old social order is no longer effective. why doesn't he take the two of them? Yes, it would be nice for the young man to shake his head, because uncle should stop joking, he won't act like some asshole. At this point, the man is already angry, because won't he feel like an asshole if he deceives the girl's feelings? The officer says that if the young man still has the old way of thinking, then it is unnecessary, we should get rid of them as soon as possible. In this world, every day is unpredictable, knows that it may not live to see tomorrow, so, as they say, seize the moment. The young man turned out to be the one the officer liked. He doesn't know how else to help, that's all he wanted to say, so the young man should think about it. As he leaves, he winks at the young man, telling him not to let him down. And I thought about it carefully on a young man, and it's difficult to make such a decision here. In fact, who wouldn't want to have such a harem of beautiful ladies? But he doesn't know if Xiao and the officer will agree to this. The girls were talking in the room. And the officer said that she could not blame the young man because she was drugged. She thought that the young man was also drugged. If so, it is not surprising that the young man was a completely different person, and he was also drugged. Now Xiao understands why they did it, and he doesn't have to blame the young man. It's not his fault, so don't push him away anymore. And after clarifying the situation, the girls moved on to a more frank conversation, and Xiao is interested. Does the officer like the young man as much as she does? The girl blushes, and Xiao stands up, saying that she didn't ask this to make her feel embarrassed or think she was afraid of losing the young man. She looks straight into her eyes, explaining that she really won't mind if she likes Wang Bing. Xiao really shouldn't think about it. The officer said that she is not one of those women, so she can't fall in love with a young man. The girl wanted to say something else, but the officer covered her mouth with his hand, telling her that she should not say anything more about it. She's never paid attention to feelings, and love doesn't come first, so nothing will happen. She asks to leave the past in the past, and the girl agrees. But from the look in her eyes, she understands that the young man still likes similar officers. Meanwhile, Wang Bing packs all his belongings. He doesn't have much time left, and he has to go about his business. I turn to Zhao. He asks me to take care of everyone while he is gone. Since he is the most resilient here and will be able to protect them, a man will definitely take care of everything. And the children ask the young man to return at a set time, and they can also take care of themselves and protect others. They don't have to worry, as the young man will return at the set time. Just let them take good care of themselves. The man is surprised that the young man just entered the room and immediately disappeared, so how will he come back? The children explained that the young man had once left in this way, and as for how he disappeared, they did not know. In any case, in 7 days he would return. The man thinks again that the young man turns out to be a magician. Besides, he seems to have learned his secret, and the young man need not worry, as the man will keep it a secret. Upon returning to the real world, the young man goes about his business again. And he didn't expect his friends to cope so quickly. They found the perfect place for their store. They had already started the renovation and the place was very nice, a busy shopping area. There is a large flow of people here. And the repairs were made in accordance with the requirements of the young man. The store is not so extravagant, luxurious, but a simpler classic one. Past investments are trivial. They just need to do business conscientiously and get a good reputation, then all their investments will return to them 3 times. One of the friends asks the young man if he remembers the majors they have recently met, so they invited him to gather at the house of one of them. And the young man asks if the guys found out something about them. And, of course, yes, it turns out that he has all the unusual majors. For example, Chang, he graduated from Harvard University with honors. After graduating, he opened his own business in Silicon Valley. He researched and developed several programs, one of which was purchased for $30 million. Xinhua is even more powerful. His family is one of the 3 most powerful families in the city. He is the male version of Mary Sue, gifted students who graduated from Tsinghua University. His business is also related to gemstones. He has an army of mercenaries in Africa who have been trained personally by his family. They guard many jewels. This surprises the young man. It turns out that he has such resources. Wouldn't it be a good idea to buy weapons and equipment from him? The young man also thought that they were not easy majors, that they had met them for the first time. It turns out that this is really so interesting, how successful it is to get closer to them. Last time, after dinner, they found out that Ah Chang was an expert in program development, and they shamelessly asked him to create a program for them. That's how we got closer. The young man was happy about this. Since they have invited them to visit, then it is worth accepting the offer. Xinhua and his squad of maids were already waiting for the young men at the entrance of their house. Glad they finally arrived. Getting out of the car, the young man again noticed that they were indeed unusual majors. The villa is very impressive, and the renovation is deserved. The owner of the house immediately began to court the young man, since he was in his house for the first time and he definitely needed to arrange a tour. The young man was pleased with this treatment. He really did not expect that such a person would not turn out to be worn out and arrogant. In the meantime, he addressed his maid, informing her that his friends would remain here tonight. So you need to prepare the rooms for them, as well as prepare the evening banquet. The girl bows, saying that of course they will immediately begin preparations so that the master and his guests will be satisfied. Seeing the beautiful girl, the young man immediately turns away, citing pains in his head. And she wonders if she wants to take him to a room for 100 years to rest. But he smiles, saying that there is no need to worry so much. He just needs to drink hot water and wait a little and then everything will go away. In this case, the owner invites them inside his house, and he tells the doctor to give the young man a pill for the head. While no one was looking, the young man angrily called the system to get out, and there he wondered why he was so angry with her. The system has already said that his desire will increase every time. And if he is afraid that he will lose control of himself, then he needs to find a workaround to avoid this lust. Isn't there any other way to control yourself? There are sex servants here and there, how can he avoid them? He has no choice but to satisfy his desires. So why is he so willing to restrain himself? And the young man will soon climb the wall, because the mother of God, why are there so many girls here? Let them not look at him, he cannot restrain himself. Although he had seen many rich and famous families on television, it was only after seeing the young man's house that he understood what a true aristocracy meant. The money spent on the interior of the villa is enough to build a 5-star hotel, not to mention a villa that looks like a fortress. He also showed them the trophies, which I am very proud of, an exceptionally expensive vase, a famous sculpture. In addition, he has a lot of antique cars. He also has various antique-edged weapons, pistols and shotguns. Others can hardly get hold of just one of them. His friends were not interested in these things, so Chang invited them to look at the newly developed program. Wang Bing, on the other hand, was fascinated by all of this, so he stayed with the owner of the house to take a closer look at all these things. Xinghua wondered how young men were this weapon. It had a 100-year history and was very well preserved. The young man is not a connoisseur of treasures, he is more interested in modern glass weapons. Does he not know if he has one? The owner of the house did indeed have something like this, but he did not expect that the young men would have such interests. He wondered if the young man could keep this secret if he would show him something. After passing through the security system, they entered a separate room with a huge number of weapons, and the young man wonders how he likes the room with toys. Approaching the weapon stand, he gives one of many, inviting Wang Bing to try it out with his own hands. These guns are in excellent condition. It's just a pity that they're here as decoration, but the owner of the house is not going to let them go to waste. It can't take them out of here, but still the room here can use them. So if the young man wants, they can shoot. It was really amazing. Who would have thought that he has a special training ground here to be glorified from time to time? The young man likes it and it seems that now it will be possible to have fun. And he comes up with an idea to put a bet that they will play on. If Xinghua won, then the young man will help him a little, but if he wins, then the owner will give him his car. In fact, when something comes up, he doesn't feel comfortable talking about it himself, so someone else had to do it. The young man agreed to such conditions, but specified only that he would not accept the violation rules, so they will play fairly. They started shooting. Every Xinhua bullet at least hits the 10 and it seems he is a master at shooting. The young man summons the system to buy 20 books of experience and use them all to increase his shooting skill, as he cannot lose. This time, the young man is a little lacking than previous times. He has not practiced much in shooting lately. The young man's result is not so bad, it is enough for Wang Bing to feel the pressure. The young man outwardly remains calm. Yes, it stresses him out a bit. But it seems that he just appeared to be no more serious and diligent. And he grins, because, of course, the young man is still far from him, and soon he will have his Ferrari. As soon as he picks up the weapon, it feels like his body automatically adjusts to the optimal shooting position. Also, there was no field of vision. It seems clear that the target is directly under the barrel of the rifle, it can easily hit the target. It's actually a great feeling. So it is worth starting to win. The young man was full of confidence in his victory. Xinghua watches this young man's posture from the sidelines. It is really very neat. He wonders what technique the young man is using. The young man fires a few shots and then returns to Xinhua, wondering if he has surpassed him, but Xinhua's jaw drops as he doesn't understand how he did it. Van Bean is definitely a master at this. Just now he was so humble that the young man was already conceited. It's just that he's in a good mood today. That's why he tried so hard. And now he's ready to get the keys to his new car. In fact, there is always a cooler one for the coolest. And he is inferior to his skill. Well, as they say, he lost, we pay. Xinhua believes that the young man turned out to be very interesting, and he was lucky to make friends with someone like him. Wang Bing is a grateful man. Since they are friends, and he has received a gift from him, he will help the young man with his affairs in gratitude. Xinhua explains that this is a bit of a delicate matter, and the young man should think twice before agreeing to it. The young man really asks me to tell him what it is, and who knows, maybe he can really help him. The case is really unusual. With complete seriousness in his eyes, the young man explains that he wants to destroy the Li family with the help of Bing. At this time, the young man's friends watched Adian's new offer, telling how talented and cool he was. Wang Bing was sitting on the balcony. The young man really didn't know that this was a family and Xinhua's enemies too. What could have happened? But Xinhua is not feuding with the master's youngest son. Since he is only the son of a mistress and has no real power, he's just using the band's name and money to hook up some girls. And he has no right to enmity. The enemy of the young man is the eldest son of the master. And his brother and father are the real leaders of a group that includes not only real estate and logistics, but also illegal businesses in the city. Although Xinhua has the strength to resist them, it will have to pay a heavy price for doing so. And if he doesn't do it well, both sides lose. Wang Bing doesn't understand if he wants to attack first. What is this age-old enmity between them? But the young man found out everything about him and who he was from the very beginning, so she asked for help. He explains that this is not an age-old feud at all. It all happened because of one girl who once fell into this family. She was an ordinary person whom Xinhua loved very much, and she was also the only daughter of the family. They once loved each other and decided that someday the moment would come and they would spend the rest of their lives together. At this time, Senbi's group began to gain momentum, and at one of the parties, they met Mr. Li. Back then, they didn't have as much power as they do now. They didn't suspect that he was up to something bad from the beginning. His original target was the Zhao family, after which they crossed paths a lot and eventually became friends. And one day he quarreled with a girl over some trifle. Then, under the pretext of relaxing, they lured the young man into a trap. He must have mixed something into his cocktail. I made the girl see him with her own eyes in bed with another woman. She saw it all with her own eyes. And he couldn't prove him right to her, no matter how he explained himself. And then the head of the company took advantage of this to go against him, used a lot of dishonest methods. At first, he sucked up to the Zhao family, helped them get a lot of money, and fell in love with them. Then, despite Xinhua's interference, he began actively courting his ex-girlfriend. And he never expected that she would date him despite him and eventually get married. Then anger turned his head and he made a scandal right at the wedding ceremony. And it's quite obvious that because of this, he became a laughing stock. After that, he calmed down and decided to leave the grievances in the past, so he went to Africa to do business, to change the scenery. Wang Bing wondered what had become of the girl. And is she happily married to a man like Mr. Li? If the master had been sincere towards the girl, then Xinhua would have been calm. But both father and son wanted to absorb her family from the very beginning. But the Zhao family began to die one after another as a result of the accidents that were all over the news. Accidental car collision or assault on the street. The last victim was the youngest daughter of the family. Then he wanted to take revenge on them for the girl, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. But as fate would have it, his own family asked him to do the same. Family members are constantly pressuring him. And they say that if he wants to start a war with his family, or just for the sake of some girl, then they will be against it. They will immediately expel him from the country, and so all he can do is take revenge on the Li family with the help of other people. Xinhua knows that Wang Bing is very talented, so he must help him, otherwise the young man will be lost. On the first floor, the others were watching what was happening. I wondered what kind of noise they had. Are they arguing about something? It's not that Bean doesn't want to help you. He simply said that if he went to war with them, both sides would suffer. In a case like him, an ordinary man could stand up to them. But to tell the truth, after they met, he made some inquiries about the young man and his friends. He single-handedly dealt with the two leaders of the Black Tiger gang. In addition, he suddenly became rich in this city. There was no other person like him. If he agrees to help, he will provide him with finances and manpower, and will certainly reward the young man well. If this was the previous Wang Bing, he would immediately refuse to interfere in the dispute between these families. But now some voice inside him is constantly giving hints. He tells the young man about the different benefits and says that the more risk he gets, the more he gets, so of course he agrees to the deal. This makes Xinhua happy. He will do whatever the young man wants. Only if he agrees to help him, as it is really very important to him. The young man looks at him with a fierce gaze. Indeed, he also wants to taste it. What it's like to be at the head of a group. Otherwise, there will be only one most influential person in this city, and it will be interesting. What is Xinghua's perspective? The young man was startled, as Wang Bing's face changed too quickly. Didn't he mean that he would help him absorb the Qingbi group? Either way, he's still in the crosshairs of the Li family, the best. They'll take it into their own hands, rather than wait for them to do what they do. The young man had grandiose plans in his head. He wanted revenge on this family and knew that he would destroy them at all costs. He looks at the young man in front of him and it seems to him more that the aura around the young man has suddenly become more powerful. Just now, he was harmless, but now he shivers at the sight of him. This Wang Bing is indeed a very unusual person. Xinhua agreed to this without any problem. If he needed to destroy the Li family, he would help in every way. The young man's strategy was that he would first agree to Xinghua's terms, then deal with the rest. That evening, they went to rest in a hot spring, which helps to relax. And maybe he should also build one in his villa. Xinhua was already well rested, and the young man asked if he wanted to go and have a drink. But he wanted to sit a little longer. His friend suggested that he go for a massage, since he needs to please himself with such things at least occasionally. Ah Chang approaches his friend, as he can't believe that he organized all these wellness treatments. And Xinhua just wonders what he's up to. Everyone was about to go for a massage, but Wang Bing said that they would soak in the hot springs for a while. So friends can go without it. The hot spring really gives him a lot of pleasure. He wants to enjoy it a little more. His eyes were covered with a towel, so he couldn't see who had decided to join him and thought they were his friends. It turned out to be one of the master's assistants. He was worried that the young man would be lonely, so he sent the girl to join the young man's company. The young man was afraid that he might again. He can't restrain himself, so he turns away, wondering if the girl made a mistake in the place, so it's a men's bathhouse. The girl laughs sweetly, as there is no division of territory into men's and women's. So he shouldn't have to go through it. The girl was getting closer, and the gentleman said that the young man had been looking at her lustfully from the beginning. So why is he so shy now? The master had already instructed the girl to take care of the young man. And so he cannot restrain himself and do whatever he wants. The young man becomes more and more immersed in the water, and in what age does the girl live? is it the duty of the servants to do such a thing? The servants in this house receive a very high salary, so they must blindly obey every order of the master. And, of course, the competence includes the proper care of the master's friends, so the young man has nothing to be ashamed of. The girl began to lightly touch the young man, to run her hands and legs over his body, and this makes the young man shiver. How pleasant it is. The young man would have gladly agreed, but he denied that he did not like it. And he doesn't need care, because how he will look into the eyes of girls later. The young man was about to leave, saying that the girl could stay and do what she wanted. But she grabbed him by the forearm, begging him to stay. If he left now, the master would definitely think that the girl didn't take care of him properly, which would be very disappointing for him. Who knows, maybe the master will kill her, so the young man should stay and help her. He's so good-natured. The girl pressed her body more and more against the young man's body, asking him to stay here with her for a while so that she could report to her master that everything had gone well. Van Beam really couldn't control himself anymore. This girl was too insistent. And the desire inside him is too strong. Anger was accumulating in him. The young man began to turn back into the monster he was in the post-apocalypse. The girl felt that something was wrong with the young man. She began to walk away and beg him not to do it. But it was too late. The young man said that she herself had forced him to do so. The next morning, the girl was lying in her bed, her body aching, and she did not even notice that a young master had entered her bedroom. She began to change, for the night before had been very difficult for her. And so she woke up late and couldn't start her duties on time. But the young man did not really care about this, and he was more worried about where his dear guests were. Why were they not together? The girl was also surprised, since they had been doing this all night, and he had been able to leave so early. How much strength and power did he have? Stepping outside, Xinghua began to inspect the area. Did the young man leave early? Is it possible that he changed his mind about their deal? The young man did leave, but he sent a message to the young master to prepare all the necessary things for the Li family's revenge. In the vastness of the street there was a beautiful red Ferrari, near which a lot of people had already gathered. Of course, everyone wanted to take a picture with such a beautiful car. In his house, an old master sat at the table, drinking fragrant tea, and his day promised to be fruitful. Looking back, he sees a young man out of breath, apologizing for being late. But he still came, so no problem. Tossing his cup in the direction of the older boy, the master says that the young people are very unpunctual now, so he gets a fine. The young man sees a vessel flying right in his face. But the teacher underestimates him, because he is able to cope with such things. The young man is sure that she will be able to catch a cup of tea and even thank the teacher for it, but it suddenly changes direction, crashing right in his head. The hot liquid spreads over the young man's face and clothes, which makes him scream so desperately. He was really very hot. Well, the master does not pay attention to this, but only stands up, wondering how far the young man has progressed in his skills during these 2 days. The young man immediately begins to swing for a blow, as he will not fall for the master's trick again. He's much better than the older man thinks, but due to his experience and knowledge and seniority, the master easily catches her by the wrist, preventing a blow to his chest. The young man is very astonished at such skill, for how could the teacher catch his fist so easily? The teacher, with his colored lightning, begins to spin the young man in the air, as if he weighs no heavier than a feather. Bin shouts at you, calls for help, and asks the master to stop. A little more and his breakfast will come out. Due to the teacher's indiscretion, the student had a slightly difficult time, but Wang Bing only asks him to be quiet and not talk to him for now. The master concludes that the young man's brute force has turned into something he cannot handle. That's why it's so hard for him, but in a short time, his strength has improved a lot. I help the young man up, he offers him hot tea, and then they talk about the young man, for which he is incredibly grateful. Patting the young man on the back, the master asks, what extraordinary person did the young man encounter during these 2 days? But he says that nothing of the kind happened. The master feels an extremely negative cold energy inside him and completely different from the pure masculine energy that he studied 2 days ago. The teacher realized that he was now half human, half zombie. But it's just impossible that you're just sick, don't worry. But the master cannot be persuaded. This negative energy is not at all like an ordinary cold, it is an energy similar to the energy of a corpse. The master frowns and insistently demands that the young man explain to him. Could it be that he had learned some kind of devilish technique somewhere? But the young man will not dare. The teacher has taken his pupils, to which he is very grateful. Why should he not listen to him and learn a completely different skill? A master has nothing against his disciple learning other techniques, but he must remember that under no circumstances should he use a devilish technique, they can ruin him. He orders him to take off his clothes to help the young man get rid of this corpse energy. What's a little confusing for the young man, does he really need to undress right here? Although it is said that wushu is so deep that you can't see the bottom, is there really a way to get rid of the virus inside his body? During the process, you should not get carried away with fruitless ideas, you need to be calm, otherwise you will lose touch with reality. The master began to run his hands along the young man's back, trying to get the same corpse energy out of him, and suddenly she felt pain in her own body. And the young man began to reincarnate, his whole essence came out along with the devil's scream. And his eyes shone with a red glow. The master explains that by using true energy, he expels the evil force, these two energies begin to interact, which is why it is so difficult for the young man. He doesn't understand what is happening. This negative energy does not come out in any way, and it seems as if it has been inside the young man from the very beginning and has been in him for so long. If he banishes her completely, he may harm the young man. There seems to be only one way to do it. Wang Bing should be patient. A little more, and the master will give him some more true energy to banish the devil's energy. Suddenly, the young man felt so comfortable. It's as if my whole body has started to breathe freely. It's really very nice. Could it be that the effect of the transmission of true energy was so amazing? He feels a gentle and powerful energy penetrating his body, but it does not expel the original energy within him, but rather merges with it. The young man feels that the energy inside him has become much greater, and the system reports that the player has learned a completely new skill. The young man rejoices because he has done nothing. However, it was a completely new powerful skill. Turning to the master, the young man wonders if this will harm the man himself, since he has transferred his true energy to him. Well, that's nothing, since the man only gave him a small fraction of the true energy, so he was only a little tired. The energy inside the young man was in a chaotic state and could harm him at any moment, but now it was blocked by true energy. This negative energy will not be able to completely invade the body of a young man. In addition, it helped to open access to 2 meridians. Well, how dare the young man take the power of the senior master? Can he give it back to him now? This virus really won't harm his life at all. Because of it, the teacher transferred his inner energy to him. And now the young man is very ashamed. But a young man should not be so impatient. Even if he received a third of the master's strength, his inner strength would still be far from him. In addition, since he took the young man as a disciple, he has to take care of him, otherwise who will he inherit his kung fu skills? The master does not care at all that he has betrayed his power to the young man. It's just that he's afraid he's on the wrong track. You want the young man to try even harder and firmly remember that under no circumstances should he walk along a crooked road. And the young man was very touched by this. The teacher cared about him so much, he did not know how to thank the master for all this. The teacher is very caring. He met such a good teacher that he must have saved the universe in a previous life. But the young man insists that the teacher need not worry, that he will remember his instructions, and that he will never repeat such a mistake. Appearing before the master in the lowest bow, the young man promises that he will train only with the senior master, and with no one else. The master says that everything is fine, now they will study Chinese martial arts together. And to work diligently, then you will reach the heights. The young man promises that he will never let the teacher down. But he looks somewhere in the distance. They say that first they think they should leave this place. People passing by clearly misunderstood them. Well, really, 2 half-naked men, what else can passers-by think? The young man laughs, his mood really got better after that. And he asks the senior master if they will continue their training for today. The master offers to move to his house, where no one will disturb them, and they will be able to continue their studies. When they came to the teacher's house, the young man realized that he was a very authoritative person. The house was decorated in the old-fashioned, restrained luxury, and the market price of such a garden. With a patio, it is several million. He would have studied art from childhood, served in the army from a young age, fought in the war, achieved great military success. And later he became the bodyguard of an important person. With the money I had saved, I bought this big house, but there was not a single servant in this huge house. And the teacher said that he was not used to being looked after. And then the master began to teach the young man martial arts, since he has more time in the post-apocalypse than in the real world. Young men need to use this time to learn and memorize these new techniques. In this way, he will be able to practice them in a post-apocalyptic world. Whereas in the real world, it will seem to everyone that he is rapidly progressing in his skills in such a short time. At the same time, the young man realized that if he continued like this, he would age faster than others in the real world. The young man is brought to his senses by a slap on the face, as the master has blocked everything and called him, but he did not even move. What was so important he was thinking about. In the process of learning martial arts, the young man must purify his thoughts and soul, so he must continue. Upon returning home, the young man notices a box of things that the Xinhua kindly sent him at the young man's request. Well, the new clothes were quite thin. And even if it can protect against predator bites, will it be able to protect against bullets? Xinhua assured him that he could, although the lab was still following it, it was well established in real combat. Of course, it will still hurt after receiving a bullet, but it is enough to reduce the likelihood of a fatal wound to negligible. The young man took out all his belongings, connecting very large connections, so no one should tell about it. The young man also asked for 1 bullet, an impenetrable machine, but got a huge one, as he got it. And it's all for the sake of safety. And there is nothing more bulletproof than an armored car. It will not detain a young man and they will meet after his return. The young man promises that as soon as he finishes all his business, they would definitely meet with Xinhua and deal with the Li family. First, you need to eat before returning to the post-apocalyptic world. Ever since he contracted the virus, his appetite has become terribly acute. It feels like there's a huge hole in his stomach that he can't get enough of. And the scary thing is that now he is like a wild animal that likes the smell of blood. Currently, he only eats easily edible luxury. In the hope that in this way he will be able to control other desires for a while, the young man returned to the virtual world, hoping to meet him again with open arms, but seeing no one, to bother him that something had happened. On the table, he notices Zhao's letter. She explains that they didn't wait for him and left, as they had recently clashed with a regular army unit. The army came from a large gathering place. Their goal was to safely move the people in the vicinity to the very assembly point. And on the way there, their company found them, and afterwards they asked them all to go with the company instead of gathering. And the officer refused them because they were waiting for the young man. However, they forced them to go with the squad, explaining that the zombies in the vicinity had become stronger. Their commander was especially adamant. They did not dare to confront them, lest they reveal the secret. The armed forces, therefore, could only agree to go with them. The girl said that if the young man had already read this letter, then he should definitely go in search of them. The detachment was heading south, and the young man was looking towards the south. He had brought a car with him, so presumably he would be able to catch up with them very soon and save them. The young man decided not to pull out the car for the time being and rode a motorcycle. The zombies began to gather around him and came closer and closer to him. The loud sound attracted a lot of zombies, but they seemed to sense the power of the king within him and therefore did not dare to approach. But the young man was not afraid of them. On the contrary, he longed for them to come. In any case, he also needed to kill a bunch of zombies in order to improve his skills. Apparently, only the strongest zombies can challenge him. So the normal weak were afraid to get too close. However, it's much easier to fight these new zombies now, for he is armed, and his strength has greatly increased. The officers and everyone else were sitting in that very large gathering place. They just had meal time, so they ate quietly. This food may not be as tasty as we were cooking, young man, but it is quite acceptable. But the children were more fussy. They wanted to eat something delicious. The only porridge they give them is so runny and they can't get enough. The youngest boy missed very much the days when the boy was with them, and then they could not eat as much as they wanted, and at any time very tasty food. The officer asks the boy to shut up, as does he really want other people to also know that they have eaten meat in huge quantities? And the boy should be more patient. Now they are with the squad. And if they find out about their stocks, who knows how they will handle them. Nowadays it is very dangerous to take food with you. So they need to be patient for a while, and the boy immediately apologizes, as the girls are really right. Suddenly, something sticks in the boy's back. And as he turns around, he sees the meat sausage that Wang Bing has given to them. I didn't understand where the girl got it from, but you explained that the older brother didn't eat it. And that's why I gave it to her, and now they can divide it into two. The boy says he can't take it. Therefore, it is better to give it to the youngest girl, as she is the youngest and should eat the sausage instead of him. He is the best student of the young man. Can't he weaken if he devours it a little? It's too humiliating to take food or anything from a girl. Then the younger girl can just eat it. Doesn't she want to thank her brother for this yummy? The senior officer looks approvingly at the boy's action. And he says that this is really the act of a real man. From what they've seen over the past few days, these soldiers are very attentive to them, ordinary people. Despite being attacked by zombies last night, one of the food trucks was detained. But today they still made porridge for everyone. Indeed, they have lost a lot of soldiers lately due to the zombie surprise attack at night, but that hasn't stopped them. It's a good idea to give them the last bags of rice. They've had a good time the last few days anyway, so we have to thank them for that. They're doing everything for the people. If I have enough food, they won't have the strength to fight the zombies, so everyone agrees. I need to go and give them some rice. The squad leader sat settling her business. They still had a lot to do. And to begin with, she would like to write the names of the victims. One of the members of the detachment came up together, saying that the commander had not rested or eaten anything since yesterday. And he brought her some food to regain her strength. It is worth going to bed after she has eaten, so as not to spoil her health, as she is very much needed by the squad and people. You can't take away the girl's pride. She herself knew how to take care of her health, but she was really grateful for the food and drink she brought. Although she is a little tired, she still can't close her eyes. When she sees the names of the dead people, she needs to keep working. She doesn't understand why the zombies have become so violent lately since they left, and until today, they have lost over 20 soldiers. Although it is their duty to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the people, the information they have is very unreliable, otherwise they would not be lost, only comrades. In the course of a conversation about work, they are distracted by girls who come up. They had business with the commander, but they still brought a few bags of rice that they wanted to give away. The commander and her assistant were really surprised. The girls had a bag full of rice in their hands, as well as dry provisions that they could take away. The girls saw that they were evenly distributing small amounts of food to people. Therefore, we decided to give away these supplies so that they could feed the people. There is also not much food in the second bag, but it will be enough for them for a while, so you should not refuse. The commander, of course, thanks the girls for their kindness. But she can't accept this food, which is very surprising to the girls. They had a hard time getting this food, and besides, they soldiers cannot take anything from the common people. So they should take the bags back. Even if they suffer from hunger, they still have a duty to protect the people. It is their task, and they have sworn to do it. It's true that they were rude and didn't think about it, but they wish the commander had kept the bags of food for herself. And she used it to feed people. One of the civilians passing by noticed the girls with a whole sack of rice, not understanding where they got such luxury. People sat in groups on their blankets, some rested, some played cards, trying to brighten up the gray everyday life. The young people who were gambling were approached by the same young man who had recently seen the girls with a bag of rice. He wanted to report this to his master as soon as possible, and immediately began to explain what he had seen as he passed by. The commander has a very huge amount of food. This made the men very angry, as they still have only food. Why should they suffer by eating some kind of porridge? The officer explained that there used to be a policewoman, she served the people, just like the commander. They all seem to have the same mission. This is understandable. But distributing food so generously has nothing to do with the profession, they are really very kind if they do this. But the girls still insist that they take this food and distribute it to the people. Who knows what else they'll face in the future. The commander of the detachment thanks the girl on behalf of the people and asks the assistant to take provisions and then distribute them to everyone. At that moment, a group of people approached them, realizing that the man had really told the truth and they had a lot of food. They began to resent it, which was no wonder that the morning porridge was so thin. And it turns out that they hid all the food for their own use. Why does he say that they serve the people if they hid the rice and ate it themselves? But the trouble is that the men have only misunderstood the situation. The assistant commander is immediately indignant, because on what basis do they say these things? They're comrades. It's been a long time since they've eaten anything so they can eat themselves. The officer didn't understand what was wrong with these men. When she saw the rice, a twinkle flashed in her eyes, and they began to harass them. As it turned out, he was the leader in charge of a bunch of hooligans at the original gathering place, and they were causing them nothing but trouble all the way. They were indignant as to why they should store food. It would be right for them to give all the food to the people for safekeeping. And everyone began to support him. Because if they abandon them as a last resort, they will have nothing to eat. Quite a thing. This guy's words are extremely provocative, and if they don't shut them up, then others will also start rebelling against them. Xiao was also annoyed. The rudeness of local bullies like them made her very angry. She took out a weapon. They say that it is her rice, and she gives it to whomever she wants, if they have the right to say anything. If anyone said it at their word, she would immediately shoot them in the head. The man immediately laughs, as the girl really wants to scare him with this gun and orders his brothers to take the gun. They immediately took out their sticks and bats, which had been studded with nails, and their incredibly strong troop was called funeral fighters. He turns to the girl, interested. Will she have enough bullets for everyone? Since there are so many guys here, it is unlikely that she will be able to deal with all of them at once. If she's that brave, let her kill them all. Let's see how she explains it to their captain. It's not that a man thinks that a girl won't dare to do it, he has a lot of bullets. She'll finish him off first so she doesn't hear it. But then the captain of the squad meets. They say that the girl should calm down and not shoot. She will deal with everything herself now. She walks closer to the man, saying that he is so fearless that he even ran out and started screaming. Is he confident that he can protect the food better than they can? And the man was already completely fascinated by the beauty of the girl. He began to confuse even words, unable to pronounce anything reasonable. And if it weren't for that scar on her face, she would be a top quality product, the man thought. But his brethren were shouting that they should kiss. The commander said that the men could only show off. They would soon see if they still had limbs or not. If they keep up the good work. Indeed, you won't hear such scoundrels, you won't hear a kind word. Xiao keeps trying to beat them to death, while the officer tries to calm her down. A very interesting performance began. The man so brazenly dared to challenge the commander. You need to watch how interesting events will develop. The rest of the people also began to gather in the area, noticing that someone was going to fight. Of course, they will not miss the opportunity to observe this. She went on to say that since the man was so sure, they could easily measure their strength and see who could still save the food. A man laughs. Does a girl really think he will fight her? Wants everyone to laugh at him because he will beat a woman? But a man shouldn't treat her like a woman. They won't use guns or anything like that. How about a regular hand wrestling? And whoever is the first to lay the enemy on the ground will dispose of the rest of the food. This is a fairly fair condition. Hand-to-hand combat is very beneficial for a man. However, if he suddenly loses, he will disgrace himself in front of the whole district. His brothers say that he is very strong, so he lays the girl on the ground in a second, and then all the food will be in their hands. And the man agrees to the usual fight, and the girl just has to wait and not say later that he was not tender enough with her. And the man began to attack, but the girl does not look as if she could not resist him. She was adept at dodging and could even retaliate. Just a few seconds into their fight, the girl was able to grab the man by the forearm and knock him to the floor. The man fell, hitting his back on the concrete floor. It seems that he even broke something on his body. A very strong pain went away. The officer and Xiao were standing aside, saying that the captain was very cool. She was able to put this man on the floor so easily. And her mate said that the captain was still in the same great shape as before. You wouldn't want anyone to be in the place of the man who was now sprawled on the floor. The commander said that she knew that all people had been feeling injustice lately, that they could not eat enough. At least everyone had their own complaints. Mission: to serve the people. But if they are not given even the most basic trust, it will only cool the hearts of the soldiers. She and her subordinate hope that people don't understand their difficulties and trust them. She guarantees safety by delivering everyone instead of picking them up. That's all she wanted to say, so now everyone should go back to their seats and think about what happened. Xiao was delighted with the commander's amazing work. She put that bully on the ground so quickly. The girl wants to take some lessons. The officer interrupts her, as the commander has not rested for a long time. Don't bother her too much, but give her a little rest. And if the commander is not mistaken, then they also know martial arts. And can she ask them to join their squad to protect the people? The girls, of course, agree, as it is a great opportunity and they agree to work with them. They will try to help protect all the people who are here. This makes her very happy. now there are 2 good fighters in her squad. Moreover, they have taken a step closer to the goal. From that moment on, the girls can trust each other, and if something happens, each of them will lend a helping shoulder to the other. Somewhere out there, in the dark streets of the city, a large creature of unknown origin was attacking 6 zombies who obeyed him. They couldn't defend themselves, so they stood quietly as the creature swallowed them one by one with its long tongue. The creature planted some small cuttlefish in the head of each of them, which controlled their subconscious. It was eating under the skin of ordinary zombies, and making them stronger and more powerful. Another threat loomed in this world. At one of the posts, the guards inspected the territory. And we had to be careful, because things had not been going well lately. One of the guards dreamed of cigarettes. But it's good that they at least have food now, but they can't afford such a luxury. It's really such a time that cigarettes are just a dream for them. But there is still a small fraction that it will ever come true. One zombie began to approach the territory and the guard immediately skillfully shoots at him, killing him. It would seem that the zombies have been defeated and there is no need to worry further, since everything is quiet. But a whole army of zombies is heading towards the territory, so it is worth sounding the alarm. The civilians at the gathering place also began to worry, as was there really a wave of zombies approaching her? Are they in danger? For the rest of us, it's also annoying, because why did a big wave of zombies reappear, especially at night? The squad leader is already running outside, wondering what the current situation is and when they discovered the impending danger. They had just seen this wave of zombies. Zombies have already approached their territory and are trying to break through the first line of defense. You had to know everything, especially how many zombies were coming. But, as it turned out, there were at least 1,000 of them, which complicated the task. She sends a man with the 2nd and 3rd squads to protect the refugees and evacuate them. On the other hand, the captain and the others will try to apprehend the zombies, which is very surprising to one of the captain's mates. So if she stays here, how can she escape from here? She wonders since when the man became so slow if the captain gave the order to leave. So you have to leave. After obeying the order, the man began to take the refugees out of the room in order to transfer them to a safer place. And those exhausted don't understand what happened again. Why should they leave? But they can't help it, they have to obey the order. As they walked out, they understood that if there was a threat, it was likely that several more young people would sacrifice their lives to protect them. Looking around, Zhao wonders if such sudden displacement seems like a common thing for all these people. At any rate, it was better than staying in one city and enduring the wrath of some tyrant like what they had seen before. The man also wondered why the officer and Zhao didn't go with them, but stayed there. But they said they would stay and help the military apprehend the zombies as they saw fit to help them. Well, so be it, at least they are able to take care of themselves, and besides, they have already been on the verge of life and death 3 times. So they can help them. The captain says that they will only shoot if the zombies go over the fence. And you should be careful not to waste your bullets in vain. The zombies began to climb the fence and shoot. And it was necessary to aim only at those who were on the other side of it, since bullets are worth their weight in gold. It is necessary to hold out until the moment when the main forces evacuate people, so everyone will be safe and sound. It is also worth being careful, because recently among the zombies there have appeared higher individuals, which are much more dangerous. They were taller than normal zombies, jumped faster, and were much stronger, more durable than normal zombies. The name is driven by anger, and the subconscious mind controls the unexplained origin of the cuttlefish. They were indeed much stronger, as they were able to break the fence with one blow and bullets were useless against them. The commander ordered not to retreat, and also not to panic in any case. They will shoot at the enemy and will definitely stop him. It was necessary to shoot not at the head, but at the malignant tumor, which develops from soft tissue cells and controls them. Higher specimens are extraordinarily agile and are not so easy to defeat. It's even very difficult to aim at them. The captain turns around and sees Xiao, wondering why they came back. It's too dangerous here and you need to go back to another squad. But the girls promised that they would help, and how could they leave the girl when they had already sworn to fight her together? They also had good weapons and a non-downloadable supply of bullets that would help them fight against the zombies. The zombies kept advancing, and the 3 girls took turns shooting at them, but for every zombie killed, 5 more came up. And the captain wonders if the girls are worried that if they continue to shoot so intensely, they will use up their entire supply of bullets. It couldn't go on like this. They would shoot and retreat at the same time, because the zombies are only getting bigger, not counting the higher zombies that attacked. The other dead were also very ferocious and had no intention of backing down. The zombies continued to attack, and the girls with the rest of the military were about to retreat, but suddenly the entire zombie squad was blown apart by a large grenade. The captain of the squad stands there, not understanding what it is. Could it be some kind of heavy weapon? Who could do this? And the girl exclaims that it is Wang Bing. I turn to the officer. She informs her that the young man has returned and now he will help them, which is good news in this situation. The girl only sighs heavily. The events of the last few days are still on her mind, and too little time has passed for her to come to terms with it. The young man was driving his SUV. I noticed that a bunch of zombies surrounded his girls, but he would not let this happen and crush these zombies. And so he did, adding speed. He literally began to run over all the zombies that stood in his way. But he didn't know what to do with the big zombies. He had never seen anything like them before, and he had no idea how to deal with them. If this continues, they will soon be able to injure him, and he needs to use his abilities to control them. Well, let's see what they are. Invading the mind of one of the higher specimens, the young man sees the same zombie frog that planted cuttlefish in their bodies and now controls them. These zombies are really uncontrollable. They began to stagger the armored vehicle. If this continues, they will soon turn it over. It looks like the young man won't be able to control them, and who knows, maybe he will be able to control the parasitic bodies. Xiao continues to shoot, but notices that the officer is heading somewhere. I wonder why she is leaving, it's dangerous there. The girl sees that the young man has some difficulties and she wants to go help him, since he may not be able to cope on his own. The girl was about to go to help. But suddenly he stops, does not understand why the young man stopped the car, and the zombies that were standing around him suddenly stopped the attack. The young man was able to take control of these very creatures inside the zombies and gave them the order to listen to him and kill other zombies. The two squads are watching all this and do not understand if the zombies have changed and started killing their own people. If this is the case, they need to take advantage of it. The young man sees the officer's girlfriend near his car and gives her his hand to sit down and kill the zombies with a machine gun on the roof. The girl just turned away, and it seems that she is still angry with him. The girls are very vindictive, as it seems to the young man. But after what he's done to them, it's not surprising. But the girl still gives him her hand and sits down, which cannot but rejoice, since the young man was very worried all this time. But she spoke very coldly, and the fact that she got into this car did not mean anything. Such cruelty sent shivers down the young man's body. The girl, as if to confirm the young man's thoughts, says that the fact that she agreed to talk does not mean anything. When he returns, he must explain everything to them. The zombies were still attacking. And the squad knew that their weapons were useless against these monsters. The girl commander keeps looking ahead and does not understand where such heavy weapons come from. Could it be that these are troops sent by the general staff? The young man managed to take control of the cuttlefish inside the zombies and they began to kill themselves, leaving people alone. Upon seeing the death of the supreme zombie, the normals began to flee in a hurry. Did this bunch of zombies gather here because of them? The zombies were really frightened by the death of the higher beings and began to run away. Who goes where just to stay unharmed? And the supreme dead continued to kill themselves, tearing themselves out and crushing the karacats with their body parts. The captain of the squad was surprised. Did the zombies really commit suicide? We need to write it down and report it to HQ. The captain had never heard of this young man, and she wondered who he was, but he seemed to have a lot of power. Xiao began to run up to the young man. She really didn't expect him to be able to find them so quickly, and even help them. The young man was still embarrassed to be near the girl, but she kept rambling, saying that she knew that he would definitely catch up with them, and she was very calm when he was around. The young man was really ashamed. He wanted to explain the past situation to the girl before she and the officer did anything. But it was not necessary to speak, because the officer explained that at that time they were both under the influence of the medicine that the master had given them, so it happened. At that time they were not aware of their actions, but a rule and only a stimulant. And so the girl doesn't blame any of them. The young man turns to the officer's girlfriend, who is also looking in his direction. She is indeed a very good person, and the young man is very touched by this act. However, the young man does not understand why he is still a little upset. Well, maybe he should explain himself to the officer as well. Xiao went on to say that in the young man's absence, she had thought things through, and as long as she was in his heart, she wouldn't be worried. She's silly. And how could he say that he wouldn't bother? It was obvious that he had hurt her and the officer as well. But suddenly, the girl asks a question that completely confuses the young man. She asks if he likes the officer, and even if it's so calm. The young man does not understand why she is interested in this so suddenly and calmly. She knows that he loves only her. That's because she knows he would never hurt an officer. She has feelings for the young man, that's why. And as long as she's in your heart, she won't mind if the girls separate the young man together. Thus, Xiao doesn't take the incident to heart. In addition, she agreed to separate the young man with the officer. The young man can't believe it. Does this mean that from now on he will be able to enjoy double happiness in the form of two beautiful girls? We need to wait, calm down. And if he continues to think about it, then the anger meter should reach a peak and he will not be able to control himself again. The captain, approaching the couple, apologizes for interrupting, but she would like to introduce herself to the young man and get to know each other a little better. Xiao began to explain that Commander Zhao is very smart and brave. She is an excellent fighter, and she genuinely cares about everyone who is here. Such a strong and good-natured person can really feel completely safe. The young man did not arrive in time and helped. Presumably they would have lost a lot of comrades, and the girl would like to thank him separately. The young man does not mind, so they can network at the so-called negotiation table and discuss all the points of interest to the girl. It's not clear if they're friends or foes, and he doesn't know what they want to talk to him about. So let's hope that this does not affect the collection of gold in any way. The captain of the squad sincerely thanked the young man, as well as the girls, for the help they provided. But don't thank them so much, because defending the city is not only the responsibility of the police and the commander. But they could even let them into the squad to defend the city. In fact, it would be an honor for the squad, as such capable people are rare and they wouldn't mind getting help from them. And Xiao asks the commander how far away the gathering place is now, and how long will it take to get there. The gathering place was not too far away, about 400 kilometers from here, but the road would be difficult one way or another. The young man was really interested. He wanted to know more about the big gathering place. And what is the situation there? That's exactly what she wanted to tell. After all, instead of a gathering, where they planned to go, it is considered the largest in this city, as well as the safest. There are now 5 major gathering places in the country, and in that case, which of the gathering places do they want to go to? But it would be wiser to go to the near future. The nearest gathering point is in Fuzhou. However, without fire support, they will not be able to get from the previous gathering place. So, their task is to gather all the survivors and send them to large gathering places. And there are still 6 months for the next gathering place to send a car to pick up the refugees. Each time, they can pick up about 30,000 survivors. Young man, you think, in this way everyone can be safe. Once they get to that city and gathering place, instead of gathering them, it does not have as much firepower as large places. But one fairly safe one is reported by the commander. The assembly point is not only surrounded by a high wall, but is guarded by soldiers 24 hours a day to ensure the safety of all people there. There are also quite a lot of vegetables and people can eat normally. That place can easily accommodate 100,000 people. If they agree to help the squad, then they will be able to get to safety very quickly and protect the people. Of course, they will help by joint efforts. They will certainly be able to get there safely. You need to hurry up. The young man thought that she would want to interrogate him about the recent incident, but he was not worried. He's been thinking about it too much, or maybe they'll talk about the gathering place he's set up on the way. After this young man appeared, all the zombies began to behave strangely, and besides, he has advanced weapons. He is a very unusual person and the commander wants to keep an eye on him. The young man stands up, saying that he and the commander seem destined to meet, so he wants to give her a gift in honor of a wonderful acquaintance. From some unknown pocket, he pulls out a bottle of Coke that he found while looking for supplies, so he wants to give it to the girl. But the girl remains as icy as a rock, informing them that they are not allowed to accept personal belongings from the common people. The young man is surprised, because what does it mean that they can't? And then, let's say, he treats the girl to a drink as a friend, not as a member of the people. But no matter what the circumstances, she still can't accept it. No matter how much she wants to, she must remain a commander. It's also a good thing. And who knows, if he keeps it, he might be able to exchange it for a lot of good things after that. Still, there is a man who remained indifferent at the sight of the cola, and this is the commander, which is very surprising to the young man, but he tried so hard. She is indeed a soldier with a high sense of duty. And now the officer admires her even more. Members of the squad guarded the area, watched for a crowd of zombies, and prepared to move to the gathering place. A noise was heard on the horizon, and a member of the detachment could see an armored car, which could not but lead to a kind of childish delight. One of the men says that if he manages to ride this colossus, he will not be afraid even if he meets a crowd of zombies, because the car is very strong. The commander introduces the young man to his assistant. Since the young man has only recently joined the detachment, he does not know anyone yet, but these acquaintances will be very useful. They shake hands, and the captain informs them that the guy is just something and it is unknown where he found such an armored vehicle. But it's just incredible. The young man laughs that he just found her abandoned in a factory and she seems to be working, so he took her. Apparently, that factory is quite impressive. The commander wonders where it is, but the young man, by pure chance, completely forgot this place. Turning to the commander, one of the subordinates said that it was not worth putting the young man in a difficult position, as he has clearly been to many places and has definitely already forgotten where this warehouse is. But the captain was just curious, and the young man began to make excuses that his comrades were already waiting for him, so he should go and not make them worry. I turn to the captain of the squad. The man says that something is wrong with this guy. It is not easy to get such an armored car. If you don't have any connections, this is a model of an armored vehicle not from their country, and how could he find such a thing at this time? And the captain was also curious about what the young man was like. They have already lost a lot of comrades. If they face a large wave of zombies again, then everyone will die. And if the young man is around, then maybe they will be able to get to the right place. Wang Bing's friend sat on the blanket under the starlight, finally able to get a good rest. Truth be told, the last few days have been hard. They've been running all night and everyone is tired, especially the little kids. Some of them went to help cook food, and you just have to be patient to eat, and then go to rest, recuperating. The senior officer informs them that no matter how many bowls of porridge they eat, they will not be satisfied. Since after the meal that Wang Bing was cooking, it is impossible to eat ordinary porridge. And again remembering the young man, he asks, didn't he go back to where he went? And they all want to eat well. The younger boy says that he would love to eat a chicken leg now, and suddenly he is lightly hit on the head. It turns out to be a young man who laughs loudly. And the boy turns around and thinks that it is his chicken leg, but when he sees the young man, he is even happier because he missed him very much. Everyone is really very glad that the young man is back, because now they feel even better than before. He'd been gone so long ago, so everyone was afraid he wouldn't be able to catch up with them. And they didn't expect it to catch up with them so quickly. But all was well. It wasn't easy for him, but still he managed. He was away for only 7 days, and only a day had passed for the boys, so it was not surprising that they missed them. And the passage of time in the real and post-apocalyptic worlds is not the same. If this continues, wouldn't Xiao and the officer age faster than him? But they're so good, and even if they ever get old, they'll still be the most beautiful girls in the world for boys. The young man looks around. He sees a lot of people, but there are some that attract his attention the most. He notices that someone is watching them all the time. He decides not to take it into his head, but turns to the younger boy, saying that this time he brought a very good thing, which cannot but please the boy. There are a lot of people outside, so the young man offers to go to the tent, and then he will be able to show what interesting things he has brought with him. Everyone also jumps up and goes to the tent, but the young man notices that the officer just turned around and walked in the opposite direction. So he wonders if she wants to go, and the girl orders everything that the young man has to be given to the others, and she will go and see how the younger girls cook porridge there. The young man is worried that the officer is still so cold to him. It looks like she still hasn't been able to forgive him, and something needs to be done about it. The young man opens the bag he brought with him and presents a whole pile of ice cream in front of the eyes of the others. Everyone immediately starts looking at it, saying that it is an incredible yummy and they should try it as soon as possible. The young man only asks to keep his voice down, as it will be bad if the others find out what they are doing here. Xiao says that he will go and call the younger girls to eat too, otherwise the ice cream will not taste good if it melts by the time they arrive. Zhao looks at the whole thing, not understanding why they don't want to know where Wang Bing got it from. This ice cream is definitely some kind of shamanic magic. The man was indeed shocked, but in truth, if he had known what the young man was doing before he came, he would have gone mad by now. Don't worry, this container is charged, it will keep your ice cream cold overnight. So the girls can take their time and enjoy it to their heart's content. And on the street, the same gang is watching, wondering what they can do in the tent. And their elder assumes that they are doing something obscene. The officer, as she said, went to help with the cooking, but there was something near the captain next to her, which was not the same as his face, and you could tell that it was some kind of mess. But a little later, the food was ready, and the girls began to distribute it to the people who were in their small camp. Everyone went to their tents, and the young man chose to sleep in his armored car, at least to think over the events that had taken place that day. That zombie in his memories must be another king and a zombie and need to deal with him as soon as possible. In addition to the fact that he can attach these cuttlefish to other zombies, the young man does not understand. What else can he do? Since it has accepted the system task, it is necessary to find and destroy it, but where to look for it is another question. The young man is distracted by a knock on the window, and turning his head, he sees the officer's girlfriend, immediately tensing, as he is still embarrassed. The girl blushes slightly, lowers her gaze somewhere down, and says that she would like to talk to the young man about what happened. He opens the door, saying he'll be out right away, but he doesn't have to, since she will sit inside and they will be able to talk without prying ears. The atmosphere was awkward, to say the least. Because after everything that had happened, none of them knew where to start. If they didn't talk, it would feel as if time had stood still, and the young man had to break the silence somehow. He turns to say a word, but it turns out that the girl begins to speak as well. Yes, it becomes awkward, and the girl says that the young man can be the first to say what he wants. But the young man, like a true gentleman, says that an officer can speak first. And here they are again embarrassed, because it's really embarrassing. They begin to replay all their thoughts in their heads, so as not to say anything stupid. In the meantime, the girl notices a sleeping bag in the car. I wonder if he is going to spend the night here. The young man finds the strength to turn back in the direction of the girl and informs her that yes, the tent seems to be cramped for all of them, so he decides to stay here. And if he sleeps here, he may catch a cold. And it is better to go into the tent so as not to risk your health, which is very important now. Well, it is not known with what thoughts the young man makes a decision, but without asking anything, he grabs the girl and kisses her. The girl would like to answer first. But then he pushes the young man away, because they can't do it now. The girl says that the young man can't do whatever he wants just because the officer likes it. Besides, after all, what's going on between them now? If they do this, then everything will be wrong towards Xiao. The young man is surprised, since they have already done all this, so why ask? What is the relationship between them? The girl is angry, because what they did has to be said clearly. Is that how he treats her as a special friend with privileges? The young man understands that the girl misunderstood him, because she is always important to him in his heart. What a special friend. Officer Miao thought that she would meet someone she liked, and then they would fall in love, get married, and have children. But now everything is in chaos. She can't stand it anymore and starts screaming that it's all because of the young man and he ruined her most beautiful dreams. The young man takes her by the shoulders, telling her that she should calm down. It's his fault that he ruined her dreams for the future, but it doesn't matter. She had to believe that Wang Bing could make her the happiest girl in the world, anything he could do for her. She and Xiao are the girls he loves the most. He will be able to take good care of the two of them for the rest of his life. But he didn't even tell me anything about his past. Can they really trust him like that? And then the young man falls silent, because his past. He needs the help of the system. And can he talk about being a time traveler? But the young man can't afford to turn his head. Although he can change the future now, his every word and action will cause serious consequences. The young man is still thinking about his thoughts and is about to say something, but the girl stops him. She realizes that he has his own wounds, and if she can't tell her secrets, then she shouldn't, she'll understand. At any rate, she knows that the young man likes it too, and that's enough to think about something. The young man is glad that the girl turned out to be so understanding and he will treat her well, will never disappoint her expectations. The girl did not wait for anything, but only hugged the young man tightly, silencing him. After all, he just said that she was his close person. So why does he still call her an officer? It also confuses the young men. If they are close enough, then can he just call her meow? It seems that the teacher's power suppresses the dark energy within him, and the virus does not have any bad effect, but still. The young man pulls away from the girl slightly, informing her that since they are now lovers, can he kiss her again? The girl has no doubts. Not for a second, but she agrees, because deep down she, like a young man, longs for it. Their lips touch, and after a short kiss, the young man doesn't think about throwing the girl into the seat. He runs his nose from her lips to her neck, going down in wet kisses. Ah, he's been waiting a really long time to do it. The girl just melts under his touch, but still finds the strength to stop him from asking. Is he going to do it right here now? And he'd love to, but if a girl doesn't like something or doesn't want to, he won't force her in any way. Not really. You can't just do that. She's a little embarrassed, but she agrees. The only thing she asks for is that this time he will be a little more gentle with her than last time, so that they can both enjoy themselves. He won't do it again, because then he'll be very gentle with her. There's no way he's bigger in the world. He won't make that terrible mistake. And it seems that both of them agree and are ready to start the process, but suddenly the knocking of the door distracts them again, behind the door where the Xiao is standing. Without thinking, she opens the door, as she is worried that the young man will be alone in this car and sees an oil painting. She closes her eyes and blushes deeply, informing her that it seems to have come in at the wrong time. And now she's going to turn around and walk away, and they're going to be able to continue. But the young man doesn't let her go, grabs her by the wrist, saying that she arrived just in time and he would be very happy if she joined. And the territory is guarded by the captain and the commander of the group. They noticed how the officer and Xiao entered the armored car of the young man, and now it is swinging. Are they up to something? The girl is much more perceptive and turns to the captain, saying that he shouldn't stick his nose where they go. And to stand guard and guard the territory. The next morning, very, very early, the main force set out. They walked slowly, and the journey was hard. While the young man and his friends rode in an armored car, knowing no difficulties, and ate ice cream. The young man looks back and sees that Zhao's ice cream is dripping a lot, and he thinks that the way she eats it looks very tempting. A little girl approaches Xiao, wondering if she wants to try her delicious melon-flavored ice cream. After all, it is very sweet and does not melt so much. It really looked very tasty, so the girl did not refuse to try it too. The girl began to literally swallow a scoop of ice cream along with the cone, and suddenly a little boy arrived. So the officer had to close his eyes. After all, he shouldn't see it and get some childhood trauma. Wang Bing looks at Xiao, informing her that she needs to be more careful with her posture in which she eats ice cream. The girl is embarrassed, because what's wrong with that? After all, she has always eaten ice cream like this, and there is nothing shameful about it. Zhao walks over to the car where everyone is sitting, informing him that he has learned the information that was required, namely the time they still need to get to. One of the commanders said there was one bridge ahead. As soon as they passed through it, they would very soon reach the assembly point, and they said that they would send troops there to help. It won't be scary even if they meet a crowd of zombies, and that's very good. You will have to see what this gathering place is like. The young man really hopes that they will not encounter zombies. If he does something in front of the post-ironists, then he may be suspected. The captain informs them that they will reach their destination for another half-day's journey, and then have a good rest to recuperate. Commander is a little more realistic. Although they are approaching their destination, we must not let our guard down. She really hasn't rested in a long time. She really wants to sleep and feels like she can't contain herself anymore. I really need rest. A zombie frog used a cart on wheels to transport the corpses of zombies through an abandoned room. And all these bodies the creature carried through long corridors stained with blood. And then she threw it into a homeless pit. Very soon it started to rain and now it will be more difficult to walk. Someone reported that the military said they would arrive soon, so we need to hold out a little longer. People were tired and wet. So they started to get nervous, saying that they had to go faster, pushed and argued. One of the men pushed an old woman, saying that she was already old. So why would she even go to the gathering place anyway, since she was going to die soon? The captain of the squad, call me to this picture, immediately began to run up to the old woman, helping her to get up, asking if she was all right. And because of the rain, the road is very slippery. Therefore, she should be more careful, and the old woman is really grateful to her, because she is a very good person. The girl asks if the old lady can walk. If it is very hard for her, then she can go with her in the car. But it's okay, she fights the zombies for them and tries very hard. How can she brazenly take their places? With an umbrella on his head, a young man approaches, saying that the ant should not be so kind. The rain falls non-stop. If it stays from the part, it will become food for zombies. And the young man came very opportunely. The commander asked for help to escort this woman to the truck. She resisted. Even though she is old, she can't do that. He called Zhao, as they couldn't persuade their aunt. Therefore, you need to carry it on your back to the war machine. And the man, without any questions, immediately takes his aunt in his arms and tells her to hold on tight, and she does everything that she thinks. She turns to the commander and notices that yes, she is indeed a very cold beauty, and even thanks him, she is very cold and reserved. Hell is distracted by the tired look of the girl, she falls to her knees right in front of him, explaining only that she did not get enough sleep. The young man takes her by the arm. The girl's body is very hot, she definitely has a fever, a few days of sleep deprivation has a bad effect on her. But the girl says that everything is fine, she continues to refuse help, because it is only a small fever and she will be able to hold out until the end. She doesn't need any help and she doesn't need to make a fuss. Yes, the young man understands that as a leader, she cannot give up, because it will affect the morale of everyone else. Although the commander is very strong, she is still not made of iron, in the end she will not be able to withstand it, and this worries the young man. In the rain, the guards continue to inspect the area, but suddenly their attention is drawn to something in the distance. They have already reached the bridge, and as soon as they cross it, they will reach the meeting point very quickly. Therefore, you need to hurry up. People began to rejoice, because it will definitely be safe there, much better than here, and they will stop living in fear. There he turns to the commander, they say that their comrades are ahead, who have been sent to help, they no longer need to worry. It's raining like a bucket, and she can't control herself anymore, she doesn't know why, but she feels like something is wrong, and people continue to rejoice. As soon as they arrive, instead of gathering, you can no longer be afraid of zombies and eat to your heart's content. As Jo walks quietly, his little sister speaks to him, saying that this time they can really live in a calm and unsafe place. Everything is really going very smoothly, usually in zombie games something is going on at this time. First, with the help of the skill, the young man will look at what lies ahead. The young man applies his skill and can't believe his eyes. In front of him, not the commander's comrades, they are soldiers made of rice straw. And behind them there is no passage, only a bunch of cars that block the way. Probably, other gangs did it to take away food. They have already arrived at the bridge, now the path ahead is blocked, they are driven into a dead end, and most likely danger is behind them. And so it turned out, the premonition did not disappoint, there were top-level zombies behind him, which were already approaching. The captain turns to the commander, because things are very bad, zombies have been discovered on the left side of the squad. And you need to come up with a plan as soon as possible. Zombies were everywhere, and besides, they were from the highest rank, they seemed to be surrounded, which was very, very bad for them. The commander immediately gives orders that the first team is coming, and the second and third teams are defending it on the left side. First you need to get all the people out, and the captain immediately calls everyone to follow him. The rest of the fighters begin to fight against the zombies using weapons. But they still turn out to be stronger, fighting off bullets in one fell swoop, throwing back the soldiers. The squad leader looks around, not understanding. Don't zombies eat people right away, they just take them? One of the civilians takes the little girl to her mother, informing her to borrow her for a moment. He understands the girl in his arms, the guy runs towards the higher zombie, I inform her that he gives her away as a victim. As long as he doesn't chase him, but the squad captain arrives in time and snatches the girl right out of the monster's paw, getting injured. But these are small things. The girl tries to defend herself, even takes a few shots, but her body can no longer withstand it, now all that remains is to submit to fate. Wang Bing is on time, because the commander has to hold on. What will her subordinates do if she dies? Not feeling dead, the girl gets up and sees that the young man has saved her. It's hard to believe, though. He easily and effortlessly dodges all of the zombies' attacks. And then he strikes back. He hits the cuttlefish that has eaten into his body, thus disabling the zombie and it falls to the wet ground. The squad leader is truly surprised by this. The young man dealt with the supreme zombie with his bare hands. Who the hell is he? The young man turns to the girl, and everything floats in front of her eyes. But even in such a terrible state, she does not admit that she needs support. However, the young man does not pay attention to the girl's protests. He understands that she cannot even stand on her own 2 feet, and she needs to hold on to the young man. He notices a wound on her back and calls on the system to help check if it's mesmerized early or not. But at present, it is not possible to detect this, because due to overwork, the temperature in the body has risen to almost 48 degrees, which is very bad. The girl is still cold and does not accept help. They say that it is not worth paying attention. She dragged everyone into it. Therefore, if he wants to help young men, let him save these people. Everyone has to get to the assembly point immediately. She and her comrade don't want to be in the military, who are not properly performing their duties. Don't worry, Wang Bing and his friends are already helping. Everyone will definitely get to the gathering place safely, as well as those people who were captured. Will the young man be able to get them back, since they are also very important and should be safe? But the girl immediately changes the subject, as she sees a tall zombie on her neck behind her, asking him to be careful. Well, even these monsters are not scary for him. He uses his skills to take control of the cuttlefish that controls the monster. Also entering his mind, the young man sees the same zombie toad. That somewhere out there, on the same wet streets, screams and demands human flesh. The creature keeps screaming, commanding the crowd of higher zombies. Tonight, sees all those who are emigrating and bring them to her. She is insanely uncontrollable, has once again taken control of an entire army of zombies. From the last attack, the squad leader had seen something that he could control these zombies. She still wonders who the young man is. And yes, he has his difficulties, he can tell her everything, but not now. Don't worry, he definitely deserves her trust. And when everything calms down a little, then he will slowly tell the girl everything. The fact that he was able to use his power in front of her shows that he trusts the girl, then she can trust him. The assistant commander walks on, seeing straw soldiers as well as a mountain of vehicles. Immediately wondering how they could cross the bridge now. Their comrades are now fighting against the higher zombies, they must find a way to remove this barrier and transfer the explosives. Someone in the squad reports that they've already used up all the explosives in the last battle, and then there's nothing they can do. We need to call all the people. Even if they have to clean up with their bare hands, they have to put that rusty stuff away and move to the other side. Jo and the officer report that they have heavy weapons, they can help them remove obstacles much faster, and there is no need to disturb the people. The assistant commander is very surprised, because why didn't the men say this much earlier? They report that it was all brought by Wang Bing, and they simply didn't have it before. Xiao informs that enough of the chatter needs to blow up these vehicles first, and then clear the way for the armored vehicle. Still, they will get to their destination very soon. If they start right now, then soon all people will be safe. The captain informs all civilians that they should move as far away as possible, as it may be dangerous now, they must be patient and wait. The men skillfully fire rockets and, blowing up a mountain of cars, and the Xiao, immediately getting behind the wheel, begins to clear the way. Very soon everything will be clear, and I will not be able to cross the bridge without any difficulty. At this time, the captain calls all the people, allowing them to go forward. In the fight with the zombie, the young man uses the skill of fast a lot, as well as strengthening the body, and this helps him to easily get rid of harmful cuttlefish. He tells all the party members to leave, as he is able to deal with everything himself, and growls at the zombie as it still does not want to let people go. And then he is already shaking with fear, quickly lets go of one of the squad members and is about to run as far as the eye can see. The commander urges the people not to stand in columns, but to get out of here as soon as possible, since the zombies are getting bigger and they need to be safe. One of the squad members asks the younger children if they know how to use weapons. And is it really legal to give them to children? As for the uncles, don't underestimate them, their brother Wang Bing has trained them very well. Therefore, they are masters of shooting. The young man, addressing the commander, informs him that there are too many of the people who could not take them, and only a few were able to escape. If the young man hadn't been there, and the girl is supposed to be, they would all have died by now. Now you need to leave this place as soon as possible. This zombie king is very strong compared to the one in the bank's gold reserve. The post-apocalypse is much more complex than the young man imagined. The young man asks Xiao to find the officer and the others, while he blows up this bridge to prevent the zombies from sneaking in after them. The young man pulls explosives out of his backpack, and the squad captain is still wondering, because how did this little backpack fit so much? The young man informs him that it is a magic bag. And here he has everything he could wish for, so it's not a problem for him. With a lighter, he lights the fuse of the explosives, and immediately he and the commander run away. To get to the other side in time, the young man manages to look back at that pile of explosives and wonder if she can destroy all the zombies. His gaze is drawn to a figure in the sky, he looks and, looking closer, realizes that the zombie king has arrived. People keep running away, the explosives are about to explode, and the zombie toad keeps commanding the higher beings, saying that it doesn't need people alive. The source of the parasite is nearby, and the system reports that its bioflows can no longer have any effect on the zombie parasites. Xiao addresses the squad and is told that they need to shoot and help the young man. Because if he handles everything alone, he won't be able to stand it. The girl shoots and the bullet or hits directly into the seal and it explodes, smashing all the zombies around. The bridge collapses, and the young man and the commander manage to find themselves on the other side. And the zombies began to fall directly into the water, the bridge was destroyed and now they will not be able to approach, they are safe. That everything is over and you can even rejoice a little, but the problems come one after another, the tentacles of the zombies stretch right in the direction of the squad leader. Wrapping around the girl's neck, a large tentacle pulls her right towards the ruined bridge. Everyone was also shaken up, as problems jumped out to their lot again, they needed to go save the commander as soon as possible. The girls are also screaming, asking the young man to help the commander as soon as possible, because there was such a big explosion. And that toad still isn't dead. The girl shouts that the young man should not come up and forget about her, but he can't do this, she must gain strength, he will definitely save her. He jumps off the bridge right towards the girl, grabbing her, don't worry, as long as he's next to her, nothing will happen to the girl. Even in such a dangerous situation, the girl does not cease to be cold and unapproachable. I call the young man a blockhead, I am interested. Who allowed him to be so arbitrary? The squad leader and the young man fall directly into the water, and everyone else runs after them, worried. Everyone stood at the cliff, trying to look like a couple who had just fallen into the water for a very strong time, most likely not for good. But such thoughts could not be tolerated. The captain called out to the whole squad, they will dive into the water and find the commander, the young man. Xiao is already crying and says that she too will jump into the water and find her boyfriend, but the officer stops her because she needs to control herself. Wang Bing is very talented, nothing will happen to him, you just have to trust him and wait. That's right, nothing will happen to them, and the commander isn't with them right now, so the captain is so nervous. But in no case should they panic. And in the beginning, he should order the soldiers to cover the people and go instead of gathering, and then send a small detachment in search of the commander. Got excited, and he apologizes. What he said is really true, he has to calm down and control himself. The officer is already speaking, then we need to start acting. There is no need to worry, everything will definitely be fine with the young man and the commander. All the while, the young man finally emerges from the water and begins to look around in search of the commander, calling the system, asking for its help. It has been breathing underwater for a long time and can search in the depths, or it can use its fast feet in the water. This is understandable, but now the current is very strong, he cannot use fast feet, how can he find a commander? The system offers to replenish the account or play the lottery. And now there's another way, so he'll give it a try. A lottery appears, the young man asks for mercy, he must win some useful skill and must save the commander. The girl is being carried by the zombie king, and holding her long tongue, she is still conscious, but does not open her eyes and fully understands what is happening to her. She has only seen the zombie kings on land, she did not expect to see the underwater king, she is already at the limit and believes that this time she will definitely die. If you remember the past. She always wanted to become a soldier who served the fatherland, but she did not expect that after she did it, the apocalypse would immediately come. After the onset of the post-apocalypse, she lost the closest people, her parents and her loved one. It was a fierce fight that she will never forget, her loved one was torn apart right in front of her eyes, and the picture froze in horror forever. The girl tried to save him, but he was infected and it was useless to do anything, the last thing her lover did was ask her to go to a safe place to protect herself. She lost everyone, her mom, her dad and her lover, she was left completely alone because of this nightmare. In desperation, she threw herself into the shoulders of her beloved, saying that she would leave with him and live next to him, but it was stupid and dangerous. She watched as her lover gradually turned into a monster, but she still hoped that she would be able to make it in time before he was fully converted. But the one infected with the virus went completely crazy and made the biggest mistake. He killed himself right in front of her. She will never forget this picture, the body of her beloved, already lifeless, lying in a pool of blood under the rainstorm. In this way, she is completely alone, and now she is not afraid of dying, but somewhere through the fog of consciousness she hears a familiar voice. She manages to open her eyes a little, and thinks it's just a hallucination, because the young man couldn't have appeared here like this. It's the damn toad that's caused the young man a lot of trouble, and it's time to deal with it and take revenge. A young man with a new weapon that had won the lottery and was heading straight for the zombie king, he managed to injure her. With the new weapon, he cut off the leg of the underwater creature, which increased the squad leader's chance of getting out of the water alive. The young man swims up to the commander, realizing that she is still conscious, which means that he was still in time. The toad was about to run to the zombie, but the young man turned out to be a watch that tracks the location. So he could know where it was to the millimeter. The watch is multifunctional, it even has sleeping pills, darts, with which he successfully shoots a toad. And then he turns his attention to the commander. In one jump, the young man and the commander find themselves on land. He immediately lays her down on the ground and starts screaming for her to move, but her breathing is very weak, thinking about what needs to be done. And then they remember that he still has miraculous beans bought in the system store. He also recalls that he had previously squeezed a serious wound, and after eating the miraculous bob, everything was fine with him, so it must help the commander as well. The young man puts the magic pill in the girl's mouth and waits for at least some reaction, but nothing happens, and suddenly his body is seized with terror. He starts yelling into the sky that he's late, but the system asks him to calm down and open her mouth. Obediently, the young man realizes that the girl just hasn't swallowed the magic pill yet, and he is already scared to death. He was really scared that he wouldn't be able to help her in any way, but now he had to be more serious and do everything right. Now the commander is unconscious and so she won't be able to swallow this bob on her own, then he has to help her. He only does this to save the girl. Don't blame him after he finds out. He puts the miraculous bob in his mouth and goes down the girl's lips, pushing him inside, and the girl immediately comes to her senses. She flutters her fluffy eyelashes as she looks around. She sees the young man in front of her, realizing that he saved her, but wonders what happened to the zombie king. Luckily, the young man had found the girl much earlier, otherwise she would have already become a snack of the damn toad. Just now she had a vague sense of something. Did the young man give her artificial respiration? But don't worry, he only did it to save the girl, he didn't have any bad intentions. The girl closes her eyes, interested. Did he really have no ill intentions, and then why hadn't he taken his hand off her yet? And the young man immediately moves away, he just can't help himself, it seems that he is already used to holding on to something soft when he kisses. And the young man tries to control himself, the girl only thanks him for saving her, now she is his debtor. He followed her and separated from the group, and just like the girl was in danger, he risked a lot for her. Well, the girl is too courteous. They're comrades in misfortune, so to speak, and he doesn't know where the toad went, but he must find it and teach it a lesson. He knows that the girl will definitely follow him, so he will not persuade her to stay safe on land. He hopes that they will go together and return together instead of picking up the kidnapped people and rescue them. For a girl, this young man is really very talented. He makes people feel like he's very reliable, so he doesn't feel safe. The girl trusts him, and will no longer ask about his origins. It is a promise that is ready, so the girl, but the young man in turn has to promise her something. This is not a problem for the girl, it is only necessary to say. And if the young man is able to do it, he will definitely do it. After a while, if she is unfortunate enough to contract the virus or a situation arises in which she has to sacrifice herself, then the young man should not think too long, but do what he must. It was something unexpected. The young man did not understand how he could promise to do something like this. The commander has reached this position for a reason. She is indeed very stubborn and determined, but he still cannot do this. The girl asks for a promise. Otherwise, she will become a zombie and is afraid that she will be able to harm many innocent people. The young man still had to submit. He promised that he would do his best to prevent such a situation from occurring. The girl even smiled when she heard a satisfactory answer, and the young man remarks that she should not always be so cold. A smile suits her very well. But such tackles don't work on a girl, so the young man wasn't even worth trying. First, you need to see where that monster has gone. After they know where it is, they can deal with it. The dart that the young man stuck into the monster's zombie turned out to be a beacon that now transmitted its location, and the young man could tell exactly where it was. And the fact that it was necessary to catch up with him was clear, but will they be able to? And the monster swam very fast, and they are unlikely to catch up with us at their feet. But in addition to the useful watch that tracks the location, the young man won another useful thing. And with this accelerator, they will be able to catch up with the monster quickly. The girl was very impressed. With the help of this accelerator, the young man was able to catch up and save her life, whether he could get another one of the same kind for her. But such a thing is not so easy to get. The young man spent a lot of gold on this thing and hardly got it. And then the girl offers an alternative option if there is only one accelerator. Wouldn't it be better if he hugged her and they flew together? It's not that the young man can't do it, or he doesn't want to, he can do it, but the commander should change his clothes first. But she doesn't understand. Why change clothes? Is there something wrong with her clothes? And she starts looking herself from head to toe. Then she notices that the strap of her t-shirt is torn, exposing a part of her body, and if something is constantly looming in front of the young man's eyes, he will not be able to fly impassively. The girl immediately changes her clothes. Lately, he has been saying that the young man is simply unusual and unbelievable, since he was able to find such comfortable clothes. Of course, these bulletproof clothes, and with them the girl will feel absolutely safe. And it's all for the safety of others. In front of the zombie toad, on her knees, sat people and monsters whom she subdued with the help of cuttlefish. Upstairs, people sat in the nets, shouting for help, but no one heard them, only the zombie toad grinning at their fate. Xiao and the officer and captain went in search of Wang Bing and the commander. They were following the tracks, and now they were standing at the cliff on which the commander had changed his clothes not so long ago. They found the girl's old clothes, which meant that the commander and the young man were somewhere nearby. But they didn't know where they had gone. Inspecting the territory, not the best thoughts are found on the captain. Their clothes are torn, and the young men themselves are not here. Wang Bing must have a reason why he didn't come back. He should go downstairs and look for them. If they still don't find them before nightfall, then go back and discuss again what to do, but don't give up right away. A young man with a captain in his arms rushes through the sky. The signal is lost, and presumably the zombie king is in this abandoned factory. They go inside and start looking around. Silence everywhere, some abandoned boxes, but no sign of the zombie king. Walking a little further, the young man smells a very pungent smell of blood. It seems to be the smell of walking behind one of the containers. And we need to go ahead and see. After walking a few more meters, they come to the hole into which the zombie king had previously thrown the bodies of people. There was a very foul smell coming from there, but the young man and the captain could not understand what it was. You sniff a little through tears and in your eyes from the acrid smell. The captain states that the smell is similar to rotten meat standing still. It's the same one that was in the lair of the zombie king's past. Then it's definitely the place where he's hiding, and he must be somewhere nearby. Very suddenly, one of the higher zombies swoops down on the young man and the commander, trying to push them into the pit, but they jump to the side in time. The young man asks to leave the girl alone with this zombie and go look for the kidnapped people, but the girl cannot just leave him. Still, she goes off in search of people, and the young man is left alone with a strong zombie. The only thing that worries the girl is whether he can cope alone. The farther away, the more zombies appeared. They seem to materialize out of thin air, heading towards the young people. You'll have to spend a little time on them. They'll be lucky if they survive today. You'll have to try very hard to do it. Turning to the captain, the young man says that if they remain alive, after today, what will be their future relationship? The girl thinks that she heard it, but still she replies that there is no other relationship. Of course, they will be comrades in misfortune if they get out of here alive. If he didn't have a girlfriend, he would take care of her, as she is very attractive, but now is the time for me to chat. They start running forward right on top of the higher zombies. You need to be very careful not to get infected and defeat these monsters. At this time, civilians moved to the place where the harnesses were gathering. They took a very long time, and it was already starting to bother. Someone was outraged. What would they do if the zombies caught up with them again? One of the civilians turns to the soldier, asking why they are so slow and when they will reach the gathering place. Somehow, when they get to the gathering point, if at all, the noise begins to attract everyone passing by. What will they do if something happens like before, and everyone slows down just because the old people did not lag behind? It is very stupid and reckless. The squad members can't stand it anymore and start screaming. Since it was unknown if their commander was dead or alive, everyone slowed down in case she was found. Well, does the young man have any problems or not? The young man begins to wonder if all people are treated this way. But it is understandable. He is very worried about his commander, whose fate is unknown. He starts to get angry, because he doesn't deserve to be treated like that, and how did this bastard even dare to yell at him like that? The soldier begins to break out of the fight of his comrades to slam into the asshole several times as he continues to stir up chaos. He says that the soldier is only going to hit him because he asked why he slowed down, but they specify that he was wrong himself. Yes, many people also want to know why they slowed down. And when will they get to the gathering place at such and such a speed? The guy keeps shouting that they have slowed down, they are only waiting for the commander, which means that the lives of soldiers are valuable, and the lives of ordinary people are nothing to them. Our boy is angry because this behavior him off, he hates them. Such arrogant people, but you should calm down, because what can they do? And the guy keeps screaming in anger, if they don't hurry everyone up, then he guarantees that he will go to a military tribunal. And it is unlikely that they need such a turn of events in such a situation. He will say that they are abusing their powers, that they have not put anything into the lives of ordinary people. So they should think about it. While the young man continues to say all sorts of nonsense, an old woman hits him on the head with a cane. She appeals to the people not to listen to this nonsense. Haven't they seen the soldiers protecting them all the way, and they're ready to believe some young man right now? They were not able to reach this place only because of them and their sacrifices. Right now, they just want to wait a little longer for their commander, isn't that wrong? If they want to go faster, why don't they go themselves? Why do they need the protection of a soldier if they don't trust them? The soldiers are surprised, the old lady is really right, and everyone listens to her, and it surprises them. The old woman continues to appeal to the people, and first of all to the young man who rebelled. Yes, she is already old and has lived enough to save her. They only went to wait for the commander, who was worried about them. The young man shouts at the old woman. Does she say she's old enough? If so, it will help her go to the next world faster. He even swings to hit the old woman, but he is grabbed by the wrist by one of the soldiers. The young man is really starting to bend the sticks and needs to be stopped. The young man thinks he can just get away with it, thinks the soldiers will be merciful to him, they will kill him for such behavior. The young man yells for the soldier to let go of his hand, as he is in pain. Yes, he made a mistake and let them spare him and he will definitely improve. The civilians immediately began to agree that the lady would not slow down the pace and wait for the commander and do just that. It seems that everyone is very kind at heart, and it's good that there are only a few ungrateful people. You should not succumb to their pressure and listen only to your own reason. The young man who rebelled is now crying on the sidelines, his arm hurts, he doesn't feel it. Did the soldier grab it so hard that it broke? The young man turned out to be not so strong and glorious, he is a coward who offends the weak and is afraid of the strong, that's all he is. Another salad turns to the grader, saying that she can go with him in the car, but don't worry about her so much, she is able to walk. The commander thanked his aunt for helping them out of such a predicament, she said everything from the bottom of her heart, sincerely grateful to them. The young man is still angry, they have embarrassed him so much in front of so many people, ruining his image. After the post-apocalypse, he hadn't heard such words from anyone for a long time, and his aunt was really very grateful that she had put herself in their position. The young man continues to stare at the soldiers who have so ruined his impeccable reputation, and you can't blame him. After all, they were the ones who made him do it. At this time, the children discuss how their brother Wang and the others are doing, but do not worry, the young man is very talented, he will definitely prevent dangers, they will return soon. The children are distracted from their conversations by the sound of a gunshot, they begin to look around, not understanding. Where did this sound come from? The young man who had previously argued took a pistol from one of the soldiers and began to shoot at the members of the squad, hitting one of them in the neck. One of them is holding on to his neck, from which he is gushing blood, almost suffocating, while the other one screams, what the hell is this bastard doing? Since the commander was not there now, it would be better for him to do so than to depend on them for the rest of his life. This game has gone too far, the young man should stop, but he no longer realizes what he is doing. One of the soldiers approaches him to take the weapon, but he grabs a girl hostage, saying that if they approach, he will kill her. This young man is completely crazy. How dare he even use a child as a shield? The captain is exhausted, but he should hold on. Soon they will arrive instead of the gathering and they will surely save him. Civilians began to gather around the soldier who was trying to stop the bleeding. But the captain kept begging him not to close his eyes and to hold out at least a little longer. Except for the soldier, everyone around understood what was happening. The captain has lost a lot of blood, and what can be done now? Can anyone here stop the bleeding? And the second soldier, who is now pointing his gun at the young man holding the girl hostage, wonders if he sees what he has done. The young man is fed up with such a life. Okay, there's not enough food, but why on earth do they need to listen to all of them? At this time, the girl turns to the guy, saying that he should lower the gun, otherwise he will regret it very much in the future. And that floods him even more, because even that damn kid doesn't recognize him, he only despises him. A little boy approaches the guy, saying that if he still doesn't want to let go of his girlfriend, then he will shoot him. The guy squeaks with anger. This damn baby wants to scare him with his toy gun, but he can't do it. The soldiers are surprised. This kid has a lot of bravery. He shot the boy so confidently, you can see that he is an unusual child. The girl doesn't believe he did it. But she didn't think he could. He needed to be allowed to blackmail her. Even if it was the emperor, he wouldn't be so polite to him. The soldier kept crying over the captain's body. He was already completely infuriated and did not even seem to breathe. His body was stained with blood. Auntie screamed at herself for that, because she was the one who made that scoundrel angry, but it wasn't her fault. It's just a terrible coincidence. The squad had lost its leader again, so what to do now if Wang Bing and the commander did not return soon would be very difficult. The young man used all his powers, which he had in him, anger and burning. He tore apart one supreme zombie after another. The girl could only wonder, because the young man was able to kill all these strong zombies alone, surely a person can do something like this. The young man is cornered, breathing wreaths, his face swollen. Still something is wrong. He senses that damn toad is somewhere nearby. I turn to the commander. He demands that she take the weapon in her backpack and find the kidnapped people, and the young man will figure it out for now. Isn't he going to go with the girl? But they won't make it in time, and if they split up, it will happen much faster. As the young man expected, the zombie toad approaches. At the same moment he is surprised that so many of them have moved away so quickly that he can't wait to be cut off again, apparently. He asks the commander to go faster and save the people, but she keeps muttering, "It's the zombie king." Will the young man fight him alone? The young man should be trusted, as he is able to cope with this monster alone, and when he finishes, he will definitely come to the girl. The monster is not at all like ordinary zombies. Can the young man really be able to defeat this creature? But there isn't much time. The commander goes to the side of the people to save them, taking only a promise from the young man that nothing will happen to him and he will return safe and sound. The zombie toad does not accept this state of affairs. It will not allow the commander to escape. And if the first time she succeeded, now she will definitely fall into her trap. The young man begins to attack in response and shows these vicious cuttlefish his unsurpassed blow. Wang Bing can do it with the golden leg skill, but the other one is well attached to him, so it takes an effort to tear it away from his leg. But this is useless. Soon he will be infected and become a zombie subordinate to the king. A zombie king like him, who can speak and think, is rare, but unfortunately his techniques are useless against a young man. Zombie toad stands without understanding. Is the young man also a zombie? Why didn't his cuttlefish work on the guy? Not exactly, but there is some truth in it, and besides, the young man is the same zombie king as he is, so they are on an equal footing. Well, it sounds like a joke to the monster and the young man is too lazy to explain it to him. And show what other tricks he has. He'd better see what the toad is capable of. It's best to get it over with, at the very least, because the young man doesn't have a lot of time to mess with this toad. Zombie toad, such impudence angers her even more, so she is going to kill the young man without hesitation. Toad sat down, but the young man did not understand. What is this, really a trick of some frog? The zombie toad laughs even more, crouches down even more, and cuttlefish begin to grow out of its back. And then jump out. Wang Bing is incredibly disgusted. Children and hers appear right in front of his eyes. This is the worst thing he has ever seen in his life. Small cutthroats begin to jump out of the toad's back and spit some liquid. One drop falls on the body of a young man, and he feels that it is acid. In a terribly disgusting way, this zombie frog multiplied, and right next to it were about 10 zombies as nasty as her. The young man was shocked, but now is the time for me to relax. These strange frogs are not as simple as they initially thought. The frog monsters began to attack. They were very big and strong, and they didn't need weapons, because they had so much power. The specimens were smaller and also very strong, because due to their height the name made it difficult to jump on the neck of a young man and strangle him. Their eyes flashed with fierce anger, their sharp teeth protruded from their mouths, and they all had only one purpose: to kill the young man. One of the frogs sprayed the young man with some nasty liquid. It smells just terrible. A little more and breakfast will go outside. Not only did the liquid stink terribly, but it also paralyzed the young man's entire body and he was unable to move. In addition to the fact that the young man is frozen and unable to move, and another frog grabs him by the legs, and he really does not understand. Where do these new frog monsters come from? There are really a lot of these monsters on him alone, and the forces are not equal, so from time to time he is beaten, kicked and thrown into all the walls. Yes, the young man is really hard and he is already quite tired. But do these zombie frogs really think they can kill him just like that? He'll still fight. It is not worth dreaming of victory with this monster, since the young man can still pull himself together and continue fighting. Even if it means sacrificing too much. Grabbing one of the zombie frogs by her hand, a needle, he uses a flaming hand to break the so-called weapon. And it seems to work, but one of the frogs wraps its tongue around the neck of the young man, which looks more like poisonous snakes. The monsters bite the young man on the shoulders, and the frog gives off an electric shock that pierces his entire body, preventing him from moving. For the zombie frog king, this is a great opportunity to go and stop that girl who dared to think that she could free her prisoners. The young man understands everything. This toad wanted to detain him so that he could catch up with the commander and deal with him. But he will never let this monster harm the commander, he is already starting to get used to this power and can resist it. With his bare hands, he was able to grab the snake's tongues and throw the frog far away, but he didn't let it fly away completely, as they hadn't figured it out yet. Holding the frog by its two tongues, he throws it directly at the zombie king, trying to wrap it around him and detain him. Another zombie frog approaches right behind the young man, opening its mouth and is about to attack him, but he notices it in time. The young man was able to apprehend another monster very well that the master taught him a few tricks. These frogs are very strange and dangerous. The monster's mouth opens, and a tongue as thin as a needle runs over its neck. It boils angrily, and if so, the young man cannot vouch for himself. He will kill everyone here. This whole situation is already quite stressful for the young man. He is tired of fighting these frogs. The anger inside is enough to fight back. Holding the frog by the long tongue, grabbing it by the scruff of the neck, the young man uses a flaming palm, literally blowing it up from the inside. His anger is indeed boiling from all sides. And if these monsters aren't afraid, then let them all attack together. He'll kill the out of everyone. Right now, he feels the legs of the toad that held him last time reappear from the ground. But he won't fall for the same appointment a second time. With the help of his super skills, the young man manages to jump high, pulling a frog out of the ground. While the other also flies in his direction, one kills the other frog. A young man floats in the air, watching the zombie king face down on the concrete floor and the head of another zombie monster flying to the side. The young man is angry and no longer restrains himself at all, only wondering what other techniques these monsters have. And if they are not afraid, then let them show it. This guy is much stronger than zombie frog imagined before. He's beaten up, but he's still on his feet and even scratching his tongue. This toad is much stronger than the previous zombie kings. It is difficult for one person to cope with it. The whole body hurts. But the most important thing is that suddenly the young man had a strong feeling of hunger. A little more and he'll finally make up his mind, but he doesn't really want to eat that toad, but anger seems to prevail in him. The young man tries to calm down, to control himself. We need to remember the teacher's admonition to use the soft to conquer the hard. A large frog is approaching him, and this is a great opportunity to defeat him. The young man uses all his strength to push it as far as possible when he collides with the frog, thereby winning. Not far from the warehouse, where the battle is now taking place, there are servicemen. Hoping that nothing serious had happened to the young man and their commander, Xiao heard a sound nearby, and it seemed that the young man was in the factory that was right in front of them. So they should go and check it out. After defeating all the monsters, the young man finally calms down and can control the feeling of hunger, hoping that he will last a long time. Turning around, he notices that there is some movement behind him again. Is the zombie king back again? He knows very well that he is not an adversary as a young man, but he dared to return here anyway. If that's the case, then let him attack. The zombie frog is angry because this impudent man dared to challenge her. No one has ever addressed her with such audacity before. And a few turns away, innocent people are sitting in cages. They see that someone is approaching them and immediately know that they will be rescued. They scream for help and try to break the chest of others, who are too strong. They see the commander and understand that she will definitely save them. For starters, the commander should calm the people down. They should not panic so that everything goes smoothly. In fact, she herself did not understand how to get them out of here as soon as possible. There is a strong chain on the bars and you can't just break it. Pavement pistol. She asks everyone to step back. She will try to break the lock, so you have to be careful that she doesn't accidentally hurt anyone. After firing a few bullets, she still manages to break the lock that blocked the exit, and immediately begins to release people to run. The commander says that in that direction, after they get out, they need to go right along the course of the river and then they will meet the main forces. One of the soldiers who ended up in the cage reports that there are also prisoners in another place who were caught in the same way as them. She asks all the soldiers who are present here to follow her and help save the others, and the civilians can get out. At this time, the young man continues his fight with the Frog King. Though he doesn't know why she came back again, this time he will destroy her so that she won't hurt ordinary people again. It amuses her, whether she dies or not, but at least she has been dead for a long time, and she is not afraid of anything the young man will do. Even if she dies, she'll still be some kind of scapegoat anyway. Her life is terrible. She lets out her long tongue right in the direction of the young man, who is surprised. Is she really going to use it all the time? Are there any other tricks? And in agility and strength, this monster may be superior to ordinary zombies. Still, he disappointed the young man, and since she had nothing but her tongue, the young man would gladly tear it out. The young man pulls the frog's tongue as hard as he can, and uses his fiery palm to tear it off. The zombie frog doesn't really resist, it has long accepted this fate. And it will be better this way, since it is very difficult to suffer in the body of a zombie king. With the help of the bioflow, the young man sees the past of the one who became the zombie king. He was a man who had a good family. It is not difficult for the young man to lay the frog monster on the cold concrete with a few blows. Nevertheless, the battle was hard enough, and the young man needed time to get his breath in order and a few hours of good sleep. The system congratulates him on defeating another zombie king. He came closer to completing the mission by doing so. Due to killing a high-level zombie, he gains a boost to the following skills, such as body strengthening, supervision, and others. By leveling up these useful skills, he also gained a new zombie king ability. It is the source of movement, the fist of life and death. This is a very fantastic skill. The young man will be able to inflict additional damage and will still be able to heal wounds using it. It's a great skill, and the current one is a soldier and a doctor who can not only defeat the zombie roots, but also heal the wounds of his friends. It is also very important that the young man has enough anger to apply these skills, otherwise the skills will be useless. The young man also recalls that he spent gold to get sharp sticks and enough to raise blood pressure. And the young man and the people inside are distracted by an earthquake, from which they begin to run away even faster, otherwise there is a risk of not getting out at all. The captain of the squad that took the people out is disturbed by the fact that the young man was still inside. If he doesn't get out, he could get hurt. The young man would like to run out with the others, but he stands still when he hears the voice of a child calling his parents. And he can't just leave it like that. As I approach the pit where the zombie towed through the corpses of people, the young man realizes that the sound is coming from there and shouts into it that he is going to save the child. Unexpectedly for himself, instead of a child screaming for help, the young man sees a huge paw that emerges right from this hole and rushes towards him. He manages to dodge quickly, but he doesn't understand what kind of monster it is or where it came from in the first place. A huge zombie baby, as tall as a giant, crawled right out of the bottomless pit, continuing to scream for help. While the young man stands, trying to understand what kind of creature this is, it begins to wave its arms, which is very dangerous. Because if you get under the arm, you can die. The young man has to accumulate anger and use the superpower of strengthening the body to hold the arm of the baby's huge pro, but he turns out to be many times stronger. It is not difficult for him, even with the superpowers of the young man, to crush him to the concrete. Looking around the zombie, the baby sees a zombie frog lying lifeless and stretches out its huge hands towards it. He calls her Daddy, and apparently before someone became a zombie frog, he and the baby were family. The young man, beaten on cotton legs, climbs out of the pit into which he was sealed by the zombie baby, and a video picture climbs out in front of him. He immediately realizes that this big zombie kid is the son of that frog king, so he is the zombie king just like him. This monster was in this pit all the time. So this toad would go out and catch people to feed him. The young man summons the system to help him find out where these zombie kings came from. Currently, the system can't request information about him, but one thing is clear, he's much stronger than that toad. There's only one way. First you have to eat the miracle worker, Bob, to regain your strength. Have the opportunity to do so while a huge zombie kid is having fun with a frog. And the young man tries to find it in his things, but he can't, because he has a lot of things there. The child pays attention to him and is about to hit him again, as he realizes that it is the young man who is to blame for the death of his father. It releases its cube system storage, which is too bad. Since he couldn't find anything really pill in it. The young man spent all his anger in the previous battle and he needs to speed up or else this zombie baby will destroy him. And the young man tries to reach for the system storage to eat at least one for the wonderful Bob, since there is no way he can die. A zombie baby looks at a young man who is climbing somewhere forward and, without thinking twice, jumps right on top of him, crushing him with his huge legs. Thankfully, this doesn't kill the young man, and he was still able to jump up to escape. But the baby's rage is incredible, as he is now experiencing the loss of a loved one. With a wave of his huge hand, his mouth opens with small teeth like a piranha's, and he easily grabs the young man, hanging him off the ground. It seems that this time he will not be able to escape from fate, soon he will become food for this monster. Well, the young man has lived a good enough life. But still, there are factors by which his girlfriends and others can put up with this submonia. Will he never see them again? And the young man is suspended by his leg from the concrete floor and sees a second hand approaching him with a huge mouth on it and is already preparing to accept his death. But a hail of bullets falls on the baby, and he notices that the captain's subordinates are shooting at him from the balcony, who will not allow the young man to die. And it seems that the bullet is at least a little effective against this monster. So don't stop and keep shooting. This will help the young man to be saved. A zombie baby dodges bullets, tries to escape, from which he practically steps on one of the soldiers. Tom manages to dodge. But the other one is not so lucky, and a huge hand is already reaching out to him and successfully grabbing him. It didn't take much effort to bite off the soldier's head with sharp teeth, as if he were a small seed and they were a whole person. The squad captain arrives just in time, pulling out her lightsaber. She aims directly at the back of the zombie monster's head, as she won't let her men die anymore. She lost too many subordinates. And this zombie kid deprives her of the people close to her. So he has to pay for it, and with a deft movement she plunges the weapon into his head. Zombie loosens his grip, but the young man still can't get out. There's no way the captain will let the monster eat the guy. She jumps and manages to hit the zombie right on the zombie's wrist with her lightsaber, cutting it off, saving the zombie's life. The young man is still enthralled to the huge paste and is no longer conscious of its powers, and is gradually leaving his body. Luckily, the lightsaber the young man gave the commander is very powerful and can cut off even such a strong zombie. Zombie baby, who wasn't the most cheerful before, starts crying even more and seems to get even angrier. His strength is immense, and his anger also gives him the same strength, and he was able to regenerate a recently lost palm with ease. The soldiers are also surprised that this zombie has self-healing and notice that it has set its sights on the commander to help her. The commander also notices that the zombie's hand reaches out to her and jumps onto the shelves to escape, and is saved by a grenade that flies straight into the zombie. She realizes that their men arrived just in time and the projectile went straight into the bloodthirsty mouth of the zombie. Soldiers and girls, armed with them, burst into the warehouse, immediately seeing the unconscious young man and the commander. The commander's subordinates are glad that she is fine, as they were very worried that they would not be able to meet her again. But the commander says that there is no need to be distracted by her now, they need to save the young man as soon as possible, otherwise they may lose him. Immediately, the girls also ran up to the young man, pulling him out of the monster's paw. The guy's condition was terrible, and the sight of him was already fat, numerous wounds and perhaps even fractures. He needed manual medical assistance. Well, the young man still came all the knowledge and even muttered something under his breath. Though everything was blurred in front of my eyes, the officer ordered him to be taken outside while she and the teacher covered them. Salads continued to shoot incessantly, pulling grenades at the zombie baby and throwing them at him just to get their brethren out. And the zombie was getting angrier and angrier, the fire was accumulating in it, and accordingly, the strength was accumulating, while the soldiers were already running out of ammunition. But the zombie baby was full of power and energy and began to kill soldiers, one by one. He took revenge for the pain they had caused. As Xiao tried to drag the young man outside, he began to resist more and more. He is still able to go fight with the others. The young man is now worried about the ruined shoes he throws away and the fact that he can go to help. But the girl can't let that happen. He's very badly hurt and he needs to go to a quiet place. The young man says that he has a cube that can help him and even points it out to the girl, but she does not see or understand anything. Then the young man remembers that earlier the system reported that no one but him could see this system's storage. Nevertheless, the young man kept trying to persuade the girl to take her exactly where he was pointing, even if she could not see anything there. She doesn't understand why she has to drag him there if she has to go outside. But the girl should just trust him, as before. If she doesn't listen and do as he says, then they will all die here. The soldiers keep trying to run away while the baby zombie crushes them with his arms and legs. And the further it goes, the worse it gets. The squad leader keeps jumping around the zombie with his lightsaber, stabbing him into every possible part of his body. After a few more of these jumps, zombie spots her and with a flick of his hand, he literally swats her like a fly. But the girl manages to dodge and moves to the other side. It's a good thing she managed to hide, otherwise she would have lost her life. We need to find some other way to defeat him as soon as possible, as the zombie has already detected her and is reaching out to kill her again. And she manages to throw a sharpened dagger right into zombie's eyes, depriving him of the ability to see, and all he can do is navigate by guessing. The surviving soldiers run up to the commander, asking if she is okay. And she only commands that he should leave here, because they will not be able to cope with him. Zomiwi, the baby, continues to wave his arms at random, and the soldier does not need to turn around, but just run faster to the exit. Anger has completely clouded the creature's mind. He continues to call for his father, knocking over the shelves that stand around him. It doesn't take long for the soldiers to realize that the monsters have completely gone off the rails, and they need to be even more careful. The girl is an officer and also begins to command, "You need to get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise this monster will easily catch up with them and will definitely not leave them alive." The commander notices that the iron bar at the top is beginning to swing and fall violently, and yells at the officer to be careful. At the last moment, she manages to push her and herself right to the entrance, preventing irreparable. Shaking herself off, the officer asks if the captain is okay and hears her teacher shouting that soon everything will collapse here and she needs to get out. The senior officer notices a huge zombie foot descending directly on top of the girls, and all he sees in the next second is a cloud of dust that rises around her. The senior officer, along with the soldiers, is thrown back a few meters by the shock wave, and a cloud of dust that has risen, forcing him to cough. However, that doesn't stop them from getting up at the same second to get back to save their friends, but Xiao says there's no need to panic. There's still Wang Bing in the room, they're definitely fine since he'll never let them die. And the young man really came and saved me. This monster dared to attack his girlfriend, he is literally looking for death, and he will definitely bring it to him. The girls see a young man in front of them, who is holding a huge paw of the monster with his bare hands and is glad that he is still with them. And after the superpower, the young man uses a fiery palm, gathering all the anger in himself. He defeats the zombies with streams of energy. The girls insist that they need to take advantage of the moment while Zombie is exhausted and get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise he will wake up and start attacking again. But the young man is not going to just stop, the girls must leave, and he will stay with him, deal with him to the end, because he cannot leave him alive. But that's crazy. The monster is non-stop self-healing, they also have no need to be annoying, it is better to leave. The commander says that the officer is right, since they have already saved all the people, why would they risk their lives even more? The young man doesn't hear, he has a goal to kill this zombie king. And all he cares about is how much anger he has left. But there are only 80 points left, everything will work, if he can use the shield, he only has one chance of success. Turning to the girls, the young man explains that it is very difficult to explain everything now, but he has his own reasons for doing so. Again in all this time, the young man says that the girls need to trust him. He'll take over the zombie king, and they'll get everyone out of here. The girls keep trying to shout to the young man so that he doesn't go there. Most likely, he went crazy while fighting the monster. The commander turns to the officer. Isn't she his girlfriend? How can she let him go into danger? She knows that the zombie king is very strong, but the girl has an iron argument. Precisely because she is his beloved, she respects his decision, so she does not stop him. The young man is an unusual man. If he said he would do it, then he would do it. And you just have to trust him. Even if it's dangerous, she trusts him. And he and the commander need to leave as soon as possible, not to create problems. It is better to get all the people out of here. The last thing the commander says to the young man is that when he returns, she wants him to join their army, as they need such strong and brave men. She invites him to be her partner, and they will fight together side by side. They'll talk about it later when the young man returns. And now he needs to go and deal with this monster. They turned out to be right. The young man was indeed an unusual person. So I must definitely come back alive so that they can discuss further cooperation. Everyone is finally gone. Now the young man can freely deal with this monster and not hold back. The young man stood in front of the monster and began to shout that he was right in front of him and that he could attack him to take revenge. In order to defeat the zombie monster, the young man needs to get right inside it. If he does, then everything will go smoothly. The monster has finally opened its mouth, so it will win or lose. It all depends on this action. The young man uses his fast feet skill and jumps right into the darkness of the monster's mouth. Yulasha was inside, but it just stinks terribly and soon he will suffocate. And the small holes in the monster's stomach secrete gastric juices, and some of his clothes are already starting to corrode. He doesn't know how long he will be able to hold out. And how long will the inner shield last? Somehow, the young man manages to summon the system to pull out all the explosives in the system space that are there. But she warns the young man to have too many explosives. He may die. Maybe it's better to calm down first. In this case, the young man hopes that she will strengthen his viral shield and he will survive. So she should follow orders. The zombie monster kept screaming in grief. But suddenly he stopped, as sparks of explosives began to ignite inside him. From the street, you could see that the factory had exploded and everything was on fire. The only thing that bothered the girls was what was happening to the boy. Alive and unharmed, only without his beautiful hair, the young man got out into the fresh air, and the shield turned out to be strong enough. But still, it is very painful. The young man feels how every centimeter of the skin is scorched. Also, he does not hear sounds and it is dark in front of his eyes. The adventurous spirit of the young man delights the system. But even though he is not dead, his ears are blinded, his torn eyes are blind, and he is at risk of infection. It's a good thing he's left with one more Bob, and he's taking him in while recovering. And the body has recovered a little, but the eyes are still cloudy. But don't worry that Bob is already working, he's seriously injured. Therefore, it takes a little time to recover. The young man was already afraid that the beans could immediately restore everything from the very beginning. Next time he had to be more careful. Besides, his hair. And the young man is distracted, because he sees the figure of a man in front of him. Maybe someone else is still there. The girls have left and taken everyone out, haven't they? The young man looks ahead in front of him at the figure of a man. And he understood that it was the spirit of the people who had turned into the king and the zombie child. He was screaming, trying to beg them to wait. He was seeing their past. He knew he hadn't hurt them on purpose. He didn't want that to happen. What happened to those two? It is truly terrible. With the onset of the post-apocalypse, many people have suffered, and they are no exception. Maybe not life in chocolate, but everything was fine with them. They were with each other, but with the onset of the apocalypse, everything went awry. Nevertheless, the man's spirit mentally thanked the young man for what he had done. He had saved them from the eternal torment in the body of a monster. Now his and his son's souls could rest in heaven, leaving the past in the past. Maybe it's just hallucinations. On the one hand, the system wants him to destroy the zombie king. But it also visits their memories in his brain. It's really, really painful and horrible to see the suffering of the people you've killed. Why does the system do this to him? The system does not answer the previously asked question, only congratulates the young man on his new skills. With self-exposure and also improving other skills, we need to get back to the girls and the rest of us as soon as possible. The recent big explosion has made them worried. The young man must let them know that he is all right. Also, the young man needs to get dressed. It's good that he has a lot of things in his system space that he can wear. The girls and soldiers were already running to the site of the explosion as soon as the cloud of dust fell slightly. They wanted to know if the young man was all right. And he was flying, waving his pen out of the sky. And it's a good thing that he still has a rocket booster that was able to get him to the guys. Xiao shook her head vigorously, looking at the young man and at the officer. Reporting that the young man has returned and he is fine, then they should not worry. As soon as the young man touched the ground with his toes, the girl jumped on his neck. As she was very worried about him and glad that he was safe and sound. The officer was also very glad that the young man had returned, and when she saw that he had reached them safely, her heart was finally able to calm down. Well, it couldn't be any other way. After all, the two of them are waiting for the young man. Even if he had to crawl, he would definitely return to them. The girls wondered why the young man's hair had become so. In short, when this monster is a success to cut it, but you can't tell it in a few words. The rest looked at this touching picture, because it is very cute from the outside when beloved girls are so worried about their boyfriend. After everything was settled and the commander and the guys returned to the camp, they began to gather at the gathering place. According to the others, there had been an altercation in their absence, as a result of which one of the soldiers was killed and people were frightened. The return of the commander betrayed their morale, and the current distance to the assembly point was not so far from their destination. Everyone still felt relaxed, gradually perceived by the fighting spirit after another day and night. They finally arrived at the indicated place. They finally came back, and the commander was very happy about it. In fact, nothing has changed, everything is quiet and stable. Sitting in the armored car, the young man and his comrades were also very surprised by this place. It was very huge and beautiful. If you didn't take into account the situation, you could think that this was some kind of resort. The civilians also began to rejoice, as the gathering place looked very huge and beautiful. Now they will really be safe. Right out of the gate came people in equipment and with weapons. They ordered everyone not to move, to stand where they were, and to raise their hands in the air. Civilians also began to wonder who these people were, because they were ordinary people, and why shoot at them. One of the soldiers tells him not to worry. It's just a regular inspection at the entrance instead of a fee. There is really no need to panic now, just line up and pass the test. And it won't take too long if they obey. The young man also notices that the gathering place is operating according to all the rules. He feels that fully equipped people know what they are doing. The senior officer shouts with joy, they have been wandering for so long and can finally settle down. They will no longer need to be separated and they will be safe. Xiao personally doesn't care where they live, as long as the young man is with her, then she will be happy. One of the guards at the gathering place notices a huge military armored car in which the young man arrived, and he is really surprised by this. Because he hadn't seen such machines for a long time. They really hadn't seen such a model of an armored car yet. He was all very interested in where it came from. The young man doesn't understand why. These people have made such a big fuss because it's an ordinary model car, but he's forgotten what world he's in. One of the guards still wonders where the young man got a car of this model. And he reports that he found it at the factory. The guard is very surprised. Because if the factory was abandoned, how did the young man find a working machine there? Without thinking for a second, he announces that they and his comrades are taking this armored car. And why on earth do they take away something that doesn't belong to them? The young man is really outraged by such impudence, but the guard. He explains this by the fact that they are risking their lives to protect them, and he must understand this. Xiao is also angry that the guard dared to point the gun at her boyfriend. He's really a very arrogant and obnoxious type. The squad leader also notices that a scuffle is brewing. At this moment, Xiao knocks the guard to the ground with all his might. He dared to point at the young man with his gun. Believe it or not, the girl wants to kill the man, but the young man stops her. The other guards were also startled as they dared to attack them. Are they really tired of living? And the young man, without thinking, covers both girls with himself, because he cannot allow either of them to get hurt while the guards point their weapons at them. The guards must immediately lower their weapons. Apparently these people are tired of living. And if they dared to point their weapons at them, the senior officer is serious. The guard is already cowardly with fear, but he still manages to wonder what he is going to do here. To the guards, they finally go that this is not a civilian. Do we need to call more people for help? Otherwise they will not be able to cope. That's when a young boy comes in. And if they come up to him, he doesn't care how many of them there are. He's not afraid of anyone and he'll kill everyone. Just in time, their commander says that there is no need to be nervous. In a post-apocalypse, it's normal for someone to have a gun, no need to make a fuss over trifles. The commander really looks like a big shot. He must have a voice since the guards immediately obey him. He goes on to say that the guards were given weapons to prevent emergencies and not to target living people. The commander demands that this does not happen again. God forbid he sees something like this. He will fire everyone and everyone. The squad leader runs up to the commander and he is very happy to see her after a long time. He's glad they got there safely. The girl wonders what happened here. But this is just a small misunderstanding. So don't worry about being unharmed. The commander-in-chief admires the young men and their bravery. But you need to be a little more restrained, you shouldn't use your fists. The young man thanks the commander for his guidance and for getting them out of their predicament. In fact, he is worth thanking and he just doesn't want to disturb the peace and tranquility. Besides, if the battle hadn't started, they wouldn't have been compared to them. The girl is indignant, because if they attack them again, she will give them a beating. It's pretty straightforward. So the commander shouldn't pay attention. Well, it doesn't bother him either. If you don't be braver at the present time, then they will be easily bossed around, which can lead to all sorts of problems. The captain again addresses the commanders. Fortunately, they were not helped on the way here, and therefore their squad is not completely defeated. I just hoped that the commander would tell her that he had killed the zombie king, otherwise it would cause trouble for everyone. He just wants to find gold. And to keep his comrades safe. Thanks to the fact that the young man and his comrades helped them, they were able to kill 2 zombie roots and return safely, instead of gathering, the girl says, and the young man wants to fall underground. She didn't say it on purpose, as if by accident. To note once again that her soldiers are very grateful to the young man and his team. The commanders are really beautiful and smart. she didn't tell you that he single-handedly dealt with the zombie kings, now he can safely collect gold. This time, they faced the two zombie kings, and while leading the people, they calmly reached the gathering place. It is very difficult. Although they completed the mission, they still sacrificed many comrades, and the commander has only himself to blame for this. But that's how the world works, and the girl shouldn't beat herself up. She stood out for being able to complete the task. This is already praiseworthy. Turning to the young man, the commander said that it was the first time he had seen a commander praise someone. He must be a very capable young man indeed. If he does agree to join them, he will immediately get the position of platoon leader, which is pretty good. But how could a young man be so absent-minded, unfit for the army? In addition, the commander overpraises him. He is not so capable, he will only be a burden to them. In fact, if he joins them, wouldn't he be a sapper here? When he's collecting gold, he wouldn't agree to it. The commander says that there is no need to be nervous, he just suggested. Let him think about it and then give an answer. In the meantime, a place of residence will be organized for them. The commander leaves to sort out the organization of the place of residence. The officer lowers himself, and the young man inquires. Why does he feel like the commander isn't happy about it at all? Finally, the commander-in-chief informs them that they will definitely see each other again, while the commander is carried away, the word to the hurricane. They're turning around and still fast and perfect. She only screams that she has urgent matters to solve. Was she angry because he had refused to join them before? After all, he had promised that they would fight, and shoulder to shoulder. And now I haven't done it. Soon they walked to a lodging for the night. Instead of a gathering, it was hidden behind a mountain. You can't see anything from the outside, but inside a completely different world opens up. The residential area was surrounded by mountains that served as a natural barrier against invasion, and each mountain has a watchtower. The 3-room apartment that the army provided them with was simple, but with electricity, now you no longer have to walk in the dark at night. Everyone understood that after they entered, instead of collecting, they would no longer be able to freely eat their food. But at least now they have a cozy nest. The young man was really happy about this, and they also had 3 rooms, and the girl offered to separate, but she would not mind living in the same room with him. The senior officer decides to take it upon himself. He, the Jo and his sister will live in one room, and the younger children in another. But in the 3rd room there will be room for a young man with girls. There was nothing left to do but obey. I obeyed. Xiao was very happy about this, which cannot be said about the officer. She was very embarrassed. One of the guards is very jealous of the young man. He can spend beautiful nights with 2 beautiful girls. What every soldier dreams of. Turning to the same soldier, the young man asks if they have a place here to practice hand-to-hand combat. He would like to resume his training. Well, why right now? Because they have just arrived and have not even settled down. Does the young man really want to reconcile with someone right now? I turn to the Jo. The young man asks if he wants to go and learn the martial art right now, which fascinates him very much, since he did not expect such a thing. In the large, spacious gymnasium sat the members of the squad, as well as members of a team of young men who were already preparing to watch the hand-to-hand combat. The young man wondered why the commander had called so many people to watch this battle. And if he makes the slightest mistake or loses, he will be greatly disgraced. One of the salads shouted for them to look closely. This man confronted the zombie king with his bare hands. So they should watch and learn. The young man would like to bang his head against the wall now, because, well, why talk? He is the one who does not want to create problems for himself and others. The commander really admired these young men. This one with a small physique entered into hand-to-hand combat. Zombie, he is definitely incredible. The young man is very uncomfortable. The soldiers speak very loudly, and he thinks it's embarrassing. Do they think he can't hear them? Let's see how he will soon paint their faces. And his first opponent was Jo. Harar asks him to attack and show his strength, in which case the young man will not be courteous. He begins to throw blows, which the young man easily dodges. It is really very easy for him, since his fighting skills are very great. For a young man, the Jo are too slow, so he can never win, and the man is surprised by this, since this is his fastest speed. He tries to throw a few more punches and tries to punch and kick or all at the same time. But the young man easily dodges and repels attacks. The soldiers were also surprised by the impressive abilities of the young man. He was so good at dodging, despite the fact that the Jo's attacks were also not bad. Xiao also didn't expect Xiao to be so good at hand-to-hand combat. He was almost equal to a young man, but he should not be underestimated. Yes, he has great skills. Usually he is so inconspicuous, but in a quiet pool there are devils, so the young man did not even imagine that such a thing could be. Looks like he needs to hit a lot harder. There's no way he's going to lose this fight. So it's worth using one of your superpowers. Decides not to use the zombie king's powers, and to apply the skills that his master taught him in the real world. The officer's girlfriend was also impressed. The young man hit the man with his own strength. She did not expect that he would be able to use softness to defeat the hard one. The captain also admits that he does have a certain level, and this young man is capable of something more. It is imperative to draw him into their army. And the young man also runs up to the Jo. I ask if he is alright. It seems that he overdid it a little, but he is perfectly fine. The man was very interested in what kind of clutch technique we were fighting. He used it, because the Jao killed with all his might, and he was able to push him away, and he really wants to learn it. The young man reports that this is an ancient Tai Chi Quan technique. He was just about to teach him this. Someone in the crowd began to shout that it was window dressing and that he should continue playing. Standing up, he declares that even if it's a game, it's possible to do it at least a little more believable. Well, is it possible to push a person away with one hand? Isn't it too fake? Xiao is about to get up. Do they not doubt the strength of the young man? She heaps upon them. The captain is indignant at what kind of lawlessness this is. Who allowed them to be so arrogant? They need to apologize to the young man as soon as possible. But they inform the commander that he brought them here to watch the battle. But he seems to take them for fools if he thinks they want to learn something from this person. They don't want to learn anything from these monkeys. They don't want these jesters to be in the same squad with them, because such skills only disgrace them. The commander is even angrier. Is it possible not to run into trouble and doubt what has just happened? The young man says that if they do not doubt his skills and abilities, it is only because they themselves have not seen it with their own eyes. This is a well-founded opinion. Why don't you reconcile them with the strength to make sure that everything that is happening is true? Salad started right away. They just wanted to stretch their legs. This guy is going to see what they're capable of and they're going to regret what he offered. But the young man asks to wait a little. Because he wants to say that it was the soldiers who had already counted on the fact that he was frightened, and now he immediately admits his situation. The young man only addresses the rest of the soldiers. And maybe one of them wants to measure their strength with them besides these two. The soldiers think this guy is very reckless, in which case many of them agree to go and teach him a lesson as well. Zhao wonders if the young man really wants to do it. There are about 10 people there, and they are all very strong. But never, under circumstances, should you doubt the abilities of a young man, for he is really very capable. The officer believes that the young man will soon show them who is right here, and they gallop with their tails between their legs. The soldiers are still full of fighting spirit, believing that the young man will now gather his teeth all over the floor. And ours doesn't want to waste time. So let them attack all together, this way they will save valuable time. The soldiers are even angrier, because to them this young man is just an ordinary show-off, and they are going to wait, but they will attack. As the young man asked, they attack all at once. Let's see if he's as arrogant as he is, and they'll beat him up. In one of the inspection rooms, the scientists are looking at the suit that the young man brought, and the commander-in-chief is interested. What does he want to see under the magnifying glass? But what he doesn't understand is that with a magnifying glass you can see the material of the clothes, which turned out to be very good. And turning to the commander, the scientists wonder where she got it from. Devi told me that this item was given to her by a new companion she met during the mission. With a smile on their faces, the scientists state that in that case, it looks like her new comrade is not an ordinary person. They need to find a way to drag him into their army. This is true. This young man not only has an armored car and heavy artillery, but he himself has a fight with the zombie king with his bare hands. If what the commander said was true, then he really was a rarely impressive talent that would be very useful in their circles. Of course, if we join them, their army will be doubly strong, and then all obstacles will be useless to them. The commander-in-chief has enough tricks to find a way to get this young man to join them. But don't exaggerate, the scientist is still unsure of him, and if something happens, who will then take responsibility? The commander-in-chief gave the order to find a chance to find a job for the young man to show them his real abilities. The captain was surprised. Is this man really the man who dealt with the zombie king with his bare hands? He is very strong. The young man stood unharmed. While the soldier around him was trying to bring his breathing back to normal, they weren't all that strong compared to the guy. The young man smiles, because he said he could defeat them all at once. And he turns to the rest of the soldiers, asking if anyone else wants to accompany him in battle. But they've already seen it. What fate awaits them if they dare, so it is reported that no one wants to contradict the young men that his fighting skills are simply magnificent. Wang Bing is really very cool. He is the first revered teacher of Jao, and he will be very happy to learn martial arts from him. Who wouldn't have thought that such a seemingly soft and weak art in real combat, how strong a young man must necessarily teach a girl this? The officer didn't even see that he had such a powerful inner strength. But Wang Bing was only using a small fraction of his energy. The captain asks the young man not to scare him, saying that it was only a small part of his strength. But the young man told the truth, that right here. The soldiers are simply surprised. Why does this guy have such two beauties? Such super fighters like them are still single. Everyone was very interested in where the young man learned this martial art, because it was too cool. And he must teach them the same. He turns to the soldiers, asking if they now believe that he is not lying. They have seen everything with their own eyes. On the balcony, the commander-in-chief watched everything, along with the commander and the scientist, who reported that they were rare, impressive, exceptionally talented. According to the latest reconnaissance, the zombies outside began to behave more aggressively. People like this young man are needed to protect the people. However, the commander-in-chief has already proposed this. And the young man, but he doesn't seem to want to, and they shouldn't force him against his will. But the commander also said that they would be greatly rewarded. Maybe then he will agree. After all, the commander knows this young man very well. Let her tell him that if only he will join them, they will be able to satisfy all his wishes. But it seems to the girl that he doesn't need anything. After all, he gave the girl a cola and also treated other people to cigarettes. The mere mention of cola and cigarettes made the men's hair stand on end. Yes, he is considered rich in this post-apocalyptic world. He will not be satisfied with any material things. The old devil must find another way, for it will be very good if the young man stays. Xiao wanders through the corridors, but it's very quiet, and everyone is already asleep, and after making sure of this, the three of them tiptoe out. Officer Miao pulls forward a little, but the young man holds her by the shoulders and tells her not to go so fast. They should go to bed together. The girl agrees, although she is still a little embarrassed, but the young man does not even suspect what they are planning for this night. Throwing the sleeping bag on the floor, the officer informs that she and the girl will sleep on the bed. But the young man will sleep on the floor. The young man became indignant, but he fought the zombie king with his bare hands and is afraid of the cold. Don't let him look for excuses. The young man begins to look for alternative options, for example, having the girl in the middle, and he and Xiao on the sides. This is a good option. The officer thinks that if they let him lie down on the bed, he will have to be careful that next time he will bring some girl. Had she noticed that he was looking at the commander in a different way? Who knows, maybe he's taken a liking to her for a long time. Well, why would a young man look at her? He and the commander are decent people. They just admire each other and nothing more. But Officer Xiao also noticed that he had been looking lustfully at the commander for a long time, in which case he would be punished. And it's not negotiable. So the boy will sleep on the floor, and the girls will take turns going to take a shower. Xiao peeks out of the bathroom, informing him that there is very little water left, and there may not be enough for the three of us, since hot water is in short supply. Xiao suggests that the officer take a bath together, so that there will be enough for all of them and no one will be left behind. The young man is already overjoyed, and there is nothing to do. He will also have to keep them company and wash together. But he doesn't even have to think about it. Cold water will do for him. As soon as he enters the bathroom, he turns around, informing him that he must not enter, otherwise he will pay for it and will sleep on the floor for the rest of his days. The young man is very upset by this. Why do the girls do this to him? He is very cold on the floor and he wants me to wash in cold water. The next day, the young man and the officer decided to arrange a training battle. And the girl is prepared, so the young man can attack, and she will not give in to him. The young man gives the girl the right to attack first. He will not give in because she is his girlfriend. And use all your strength. Xiao supports the officer. She has to teach this spoiled guy a lesson, and then see if he will look at other women after that. The girl should not worry. She will make every effort and give the young man the command to attack. The officer is indeed in very good shape, but the young man is more skilled than she is, and easily dodges the first attack. No matter how good the officer's skills are, she is still too slow, and she has a lot of weaknesses. The young man is about to strike back, but the girl knew how to dodge, since she has the right stretch. However, the young man underestimated her, and the girl was able to catch him off guard, striking him directly in the jaw. The young man is offended, because she is still his girlfriend. But why did she even make him sleep on the floor so cruelly? Who told him to underestimate his opponent? He was still the man who killed the zombie king. And if she doesn't give it her all, she'll embarrass herself. Does the young man think that fighting like this directly is a bit boring? You need something more interesting? Oh, this guy is up to something again. He smiles at the corners of his lips, offering to place a bet. If it hits him unexpectedly, then he is considered to have lost. But if he touches her 3 times, she will be in his arms tonight. The girl grins, because the young man is a real pervert. Why does he think only about this all the time? But Xiao says that the officer should agree. If the young man loses, he will be forbidden to look at the other girls. Since Xiao also agrees, the officer accepts these rules. If the young man loves to play so much, then let him know how to pay for it. The young man is sure that he will never lose. And tonight he will sleep in the gentle arms of a girl. And the girl realizes that things are very bad for her. This guy just fooled her, and she fell for him in romantic vibes. The fight has just begun. The young man already believes that he has already won this officer. He should prepare well tonight. But don't get too excited. It remains to be seen who will win. Perhaps he is underestimating his opponent again. But the young man moves very quickly. The girl looks forward in front of her, and here he is already behind her, slapping her ass with confidence. Xiao yells that the young man is acting dishonestly, and Sister Miao should teach him a lesson and land some good blows. But the young man keeps dodging and running away, saying that his meow meow is too slow. The girl is already starting to get angry, because does the young man really have time to rejoice? This time he will definitely not be able to dodge. But the young man didn't say he would dodge, instead he caught the girl's wrist and kissed her. The girl is angry again. Well, why did he completely fool her again? But the girl is also a runner. Does she really want to kill her loved one by forcing him to sleep on a cold floor and bathe in cold water? That's exactly what she wants to do. He dared to mock her. She must teach him a good lesson so that he will not do it again. The girl swings her leg at the young man, but he really grabs her by the ankle much faster and easily lifts her in his arms. The young man laughs, as his meow meow doesn't stand a chance anymore. He won, and now she doesn't have to give up on their earlier deal. The girl accepts defeat and she still keeps her word. If you like to play, you have to be able to pay. Now she has to answer for her words. And Xiao realizes that she was not invited to this attraction of unprecedented love. That's why she also wants to play with Wang Bing to lose the argument. Someone behind the backs of the young men claps and reports that Commander Zhao did not praise the young man in vain. He is in excellent physical shape. The young man sees the squad leader, as well as a man he has never seen. It's a fat old man who came with her for some reason. The squad leader informs them that this is their commissar, who is a highly respected person here. The man shakes the young man's hand, informing him that the fight he has just seen has made it clear that the young man has incredible skill. And the young man, it seems, will soon begin to blush incessantly, because he is being praised again. He's still a dilettante in the martial art. Wang Bing is really too modest in the man's opinion. The commander told him about all his achievements in the past few days. The young man is embarrassed again, because why did the commander tell everything? But he didn't actually do anything of the sort, and didn't the commander say she'd keep his secret? The girl winks, saying that the young man should not worry. She told only a few little things that will not affect the events in any way. The commissar thanks the young man. If it were not for his help, they would have lost a lot of people. And in these difficult times, it is very difficult to meet such fearless people as him. His girls are also considered a very great blessing to their army, and he thanks them from the bottom of his heart and on behalf of all the servants. The commissioner is really too courteous. In times of need, they should help each other. And the young man should not help everyone and could not pass by. The commissioner doesn't believe that they feel the same way that their soldiers do. It's just fine, because it means they understand each other. The young man and his comrades really helped them a lot, and the commissar has already reported on their merits to the organization. He asks Commander Zhao to open the box he brought, which turns out to be 5 sparkling medals, and the organization, upon hearing about it, decided to reward them. The officer understands that these medals are the greatest honor. Do they deserve such wealth? They behaved valiantly, they certainly deserve them. The organization issued medals to the young man, Xiao, and the officer, as well as to the officer Li. But the young man believes that this is too much of a reward, at least for him. If he accepts this medal, it will indicate that he is already part of their army, and he does not want to join at all. The commissar continues to insist that this is still the best gift they can offer them, and the commander says not to think too much. It's just a reward. There is nothing else they can do to thank the young man and his team for their kindness. So please let them accept these medals as a reward. In this case, the young man and his comrades will certainly accept these gifts, which is very good. If there is no other business, then the commander will gladly leave this place. After returning, the commander became very busy. They can't even get together. Well, at least tonight the 3 of them will be together. The commissar says that they really should all get together. It seems that the young man already knows the news about the commander. But he did not sleep or breathe. Commander Zhao goes to another gathering place as an instructor, which is very surprising to the young people, because she has just arrived here and is already forced to leave. She attributes this to the fact that there is only one instructor in that camp, so she will temporarily go to that location to help. The commissar is also reluctant to let Commander Zhao go, but they don't have any new instructors. If they had someone else, she would have been able to stay. At this point, Xiao interjects into the conversation, informing him that given Wang Bing's abilities, he can easily become the new instructor. The officer supports the girl. If Wang Bing becomes the new instructor, then Commander Zhao won't have to leave, she will stay here. After all, some people still do not want to let the commander go, and the young man can be a good replacement, but the officer says that the young man has become unwell. He says that if the young man wants it, then it is fine. If he becomes their new instructor, then their army will be doubly strong. If the young man becomes an instructor. If he became a temporary instructor, he might be able to learn some military data, and then he would be able to collect a lot of gold. I turn to the commissar. He says that he still does not mind becoming their new instructor, which cannot but please the man, since he is now part of their army. This statement is very surprising to the captain, since the young man was against it before. Was it because of her that he decided so? The young man had several conditions, but he does not know whether the commissioner will agree to them. Nevertheless, I would like to voice them. Upon returning home, the young man decided to give his medal to the young boy, who was very surprised, because this award was betrayed to him, whether he really wanted to give it away. And thanks to his shot, a lot of zombies were destroyed on the bridge, which made the boy very uncomfortable, because he really doesn't think he deserves something like this. But if he can't accept it, the girl can. To which the guy began to shout that the young man gave this medal to him. Therefore, he will never give it to anyone, he will cherish it like the apple of his eye. And the men were also crying with happiness. An officer, had served the police for so many years, but could never have imagined that he would receive such a great award in his old age. The young man asks Xiao to step away for a while, and since he has something to say, he arbitrarily took responsibility for him and asked the commissar to allow him to join the army. Xiao goes on to say that it was a request from the young man, and directly to the commissar, now Zhao, the platoon commander. This is very surprising to the man, since in the past he was not in the military. Yes, he joined the special forces, but he never served in it. After all, Zhao used to say all the time that he was because of a special assignment. So now it's going to be true. Well, if pity dulls him in the army, then he won't be able to be with a young man all the time. He still wants to learn Wang Bing's martial art. It's not that he doesn't want to join the army, it's just that the young man is his benefactor, and he wants to always follow him. He didn't have to worry about it. Even if he joined the army, he would still be able to follow the young man. In fact, now he is also their instructor, responsible for training recruits for shooting and hand-to-hand combat. After all, he knows that every week he has to go away for a while. Therefore, he would like to see new recruits trained in his place while he was away. Everyone immediately remembers that the young man really has to leave, but that's okay. But what he had already taught Xiao was enough to teach others. This is very upsetting for the girl, because can't a young man be with us all the time? Or maybe he'll take her and sister Miao with him. In fact, the young man himself does not want to part with them, but he has already promised someone that he will return. The officer understands that the girl does not want to let the young man go, but he has a reason to go back. And you don't have to leave him in a difficult position. It's not that they can't survive without him, and ours notices that the Mao Mao is getting even more naughty. But the young man can't live without them. The next morning, Xiao and Miao were walking, trembling a little after a stormy night, their bodies aching, so they had to lean against the wall. Their excuse was that they had been training crazy all night and were tired, so they didn't need to pay attention, but start eating breakfast. In the meantime, Wang had already returned to the real world and was filling his stomach. While his friends were trying to figure out if they needed to carry more food or if it was enough. They asked where he had been the day before, but the young man did not answer, but just ate and ate and ate again. Until I felt that I had finally satisfied my hunger. Yesterday he was in a much scarier place than the brick factory. So don't talk about it. In the meantime, Ah Chang walked over to tell them that if they were already full, they could move on to the main business. At the young man's behest, he collected data on the group's business plan. So a young man can get acquainted with them in order to have an idea of what kind of family they are. Recently, the group has been preparing to extend the initial public offering, so the family has repeatedly appeared in public. Ah Chang hacked into their system and found out that they had prepared presentations, a number of tasks for rent and sale in order to promote the company on the stock exchange. Given the group's current fame in the city, the family's business will be worth $200 billion after the renewal. If they successfully renew their shares and place them, how else will they be able to stand up to this family? Very strangely, the group has done quite a lot of things, but has not yet listed their shares on the stock exchange. In fact, the chairman of the group had enough strength to carry out the placement of the exchange last year. Strangely, the family's business was soon acquired by a financial company. Although he had heard Xinhua say that the family's rapid growth was due to the fact that they were related to the Jiao family, it seemed to him that someone else was behind it. They know about this dynasty, many of his classmates took out loans online from this company. And Chang found very little information about the dynasty of the world. The only thing I found out was that they were quite well known in the financial circle. And the owner is the head of the mafia, Mrs. Lin. And the young man had heard that even a band of black tigers, when they saw her, immediately retreated from her path. It's the brazen band of black tigers that favors her so much. Which doesn't seem to underestimate the powerful, hidden behind the chairman of the company. In this case, the young man is interested in information about the immediate actions of the chairman. Ah Chang secretly infiltrated their system and found out that he was going to buy land from an important person. These are the lands that the city announced yesterday. And one of these plots is of most interest to large developers. If he buys this land, he will be able to attract all types of capital. And when Sanhua found out about this, he contacted several real estate agencies to seize this piece of land at auction and ruin the plans and the chairman. Wang Bing wonders how much time they have left before the auction starts. Ah Chang reports that there are only about 2 hours left. Would Ah Chang be able to help the young man deal with this by sneaking into the auction house to get the right to buy? This will not be a problem. He will make him a representative of his real estate agency. So the young man will be able to easily sneak into this event. Xinhua contacts the young man, wondering if he's finished. To which he receives a satisfactory answer and the young man is already going to the auction. So I wanted to warn you about it in advance. Well, not understanding why he would come to the auction. Today he's going to do serious business. He can't hang out with his boyfriend, and even if he really wants to. But he doesn't go there for the sake of games, let him pretend that they don't know each other when they meet. And then he will take a good look at his performance. Xinhua understands that the young man is up to something. But he is distracted from any reflection by the chairman, who came up behind him. They haven't seen each other for about 6 months, and the chairman says that later they will have a triumphal banquet. So the young man can join in. A triumphant banquet is worthy of winners. The chairman seems determined to get his hands on that piece of land. Who would have thought that Xinhua would invite representatives of the most famous developers of this city? Yes, he is very influential. Today's auction will not go as smoothly as I think, the chairman. Let's wait and see, they will certainly take this land. In fact, given such a good relationship between them, if the young man is interested in real estate, then he had to turn to him for cooperation. Honestly, we don't have to fight with each other, they can put the past aside and build a common business together. In this way, both of them will benefit. The chairman is confident that a capable person like him will not dwell on what happened before. And the junior chairman of the company reports that it seems to be very difficult for Xinhua to forget the bride at the end. Well, after all, she was so beautiful. And then the young man burst through. He took the chairman by the collar, said that one day he would do it in such a way that he would be in a painful situation. The young man himself was unable to restrain this girl, and now he is angry with the chairman. He must calm down before it is too late. Xinhua is truly worthy of admiration. And the chairman admires his faithfulness in love, even more so his obsessive love. Still, he asks you not to go beyond what is allowed, and no matter what he says, he still won't change anything. Because this girl will remain the wife of the chairman, and he wouldn't dare let anyone else love her, even if she's already dead. Even if he did it himself. One of the shareholders approached Xinhua, telling him that it was not worth wasting time on a rotten person like him. And you should focus on more important things. In business as in war, it is better to defeat him in the world of business and leave him with nothing. Xinhua really wouldn't let him get his hands on that piece of land. And the chairman laughs, this major can only threaten, what else can he do? There is no need to worry, this piece of land will definitely go to them. This guy really does look like a stray dog. But the chairman does not listen to the younger one, but demands to take the garbage can from the elevator and hit Xinhua on the head. Does the chairman really want to prevent Xinhua from taking part in the auction? Then let him tell the guys to do it. But they are only assistants, all their actions are reflected on the chairman, who can be entrusted with such a cheap trick. And if the young man did that, he would be arrested, wouldn't he? In addition, he is his younger brother and also represents him. But he's just a little puppy who was born into this family. And he took it with him only to have an obedient dog at his disposal. Xinhua asks to immediately calculate what the loss will be if the bid price at the auction is exceeded, so that all the risks can be taken into account. As the chairman had instructed, the young man took a garbage can to hit Xinhua on the head. And the shareholders who were close to the young man have already noticed this, they began to try to protect him. But it was not possible to hit Xinhua, because the attacking young man received a blow in time to stop him. Wang Bing arrived just in time, informing him that he hadn't seen his master for a long time. And why does he still like to sneak up and attack unexpectedly? Looking up, the young man does not believe that his former rival is standing in front of him. And even more so, he doesn't understand why he is here. One of the shareholders, Xinhua, asks for the guards to be called, as someone attacked from behind, and E is standing there, wondering what will happen next. The guard informs the chairman that this is the same guy who beat up a comrade from the Black Tiger gang the last 2 times. The guy is not just a chairman, he has no idea what intentions he came to this place. He also came here to see what was interesting at this auction. But does he have the right to be here? However, the young man did not expect to run into 2 of his enemies here. Xinhua understands what kind of show the young man is arranging and does not know how to act himself. Wang Bing hopes that his opponent will show a little perseverance and not lose to him like last time, otherwise, they will be very bored in this auction. He turns to Xinhua, he really doesn't understand what this performance is and how he needs to react and what to answer. The chairman turns to Xinhua, informing him that he seems to have offended a very difficult person, who may believe that he is already dead. The chairman leaves, but says that he should think about it carefully. Does he really need to enter the gym or not? The young man is surprised that Wang Bing, with his poor acting skills, was able to deceive this cunning fox, whether it is true or not. A cute girl takes the stage announcing the opening event and greets all the important people at this auction. For now, the host asks to draw all the participants to the numbers in their hands. And the chairman asks one of his guards to find out what kind of relationship the guy has with Xinhua. The chair is really interested in what connects them. If he's arguing with Xinhua, and he was also able to beat up a gang of black tigers, this guy is really not easy. On the screen, the girl imagines the first piece of land, but without seeing any reaction, Wang Bing realizes that this is not the case at all. He would wait for Xinhua to act, and then he would cause such a mess in this auction house that he would be remembered. The auction lasted indefinitely, so much so that the young man even fell asleep. And after another blow, I am silent, the dot suddenly woke up. But the presenter reported that another plot of land had been sold, and all those present should congratulate this gentleman. So I'm going to go backstage to sign a contract. Now it is possible to imagine the last plot of land for today's auction. This is exactly the plot that the chairman wants to get. But the young man won't let him do that. This is exactly the land that the chairman is interested in, and some have already begun to place their bets. And the secretary says that as long as the price doesn't exceed $28,000, they can afford it. Shareholders immediately became indignant, since the price quoted by the chairman was $25,000 and it was no longer possible to compete with this. Some say that this really puts his wealth on display, as if the corporation was determined to take this piece of land. One of the men says it's just unimaginably better. He uses the money to play with something else. The host asks if anyone can offer more, and while Wang Bing continues to sleep, Xinhua takes matters into his own hands, naming the amount of 30,000. Everyone present also thinks that the young man is just crazy. 30,000 is too much for this plot. The chairman's secretary reports that 30,000 is already far more than they originally expected. The chairman looks at the rows in front and meets his eyes with Xinghua's eyes between them and an invisible storm. And if the young man wants to play so much, the chairman will never give in to him in this. He picks up his number, says that he is ready to give $32,000 for this piece of land, and the secretary keeps asking him to calm down, because it is too much. At this time, they ask to count their secretary. What is the acceptable price of the transaction in order to make a profit in the future? It says that if the transaction price exceeds 40,000, they will go to a loss, which will be very bad. And if the price is too high, she's afraid the board won't be happy. But it doesn't matter, as long as they don't make a loss. The young man intends to get his hands on this damn piece of land. Because he had already lost to this person once. Xinhua puts the price at 40,000 and the secretary of the chairman says that this is already far higher than the price originally imagined. Wouldn't it be better for them to stop? The presenter feels a little embarrassed as 40,000 is too much for this plot. As expected of the master, each time he increases the price, far exceeding the price of the competitor. Men like him are very assertive. The host asks again if anyone wants to offer more than 40,000. And the chairman increases the amount. He can't measure it. Does he really have so much working capital that he is ready to invest in this piece of land? The chairman's secretary reports that Ms. Lin has agreed to give them a loan, but the price for doing so will be 5% of their company's daily income. The damn old woman takes advantage of other people's predicament, but now the Xinhua is raising the price of the land. So the chairman is ready for anything. If he gets the plot, the corporation will become the center of conversation throughout the market, and then the most powerful people in the city will come to him with their money. The presenter is very impressive. It looks like the corporation of the chairman is very wealthy. This president is very assertive about his goal of getting land. Although he is not as handsome as Mr. Xinhua, he has a good physique. If only she could make love to one of them. Perhaps she would have forgotten herself in pleasure. I was daydreaming and didn't even hear one of the people wondering why she didn't keep counting. Xinhua does not lose the opportunity and stands up, naming the price of $45,000, and the host again asks who can offer more. The chairman informs that this Xinhua is deliberately taking this plot entirely. Whatever price he gives, he offers the highest. The secretary, Xinhua, says that the president of the company is calling, and it seems that he has learned that he is at the auction today. But the young man understands that he does not have his own people everywhere. The president is angry because the young man dared to use the company's assets to drive up the price of land that they did not plan to buy. He tries to make sure that he is worth trusting, as this land is very worthwhile and he will not regret it if they get it. He is even angrier, because the son is a scoundrel and does not think that he does not know that it is for the sake of the girl he once lost. The board of directors has already decided to expel him. He no longer has the right to use the company's funds. So now he's on his own. The secretary has heard everything and is very worried. She asks the gentleman what they are going to do now. Even if he wins this auction, he still does not have the funds to buy this land. The secretary of the chairman, at the time, wonders what they will do in this situation, since their smoothly seems to have failed. Secretary Xinhua is also putting pressure on him without the support of the board of directors. They will not be able to buy this piece of land. In the back rows, Wang Bing finally woke up after a cloud of time, calling the bet amount at $50,000. Both the chairman and Xinhua turn around at the young man's voice. The chairman doesn't understand what's going on. But the guy seems to guess. The chairman asked whom. He offered $50,000. Where did he get that money? Xinhua is ready to shout in gratitude to the young man right now for saving his skin, but he still doesn't understand what he is up to. And the host understands that the fight continues, asks who wants to offer a higher price, but it seems that no one has any more bids. A secretary who was introduced to the young man. He thought he was just there for show, since the guy had been asleep the whole time. The chair is not going to bet anymore. But, turning to the criterion, he asks him to arrange the chaos that he asked him to do earlier. He jumps out of his seat and starts yelling at the host. Why does she slow down every time she says sold? Is she doing it on purpose? People sitting in the lower rows understand that this is a signal from the chairman, and they can start making a mess. People immediately began to rise, staging a riot, saying that they also noticed that the auction was very strange. How much money she got for it. Judging by her appearance, she is some kind of mistress of the local master. Does she want to steal from them all? The girl doesn't understand why these people suddenly started making noise. Is she really talking so slowly? But she seems to be doing everything as usual. All people make havoc. They seem to resort to cunning. Wang Bing realizes that someone has hired the same trick they want to pull off. The chairman is very anxious to get his hands on this land. So why still won't he offer more than that? People are demanding to hit the hammer faster, otherwise it will be considered as a fraud they follow to drag out time for so long. Before the girl can hit the special board with a hammer, the chairman calls out the amount more. She looks up and can't believe that someone offered the amount right before the hammer hit. You, too, Bean doesn't understand what just happened. Does he still have some kind of trump card? In Xinhua, he rises from his chair. I ask him that the chairman still has the audacity to hold concerts here. He offered the price when she had already hit the hammer, but the chairman assures that he announced the price before the blow sounded, so everything is fair. He suspects that there is indeed fraud in this auction. And it was the employee who definitely got the money. Do not unfairly blame the innocent. It is obvious that the gentleman offered the price after being hit with a hammer. But there are cameras in the hall. So it's worth looking at the process, and then everything will be clear. You shouldn't just make a scandal. This chairman is really skilled. He picked the right time to shout out the price, and this girl will be in trouble. They did go to look at the security cameras, and the owner had to admit that after they had viewed more than 10 times, that their similar actionist really made a mistake. The chairman, who is lounging in his chair, is interested. After all, the land he wants is offered at such a high price. Doesn't someone put spokes in his wheels? At this point, Xinhua breaks down, saying that it is obvious that these are his tricks. No one was going to interfere with him on purpose. First, he ordered the people to make a fuss, knock down the dealer, and then, taking advantage of her confusion, exchange the price. And the chairman's secretary wonders what he means. And so that says they were paid to make a fuss at the auction. But everyone felt that something was wrong with this auction. Well, you don't have to say anything, but he's definitely just throwing mud at them. People began to rebel. They also realized that something was hidden here and it was necessary to deal with all this strictly, otherwise the auction would be dishonest. The owner of the auction says that the girl will have problems, because he has no idea how to deal with it. Wang Bing says enough is enough. And you have to understand that in this way they are putting this girl in a difficult position. If a mistake was discovered in the process, then you can reconduct the auction without any fraud and agreements. Or ignore the auctioneer's words that the land has been sold and offer an auction. Pointing his finger at the chairman, the young man says that this is the man who offered the price of $51,000, then he adds another $1,000 on top. The chairman said that the young man should not deal with the matter so carelessly. Better yet, let him call the police and they will sort it out. And let the land that they have just put up for auction at the next event. The chairman has finally revealed his true form. He is doing all this to lay this land aside. Manhwa can say what he wants. In any case, today's deal is not valid. So let someone call the police quickly. The girl is already falling to her knees in despair. She is shaking all over. She asks to forgive her for her negligence and not to call the police. Because everything can be fixed. If they call the police now, then an investigation will be opened and her career as an auctioneer will be over. Wang Bing walks up to the girl, giving her his hand. She shouldn't cry and lose heart. It's better to calm down and get up. Don't worry, nothing will end. He will help her deal with this case. The girl looks at the young man in front of her. He is very handsome and kind. They continue to console her, wipe away her tears. And then he turns to the chairman, saying that he has one way, if he wants to step back and discuss it. Of course, if the young man has a good method of solving it, then let them talk about it together, and consider it together to avoid police interference. Manhwa asks if it's okay that they can't talk about here. After all, they're not the only two buyers in the auction. Wang Bing continues to play the role as if he is not familiar with Xinhua, saying that yes, the guy is really right. It's not suitable, but the land was sold to him at auction. The chairman, however, disagreed, but the guy has been talking a lot all this time, and in general. Can he afford to buy this land? Manhwa stands there, not understanding what the young man is up to. There are birds flying in his head, and he doesn't even know how to react to it. The chairman says that the young man is right, it is up to them to intervene in the squabbles of the grown-up uncles. Wang Bing turns to the auction manager, asking him to take all the people away so they can discuss the next development. The auction manager obeys, asking all shareholders to leave. Let the two men settle the matter to avoid problems. Manhwa tries to mentally convey to Wang Bing that he doesn't mess up, otherwise he won't be the only one to get it. The young man winks as if to make it clear that everything will be fine. That look gives the Sanoa goosebumps. Now that he and the chairman were alone, how did the young man want to solve this problem? Does he have a special way of dealing with such problems? He assures that there is no need to hurry. When he sees the chairman smoking, the young man also wanted to take a few puffs. The chairman offers a young man a cigar. His secretary kindly opens a whole case, but young people like a young man do not smoke this old stuff. The secretary argues, because this is the best Cuban cigar, not an ordinary one. So the young man should not refuse. Along with his contemptuous gaze, the young man informs. Well, what about the fact that it is Cuban? He has an American brand, and now what? He pulls out an unusual piece of gum, with it to deceive another person. The chairman, seeing this, laughs because it is very interesting. Jokingly he says that the young man should chew more. Wang Bing says that the chairman should talk less because he is at odds with his brother. He hopes he's aware of it here. Yes, he has heard about this conflict, but he is not at all interested in the affairs of his younger brother. He didn't expect his brother to displease a secretive and big figure like him, wondering where his income came from. Well, what does it matter to the chairman, where his income comes from, one way or another? He has money, it seems to be more important. In this case, he will not bring up this topic, as it seems to him, he is still on bad terms with Sanuka. What is the reason for this dissatisfaction? In the beginning, he respected this guy, but he wanted to work with him and monopolize the real estate market. Unfortunately, unexpectedly, he turned out to be a fool whose feelings turned his head. He could not do anything normally, the chairman suggests. Wang Bing says that's right. After he realized that he was such a person, he stopped contacting him. It is better to choose a more reliable company. For example, cooperation with the chairman. Although the company was not yet large enough, the chairman firmly believed that the corporation would be able to monopolize the market within 3 years. But looking at the rivalry between the chairman and Xinhua, it seems that he does not seem to have enough working capital to do so. The man explained that they were growing too fast. They also work in too many areas. Truth be told, the young man doesn't care about their means. He has a lot of money and can help him in this regard, which surprises the chairman very much. Since the young man will not reach into his pocket for a word, how can he help in this regard? He knows that their company is going to be listed on the stock exchange, so they need to buy this piece of land to advertise. This land is actually considered his property. He can transfer it to a traitorous company for $30,000. But thus, if the chairman agrees, they will lose several billions. The chairman's secretary also began to calculate that the exact amount is much more than they assume, about $25 billion. But even if the young man loses this money, it is nothing to him. He has a lot of money not to worry about such a trifle. The chairman is very angry about this. Because even if this money is absolutely nothing for a young man, it is a huge loss for him. But the chairman must understand that everything in this world must be paid for, and some funds will also have to be given for this. But the young man needs something else. Only 40% of his company's shares after being listed on the stock exchange is not that much. The chair thinks for a moment. Is he afraid that the young man will deceive him, but he would never consider the young man a bad man. It's just a very big benefit, it takes him time to think. Because every day I have to make decisions that cost so much. The man will have 2 days to think. And now he has to settle that misunderstanding. Initially, he wanted to stall for time in order to raise enough funds to buy land and did not want to harm anyone in any way. The chairman's secretary, as a confirmation of their trust in the young man, will deal with everything that has happened peacefully. On the other side of the door, the activist was very worried about the way the negotiations were going. She's willing to do anything to avoid the worst. But when the men finally came out, the tension was even greater. Since no one even suspects what these two tycoons have agreed on, the young man has already established his relationship with the president, and the recent incident is just a misunderstanding. And that piece of land is bought by Wang. To Xinhua, it still looked like a misunderstanding, but it was obviously a ruse by the chairman. And the young man doesn't understand anything, but that's too stupid to be aware of their train of thought. The young man supports the words of the chairman. The young man really does not have enough strength to play with them. He shouldn't act like a child. It seems that the two of them have conspired. It seems that the young man wants to gain the confidence of the chairman in this way. And in this case, it is better to help him. It would be better for the auction director to call the police so that they can deal with it completely honestly. Because fraud is unacceptable. But since these two parties have taken reliable measures, there is no need to bother the police. And it is only necessary for the witness to write a letter of guarantee. Due to the fact that this time there is an unforeseen situation, the master asks the young man to come tomorrow morning to sign the contract. The secretary informs that he will sign this letter of guarantee in order to drop all charges. Which is very surprising to Xinhua because it is a multi-billion-dollar contract. The chairman turns to Sanhua, telling him not to shout like that. In this way, he disgraces himself even more. You should calm down. And the young man explains that he used to be like that. He can't compete with others, so he just argues and yells. The young man agrees. After all, the last time Xinhua lost to him, he let himself away in the same way. Xinghua's secretary tells him to accept what he has lost. And they don't stand a chance anymore. I'm wondering if they'll be able to deceive the chairman. He ponders for a few more minutes, realizing that the battle may be over. But the real fight is just beginning. Already standing on the street, the chairman asks if the young man already has a car. But if not, he can get into his car. Well, the young man, of course, refuses. He has other things to deal with, so they'll talk another time. One of the employees of the hotel where the auction was held approaches the young man. He informs him that his car is ready and he can go. The chairman looks at the car in front of him. I clearly understand that he saw the same car near Xinhua. Couldn't this guy buy the same car? The young man is angry at this time, as the man is very slow. And if the next time he slows down like that, he will fire him. The chairman does not pay attention to this, only asks questions of interest, because Xinhua really had the same car. The young man tells it like it is, that it really is a machine that he lost to him. The young man is really very talented, even a rich man finds it difficult to buy such a car. But as a young man, it seems that this Ferrari is not as good as his sports car, which he bought a few days ago. An auctioneer girl drives up to the main entrance, addressing the young man. It looked like she wanted to discuss some more details with him. The young man looks at the girl in front of him. He is glad that she is no longer crying, but in a good mood. He goes down to the car window. I wonder if the girl also wants to rush to him. As a thank you for helping her out of her predicament today, she wanted to invite him to dinner. Well, how can a young man not go? Somehow a beautiful girl calls him. And he will take advantage of this situation to get rid of the chairman. Finally, the young man turns towards the chairman, tossing him the keys to his car. His dexterity is very good, so he catches keys without any problems, but he really doesn't understand. Why did the young man give it to him? The young man only gave it to the chairman as a gift in honor of their acquaintance, nothing more. But the chairman has to fill in that he has only 2 days to think about it, and no more. The young man gets into the car and drives away. And the chairman's secretary asks if they should send someone to follow him. Of course, the chairman says yes. And you don't have to take your eyes off him, he needs all the information about this incredible guy. The girl asks the guy what kind of food he likes. Or maybe there are some intolerant foods or, on the contrary, preferences. The young man is literally an omnivore, he likes everything as long as he can eat it. So just let her order what she likes. The girl believes that the young man is very observant, and in this case she will make the decision herself. And he will hope that the young man will be satisfied. And the young man was more concerned about where to get $25 billion. Xinhua will help you get 10, and he also has some gold. Will he be able to help find a place to exchange them for money? He doesn't know what the current price of gold is. And in this case, you can't tell him that he has 40 kilograms. The young man turns out the window and sees the car, realizing that this black car has been following them since the auction. And the young man also guesses that this person may have been sent by the chairman, but you should not be 100% sure. It really turns out to be the chairman. And this cunning fox is very careful, and in this case he does not get hooked. He needs to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible, otherwise he may not find a way to meet Xinhua and the others. The girl notices the strange behavior of the young man. I wonder why the master keeps looking back. Was it something that caught his attention? Then the young man comes up with a great idea. He puts his hand on the hand of the girl who drives the car without thinking. She gets goosebumps running through her body. She looks at the young man's hand, not understanding what he's doing. He goes down to her ear and tells her that he doesn't want to eat at the moment, but wants her to do something more interesting for him. The girl, without hesitation, immediately pressed the gas, from which the young man literally retyped to the seat. The girl only wonders why the young man didn't say earlier that he didn't want to eat. And she hadn't expected the gentleman to seem so impatient. By speeding up in this way, they will save time and go straight to the most important thing. The young man holds on to a special handle so as not to pour out of the car at such a speed. Well, that's it. It looks like he ran into a nymphomaniac. On the streets of the city, life goes on as usual. The aunt asks her husband to see who is so eager to get on their door. Maybe the delivery has finally arrived. Going out into the courtyard, the man sees one of Wang Bing's friends. Of course, he remembers his classmate, but the man does not understand why he is here and why the young man is not with him. But he still has things to do. And he sent him to bring the man into the city. Zenoa was currently expressing his indignation to Ah Chang. Because why didn't they act without saying a word to him? What, after all, is the young man's plan? At the very least, if the chairman finds out what they are for, does that mean they don't stand a chance? And Chang assures that there is no need to worry. Wang Bing is much more reliable than they thought. Initially, he wanted to send it to the auction on behalf of their family's subsidiary. But he thought that the chairman would definitely check him out, so it wouldn't hurt to be careful. Or he can hide his identity from them, but what about the young man's past? And the chairman does not give himself away in any way. But if he finds some proof, Wang Bing said there was no need to worry about the chairman looking for information about him. But he's afraid that he won't find out, which means he hasn't been hooked. The young man is really very well prepared. Xinhua hopes that the chairman will not reveal his plan. Wang Bing and his girlfriend went to the nearest hostel already standing at the reception. And all they had to do was show their passports to enter the room. The young man noticed that he was still under surveillance, that he was fed up, because there was absolutely no need for it. He really doesn't understand why the chairman's people follow everywhere. He can't get rid of them. Well, it's okay, but they'll go up to the room. He'll get rid of those pesky pawns right away. The girl snuggles up to the young man, informing him that she has already blown the room, so they can get up to have fun. The guards notice that the young people are leaving, but in no case should they be careless. And it's worth seeing what room they'll be in. If you remember that the young man used to be in hotels with his ex. But she always turned him down, explaining that she couldn't do it before marriage. And now there is such an extraordinary girl in front of him, who is here with him of her own free will. But wait, the young man should wake up, because now is not the time for this, but the situation is intoxicating, he cannot restrain himself. The girl begins to undress, taking off parts of her clothes one by one, and also takes off her round glasses. The young man begins to rush around the room, tries not to look at the girl in order to find the window and escape. But all the windows turned out to be panoramic. And how can he escape in such a case? But he really does not want to give in to instincts. She wonders why she feels like he's been absorbed in his thoughts ever since they walked into the hotel. And he doesn't pay attention to it at all. The young man turns around, saying that this is not the case at all, and is immediately speechless, as the girl has prepared herself very quickly. It's also incredibly beautiful. He was right. This woman is a real nymphomaniac. She comes closer and closer, saying that the young man himself said that he wanted to get straight to the point. He says that now he will take responsibility for it, as the girl will not be able to handle everything on her own. The young man asks to wait. It's too fast and too good to be true. Such a treasure is right in front of it. And the girl is no longer going to stop. They are adults with him. There is no need to be so shy. Besides, they both want it. The young man takes a few deep breaths. In this case, they will immediately determine who won and who lost in this situation. Role-playing games are the best in this case. And the young man was the very strong warrior that everyone and everything wanted. And the girl was an impregnable rock, a martial arts master. But even she was able to bow down before the young man. A few hours later, the girl was already lying exhausted on a large soft bed, plunging into the kingdom of Morpheus. The young man was tired to death. And this girl was much harder to deal with than Xiao and the officer together. He needs to get down faster. He leaves the apartment and is being watched by the guards, noticing that the young man has finally deigned to leave his chambers. The guard immediately reports into the radio that the young man has finally come out and they can continue to spy on him. Of course, the young man's attentiveness is not escaped by the fact that these people are very persistent, they still pursue him, and it is necessary to get rid of them. A man walks up to the elevator. And it is surprising that the young man does not leave, but, on the contrary, goes up to the top floor. You need to follow him, you can't miss him. They climb to the top, but they don't understand where it has gone. As he went up to the top floor. In addition, this place is guarded by people. They don't understand where the young man has gone. There are no traces, they just have goosebumps. Did he just vanish into thin air? They call the secretary and tell him that they have lost the young man, but the chairman says that there is no need to worry, he is not in a hurry. After all, the boss also suspects that the young man and Xinhua are one and the same. And if they lose it, they won't be able to find out anything useful. If the young man was well prepared, then he would definitely cover his tracks, which would show his true form. They just need to keep investigating. The man approaches a huge massive door, where he is greeted by security. She immediately bows and the door opens, and the man enters. In a large, spacious office sits his father, who who does not look at all like the owner of a huge company. He greets his son, whose face shows that nothing good seems to have happened. And the auction didn't go as smoothly for him as he had hoped. The chairman is also greeted by people who are well known to him. They were also representatives of a small company. Mr. Shang and his wife came to resolve some issues that he and the chairman have. They were their debtors, and they had come to ask their lord to give them a few more days to repay the loan. Taking into account all the interest payments on each installment, they ask for a little more time. Because they can really get it all back at once. But they are businessmen who should know that the most important thing about business is honesty. Yes, they lent them money and they have to pay interest. They don't have to look for an excuse to defer debt. He must be accountable for his words and actions. There is no need to embarrass the master, he has enough to do without a man. After all, it was with this business that he came to the master. If he wants to blame someone, let him blame himself. He just took them to an underground casino to play. Who knew that they were trying to get rich by being so addicted to gambling? Less than 2 weeks later, they had already lost $200 billion. Yes, the man understands that this is only their mistake. But if they just give them a little time, they will certainly pay back every penny. A short game of gambling is uplifting. And if you get carried away with them, then it will not bring any good. It's not for nothing that they say a little bit of a good thing. The man's wife sits there, realizing that they have indeed brought trouble upon themselves. It's all the fault of their greed, and lack of wealth becomes just in time. And the master keeps getting closer to those who are sitting, informing them that they can find a way out of any situation. If you think about it, it's as simple as that. And it's just enough to sell them a company that is already worth nothing. In this case, he will not only help them pay off all their debts, but also give them some more money on top. This is really the best way that a master can come up with for a man. He falls to his knees, because the president knows that he has been pouring his soul into her for years. And he asks to extend the deadline for a few days, but not to take away the company. A man should not fall to his knees over this little thing. Has he given up his dignity? The chairman is very amused, and the old man has not changed at all. He thinks about other men's women again. The master keeps taunting. If the man doesn't want to sell the company, he may not help him. However, he has to give him something sweet to taste. He grabs the girl by the hair, pulls her towards him, and she can only scream in silent shock. And the master notices that his wife is very beautiful. And how about she shares some of the burden instead of her husband? The man seems to be even more frightened by this than a multi-billion-dollar debt. And he is ready to do anything for his master, if only he will leave his wife alone. But did he really think that now everything would be as he pleased? And the master won't be able to find such a beautiful girl either. The master had a very special hobby in store. And so he won't miss an opportunity to play with such sweetness as his beautiful wife. He really enjoys using other people's things and will gladly use it. And the girl only asks not to touch her. The man is still rocking on the floor, asking to let his wife go, because he will definitely pay back the debt. You just need to give him a little time, but the master cannot be persuaded. He shoves him in the face with his foot, telling him to get out of here because he wants to have some fun. It was the last chance not to give up the opportunity. And to save face, he's actually helping them now. A man should choose either his wife or his company, which is more important to him. Let him think faster. Tears are rolling down the girl's face, but she still finds the strength to ask her husband to come home, and then everything will be fine. The man also starts crying, because if they lose the company now, they will have nothing else. They will be left with nothing. Naturally, the man looks at the president of the company, wondering if he has made any decision. If so, let him speak. The man really loved his company, invested a lot in it. I wonder if just one night with his wife will come to pay off their debt. The master informs him that the moment he returns all the money to him, then he will be able to take his wife. And the girl is shocked. She doesn't believe her husband does that, but she needs to be patient for a while. When he's done with these difficulties, he'll definitely take her away from this monster. But the master must extend the period for a few days. The man will definitely find a way to save enough money. The man leaves, and his wife keeps begging him not to leave her, because she doesn't want to be the monster's toy. The man runs away, and the master returns his attention to the girl. He needs to conserve his strength, so soon he will have to work hard. He calls out to his comrades, who are already ready, and they need to start quickly, as they have been waiting long enough. 4 men enter the room, one of them with a camera. They could barely contain themselves in the other room so as not to leave early. But the time of waiting did not pass. The master certainly prepared a beautiful thing for them. So they can have fun. The girl looks at this whole situation, tears flowing from her blue eyes. And she is well aware of everything, and she is very scared. The camera lens is aimed directly at her. The men's eyes and pupils glow with a fierce gaze. They're already starting to argue about who will be the first to get into her underwear. They're not men, they're just beasts. They immediately begin to tear the clothes on the girl in order to feast on every piece of her body. The chairman rose from his seat. And the master asks if his son wants to join them. But he has much more important things to do. So he won't delay himself and will go. Besides, he has no desire to look at this spectacle. The master notices that his son seems to be very concerned about today's business. Of course, he didn't win. But the master wants to be a good father, so he still wonders if his son needs help because he has connections and means. But in this business, you need to be independent, so the man refuses. And he also reminds that he has his own plans, so he will still leave the man. He is not particularly upset, he does not even see his son leave. And he returns all his attention to the defenseless girl, with whom his friends are already having fun with all their might. She cries and begs them to let her go, since no girl in their right mind would want to be in her place. As a toy, Sanuka is in his house right at this moment ready to bite the young man for not telling him about the plans. And he even gave his car to the chairman. The young man asks his friend to calm down, at least because his cheeks are already sore. But he did not do so in order to win over the chairman. If the chairman really doesn't take the bait, then they will suffer double losses, so we can only hope for the best. And also, by order of the young man, they sent their uncle and aunt to the place of residence which he had prepared at first. Of course, they didn't want to, but after persuasion, they agreed. The young man apologizes, because in fact he made it difficult for them with this request, but thanks to this, he will not worry so much about the rear. Since everyone is now assembled, Xinhua asks the young man to finally tell them about his plan. Initially, he does not dedicate his ideas to anyone, so let him tell them everything in more detail so that they are prepared for any circumstances. The young man asks them not to hurry, but to listen to the plan, and he finally begins to explain what he is up to. He told everything in detail without a single missing detail. And then he bought some food and went to the post-apocalyptic world in the hope that he would be welcomed again with open arms. Everyone, of course, was very happy that the young man had returned. And he arrived just in time for the supper, which was not all cooked together. The young man looked around at everyone present, and something haunted him. He noticed that Zhao's arm was damaged. And then I began to wonder what had happened. The man didn't really want to talk about it, but his sister explained that a few days ago another man had injured his brother's arm at a competition. The young man was very interested, first of all, what kind of contest it was, and who dared to attack him like that. Xiao wonders if the young man remembers a certain cleanup squad they've met before. The mopping up squad are exactly the people who wanted to take their armored vehicle earlier, because they considered it their property. Immediately after the young man left, Zhao began to train the recruits in his place, as they had agreed. Yes, initially, the recruits were also happy with Xiao and his training, until something happened 2 days ago. The commander of the cleanup squad, along with the other members of the squad, began to provoke Xiao. At first, Xiao didn't pay attention, tolerated. But they kept provoking him, saying that Wang Bing was a coward and that he had no right to train new recruits. Zhao couldn't stand such mockery, provocations. After some time, he declared war on them. Who would have thought that those people were strong enough? And Zhao lost in the end. One of the men wounded his arm and ordered him to tell his master not to hide behind his back like a coward. Let him go out and fight. The man's name was Zhang, and let Wang Bing come to the cleanup squad and find him to fight one-on-one. The young man was shocked. Is he digging his own grave, daring to do this to his comrade? Well, let's see how he sings after the meeting. Zhao begins to apologize. He thinks he is too weak. He believes that it was because of him that everything happened. She disgraced the young man. And the younger boy says that they will immediately find all of them and take revenge so that they do not do it again. But immediately after these words, he gets hit on the head by an officer. So what else is revenge? Had he forgotten that Commander Zhao had vouched for them? The young man is surprised that Commander Zhao also knows this. What did she say when she was informed of this situation? The captain told them not to come into conflict with the mopping up squad. And she'll report it to her superiors, and then she'll be sure to sort it out. Because the cleanup team is not part of the army, it is part of its own team from a private company. And they shouldn't mess with them. The company that manages the mopping up squad supplies the army with goods. And the army accompanies them as they collect samples of zombies. They collect samples of all kinds of zombies in order to develop a drug that can resist the virus. Rumor has it that their research has begun to yield results. And if what the commander said is true, then there is no need for the young man to complete the Zombie King's mission. The system reminds him that he will still be in the black if he completes the task. It's for his own good. If there really is a cure that can resist the zombie virus, will the apocalyptic world end? But the system reminds us that eliminating the virus with a cure is not feasible. And the zombie virus and the cells in the human body cannot coexist. The officer goes on to say that for the time being, they should get away with hurting Zhao, they shouldn't get into a fight with them. All because he overestimated his strength and he created problems. He will act less impulsively in the future. The young man turns to his sister Zhao. Yes, he knows that she also feels resentful that her brother has been wronged. But you have to believe his big brother. He is not the kind of person who will not interfere while his family is being bullied. The little sister looks at the young man, wondering if his brother has any plan that he is going to implement. Is the young man sure of what he is doing? They've caused trouble for the commander and will cause even more trouble if they contact the cleanup squad. Even if this is the case, the young man will never allow others to think that he should be bullied by his comrades. The young man does not say that he will directly beat them. There are many more good ways to teach them a lesson. Xiao looks at the young man, hears everything he says, but doesn't understand what he's up to. She doesn't think it's going to end well. But don't worry, he won't do whatever comes to his mind, he just wants to compete with them. In the transport workshop of the mopping up squad, research was just taking place. Now scientists were looking at another sample of zombies. The man asked the doctor if he was sure he was wrong in his test results, and in this thing, there was a zombie virus in front of them. It's true. According to their research, this severed limb must have been dropped by an individual. A limb in containers does not look like a human one, more like the leg of a spider or a crab. On the face of it, you could still say that they are wasps. But it's not small at all, it's quite large. Maybe even more than regular zombies. There is a good chance that this is a mutated species of zombie and none of this is news. Normal zombies themselves are constantly evolving and taking on a much larger form, becoming stronger. Top-level zombies can mutate into other forms regardless of their environment and needs. But the company has no idea why this is happening. Unless you provide more zombies to explore. It's not really easy. Or maybe we should send squad members to collect these samples. Now is the right time to activate Plan B. And let knowledgeable people do it. The doctor is approached by the second leader of the cleanup squad, who is a very qualified specialist. The doctor surprises that she is a girl, but don't underestimate her. She is much better than many of the male members of the squad. Even though she's his sister, he expects as much from her as he does from the rest of the squad. Perhaps she's capable of even more. She is the first place among the best in a cleaning squad and in wrestling and shooting, second only to the captain himself. The doctor is surprised that it turns out that they are brother and sister and joined their cleanup squad together, which is amazing. The company treats the doctor really well, since it has sent such outstanding people to help in his work. They found the severed limb in a neighborhood 30 miles away, she said. There was no trace of a large number of zombies in the vicinity. But if necessary, they will go there again and investigate everything down to the millimeter. Usually, there are not many zombies in the area where the zombie king lives. And so it's probably risky to go there to investigate. The doctor strongly advises him to accept their help, but what else is he worried about? After all, their task is to resist this danger. In this case, the research team will wait for good news from them and hope that they will return. The doctor will make arrangements with other researchers to help them in their investigation. When the doctor leaves, the girl finally thanks her brother for helping her a lot again, as well as doing a good job. But the girl should be a little more persistent, and he also wishes her good luck in her investigation, so that she comes back with a good thing. The girl is very dedicated to her work and very responsible. So my brother shouldn't worry, she won't allow herself to disgrace him. One of the members of the mopping up squad rushes in, informing the commander that there is something that should interest him. Wang Bing, who had been picking on their squad, left a letter of entry and told them to hand it over to the commander personally. The man is very surprised, because does anyone else write letters in their day? The girl wonders if this letter looks like a challenge to a competition. The man takes a sheet of paper out of the envelope and is very angry as the young man is playing with it. It doesn't say anything. How is he supposed to understand something on a white piece of paper? But the girl wonders if he really has brains. He needs to turn over the paper. Turning the paper over, the man sees its contents. It is really a challenge to a competition. These hieroglyphs on it are really ugly. The man has defeated his man. If he doesn't come to settle the score, he will treat him with disdain. The girl wondered who he was, and on the first day he came to the camp, he caused them problems. And so the commander taught his comrade a lesson. The girl is very interested in watching. Whether this young man is really as cool as they say he is very interesting. But don't talk so much about it, she won't see it. After all, she needs to go faster and choose the most capable people for the operation and go on the road. At this time, the commander of the cleanup squad will go to meet the young man and take a look. What is it really worth? The young man was lying in her bed in the arms of two beautiful girls. The officer understands the technique of fist fighting, and he is interested in what technique does the commander use. He uses the iron palm technique, which is a special fist fighting technique. In addition, he is quite experienced in this. Xiao reminds the young man that he possesses the Tajikian technique. Is it possible that he is not able to overcome his iron palm as well? But there are no strengths or weaknesses in the technique of fist fighting. It all depends on the level of the practitioner. But a young man will never disgrace the Tai Chi Chuan technique given to him by his teacher, and he will not be discredited. After the young man challenged Zhang to a duel, the entire camp simply exploded. The commander prepared the place for the duel. The hidden intent of these two is quite obvious. They did it in order to calm the fervor of the purge squad. But it also shows that they have a lot of trust in his power. And the other members of the mopping up squad wondered how long it would take for their commander to get that guy to beg for mercy on his knees. Wang Bing hasn't arrived yet, but the squad members already want him to shoot down this arrogant captain. Commander Zhang entered the training hall, and all his comrades cheered for the man, as they were sure that he would win. He has to show him his strongest weapons of the purification squad and defeat this little snot. Because everyone was convinced that the commander would win. The man walked in to greet the commissar, who had organized the fight, who was also glad to see him. He expressed his delight that today he will be able to see the unique iron palm again. It is exciting. The commanders praised the man. He is a dilettante in kung fu. And just doing some physical exercises is not a strong technique at all. And he thinks that they should watch carefully. He is well prepared for this fight and will show them the strength of the mopping up squad. He warmed up well before coming here. He used a special frying pan to get his arm back into shape. Anything that falls into it immediately ignites. However, he has been doing this for about 20 years, and both of his hands have become the most powerful weapon. The purpose of a certain ritual was to put your hands in a boiling pan, feel all this pain, and then you can find real strength there. The force is incredible, so much so that you can break through a strong concrete wall with your bare hands. Indeed, he was very strong and able to do so much that his comrades were afraid to walk in the corridors. Well, because at any moment the wall next to them could break through. The man was sure that this time he would destroy their martial majesty and show who was in charge. The commissar asks the commander-in-chief what time it is and why the young man has not yet come, and since he himself has challenged the man to a fight. But don't worry. The soldiers immediately began to pay attention to the entrance, as the young man appeared in it just in time. He apologized for being late. Last night, he had worked very hard, so he got up late. There were girls on either side of him, as well as Jo. The commander-in-chief greeted the young man. He was very glad that he still came and now he will show who is better here. The young man felt even more embarrassed, as he didn't know that the two leaders were also there, and apologized again for keeping them waiting. The commissar approached the captain of the sweeping squad, introducing him to the young man, as they had never come face to face before. The commander-in-chief also volunteered to introduce the young man. He was a new leader and an excellent fighter. Zhang had heard a lot about the new leader, but he didn't expect her to seem completely different from what he had imagined. His comrades also said that there were rumors about him and did not lie. He was as outstanding and strong as they said he was. Well, soon the young man will make him fix himself. Enough talking, they should shake hands and start fighting. The man is surprised that the young man shakes hands with such force. Does he want to test his abilities or just intimidate him? Luckily, the young man uses the flaming palm in a different way, given his strength. He would have broken his arm. The man is really very surprised, since he has already been able to feel that the strength of the young man is several times greater than his own. He uses all his strength, but this guy's expression hasn't changed. It's like he's really underestimating him. The commander-in-chief informs that the men should not be so courteous, but should start a duel. None of them really mind, so they can start. There's no need to stall any longer. The man understands that the young man in front of him is not simple. And as soon as the fight begins, he will immediately knock him out. The referee informs that this fight is held for the exchange of experience. He hopes that they will not attach importance to victory or defeat. After all, friendship comes first. There is no need to overdo it, but he would very much like Wang Bing to mercilessly beat this man, destroying their courage. The young man stood ready, as if he had read in his mind what the commissar was thinking, and was ready to deal with the man. The commander of the cleanup squad was also ready. He was already using his strength, accumulating internal energy to strike the first blow any minute. Zhao notices that the man's body and muscles alone are enough to intimidate a man. Is this fight really to find out who is bigger than muscles? But it is worth taking a closer look at the palms of the man. He's really not that simple. He's not the kind of opponent who has no strength other than muscles. He's got something more. These hands are thousands of years of forging and 100 times hardened. He is very strong and he has a great chance of success. But the girl officer does not think so. It seems to her that the young men have quite more strength than this dilettante. The man began to attack in the hope that he would quickly overpower the young man. But he was ready for anything. He was able to dodge the first blow with ease, but his muscles are unusual. He really has a high level of skill. The man attacks again, but the young man successfully repels his attack and remains unharmed. But don't rejoice too quickly. A man can't lose to him in strength. And just one blow, if he hits him with an iron palm, guarantees that he will not be able to get up from the pain. The young man asks the man why he does not move and immediately applies one of the internal wushu styles. The man dodges and yells for him to attack, to see again whose technique is better and uses his iron palm. Both the commander's technique and the young man's technique are both very strong, so when they touch each other, almost nothing happens. The soldiers rejoice, supporting the young man, believing that he is really very strong, and able to attack further and defeat this asshole. And the members of the cleanup squad also supported their captain, at least because they didn't want to lose face, even though they weren't so sure of his victory. The girls didn't understand. Why are these people so excited even more than they are? But it's not every day that you see a duel between two masters. The commissioner declares that it would be very good if Zhang had gone over to them. But it seems that his technique is still not inferior to that of a young man. The young man continues to attack. And the man cannot surpass with his hands and therefore uses his legs. But this was just a false trick, and the man is ready to strike another blow with his iron palm so that the young man understands who is stronger here. The young man had long ago recognized that Zhang's strength was really good, and his reception was like a fierce wind that swept over him. But that doesn't stop the young man from striking. And the man seemed to have been waiting for this moment since the beginning of their fight to deliver his ferocious blow. The young man sees the man's hand flying straight in his direction. It seems that he was a little distracted and therefore could not react in time. It was very difficult to see everything, and the girls began to worry that the young man had been wounded. But how is this possible with his abilities? The commander-in-chief and the commissar were also very surprised. They did not understand what was happening. Could it be that Zhang was strong enough to hit a young man? The members of the cleanup squad were glad that their commander was still so strong. The victory would definitely go to him. But the soldiers of the squad say that they should look more closely, as their commander's attack was blocked by the young man. The young man still had a very quick reaction. He dodged the man's iron palm and was able to save his life in time. The young man was a little out of breath, but it was time for him to show what he was capable of. He asks the man why he froze again. Has he already decided to surrender and at this moment is delivering the final blow to him? The sweep squad continues to support the commander so that he does not disgrace their squad, but does not understand what happened. At this rate, he will lose. Mastery of the iron hand technique is really not bad. If the man hadn't beaten his friend, they could have become friends. The man admits that the young man's hand-to-hand fighting techniques are also perfect, and he greatly admires his strength. But his character is no good. And even if he has a lot of military merits, a man still doesn't like him. The young man bursts into indignation, for who is it that has a bad temper here? Wasn't he the first to beat his comrade, and now he is accusing him of such a thing? The man tries to calm down, he really doesn't want to argue with this person anymore. And if he wants to argue, then you need to use force. The young man will not refuse the opportunity to reconcile again. If a man wants, they will fight to the end. The young man applies his skills in taekwondo, and the man is surprised by it, so who would think that he understands such a thing? The young man notices that the man is gathering dark energy within himself, he needs to be a little more careful. Iron Palm should not be underestimated, feeling everything around him distorted by the heat emanating from his hands. The young man assumes that the man wants to end the battle with his next blow, and he must be more careful. The man attacks, and the commander-in-chief is surprised, because even the concrete platform collapsed from his jump. The girls watching the fight also realized that the man wanted to end the fight with one punch. But will the young man be able to withstand this blow? The man continues to attack and the dark energy around his palm accumulates more and more. And the young man can only hope for his abilities. He sees all this power and understands that he can't directly use the flaming palm to deflect a blow. Otherwise, it can end badly. The man also manages to shout so that the young man trembles in the face of absolute power, because any technique he uses now will be useless. The young man remembered everything the master had taught him and was able to easily grasp the man's hand right before he touched it. The man keeps shouting that what he uses is called absolute strength, power. Does the young man not understand this? In fact, his power should not be underestimated, but he does not notice one peculiarity of Tai Chi Chuan. The young man gathers all the energy that is inside him and deflects the blow, which throws the man and his iron hand back. The man flies back, and the young man also uses the strongest diamond palm, finally finishing him off. It flies right into the wall, it breaks so hard. And drops of blood are dripping from the man's mouth. The young man's comrades rejoice with joy, because it is very great that they were able to see such a duel, as well as the victory of their friend. The commissar and the commander-in-chief are as surprised as the young man's comrades. After all, it's just magnificent, and the last blow struck everyone away. The soldiers also began to rejoice, for the young man was really very cool. Indeed, it added to their significance. The soldiers also began to run up to the young man, demanding that when he returned, he would teach them this skill, and they also wanted to learn the diamond palm. And the young man really hoped that this time he had convinced the man that he had no equal. His soldier began to run up to the man and asked him if he was okay. They helped him to get up, since the man had no strength at all. He apologized to his soldiers for losing. But they didn't blame him, he's still very strong to them and they respect him. The soldiers decided that they had really disgraced themselves and that it was no longer worth staying here for a second, but leaving. One of the soldiers of the mopping up squad became indignant, because their commander had always treated them well. And now they're saying things about him. But the man admitted that it was actually because of his poor skill that he was the one who had disgraced them. The soldiers are about to lead their commander away, but the young man approaches him, informing him that they are not done yet. And he has one more question. The soldier also starts screaming. After all, he had already earned a reputation for himself, what more did he need from their commander? But he's not talking to him. And he wants to ask his commander, because why did he say that young men have a bad temper? Yes, the young man does not know the man personally, only earlier he had a little quarrel with a member of his squad. And where is his bad temper? The man knows that he is a first-class craftsman, but it is only when he arrives at the camp that he begins to harass his comrades. Where is the good character of a man who has no morals? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? It is obvious that it was his people who wanted to take away their armored car. Everything is already the culprit complains first. Indeed, they were the first to provoke them. They also say that the young man has no morals. It is very unpleasant for him to listen to such words. And this is not some misunderstanding that his comrades personally told him. Do they really think they're going to lie? But how can Zhang say so confidently that it's the young man's fault based on a one-sided argument? In addition, it is usually his subordinates who have disgusting behavior. They constantly cause problems in the camp. And that's because he doesn't know how to lead. They all serve the people, do not divide them on any grounds, hope that after their return they will deal with their people. Would he prefer to trust his comrades, unless what they say is also a one-sided argument? And the man turns to the young man again. He is responsible for his actions, he wounded his comrade. So he can do whatever he wants. The young man turns to Jo, because he was the one who got injured, most likely he himself. But the man won't find fault with this matter. Brother Wang doesn't lack moral quality. And if he insults him after that, he will not turn a blind eye to it. Maybe now the man will stop, but they will live and see. Which of them still has moral quality? They still turn around. In order to leave, the commander needs to go to the first aid post, since the wound on his body is really very strong. The girls notice that he is a disgusting type and still does not admit his mistakes, and covers for people. The young man turns to the Jao and thanks him for the words he said about him, but the man will not allow anyone to slander the young man. This Zhang was a bit silly, but he still treated his comrades very well. He firmly believes every word they say. The commissar and the commander-in-chief approach the young men and his comrades, and tell them that he has done a really good job today and has raised the reputation of their army. Well, it's nothing, he did it to get revenge on his comrade. And because I couldn't just leave it like that. If their soldiers have mastered kung fu even halfway, then sooner or later there will be peace in this world with warriors like them. The commander and the commissar need not worry. He and Zhao will certainly train the soldiers and make them outstanding fighters. Soldiers of the cleanup team walk through the empty streets, inspecting the area around. There is no one on the street, only their cars are driving on the road. The girl turns to the deputy commander and says that there are a lot of abandoned cars ahead. They won't be able to just drive through them. They have to get out of the car and continue on foot, as well as take all their bags and weapons. The members of the squad did so, took all the necessary things, got out of the car and began to walk along the territory, when a friend attracted some noise. One of the soldiers turns to the commander, informing him that there is someone behind the vehicles. And they should be more careful to check what's there. The soldier, without taking off his equipment, approaches the car, behind which he hears movement, but sees only a dead cat. Apparently, he was frightened in vain. It's just a cat, not a zombie as he had previously thought, nothing to be afraid of. Turn around, he turns to the commander, informing him that there is no danger. And you can go further. The commander also believes that it is not worth wasting time on this and continue to go forward. But everything is much more serious. Yes, the soldier saw a cat, but the second part of it, to be hidden behind a garbage can, was currently being devoured by an unknown creature. As the soldiers continue to walk forward, they move further and further away from the place where they have just seen the cat, as a spider zombie runs right behind them. Bean, and the girls had fun as much as they could. For example, he had recently been complaining to the doctor about how bad he felt. And that he should definitely help him. Xiao and Officer Miao were the doctors who would help the young man in the best possible way if he felt a little unwell. The trio's amorous games were interrupted by a knock at the door, which greatly upset the young man. So who dares to knock at such a time? Flushed with anger and sprayed with venom, the young man, indignant, goes to open the door and sees Xiao behind it, who is very sorry for disturbing him at such an hour. But the man couldn't come at another time. Since Commander Zhao is now at the door, she asks the young man to come out to break the news. The young man was very surprised by this, even his false mustache slid a little to the side. What did the commander want from him, since she called him at such a time? The young man nevertheless deigned to put himself in a more or less decent shape and take a walk with the commander. That led him down long corridors, explaining how things were. The young man was surprised that out of a small group of 15 men, only one returned from the mission. Haven't you stumbled upon the zombie king? But to the commander, this is an unknown escaped fighter, as if mad with fear, he does not want to say anything. So they can't get any explanation. After a few minutes of walking through the corridors, they came to a huge massive door by which two members of the sweeping squad were standing. The girl greets them, informing them that she is the battalion commander and has ordered her to bring a subordinate. The guard immediately shifts his attention from the commander to the young man next to her, wondering if he is Mr. Wang Bing. Upon receiving a satisfactory answer, they immediately jumped for joy as they couldn't believe that Wang Bing himself had come to their cleanup squad. Is it really him? The commander reports that she has already heard about the conflict between the young man and the mopping up squad. Are they asking for trouble again? The young man is glad that he feels safe with the captain. But they have only misunderstood the soldiers. They know that the young man has defeated their commander, and they admire him. The young man is perhaps even more surprised by this than if he were angry, for has he become something like an idol here? It's a good thing one of the guards had a pen. They asked the young man to sign on their hand, or maybe even on their back, anywhere, just to sign. The young man was glad to see his fans. The captain wasn't even surprised, because the young man had done something like this before, but we shouldn't forget about the main thing. After the young man said goodbye to his newly minted fans, they finally went inside, where the commander-in-chief and the commissar were already waiting for them. On the chair next to them sat the captain of the cleanup squad, which only cast an ambiguous glance in the direction of the young men and the captain. Everyone greeted the commander-in-chief and the commissar, and asked how things were going. And what is the young man's help? Behind the one-way glass, a guy could be seen who was originally part of the squad that was collecting for the cleanup team. This morning he came back alone, and no matter how they asked him, he didn't say anything, so they wanted the young man to help them. Can he find out anything by asking this guy? But he seems terribly scared. And wouldn't it be better to give him a few days of rest? At this point, the commander of the cleanup squad flares up with anger. I inform them that they do not have time to wait, they still need to interrogate this person immediately after finding out the whole truth. They have lost contact with more than 10 comrades, and it is a matter of life and death. Because if they delay, they could lose a few more comrades. The young man didn't understand why the man was so excited, he could hardly find out anything, and young men don't have special privileges to find out more information. The young man is annoyed by this, but the captain approaches him and informs him that the sweep squad leader's sister is also in that small squad. That explains a lot of things, it really becomes clear. That's why the man is so worried that they can't find out anything. Most likely, he is really insanely afraid, but it can be assumed that even if the young man interrogates him, he will still not be able to find out anything. It seems better to find someone more knowledgeable in this matter, or send the small squad to investigate again. But was the young man about to leave? But he can't just leave. He has been asked for help and he must provide it. He's the only one here who knows the most about the zombies outside, he'll definitely be able to find out something. The commissar also asks for our help, as the sweep squad is still cooperating with them and they cannot refuse to help them. But this is not an argument for the young man. He's just a trainer in the army, and he doesn't want to interfere in the affairs of others, otherwise he'll be made a scapegoat. Especially after everything that has happened between him and the commander, he does not want to interfere in his affairs and the affairs of the cleanup squad. It would seem that the man would flare up again and start yelling at the young man, but instead he began to beg him for help. He began to admit that he had been an idiot before, but after the fight, he checked everything. And it turned out, in fact, it was his subordinate who slandered the young man. It's all his mistake, but he asks the young man to help him, he's even ready to kneel. But you don't have to do that, the young man is not heartless and ready to help. They are, after all, reasonable people and live in a fairly modern world. Regardless of the situation, you don't have to get down on your knees to ask for forgiveness. The man explains, however, that his sister was also in the squad that went to investigate the zombies. And he can't wait because he's so worried. The man is not a bad person, he is just a little stubborn. And he needs to calm down, the young man will definitely help him and will not leave him alone. This man is very glad that the young man agreed to help. Despite the previous strife, he still did not leave the man in trouble. The commissioner asks Zhang to tell the young man about the situation, so he will understand which direction to take. Indeed, it is better to introduce the young man to the affairs of his sister and the entire mopping up squad. Before setting off at dawn to investigate with his sister, he discovered a place where the zygopodium and the limbs of the zombie king were. The young man listens to every word, digests the information. Finally, he enters the room where a soldier of the cleanup squad is sitting. The young man asks him not to be afraid. And he introduces himself and says that he has come to ask him about the situation with the small detachment. At the mere mention of the small party, the young man begins to shake, and he visibly turned pale, shouting that he would not go anywhere and tell anything. The young man tries to calm him down, patting him on the shoulders. After all, no one is forcing him to go, he can safely stay safe here. Why did he come back alone and where was their deputy commander? She didn't run away with him, so what happened to her? The young man was delirious. He was really very frightened, his eyes kept running around the room and now he was muttering something unrelated under his breath. But the young man did not lose hope, trying to fish out at least a little useful information from the stream of words that his interlocutor was saying. That was on a quirk brave enough, but the guy kept screaming. He did not listen to anything the young man said. And even if he listened, he only shouted a few words that he would not go anywhere anyway and there was no need to bother him. The commander-in-chief and the others watched on the other side, realizing that the guy was too frightened and the young men were not succeeding. But don't jump to conclusions. The young man continued to jump around the guy, saying that there was really no need to be afraid, because it was very safe here. In addition, he fought one-on-one with the zombie king, which is something to be afraid of when he protects him and everyone around him. The boy was very surprised. Could it be that the young man in front of him was personally fighting a zombie one-on-one? And that's why you shouldn't be afraid of young men, because he has such a specialist with him. But these were not simple creatures, like the zombie king. This is a huge, huge army, which is many times more terrifying. The commander is surprised. What a huge army. Could it be that these big zombies have begun to multiply even more? There are many, many of them, like a tsunami, not a tsunami, it's everywhere, and it felt like they had swallowed everything up in an instant. If only they would act together, the whole earth would be swallowed up by the faces of men, and these words were very surprising to the young man. To say that these faces of people can speak, they impose the thoughts that they had in life, but no one understands what it is. Thousands of people's faces began to speak, and then began to eat the guy's comrades, which frightened him. In the end, only a few people remained. The deputy commander helped him get out and told him to run to the camp to call for help. Then, one by one, they began to chase after him. He could only do what he could run without looking back. He doesn't even know when they stopped chasing him. If the deputy commander hadn't covered him with her, he would never come back from this phrase. The young man is even more worried, because something has happened to the girl. The guy screams that all the days have been eaten by these monsters and immediately begins to choke on blood. The commander of the cleanup squad is very surprised by this, and he becomes even more afraid. Could it be that his little sister had been swallowed up by an unknown being? The commander-in-chief is concerned about something else. Is this guy turning into a zombie? If this is the case, then something needs to be done as soon as possible. And the guy's face is swollen, the capillaries in his eyes are bursting. And he coughs up blood clots. Commander-in-chief, the commissar should get out of here quickly while the captain calls for Wang Bing. The young man is not scared at all, he tries to understand what is happening to the guy in front of him. Because he is literally suffocating in front of his eyes, but there is nothing to help him. Wang Bing sees that the commander wants to come in to help him, but it's too dangerous for her, even if she thinks she can deal with it. At this moment, the boys become very bad and his necks begin to pop out, huge paws staining his entire body with blood. The creature that was so eager to get out of the guy's gut still managed to free itself, ripping off his head. The commander-in-chief is still standing still. I don't understand what to do. Should you call for help or let things take their course? An unknown mutant zombie began to crawl on the ceiling. And the young man looks at him, realizing that he is disgusting, to say the least, but they do not understand what he is. A huge creature that looks like a spider zombie holds the guy's head with its nets, which keeps repeating the words that it will never leave. The spider web turns into the guy's face and continues to do so, repeating with pale lips that it will not go anywhere. The zombie spider begins to jump on the ceiling, walls, and all surfaces it finds in its path, while breathing heavily. The captain yells at the young man not to let this strange creature bite him, as they don't know what he is capable of. But the young man does not seem to hear. He looks at the creature in front of him. He does not understand what it is and why there is a human face on his back. The creature jumps directly at the young man, looking at him with all 8 eyes and smiling with sharp teeth. But the young man, with his agility, still manages to grab the creature. Did it really think it would be able to attack him? Some people still underestimate it. Even this incomprehensible creature that looks like a spider will not be able to harm it. It is worth calming down and standing obediently. He doesn't want to waste time on this incomprehensible miracle. He will only use his abilities to look at memories. Invading the monster at once, he sees the memories of the guy who was sitting right in front of Wang Bing just a few minutes ago. They, along with a small detachment, had just stumbled upon the creature, and he kept asking the deputy commander what they should do. There was a whole army on the ceiling of the barn where they had entered, and there were these zombie spiders crawling around, and all they could do was run away from them. The young man was not so much frightened as disgusted, and without thinking, he crushed the creature in half in his hands, but the face on it continued to talk. The young man tried to catch his breath after what he saw. The commander asked if he was okay after what had happened. The young man may be fine, but it is better for them to mobilize the army. But how can he explain what he saw? The commander of the mopping up army wonders why it is necessary to mobilize the army so urgently. What happened? All the top members of the army gathered around a huge negotiating table, and the doctor explained that he had already reported to his superiors on the state of affairs. We need to wait for their response. But if everything is as the victim said, there are a large number of mutant zombies in a certain place right now. The captain of the cleanup squad asks for a doctor, and when he goes outside, he is ready to do anything if he allows them to take the small squad and go investigate. But you can't act so thoughtlessly, without any instructions from the companies. This time the danger cannot be predicted. There is no way he will allow a man to risk his life only if the company needs to. Only then will he think about leading the group. This makes the man very angry, since his sister is also in that squad. And he can't just sit here and wait while she's out there in danger. But that's exactly why the doctor doesn't want to send a man on this mission. It's reckless and dangerous. It's not the first time they've sacrificed with humans, but if they continue like this, then in the end their army will be left with nothing. Therefore, you must not lose your cool. Only because the missing person is his sister. The man lowers his head, realizing that he is realizing. He acted very recklessly. He got up from his chair and apologized to the doctor. The man stands and the doctor does not understand what he is going to do. Would he dare to obey orders? Since he does not allow him to go on a mission, he resigns as commander and goes to look for his sister. After the post-apocalypse, he has only one left, and he will go and find it himself. And thus it will not create problems. The doctor is very angry, because what does the man mean? Is he now a threat to him and the company? The commissioner is trying to settle the situation. Since they do not need conflicts and scandals now, they need to think about how to resolve the situation. But in fact, if they keep fighting, then it will be a great opportunity to get rid of the commander of the cleanup squad. Wang Bing also speaks out that they really need to stop arguing. They don't think they have time for such arguments. This time, the zombies they will have to face will not be so easy to deal with, as no one has dealt with them before. The commander-in-chief wonders what this means. How much does he know about these mutant zombies? One day, a young man accidentally got into the lair of the zombies. They like to attack in a crowd. They very rarely attack alone. In fact, he tells all this because he can't talk about his superpowers, so he keeps lying. The number of zombies is astounding. They are very intimidating when they attack together, but the leader of the purge squad does not seem to care. He finally jumps out of his chair, announcing that he will find his sister, dead or alive. But he'll go there even if he's alone. And the doctor is trying to shout that if he really acts without regard for anyone, he will make sure that no one helps him. The commissioner says that there are enough scandals in the need to discuss it well, and not to swear. Perhaps you need to understand the actions of the man. The commander-in-chief asks him to be careful with his expressions. But if they continue to fight, they may accidentally hurt each other's feelings. The captain asks Wang Bing if these mutant zombies are so threatening to their safe place. In fact, the young man does not know, yet the information he has is somewhat limited. And in this case, whether they need to send people to search or just sit and do nothing to the commander-in-chief, this situation is very worrying. But the young man should ponder this question, for he cannot give an answer. Now, the system wonders why he hesitates. Who knows, maybe there is a zombie king, but it is obvious that this time it will be extremely dangerous than in the past. The young man wants to keep his comrades safe. In this case, the young man can choose to go on a search alone. before he can destroy 2 Kareli zombies with his bare hands, why not just go on a reconnaissance? To begin with, he finds out what is going on, and so he informs the commander-in-chief that he will not bother them with reconnaissance, he will solve everything himself. The commissioner informs him that this is too dangerous, the young man cannot cope alone, because he risks never returning. Since it's just reconnaissance, 1 young man will suffice, because the more people there are, the more dangerous it will be to be there. The commander, to the surprise of the young man and everyone present, supports this idea. Because sometimes too many people is very burdensome. She believes that the young man is strong enough to complete the task. And the young man is not so much flattered that the girl understands him so well and supports him in everything, no matter what he says. He also notices that the girl is incredibly sweet and beautiful when she is shy, she should behave this way more often. Since the young man has decided to go alone, so be it, he can take any equipment and weapons from the army, but let him be careful. Young man, the commander-in-chief, of course, likes this proposal very much. But does he really think he doesn't have a better weapon than they do? Upon returning to the house, the young man has to listen to the indignation of his comrades about the fact that he was going to go there alone to find out about the situation. Now the young man convinces the guys that it is very dangerous there and he just does not want to risk their lives with them. In addition, it is more convenient to walk alone. The girl is very upset by this, because the young man has only recently returned and is now forced to leave them again. The young man tenderly embraces the girl, apologizes and asks her not to be offended by him, since he had no other choice. They really need information about mutant zombies, and it seems that he is the only one who can go on this reconnaissance to find out everything. If the young man has already decided to go alone, let him go quietly and not worry about them, they are safe here and will be able to take care of each other. Officer Miao asks this time when the young man will return to them, how long it will take them to prevent their returns. The young man is not going to leave for a long time in 3 days. Even if he doesn't find any information after that time, he will still come back to them. The girl really hopes that he will return safe and sound, and since she and everyone else still needs him. In one of the abandoned supermarkets, members of a small group are sitting, they are very lucky that they were able to find this place. There are few edibles here, the soldiers do not know how long they will be able to hold out here in such conditions. The deputy commander confirms that all the food here is expired, if they all sit, they will get food poisoning. And then they will definitely die. But then a guy from the squad says that it's better to fill your stomach, because it's better to die of poisoning than to be eaten by zombies. The deputy commander should not lose heart. Who knows, maybe the company has already sent people to rescue them, and they just have to wait a little longer. But this is unlikely to happen now, they are just victims for the company, and the company will not spend time and energy looking for them. Besides, even if they send people, it will be useless. How can they find them? I don't know where to look. The man has to accept this, as it is true, there is also the zombie king here, and it will be very difficult to find them. The second man falls to the ground and reports that he doesn't care what happens next, that they did everything they could. They fought hard for the people, so life did not come in vain, and they can die heroes. In addition, before he died, he was able to see such an amazing monster, if he could return alive, he would tell his descendants about it. But with such events and beings in this world, is there any hope for the future of humanity? And the fact that everything can still come back to a more or less normal form. These zombie monsters that walk the streets and abandoned cities will not disappear on their own, and you only have to hope that someone will come and kill them all. The young man needs to gather strength before he sets off. Right now he writes off the beds, but this night will not leave him just like that. The young man sees the nightmare more and more vividly. It's dark all around and only a beam of light directs it. His forward through an unknown space. A sticky, viscous web cuts right into his back, but the young man does not understand where it came from or from whom. By a thin thread of cobwebs, the young man begins to be pulled somewhere upwards. But due to the lack of any landmarks, it seems to float in one place. However, that doesn't stop him from screaming in fear, because it's not every day that you get pulled by the scruff of the neck like this, like a little kitten. A few more minutes of such unexpected flights, and 3 pairs of shining huge eyes appear in front of him. The young man looks ahead in front of him, not understanding what kind of creature it is. And where are the rest of his body, since he could only see his eyes? The young man asks what kind of creature it is, but it wants to ask him the same question, since the young man is definitely not human. Yes, he looks like the most primitive human, but he understands the zombie. The young man concludes that the zombies must be able to communicate with each other. The sentients understand. This is true, and messages cannot continually evolve and become even stronger and more powerful, destroying humanity. The young man wonders if she found him, because he looked at the memories of that little spider the day before. Initially, she only wanted to paralyze his body with her offspring, but then find a gathering place to feast on those who are there. The creature had never expected that it would be able to encounter such a special organism, never seen before. She has eaten countless people, his large army is ready to take their gathering place with a fight. You just need to eat the boy, and then she will definitely become stronger. The task of the young man is to kill people like her. Which monster is very surprising since killing the zombie kings. It's just ridiculous, then he'll kill himself, too, because the people around him don't know who he is yet. But the monster is worth finding out. There are differences between humans and beasts, it doesn't eat humans. So why does she think he's like creatures like her? But he has not yet tasted the joy of eating humans and eating mortals, allowing them to evolve and become stronger. The young man is surprised by this. He could not have guessed earlier that zombies increase their strength by eating people. By eating people, they get a small fraction of their power. The more they eat people, the stronger they become. That is why humanity destroyed them in every possible way. In just a few years, the world became what it is today. The young man convinces the monster that it is because he has not been in this world before. But if you wait a little longer, he will definitely destroy every single one of them. The young man himself is probably dying. In such a case, it will allow him to feel all the suffering when you are slowly eaten alive. The young man shouts angrily, "It's like, what is this monster going to do to him?" Of course, he wants to taste the cheesecloth. He opens his huge toothy mouth and pulls the young man right into it. And Wang Bing keeps screaming, trying to dodge. The young man wakes up from his bed in a cold sweat, since no reasonable person wants to see such a nightmare at night. He rejoices that it's just a dream. He doesn't want to die so soon, but this dream was too real not to be frightened. And the young man is sitting in bed, trying to catch his breath. And as soon as he tries to get up, he realizes that his hands are handcuffed. The young man squirms on the bed, trying to figure out whose joke it is. Yes, and if the one who did it is still here, then it is better for him to release him as soon as possible. Then he sees his girls who are interested. Isn't that what the young man wanted? Namely, seductive female policemen. It turned out that the young man had a lot of strange, but very interesting outfits in his bag, which the girls tried on with pleasure. Besides, Meow's sister said he was leaving tomorrow. And so, tonight, they should give him a good thank you for the work he has done. The young man must prepare for tonight, as he will be able to get incredible pleasure. It seems that the young man will soon shed tears of happiness. He must have saved the whole world in his previous life, since he had inherited such a treasure in this life. The young man is already galloping at full speed with his vibes of love to enjoy these beauties. But he is stopped by a baseball bat that comes into contact with his face. He falls to the concrete floor, and the girls say he still doesn't seem to understand. Because today they are interrogating him and he has no right to be his own. Because of his bad behavior, the girls certainly want to punish him so that he realizes that this is not the right thing to do. After the amorous games are over, the young man finally gets dressed and goes on his mission. The girls are very tired after everything, so they need to get a good night's sleep to regain their strength. He went with the commander, she can leave him together, in which they arrived. And to go back so as not to expose yourself to danger. But is the young man sure that he really doesn't need any help from them? It's still very dangerous here. In fact, the young man has one request, but he is not sure that the girl will agree if he voices it. But can she cheer him up a little, for example, look forward to kisses filled with encouragement and love? The girl clearly doesn't understand jokes, so she takes out her weapon, wondering about a bullet in the forehead, which would certainly cheer the young man up. The young man once again says that this is just a joke and the girl should not react so violently. And he can do without a kiss. In any case, he can do it alone. But the girl still asks the young man to wait. She stops him and turns him around slightly, giving him a gentle kiss on the cheek. The girl pulls away, her cheeks flushing a little, and because she herself is embarrassed by what has just happened. In addition, the young man looks too piercing. She says it's nothing, she'll leave right away. Let the young man return safe and sound, for their army needs him very much. But he can't just leave it. He turns the girl around, digging into her plump lips, thereby dedicating his harem to her. They stood there for a few more minutes, soaking the tenderness into each other's love, until at last they pulled away from each other. The girl will definitely wait for the young man, but he will return for the sake of all of them. He will return alive and unharmed. The girl believes the young man and gets into her car to leave. And the young man, in turn, asks the system to pull out the vehicle. Mounting his iron horse, the young man set off along the roads of the forest to meet the zombie kings. In one of the abandoned stadiums, the same zombie king spider gathered all his henchmen. They slowly pulled her 3 cocoons that were moving, and the king and the zombie looked as if they were waiting for this moment. With his claw, the zombie king began to carefully tear apart each cocoon in turn, from which the faces of people could be seen. On the one hand, they were very happy to finally break out of this cobweb, because it is disgusting to the point of quirks. But on the other hand, they were frightened by the place in which they found themselves. People look ahead in front of them, seeing the zombie monster, its huge eyes and teeth, sharp claws, all aimed at them. The first right thought was that we should get out of here as quickly as possible. But the zombie monsters turn out to be faster and more agile in killing one of the squad members with their sharp claw. The monster keeps saying that there is no point in running away, you shouldn't even think about it, since it will find them everywhere. And none of them want to die, they've been through a lot already, and it's not so terrible for them. Still, they are worried. The monster says that you need to be more gentle with guests, do not scare them, and then they will not want to stay. It was with such difficulty that they brought them here, and when the soldiers turned around, they saw that a figure could be seen from the mouth of the zombie monster. Someone walks down the zombie's long, wet and clawed tongue towards them. I keep saying that they are honored guests in their hideout. The rest of the monsters were bowing to the one that came out of its mouth. She must be the mistress of these monsters. This did not make the soldiers happy. After all, they believed that the mistress of these creatures had come to save them. After all, none of them wants to die. A fair-haired girl in a uniform that shimmered in the dim light was looking at the people in front of her. The girl reports that she really came to their aid. And these monsters obey her, and she came to stop him from killing humans. She came here to take them to a blissful world where there is no suffering, no anguish, only pleasure. As she came closer, she lifted the face of one of the guys by the chin, saying that they would be able to enjoy the joy and fun of close intimacy. The men immediately went to seduce the girl. I wonder if she can take them to this beautiful place right now. Both guys really wanted to go to this place, and the girl, of course, will take them with her. She pulls both men right to her chest. And the girl who was with the squad does not understand what the HTP woman is doing to them. They need to come to their senses, because this woman does not look very ordinary. Both guys snuggle up to the girl's big lush breasts. They feel warmth. The hostess's body is very warm and cozy. The girl kept trying to get through to find out where the mistress was taking them. She didn't want to stay here alone. She also wants to go to this blissful place. But the hostess eats only strong and courageous men. She never indulged in her bodily intimacy with women. The girl doesn't understand what that means. And when she looks down, she sees that little zombie crabs are crawling right towards her. The young man rode along the road on his motorcycle. The path was quite long, but it was good that he had such a good means of transportation. The young man was surveying the area around him when a truck exploded right in front of him. The young man immediately assumes that the explosion can only mean that there is someone in this small town. Commander Zhang was standing on one of the vehicles, shooting back at the zombies that were swimming at him in a deadly wave. He has no bullets left, and more zombies are coming here because of the shots, and it looks like he can't use weapons anymore. The man knew he couldn't just give up. I decided that I would defend myself with my bare hands, and besides, he is quite strong. The monsters kept trying to climb onto the car, and some of them succeeded, so the man didn't think twice and used his iron palm. But killing one zombie is not enough. They are all gathering and climbing on the car in an attempt to taste the sweetness of eating a person. And the man fights off the zombies in front of him, and then turns around and sees that he is also being stepped on from behind and is already running to attack. He uses his iron palm at once, which turns out to be a lethal weapon against zombies, and defeats them on the spot, thereby saving the man's life. But because of the shots he fired earlier, the zombies keep coming here as they have already heard the sounds in this direction. After a few more blows, the man realizes that there are too many of these monsters. He will not be able to fight them all off alone. He really could use help, and the saving wand for him is Wang Bing, who is already galloping towards him. The man looks straight up at the sky and doesn't understand how Wang ended up in the air, but it doesn't matter now. With a skillful jump, the young man finds himself on the roof of the bus and is ready to kill all the zombies in the area right at the same second to save the man. But first, he'd like to admit that the man is a very fast runner and has been able to get so far since their last meeting. Still, he was lucky to meet him, otherwise he would have become a zombie dinner. But he has another unfinished mission. The man doesn't understand. What makes the young man so calm? If he doesn't want to find a way to escape, he'll be their dinner too. But the young man laughs. Doesn't the man notice? Let him look around first and see if these monsters are still moving. Indeed, they stood still and were afraid to move, because like all other zombies, they were afraid of the young man. What the man didn't understand was that they were ferocious, but why they didn't move at all now? Have they changed their minds? Out of nowhere, the young man shouts straight at zombie. Are they still here and haven't left yet? And they immediately begin to run away in different directions. A few seconds later, the bus is empty. And the men are safe. It's good that now they are not in danger. Now the man should not be so scared. And then he just doesn't understand in shock how the young man did it. Is he some kind of magician? The man was truly frightened, as he could find no explanation for what had just happened. The zombies were being attacked, and suddenly the young men were openly gone. The system reminds that a young man must act inconspicuously. That's how he scared this man, how he's going to explain it to him now. They moved to a safer place, built a fire, and even prepared to cook food. And the young man tried to explain what had happened. First it was necessary for the water to boil, and then they would cook everything else. The young man promised that the food would be amazingly tasty. The young man seemed to want to change the subject, but the man still wanted to know how he was able to scare off the zombies that he even possessed. Well, it's simple, it's because they know he once killed the zombie king. That's why, as soon as he appears, they run away in fear. His body has a power that makes them afraid, so they do not know that it is better not to provoke the young man to any actions. But it's just that a man doesn't believe it unless he shows it again. It seems that he's not stupid, he's not easily deceived. But the young man still changes the subject. He wants to ask the man something. He was going to go in search of his sister. Does he really want to do it on an old bike? Not to mention, it could be in danger. The man says that he doesn't understand anything. He had already left the mopping up squad. The doctor said that no one should be helped. So he was left alone with this case. Then the young man wondered where the man got the equipment. He didn't steal it from his own squad, did he? He had found them earlier when he was on a mission, and then he hid them, thinking they might be useful later. 2 weapons aren't enough to deal with this. Their clearing squad ran too far from the walls. It must have quite a few achievements. The company really cared about the man. They don't feed the garbage, so they can only say that they need each other. He used to think that if he and his sister became the main cadres, they would be transferred to a safer place to live. He had already fulfilled their requirements for a transfer to another location, but his sister was still a little lacking, so he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. He and Zhao seemed to be the same type of person. They are both big fans of their sisters and are willing to go to any lengths to protect them. The man is surprised by the young man's words that Zhao also has a sister and that he, like the Jan, loves her very much. It's true. In addition, they have a very strong bond, they appreciate each other and care about each other. Perhaps it is because of the post-apocalypse that they all cherish their families so much. But the young man is wrong. On the contrary, the post-apocalypse stimulates people to more and more selfishness and betrayal. The apocalypse is like a magic mirror with which to see the true face of a person. People just don't get tested. His parents divorced very young, and his father raised him and his sister alone. Before the apocalypse, my father had a bicycle repair shop. But due to his eye problems and poor eyesight, they struggled to make ends meet. At the onset of the prostate apocalypse, they were forced to follow most of the people to a small camp. At that time, though, my father went out every day in search of food. However, no one wanted to help a person with sore eyes. After a long fast, one day my father unexpectedly brought a delicious fried chicken, and they were very happy, as they had not eaten meat for a long time. He gave the chicken to them, saying that he had already eaten while he was cooking it outside. So they can enjoy it to their heart's content. Sister, I'd like to split the chicken in half. There were 2 chicken legs, and she wanted one each. But the father started yelling at his brother, because he already had meat and that was enough. He has to give all the chicken legs to his sister. This, of course, was very upsetting, but he still apologized to his father, saying that he would not eat chicken legs and his sister could take everything for herself. Also, the man brought juice for his beloved daughter and she can drink it herself. Which made the girl very happy, because she hadn't drunk it for a very long time. Then, looking at all this, the guy thought that his dad paid more attention to his sister. Who would have thought that he had built a rainbow plan? On one of the cold nights they spent in this camp, the young man woke up to the fact that his father was carrying his sister somewhere. He woke up at the very moment when his father and sister were already coming out of the tent in their arms. The young man asked, "Where is he taking her?" But he snapped back that he shouldn't get involved. At the time, the young man may have been clueless and green, but he was still able to understand what his father was going to do. He carried his little sister out. To the young men who were waiting outside, they looked at her cheeks, for she looked so much like their treasure. He knew that they had lost their daughter and sent her back to them as a blessing. They talked to each other, talking about the fact that this girl would be taken away, because she looked very much like their dead daughter. The boy also began to scream, because he would never allow his father to do this to his sister. He loved her too much. He really didn't understand why his father would give his little sister away so easily. And the man who came for the girl begins to wonder what is going on here. After all, they have already agreed on everything. Why are there any problems? But the man declares that everything is fine, they can take the girl and give them food. The boy also began to run towards his sister. Since she could not be given away, she had to stay with her family. The young man is stiffened by the fist with which his father hits him in the face. He must shut up, if his father allowed him to say anything. The man who took the girl asks them to finally decide, and then they will leave. Let them not regret their choice. The man also asks them never to come back here. And people wonder why it is so noisy, what is going on there? But apparently someone sold his daughter again. This has happened before, but now the most important thing is to eat what they were able to get for the sale from the girl. The guy was in pain, very painful, but it all made no sense with what he felt when he realized that his sister was being taken away. The father begged not to blame him for his cruelty. If his sister stayed with them, she would die of starvation. Otherwise, they will be able to provide her with a good life. And the food that they were able to help out will be enough for just a few months. But the boy didn't care too much. He was worried about his sister and wanted her back. He wasn't going to eat the food they blamed on his sister. He'd run there and get her back. People saw the bag of food and began to run to the smell of dried meat. It's been a long time since they've eaten anything like this. The man wonders what these people are looking at. Let them return their tents, they won't get anything now. And the guys are already like it's night outside, that it can be dangerous there, and he runs after the car that takes away his beloved sister. He doesn't know what kind of force sustained him that day, but he chased that car along the road for a very long time. And yet he did not manage to catch up with her. He fell to the ground, exhausted, and returned only on the second day. He thinks he's lucky not to have encountered a zombie along the way. Otherwise, I would never see my sister again. But what happened between him and his father? He found his sister later, but the night she was taken away, you stabbed your dad to death right in the tent. It is assumed that someone found out that he had food, so he came to rob her. Because his father was ruthless and selfish, he lost 2 loved ones overnight and became an orphan. Without his family, he could wander everywhere. He tried, until he met a mercenary army that was caught by zombies in the form of how healthy he was. They invited him to join. For several years, a certain army began to be called a mopping up squad. He did not forget about his sister and questioned her everywhere. But the attempts were unsuccessful until one day, when they met a woman with a girl in her arms on the streets. She was shabby, but she was still protective of her daughter. And she asked me to give them some food, since they had been starving for several days. One of the soldiers of the squad could already clearly smell the corpse. It looks like they won't last long. If the sister is still alive, then she is the same age as this girl, but the man does not know what is wrong with her and whether it is worth hoping. The commander then asked the man, what is he going to do? Does he think that it is necessary to help these people? But that's exactly what the man is going to do. He wanted to give them some food, but did he really want to give them the food he was risking his life for? Even if they helped them survive, he couldn't do it forever. There are a lot of such people in the post-apocalypse. How many he can save? It is better to leave extra food, and not what his sister will eat when he finds her. The captain was right. If he wasted all the food, there would be nothing to feed his sister. With this meal, he will be able to party all night in the red light district. So don't just squander it. The woman kept crying over the little girl. After all, it was her fault that she could not take care of her and made her starve for so long. The man heard the woman keep apologizing to the girl. She couldn't take it anymore. The girl must hold on. She has not yet found her loved ones, whom she wanted to see with all her heart. She apologized very much, because she had become a very bad mother, made her suffer so much, took away the people closest to her. She also ran up, wondering if he had heard correctly that the girl was not the woman's own daughter. If he's right, then they traded this girl for food years ago, didn't they? And he has a sister he hasn't seen in years. She was taken away in exchange for food. If you look closely, she really looks like his sister. Was she really the little girl he had lost? The woman was very frightened and told the man not to approach, because she did not know who he was. Don't even think about bothering her little treasure. He tried to convince his aunt that he was not a bad person. Maybe he can help them, and the commander wonders if he's really crazy, because what is he going to do? If he thinks it's his sister, then he has to show her proof so she knows he's not cheating on her. The man recalls that he had an old, tattered photo of his sister buried in his wallet all this time, and he can show it as evidence. He pulls out a small, tattered piece of paper from his sister. Let the woman take a look, because she looks very much like her girl. The woman looks at the photo and then at her girl and realizes that they are really very similar. And then turn to the man, because in this case he remembers when and under what circumstances his sister was taken away. And, of course, he remembers this day. It has remained in his memory forever. And in the middle of the night, she was taken from the former instead of gathering people on the People's Western Road and taken to an unknown destination. The woman was very happy about this. It seemed that the man was indeed a member of the family of this unfortunate child. The commander also said that the man should take them to the company. Let the people there help them to establish their blood relationship and also help them. The woman was even happier because now someone would be able to take care of her child. And she needs a little rest. The men began to wonder what was wrong with the carcass. Could it be that she was wondering where her pain was? But it was too late. My aunt fell. I think it was a fainting spell from hunger, but most likely she just couldn't stand the strain and exhaustion. The aunt held out for a very long time, and until he appeared, after she felt that her daughter would be safe, she died peacefully. She really took her sister for her daughter, and he is very grateful to her. Otherwise he would not have been able to find her in this way after so long. Although it all sounds too dramatic, it still makes you feel the great love of a brother for his sister. And who would have thought that so they're unexpected? The power of heaven has also unexpectedly divided them, and they will reunite them. His sister was very emaciated at the time, and had no memory of her brother. Every day he took good care of it. It was getting stronger and stronger. She was gradually regaining her vitality. By helping her defend herself, he taught her many skills that could come in handy in a post-apocalyptic world. She also stood out for her skills, so he invited her to join to the cleanup squad to climb up together. And in order to live together in a safe place, he found a sister who was already alive, found her with all his heart, and swore to protect her. And now he won't stop, even if he has to give his life for it. But if he calms down, now the young man is with him, and they will definitely go to his sister. Earlier, the man offended the young man. He did not expect that he would repay good for evil. He is the person who deserves respect the most. And now, young man, I'm embarrassed again to be so overpraised. It's been so long. He hopes the man's sister is still alive. The water boiled. Now I won't be able to cook instant noodles, the presence of which surprised the man very much. Do his eyes deceive him? Did the young man have instant noodles? The young man was surprised that in this world it was also a luxury item. He wanted to be discreet. And they were unusual noodles, and in red sauce with beef. Such noodles can be exchanged on the black market for a private jet. No, ours keeps forgetting that this is a post-apocalypse. He probably thinks that the young man is boasting of all the goods he has. In addition, it is very rare to turn an enemy into your friend, so of course you need to serve all of your friends with good food. And the man was really happy, a very good young man, the most beautiful man he had ever met. They'll replace the alcohol with noodles and eat them all the way through, because now they're good friends, and they'll also add ham sausages. What a great super authority he had previously offended. It's good that he is condescending and no longer argues with him, because the man would be lost without him. The young man continued to talk about food, because vet sausages and instant noodles go together perfectly. And you also need to add spices. A few more minutes of waiting, the young man stirs the noodles and sniffs at the smell. They are really incredible. He gives the man chopsticks to try to thank, and begins to eat. It was delicious. The man really hadn't eaten such appetizing noodles for a very long time. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he began to apologize. For losing control of himself, he shouldn't have behaved like that. The man really doesn't understand why the tears are flowing, but it's okay, especially since he broke his chopsticks from excessive emotion. But it's okay, the young man didn't do it on purpose. In addition, they can eat with their hands. The purge squads have surveyed the area, they haven't seen any spider zombies in the past few days, and it may be worth moving to the gathering area. But you have to wait another 2 days. She will always have the feeling that they are somewhere nearby and are about to attack them. In addition, they all suffer from indigestion. Apparently the food from an abandoned supermarket that was expired and really had a bad effect on their weakened bodies. But the commander initially warned me not to eat expired food, and they did not listen. If this continues, they may die. But the man has already said that he would rather die of indigestion than be eaten by spiders. He wants to die a happy death. The man wonders how he can speak in such a tone and as a deputy commander. Doesn't he respect the girl? But now is not the time for such formalities. There is no need to talk about it. I went more important. But the guy should not lose his manners and disrespect the chain of command. Let him just wait for them to come back. Instead of gathering, everything will fall into place. Of the entire small group, only the 3 of them remained. In addition, they do not know whether they will be able to get out of here or not. There is no need to swear. And you, the commander, should not despair. You need to observe what is happening outside. Who knows, maybe there will be a chance to escape. Maybe he starts watching the area around me and sees a little girl on the streets, rummaging through garbage cans in search of food. He immediately calls the commander himself to quickly take a look. There is a child on the street and perhaps he needs help. She didn't understand how this was possible, and she had to see for herself. But there was indeed a child there, and it seems that he has been wandering there for a long time in search of food. And what kind of child would survive alone in this damn place? And taking advantage of the fact that there was no zombie, she ran out in search of food. The girl remembered how she herself had been in her place, and if they left her there, she could die, and they could not allow this. She ordered her soldiers to stay here, and she herself would go to help the girl. They tried to dissuade her. If she accidentally attracted those zombie spiders, they would all be finished. They couldn't send her alone. But don't worry, it's going to be like that. If she dies in the street, it won't affect them, so they should listen to the order. The man tries to shout to the castle commander, but the other wonders what they will do if the spiders are still nearby. He just throws his hand away from his shoulder. Does the guy really think that everyone is a coward like him? Well, actually, he worries not only about himself, but about each of them. The deputy commander at this time went in search of the girl. The little girl who was sitting by the garbage can, looking for something to eat, was already crawling up zombie spiders. She turned, looking at them as they approached, their clawed claws running across the pavement. The girl also exploded and began to run away, trying to call for help while the zombie spiders were chasing her. One of the monsters released its sticky web, grabbing the girl's leg. As a result, she fell to the asphalt in a new one and began to scream even harder, as she was being dragged by a monster. The deputy commander arrived in time. She was able to throw away the spider zombie and save the girl at least for a while. She shot them one at a time, and the baby had to run away as quickly as possible to save herself while the spider zombies kept attacking. Instead of rushing from side to side, trying to protect themselves from the bullets that flew right at them. But they didn't seem to scare them that much. They were especially less afraid when they realized that the girl had run out of ammo and could no longer attack them. One of the zombie spiders jumped directly on top of the girl in an attempt to attack and take her face, as they did to the rest of the victims. And the girl is saved in time by one of her comrades. He hits the zombie on the head with an iron stick. While the girl is trying to catch her breath and understand what they are doing here, she realizes that they disobeyed her orders, in which case let her cover for her. And she'll go and see if it's okay or if it's a baby. The deputy commander approached the girl, asking if she was okay. And she was really worried about the child and was ready to help her. The girl began to squander something, singing her nose to herself that she had caught someone. And then she turned around and instead of the cute face of a small child, the girl saw a bloodthirsty mouth. The mouth of the girl's face began to jump straight to the commander's castle, wanting to take her face too. And the comrades of the deputy commander see this and ask her to be careful, but the cuttlefish is already eating into her face, trying to eat it. One of the soldiers said that you shouldn't go outside, because it was very dangerous here. Now they are ambushed and have nothing to defend themselves with. The deputy commander still kept her composure and tried to pull the cuttlefish out of herself while the men shot the girl. She still managed to unhook those pincers from her face, even though it brought her a lot of pain on her face. There may even be scars. Their gaze goes to zero at the girl. This creature has a mind. They used their kindness against them. The commander is fine. He feels that not everything is so simple. He needs to leave immediately, otherwise they will be even more dangerous. Garbage jumps on people again. Cuttlefish. It seems that they are attacking. There are many more of them literally in a matter of minutes. They're not going to back down. The soldiers don't understand why there are more and more of them. Did they drag them out on purpose to attack them in the end? Yet these beings possess a higher intelligence and are aware of their every move. They are cunning and resourceful. Of the monsters that cling to the man's back, sink its sharp teeth right into his neck. Thus, I begin the process of infection. But the deputy commander manages to injure the creature that attacked her comrade, and it falls from his neck directly to the ground. You don't need to get out of here as soon as possible while they're still alive. The soldier says he'll cover for them, as long as the commander himself disintegrates. He's ready to sacrifice himself. He's already been bitten and he's going to die soon. And they still have a chance to get out of here and escape. The man is forced. There's some kind of commander's lock. He doesn't understand what he's doing. She should get back and go to their headquarters as soon as possible. She must be saved. As long as the man's death is not in vain, for he will not forgive himself if he does not save the girl. At least he'll die for his teammate, that's very important to him. Therefore, here and now, he is ready to kill all these monsters and sacrifice himself. The girl agrees to this, because she will definitely not be able to dissuade the man. She only asks him to be careful. He regrets only one thing. He did not realize that until the very end of his life he would not be able to find a reason and strength in himself to talk about his feelings. Now he is face to face with bloodthirsty monsters, fighting for the life of the one he loves. The girl writes the screams of her comrade, but does not switch to running. She must get out, otherwise she will let him down. She ran so fast and did not notice anything that was under her feet that she carelessly stepped on the piece of wood from which the nails had first wounded her foot. It was very painful, but she had to keep running to save herself. There was no way she could die right here. Wang Bing, along with the squad leader, were beating the same zombie crabs, clearing their way to pass on. The further they go, the more spiders they become, which means they're going in the right direction. If this continues, it will only become more dangerous. We must not be extremely careful not to run into mortal danger. These monsters are very nasty. And not everyone wants to meet face to face with them. They are distracted from their thoughts by an explosion nearby, and they immediately begin to wonder what is happening there. The ground begins to rub and the asphalt cracks. A very huge zombie crab jumps out of it. They look at it, not understanding what it is or why it is so huge. And in response, the monster only hears a scream. The monster jumps and shakes the ground around it so hard that the men are thrown to the sides, they can't even grab onto anything. He yells at the man to be careful. But he asks you not to pay attention to him, but to worry about yourself. But the young man is not selfish. He uses the biocurrents of the zombie's brain to break into his mind and understand at least something about this monster. Inside this monster, he sees the very mistress who controls the zombie spiders, tries to break into her mind, or at least talk to her. Breaking through her mind, the young man realizes that she can indeed treat her pets through telepathy, controlling them. But it's not telepathy, she can see and think with hers, but the boys who obey her every word. Did he really dare to come here for her? Wasn't he really afraid that she might eat him? If he had been afraid, he would not have come. In fact, the young man is here to talk to her about a very important matter. Their small squad had entered the territory, and a few days earlier, she was wondering if she had them. And the hostess is surprised, because does the young man really need her own prey, which she has obtained with such difficulty? Well, the young man was a very lucrative offer. He'd like to trade them for himself, that would be a great deal. Did the young man come for them to change places with them? But alas, it has already eaten every single one. This surprises him very much. Did she really eat them all? In that case, she also ate the girl. The landlady was immediately startled when she heard about the girl, which meant that the young man had come to save his woman. The man is watching this whole picture. He can't believe that this huge monster is not attacking the young man. And the young man had already prepared for the news that the girl had died, but he was glad that she might even be alive. And the hostess is very amused, which means that he has prepared for this, but he has not prepared for the fact that he himself will become her food. As if in a dream, she will slowly eat the young man, enjoy every cell of his body and will not miss anything. I remember my dream. The young man realizes that it was this woman in front of him. Did she dream that she could eat him? The man keeps watching. This monster has gone crazy. He is beyond the control of the young man, and he may have just been lucky last time. Instead of digging their claws into the body of the youths, the monsters begin to kill themselves with the claws in their guts. As the monster convulses, killing itself, the young man calmly turns to the man, informing him that they are done here and can return. And why is he so calm? Didn't he see this monster start killing itself? Isn't it strange? That's not what the young man is worried about. He's more worried that he doesn't know how to tell the man what happened to his sister. But they don't need to pay attention to these trifles. They need to save the man's sister as quickly as possible. Perhaps she is still alive. Upon his return, he will have to report on this. It's just a miracle, because young men have some kind of superpower. But the young man sighs again. He doesn't understand how this guy was able to live so long in this dangerous world. But it doesn't matter, he needs explosives at the moment. The deputy commander was wandering the streets, leaning against the walls, and her leg hurt a lot, and the blood did not stop. She needed at least some help. Her head is spinning so much, she has no strength left to walk. It seems that her time is coming to an end. It leans against the nearest wall and slides down it. Taking a sitting position, he had absolutely no strength left. She can't go any longer, and she's willing to stay here and wait for her life force to leave her completely. And she doesn't know if she's going to take them to suffer greatly. But now she would like to see him for the last time, and everything floats in front of her eyes, and it even seems to see his silhouette, which makes her very happy. Tears roll down her cheeks, she blinks a few times, and instead of her brother, she sees her subordinate. And he thought that she was already dead and did not expect that the girl could get out. The girl feels disappointed that it is only her subordinate and not the brother she has been waiting for. Her subordinates wonder if she can get up, because it's full of those spiders. If they stay, they'll soon find them and eat them. But the girl really has no strength at all. She couldn't walk any longer, and the young man said she had to stay where she was. He starts screaming. He told her not to go out, but she decided to show her courage and fearlessness. What should they do now? She reads her as a pest, and useless people like her have to die in such places, but the girl kept begging not to abandon her. As soon as they returned, she promised to do anything he wanted, as long as he would help her save herself now, because she really didn't want to die. This stops the young man and makes him think. Is the girl convinced that she is ready to do anything he wants? Even if they came back now, she could only rely on him and no one else. He takes her still chubby cheeks, he's never kissed a girl yet. And instead of dying a virgin, it's better to do it now. Now they will easily find a place where they can have fun, and then the girl will fulfill her promise and be saved. The girl begged him not to do it and all she wanted was to rest. But she was not in a position to refuse. There were plenty of abandoned houses now, so they easily found a place to stay. And the young man was already decomposing the girl on the kitchen table. She cried, begging him not to do it, because she hadn't done anything wrong to the man, and why just don't let her go. She tried to stop him, but he only shoved her hands away so that she wouldn't twitch and began to tear her clothes. She kept crying, begging me to stop. Even though she was a girl, she was sweating a lot, but it still smelled very pleasant, and the young man liked it very much. Before starting with everything, he wants to undress himself to look appropriate. At that moment, the girl could hardly turn around. She was careless, so when she turned on her side, she just fell. Does she really want to run away, which makes the young man even angrier, since she promised that she would do whatever he wanted. Grabbing her by the hair, he saw earlier that she and her brother had a very good relationship, and that her brother had always scolded the young man. That today he takes out all his anger on her brother, her pretty body, enjoying the sensations well. So don't let the deputy commander be offended and don't hold a grudge against him. After all, he wants to please not only himself, but also her. She keeps asking me to let her go, and don't do it, because she's ready for anything but that. In addition, she needs medical attention. The man is not going to let her go. He has tasted the joy of being happy when someone is suffering. He's distracted by some kind of goo dripping onto his pretty hair, and he looks up, trying to figure out what it is. On the ceiling, he sees a dozen zombie crabs crawling right at him, ready to attack. One by one, the spiders began to shoot their webs at him, and he didn't understand. Where did they come from? Because as soon as they entered this apartment, it was clean. Still, the cobwebs began to fall from his face, and he thought that his salvation had come somewhere. As soon as he turned his attention, he was horrified. There were 3 pairs of huge eyes staring at him, which was very frightening to him. A huge monster was about to eat him. The girl tried to find the strength to at least get up. The man was already running at full speed from the apartment, screaming for salvation. But he is not destined to escape today, because the zombie monster loved men very much and did not miss the opportunity to pierce the young man with his claw. Looks at this horrible picture. She realizes that everything is over, they have been discovered, and she will definitely not be able to escape. And the guy turns out to be still breathing, trying to call for help with the last of his strength, to speak almost in a whisper. The zombie spider pulls it out with its nets and right into its mouth with its huge claw to feast on it later. Huge claws also reached for the girl, who was still trying to get up or at least dodge them. The girl is deceived by a spider's web, more and more wrapped around her, creating the very cocoon in which the monster drags its victims. The mistress of these zombies stands at the very top. And he watches how the man is dragged away and how the girl is taken prisoner. It amuses her a lot. They lift the girl by the string of cobwebs and slowly move her directly to the hostess, who is already waiting to talk to her. The girl is almost exhausted, very pale and tired. And hanging upside down is a torment for her now. She looks at the woman in front of her, guessing that it may be the zombie king who sent these spiders to attack them. And she looks at her fierce red eyes, wondering if she is really Wang Bing's girl. She looks very pretty. The hostess really thinks she's very cute. No wonder the young man is so desperate for her and hopes she's still alive. But the girl doesn't understand who Wang Bing is at all. She's never heard the name before and has no idea who this young man is. Spider zombies keep crawling, they really want to feast on new prey. But the hostess says that you can't eat it, because it's her honored guest. They need to take her to the lair, they must meet a very respected guest, and then they can exchange the girl for him. The girl finally realizes that everything is over for her. She will not be able to go back, since no one has yet managed to escape from the clutches of these monsters. The young man, together with the commander of the detachment, rode through the streets of the city, who kept saying that he was scared, because it was his first time riding a motorcycle. But here the big boy should not be afraid. But the man declares that there is no reason in his life that he will not believe that the young man was not afraid at all. When I got behind the wheel of a motorcycle for the first time, well, of course, the young man was not afraid whether he was really the commander of the squad. It seems that he was not. They gave me a word to finish. As the creature they had seen recently began to emerge from the ground again, which frightened the man even more. The huge worm said that there was no need to be nervous, because it would not harm them. The young man also understood that there was no need to worry. He had only come to meet them. He looks directly at the bloodthirsty creature. You understand that very soon his fate will be decided and he will either return his sister to the man or not. In the deep mouth of the creature, on a high throne, sat the hostess, who was already waiting for her beautiful guests. She claimed that she had the best news for the boys, and that he wanted to hear it, because he was so worried. He really wonders what news a woman has if she wants to say that she has decided to obediently wait for him to finish with her. Is he really so eager to kill her? And she is very sad because of this, because she is looking at a completely different alignment of events. But that's not that important. She only wanted to tell the young men that she had found the last survivor of that small group. She found the girl. She didn't know if she was his lover, or if he was looking for. But if it's her, she'll be very happy to trade it for a young man. The problem is that the young man has also never seen Zhang's sister and how to identify her. How to understand that it is really her, and the hostess is not cheating. The man wonders what they will do. There is still hope. It will be a pity if the man says that his sister is dead. But don't hurt her, the young man will come soon. So enough of the chatter and let her pet show the young man the way so he can get to her. Wonderful hostesses, I like this arrangement of events. And she is ready to look forward to the day when the young man will finally come into her possession. Turning to Zhang, the young man asks him to follow him, because now they will go to save his sister. This spider will show them the way. The man wonders again, because is this spider really going to take them to the place where his sister is? It doesn't look very plausible. The hostess knew that they would agree and she would wait for them to fall into her trap. She really made up everything down to the smallest detail. When she deals with the young man, she will immediately go instead of gathering people and destroy every single one. She calls out her strongest fighters to come out and line up and be ready to attack those who will soon come to them. From a huge acidic river, what was called a stomach, crawls out a huge creature many times larger than standard zombie spiders. She looks directly at her mistress and waits for orders. And she says they're going to attack right now. The centipede-like creature immediately submits to unnecessary bickering, since this is not what the mistress is talking about. The zombie centipede and other creatures also follow. They have to go and take all the resources, become even stronger in order to attack. At this time, Xiao teaches one of the girls how to shoot. They have come to a specially equipped field to practice shooting. She is very good at it and her shooting skills are better than before, which is very good and will come in handy in the future. Brother Wang ordered them to train their shooting and hand-to-hand fighting skills, so they can't relax, they need to train. That's very good, and she should keep it up later, and she'll ask the young man to give her a big chicken leg as a reward. Recruits also wonder when it will be their turn to train, as they too want a reward and they also want to be patted on the head. But if they behave so badly and don't train properly, they will not receive a reward from the girl, but a punishment. Officer Miao, along with Jao, also trained the recruits in hand-to-hand combat. And all of them flawlessly and skillfully performed basic movements, moving on to more complex ones. They reasoned that he and Zhao should increase the training time by half an hour every day so that the fighters did not relax. Also, the commander-in-chief was very interested in all the trainings. Every time I check how they go and if everything is fine. Each time, the captain reported that things were going just fine. Under their leadership, the performance of recruits in all areas improved. Although Zhao is not as strong as Wang Bing, he is very attentive and he is good at training new recruits. This is very good. Soon the recruits will be able to join the battle, and then their army will become even stronger. But are they really going to join the fight right away? And lately they have not received any orders to rescue people, but although now they are calm, they should be ready for hostilities. The officer approached the commander and asked if he was satisfied with everything. And he confirms that it's a really great job and they're doing a good job. She also wanted to ask the cleanup squad if it was true, but they were determined not to send people after them. But if the young man does not return after 3 days, he will send fighters to reinforce. So don't worry. The officer doesn't have to worry. The young man is very talented and strong. Nothing will happen to him. He will be able to defend himself. She knows about his skill, but she doesn't know why her heart is always so restless. Maybe something bad is going to happen. The young man has gone off to investigate, and he should return home quickly, and he should not be carried away by a woman again. At this moment, the young man sneezes several times, because the girl remembers him in a wonderful light, because she trusts him very much. And the man wonders why the young man began to sneeze so often, not so someone remembers him. But what an old way of thinking the man was, he just sneezed. The man also wondered where the monster was leading them, but the young man himself did not know exactly where they were going. The young man must already smell a very unpleasant smell in their lair. Most likely they will arrive at the place soon. The system also says that this zombie king will be a little more difficult to deal with. But what information does she have on this zombie king? There's no real information, but she can provide a concrete analysis. The king they fought in hand-to-hand combat is very strong. The combat ability of the second king is inferior to the combat ability of the first. But except that the frog zombie can control other zombies. The destructive power of the zombie child may have been so powerful only because it received food in large quantities, which made it more ferocious. All of the above can be taken to one conclusion: the more people eat the zombie king, the stronger it becomes. According to the system's analysis, the current zombie king is simply the strongest, as he regularly feeds on new people. In this abandoned city, there is a pungent smell of blood everywhere. It must have eaten all the people in this city. It's really true. But the young man can easily be killed, so don't be stubborn. If he can't defeat the zombie king, then it's better to run away. Who would have thought that she would ask him to run away? It looks like this time it's too dangerous, but if he does, it won't be cool. The young man stops with the man. And the creature stopped, as if they had already arrived at the place they were supposed to be. There was no time to stand there to think about what to do next. The young man offered to go right in and see what was going on there. The huge room looks like an abandoned stadium, which surprises the man very much, and the young man is only annoyed by the very pungent smell of blood. There are spiders and cobwebs everywhere. It seems that this is their lair, in the very center sits the largest zombie spider, whose victims are demolished. They all go straight in the direction of the young people, and the man is also afraid that they are going to eat them right now. But don't worry, mentally the young man sends them a sign that they should get out, because he will not tolerate such disrespectful treatment. The zombies also began to retreat as the young men were frightened. Yes, indeed, they were weak in the face of a stronger being. The young man asks the man to be quiet and follow him right behind him while all the zombie spiders step in their way. The man is surprised by this. These spiders give way to them. He really does not understand what is happening and how it happens. They walk up the stairs until these huge creatures give way in front of them. The monster begins to talk to them. She didn't expect them to come so quickly. Did the man hear this huge spider correctly? Did he call the young man by name? This made him even more deluded. The young man is calm, one might even say cold-blooded, aware that the creature has been waiting for him all along. He comes a little closer. They've already arrived, he's already come to her, he's wondering where the person they need is. The creature opens its mouth wider. If she dares to play tricks on the young man, he won't play with her either, and he won't immediately destroy her. The hostess is really amused by this, because now they are on her territory and she is in charge of everything that happens here. Taking this into account, how dare a young man speak to her in such a tone, should behave more respectfully towards her. If she only ordered her kin, they would all rush at them at the same time, and they would die immediately. They will not be able to escape from them. Does the young man still not understand the situation in which they find themselves? They must obey everything she says. Well, I think these are names. She doesn't understand the situation she is in. The young man doesn't want to play. He came here on business. He's already killed 3 zombie kings. Does she really think she'll be able to get out of this situation safely? The man is surprised that the young man is arguing with the zombie king. Everything he sees now completely overturns his previous idea of everything. The hostess laughs even more heartily, for look at the young man speaking. And that means he has experience in fighting zombie kings. She demands that her henchmen take out the girl they captured the day before, so that the young man can see her with his own eyes. They immediately run away. And a couple of minutes later, a huge cocoon is brought in which a girl barely moves. The man looks at him incomprehensibly. The young man asks him not to stand in a pillar, and come over and see if it's really his sister. After all, they have to make sure of everything. And the man doesn't wait any longer. He comes closer to the cocoon and begins to look at it. He rips open the cobwebs with his bare hands and his viscous goo, and sees a face about his little sister who is now unconscious. However, she's still alive, and that's a good thing, because there's still a chance she can be saved. The man begins to pull the girl out completely and asks her to wake up, since she can't die. He has been looking for her for too long. The young man turns to the zombie queen, as she was just supposed to trade the girl for him. So what did she do? But she didn't do it. And when she found it, her leg was already wounded. She just brought it to her lair. It seems to be true. The girl's leg is injured and the infection has already begun. And if you don't help her, she can really die. The man is nervous and screams even more as the young man must immediately return to the gathering place so that they can rescue his sister. But you don't have to worry, you just need to give her a miracle bean to heal all the wounds. The young man puts the miraculous pill directly into the girl's mouth and helps her swallow, and it immediately begins to work, restoring her entire body. The girl feels better, and the man is interested. What a treat it was, her complexion instantly became better and healthier. It was a very rare cure, and the man had to pick up his little sister and leave, and he needed to talk to the zombie queen for now. Also, the young man gives the man his backpack, because there are guns and some food inside, but after all, they came together, so they must leave. A man really won't leave a young man here. But he didn't understand what was going on here, he had to be smarter. The landlady made it clear to them that she would not allow the young man to leave the place. Even if he stayed, he still wouldn't be able to help the young man. It's very sad for the man, they can't just leave him here, it's really too dangerous. The young man does not listen, he turns to the zombie queen and informs her that he will stay with her. But only if she allows these young people to leave the place. Yes, men and girls, she really doesn't care, she only wants her hugs, the beautiful Wang Bing, so she will let them go without any problem. I turn to the man, the young man asks if he heard everything well. And he needs to leave, as his sister may still need help. In this case, the young man must promise that he will be extremely careful, and he must return alive. The young man was tired of promising everyone that he would return safe and sound. Didn't everyone understand what he was capable of? But he turns to the hostess to hope that she is now satisfied. After all, it was just the two of them, and no one would stop them from what she was up to. Now they have a very important matter to discuss with them. The landlady hopes that the young man will be sensible. What else could there be between the two of them? If she did not die, then the young man would die, and vice versa. That was all. They don't have to go to that extreme, they can find a way to exist together on an equal footing. She asks the young man to come here, go right into her stomach, and slowly they will talk there and will definitely find a peaceful solution. The young man is not only frightened by this, but rather disgusted, since going into her stomach, the way to solve her problems is very strange, and also the way of inviting guests is very frightening. But the young man does as he is told, he still has no choice but to agree. Right now, it looks like he can only listen to the zombie queen. Well, the young man will be happy to see what kind of game she's up to. He carefully steps on her clawed tongue and walks straight through it into her huge stomach. She opens her mouth wider and wider, so that the young man can definitely pass. The zombie queen has really been waiting for him to come, and is incredibly glad that he is finally here. He walked in and immediately decided to move from words to deeds, because he was incredibly interested in what she was planning to do here. He and the zombie queen are separated by a huge acid river. But even this is not an obstacle for her to settle all her affairs with him. Her voice, stern and cold, is replaced by a gentler tone. And she explains that even if it's in her stomach, you shouldn't be so afraid. She doesn't want the young man to get hurt, and he just needs to approach her. If he obeys, then everything will go very smoothly. But there is no need for that, young man. It seems that it will be better if they keep their distance. To avoid unforeseen situations, pay attention to the skulls. It looks like she's eaten a lot of people, and there's no need to dodge the answer. Why did she call the young man to this place? If a young man wants to know the truth so much, then good. The girl will no longer hide and evade this issue. Truly believes that if you teach your joint forces, they may well cooperate. But he's a human being, and she's a zombie, their paths diverge. And this means that it costs them nothing. It is simply impossible to discuss cooperation together. And in the room he begins to laugh heartrendingly. Aren't he zombies wrapped in human skin who he's trying to fool? But she's the monster of eating humans, and he's never even thought of eating a human. They really don't have anything in common. He is the Monkey King from the novel, Journey to the West. Although he is an evil spirit, he protects the dance monk all the way. When I met some of them who wanted to taste the fruit of the monk tan, he immediately killed them, killing them all, leaving no hope of salvation. And she is the very evil spirits who want to taste the fruit of the monk tan. These are the differences between them. Does she still not understand this? The girl laughs again, because he gave an interesting comparison. It turns out that the young man is very funny and witty. But there is still something wrong with this beautiful story. He's not defending a dancing monk, but a bunch of pathetic, worthless garbage. She gets closer, if she wants to know why she treats people and zombies the way she does, if he wants to know the whole truth. The young man is frightened, because what she wants to do, she should not come closer, otherwise he will begin to defend himself and attack. After she came here, the young man began to feel this oppressive aura, which really pressed on him from all sides. He doesn't understand what she's talking about. After all, she was a human before she became a zombie. Why does she kill all humans now? But if you think about it, since she despises all people, then she despises the former one in herself. But she is not at all like other zombies. She willingly became the monster she is seen to be now. The young man does not understand what it means of her own free will, whether she injected herself with the virus, wanting to become such a monster. Had the young man heard of such an organization as the company, she had previously been the chief scientist in the company's research department. Still, she decided to become a zombie, and the young man was surprised that he was hearing about this company again. And this is the same company that Zhang has already mentioned, precisely because she has been researching zombies for a long time. And she realized that they were the strongest beings. Using her position, she researched the way to become the zombie king, and eventually became what she is seen today. But aren't companies developing a vaccine? Are they and viruses creating something that don't converge here? He's really so na square root of. But the development of a vaccine is just a cover. Because so far, no way has been identified in which the virus can be killed. The company's group has always conducted experiments on living organisms. That is, people, but all attempts ended in failure. Such a virus is able to quickly change a person's genes after entering their biological tissues. And indeed, there is no other way to kill viruses. Only if you do not kill the bearer, and it is impossible to lay him. After a long period of experience, the company's executives decided to change the direction of the experiments that were carried out in them. It is impossible to kill the virus for how long? Then you need to study it thoroughly so that people can learn how to control the virus and control the zombies. At that time, this task was naturally on her responsibility as the chief scientist of the company, and she could not refuse in any case. She took the whole situation seriously and began to investigate more zombies and gained information by examining their bodies. Zombies have never been interested in food other than humans, and neither has the virus, but only one organism has combined with the virus, mutated by a stronger one. There were spiders, and the genetic makeup could have altered the virus even more, and in the course of the research, they created a new kind of zombie, a zombie spider. The company collected the zombie spider virus, then used it to experiment again on a living person. As a result, they found that the virus not only makes a person stronger, but also weakens side effects. And it was possible to develop a drug that can give a person the powers of zombies for a while. In addition, there were no side effects and no harm to humans. It was a great discovery for humanity. Perhaps it could change fate. The girl already understood all this and immediately reported it to the head of the company. She considered it an incredible discovery. Instead, executives decided to cancel further development of the drug, as they deemed it too dangerous. They were worried that such a drug would turn people into monsters like zombies, and then the world would be destroyed. She really didn't expect her research results to be so underestimated. If it has to give up the possibility of human evolution, it would be better for it to give up being human. She managed to get the most powerful zombie spider virus she had ever developed before the company prepared to wipe out all the results. She personally injected this virus into her body and began to change. It immediately began to strengthen the cells of her body. Then, at that moment, special forces burst into the laboratory, which was supposed to detain her, according to the authorities. but he did not succeed. They then shouted loudly for her to follow their instructions, otherwise they would launch an assault. But it was too late, and the girl was completely engulfed in the virus. Spider legs began to grow out of her back. And the body began to deform, becoming stronger and more powerful, capable of killing several people at once. The special forces then opened fire, but they did not succeed. The girl was many times stronger than all of them combined. Is she crazy? As a result, she became a monster that eats people. Doesn't she understand that? But that was her natural selection. The survivors are the strongest individuals. Doesn't the young man understand what she's doing best? Weak people can't survive in a post-apocalyptic world, but ours just resigned herself to fate and became the queen of the zombies. That's where they are similar. Although she doesn't know how he came to be like this, she is very interested in him. He is very powerful. He really attracts a girl. Now she does not want to eat it at all. On the contrary, she would like to taste the taste of pleasure with the young man. Together with him, she wants to evolve into the strongest living beings. And the young man has such a feeling, very strange, incomprehensible. My zombie queen goes on to say that the young man is very excellent. She is also very strong if they can have a child. If this succeeds, then the baby will definitely be the strongest living creature and will dominate the post-apocalyptic world. The young man seems to be completely unclear. His mind is clouded by unknown vibes. He hears some echoes of phrases, something about a child, but will they be able to give birth to him? Well, of course, if only the young man wishes, then the girl agrees to become him forever, and they can start a family. She's already reaching for his lips to kiss him, and the system is squeaking in a mechanical voice for him to wake up and not do it. That bloodthirsty bitch ate a bunch of people. Does he really want to kiss her? He needs to come to his senses as soon as possible. The young man immediately comes to his senses and comes out of his trance. He's about to pull away. He uses his golden palm. He stabs the bloodthirsty monster so something flies off, and he even seems to have managed to injure her. She screams in pain, blood dripping down her face. It looks like the young man really hurt her. The young man tries to catch his breath as he realizes what could have just happened, but still manages to avoid it. The zombie queen is very angry about this, so why did the young man do this to her? After all, she had only good intentions. She wanted to harm the young man and does not understand at all how he could resist her temptation and even hurt her. No wonder his head was filled with thoughts of doing something like that to her. She keeps saying that the Aegeans are the strongest. Isn't he looking forward to being reunited in bodies? But he doesn't want to kiss her mouth at all, having eaten so many people. Does she also want to have a child with him? Did she really go crazy? It makes the girl even angrier. It sounds like an insult to her. Is her body beautiful and unbelievably not attractive enough for a young man? She has incredible abilities and is able to take any form that the young man desires, as long as it satisfies him. She begins to summon her sticky nets, and the young man doesn't understand what she's going to do, but the three of him feel that it's going to be very bad. The girl takes on a new look, the old one, the same attractive. I am interested. Does it attract a young man? If he still doesn't like her, then maybe he wants what he wants. The young men have a really incredible beauty blowing off the roof in front of him. An ordinary person would have given up in front of such sweetness long ago. But no matter what happens now, he will never, ever be interested in someone like her. This body is just fine, but no. The girl rolls her eyes. If so, then there is no need to waste her time anymore. She gave the boys enough chances to decide. In that case, if he doesn't want to accept her most beautiful offer, then he will become her delicious food to eat for dinner. And the young man doesn't want to be here with her anymore, and he needs to buy some time until Zhang and his sister get out of this city. For now, all that's left to do is pull out a weapon from your system storage. Yes, hurry up and finish off this crazy woman. And he begins to attack. With dexterity, he cuts the tentacles with which the zombie queen tries to attack the young man. However, she still manages to knock off his legs as well as his neck, forcing him to stop and not move. Like a clear spider's web, she began to chain him to the ground, making him kneel. She wrapped around his legs and arms, and his whole body, allowing me to move. The zombie queen asks not to blame her for her body character, to have a good talk with the young man, but he is so cruel and unfair, he did not accept her offer. He still doesn't know where he is. If she lifts a finger, his life is in her hands. The young man is finally reprinted to the so-called Earth, and he really doesn't understand what the zombie queen is going to do. Since he doesn't want to copulate with her, then the only thing left to do is to kill him. After all, she had promised that if he didn't want to solve everything in a good way, it would be bad. If she pierces him once, it won't hurt too much, but the young man asks him to wait, because he wants to talk to her. He is ready to do whatever she wants, but it is too late. The young man can only scream in fear and wait for his fate. The zombie queen continues to laugh. She's really amused, but the young man still shouldn't blame her for it. This is the result of his disobedience. The zombie queen is already counting on the fact that the young man will die soon. But suddenly he stops, because why isn't there a single scratch on it? Aren't its thorns so sharp? It's a good thing that the viral shield protects the young man. It protects the most important part of his body. But for some reason, he still feels violent pain. The girl is very angry, but in this case, she can just absorb him whole, and then she doesn't have to come up with anything else.